Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Breathes there the man with soul so dead who never to himself hath said,
"It's time to get my 1948 automobile license plates."
Yes, the Great Gildersleeve is a man who does things on time, but never much ahead of time. That's why late in the afternoon on the last day, he's waiting in line.
What a way to waste an afternoon. Took me 2 hours to get inside the building. Probably would have my license plates by now if I hadn't got in another line. And I wasn't thirsty at all. Well, I'm next. 5 o'clock. Wonder what time they close. Hey, clerk, what time do you close this window?
5 o'clock.
Yeah, I just made it. Oh, you come back here and raise that window. I want my license plates. Clerk, raise that window.
Sorry, chum. Try me tomorrow.
You open up or you'll be out of a job. I'm a city official.
So am I.
But I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. I'm the water commissioner.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better.
Commissioner, you've had 6 weeks to get your license plates. What have you been doing all that time? Plugging leaks in the water department?
Let's not be impertinent, Bud. Just give me the plates. The low number.
Okay. Where's your registration slip?
Registration slip? It's on my steering wheel.
Oh, did you bring your steering wheel?
Now, see here, just because I forgot...
See you tomorrow, Mr. Gildersleeve.
There's nothing like Birdie's oatmeal in the morning. Aren't you eating any breakfast, Marjorie?
All I wanted was grapefruit.
Well, there's nothing like grapefruit as a bracer for breakfast. But I always like a little something sweet afterward to take away the sour taste. Pass the sugar, Leroy.
Okay, Uncle.
Leroy, don't try to talk with food in your mouth.
Okay.
Don't swallow it. Chew it.
Chew oatmeal? What's that?
Never mind. You don't have to gulp it as if you're afraid it'll get away.
Leroy stores it like a pelican. Gosh, I've got to eat in a hurry or I'll be late for school.
Get down to breakfast on time, young man.
Well, gosh, I goes up late doing my homework. PTA ought to do something about teachers who give so much homework to little boys like me. I don't get my proper rest.
You probably would if you get that smelly old turtle out of your room.
Turtle? Leroy, I thought I heard something walking around last night.
Gosh, you can't blame the turtle. They doze during the day, so at night...
There'll be no dozing turtles around this house. You get rid of that thing so you can concentrate on your homework and get to bed nights.
I did my homework before dinner, Unky.
You see, Leroy? Little Marjorie. Do it the way Marjorie does. Don't always be putting things off. I always say procrastination is the thief of time. Remember that. Now run along to school.
Okay, Unc. It's so late, how about giving us a ride?
Yes, drop us at school on your way to the office, Unky.
Well, I would, but I'm not taking the car out of the garage today.
What's the matter? They started rationing gas again?
No, Leroy, but, well, it wouldn't be legal.
Not legal to drive us to school?
Well, of course, that's legal, my dear, but your old uncle doesn't have his new license plates.
Uncle Mort, wasn't yesterday the last day to get them?
Well, yes, but... Leroy... You get going to school, you hear, on the run.
For corn's sake.
Honestly, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, you better go along, too.
Well, if I must walk.
See you later, Unc.
And, Leroy, don't you slam that door. Oh.
what was that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing, Birdie, nothing. Just the little children going off to school, jet-propelled.
Oh. Well, if you want more coffee, just holler. I'll be out on the service porch.
No, thanks, Birdie. I'm full of oatmeal.
And Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
Before you leave, don't forget to call Mr. Charlie Anderson at the reservoir. He phoned early.
Huh? Wonder what's wrong out there now. I'll have to call Charlie later. I've got to run now. Think I'll take the bus, Birdie.
What's wrong with the car, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, the license plates are out of order. Have to attend to that the first thing this morning.
Oh, yes.
Been a long time since I rode a bus. Which one do I take to get to the city hall?
Oh, that's easy. You go down to the corner. You know where the bus stop is.
Yeah?
And you know them red buses that pass there every half hour on the half hour?
Uh-huh. Red bus.
Well, you don't take that one. You wait for a yellow one.
Yellow one? Oh.
But that won't get you to the city hall.
Now, Birdie, what's this all about?
Well, nothing to it, Mr. Gildersleeve. After the man gives you a transfer...
Transfer?
To the Main Street bus, that's the green one. You catch the green one going south, and you're in.
Zeef. I had no idea the transit companies made such a project of getting down to the city hall.
Well, they raised the fare, so they got to make it look good. Miss Gildersleeve, I think all the city officials ought to get busy.
Now, Birdie, let's not be critical of the city officials. We're doing a good job.
Oh, I know you are.
We may have our little problems, but Summerfield is a growing city. People moving in, industries springing up. Look out that window, Birdie. You see all that smoke? Pretty soon we'll be just like Los Angeles. You can't see the town for the smoke.
I'm looking, Mr. Gildersleeve. As soon as I wash the clothes, I'm going to clean that window.
Oh.
Of course, somebody else was going to clean them all last fall.
Yeah. Gotta catch a bus, Birdie. About time.
Have your fare ready. Move to the rear of the bus, please.
Did she say a red one or a... driver, does this bus go down?
No talking to the driver. Read the signs.
Oh, pardon me. Well, this is a nice little subdivision. Not many houses, but the trailers all look new. Hey, wait a minute. Driver, stop that bus.
What's the matter, Mac?
You're going away from town. Let me off here. Why didn't you tell me this was the wrong bus?
Why didn't you ask?
Oh, you said no talk. Well, you did. Way out here in the coulees. By the time I get back to the city hall, I'll need 1950 license plates. Oh, here comes a car. Hey, mister, how about a ride to town? Oh, well, who wants a ride with a load of pigs? I'll never get back. Hey! Watch out! Look where you're going! Charlie Anderson, you nearly ran over me. What's the big idea?
Hey, Commissioner. Mighty fancy footwork you's doing there. Michigan and Notre Dame be after you for the backfield if you was a younger man, had a high school education.
All right, Charlie. Scaring people isn't funny. Why aren't you on the job at the reservoir?
Why aren't you at the job at the office? Dad busted water department's going to the dogs.
Now, Charlie, just because you've been with us a few years, don't bite the hand that feeds you.
I wouldn't if it fed me enough.
Let's watch our attitude, Charlie.
If you don't like it, Commissioner, you can get yourself another boy.
All right, George, if that's the way you feel, I may just get myself.
Go ahead, get him. Throw me out. An old man of 70 can always latch on somewhere.
Now, Charlie, you just tend to business. How about driving me back to the city hall?
Oh, can't do it, Commissioner. Got a drum of gasoline in back for the pump engine.
But, Charlie, I can't walk into town.
Well, if the pump stops, we ain't got no water. If there ain't no water, the water commissioner might get himself another boy. So long, Commissioner.
Charlie, come back here. One of these days, I'll get myself another boy. Why don't people get their license plates early? Anyway, the line isn't quite as long as it was yesterday. Nothing's going to stop me this time.
Well, if it isn't my friend Gildersleeve. Do you have to have a license for that old chariot of yours?
You too, Hooker. Fall in behind me.
I got mine a month ago, Gildy. I always say procrastination is the thief of time.
Great. Let's try to be a little original, Horace. What are you loitering in the halls for, anyway?
I was just on my way out when I saw you. Have you talked to Chief Gates lately?
No. What's up?
Well, I suppose the chief will tell you in due time. There are big plans in the wind for the SPEB SQSA.
What's that? Another third party?
No, Gildy. The SPEB...
Don't repeat it. Just tell me what it means, Judge.
Gildy, you know about the Society for the Preservation and Encouragement of Barbershop Quartet Singing in America, Incorporated, don't you?
Oh, that. Well, who doesn't?
Chief Gates is local chairman, and the Jolly Boys are going to enter the Capital City contest next month.
Well, that's wonderful. But wait a minute, Judge. There are 5 members of the Jolly Boys, and only 4 in a quartet.
That's right, Gildy.
What are you cackling about?
Floyd sings top tenor, Peavy is baritone. Of course, Chief Gates is bass. And who do you think the chief will select to sing lead?
Well, I wonder.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, Gildy. And as a crooner, you're pretty good.
Well, there are other good ones. Crosby, Nelson Eddy.
Yeah. But a quartet requires close harmony. And the chief has frequently complimented me upon my teamwork in group singing.
Oh, well, he's complimented me, too.
What about Gildy?
Well, now see here, Hooker. This is no place for favoritism.
Oh, no. Everyone must be judged on his own merits. See you around, Gildy.
Where are you going now?
Down to the police station. I have a pinochle game set with Chief Gates.
Apple polisher, I'm going with you.
You're next, Mr. Gildersleeve. Let's have your registration slip.
Sorry, I can't stay. Wait up, Judge. I'll never get those license plates.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, Judge Hooker's quite a fellow. I stopped in to see him the other day and quite by accident mentioned Parquet margarine, the margarine of Kraft quality. The judge recognized the name and said,
Parquet margarine? Why, that's the favorite spread at my house.
It's a favorite all over America, Judge. Millions of women say it's the perfect topping for bread, rolls, muffins, pancakes.
Waffles, too. Very good on waffles.
Naturally. Parquet is made from only the choice products of American farms. Each pound is fortified with 15,000 units of vitamin A.
15,000?
That's right. Parquet is just as nourishing as it is delicious. Women know that Parquet is a good food for their families. Their families know how good it tastes.
Seems to me I've heard various ladies talking about the low-cost Parquet.
Certainly. Why, do you realize tasty, tempting Parquet margarine, the margarine made by Kraft, actually costs less today than it did a year ago? Actually costs less.
That's the kind of talk I like.
And Parquet margarine is the margarine everyone likes. Nourishing, economical, delicious. Millions of women all over America insist on nourishing, economical Parquet margarine. It tastes so good. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's rejoin our friend, the great Gildersleeve. His mission to get his 1948 license plates has been interrupted by a new crisis. Who will sing lead for the Jolly Boys when they go to the Barbershop Quartet contest in Capital City?
Peavy, I'm a better singer than Judge Hooker, aren't I?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
But, Peavy, I am. You know I am.
Yes, I know it, but I wouldn't say it. The judge is a pretty good customer of mine.
Oh, my goodness. But down deep in your heart, you wouldn't say he's better than I am, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, that's better.
Because you're a pretty good customer of mine, too.
Peavy.
But it would be too bad if you missed out, Mr. Gildersleeve. We should have a lot of fun on those 2 days in Capital City. Mrs. Peavy has approved the trip.
Oh?
I rather think Margaret Truman's tour paved the way for me. Made quite an impression with Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I'll be there, too, if I ever locate Chief Gates. Hooker and I went looking for him, but he wasn't in. I've been walking all over town, Peavy.
Car breakdown?
No, but I didn't get my new plates. Day late, so I've been walking.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why didn't you take the bus?
The bus? Peavy, have you ever tried to ride the buses in this town? Takes you all day to get someplace.
All right, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. I ride them every day. Have to leave home a little earlier in the morning and usually get home to Mrs. Peavy quite late in the evening. I rather like the buses.
Well, I'd have my place if it wasn't for this quartet business.
Was a lady as yours, you must allow.
Well, Floyd, not bad.
Hiya, fellas. What's up?
Oh, Floyd.
Give me a couple of packs of cigarettes, Peeve. Just been in that line to get my license plate so my nerves are shot.
Huh? You late too, Floyd?
Yeah, you ought to see the line. Ain't seen one so long since cigarettes were rationed. Hey, give me 2 cartons instead of 2 packs, Peeve. The news ain't been too good lately.
Very well, Floyd. No limit.
Say, Commish, I picked up the chief and drove him down to the city hall when I got my plates. And
you picked up the chief of police before you got your plates?
Yeah.
You can get fined, Floyd. You're a day late.
Fined by Chief Gates? He's too soft-hearted to fine a friend. Just looked the other way when he got in and out of the car.
Well, while he's in a good mood, I guess I better go see him about who's going to sing lead.
Oh, yeah, he said he had a hard time making up his mind who to take the capital city. Frankly, I wish you was going along, Commish.
What's this, Floyd?
Well, it ain't just this trip. If we win, we go to the district convention.
District convention? By George, I'm not going to miss that.
And maybe the national in Oklahoma City next June. Make a big hit with those squaws with a little string of beads.
That should be very interesting. I've never seen an Indian.
Sorry you won't be with us, Commish.
That settles it. I'm going down and tell Chief Gates a thing or two. I'll be in the quartet or know the reason why.
Atta boy, Commish. Be good to have you aboard. But easy does it. You know, you and the chief never was too chummy, was you?
Well, he's never had anything against me.
Yeah, but you ain't been like him and the judge. Pitching horseshoes in the park on Sunday, playing pinochle.
Darn that hooker. If there's anything I can't stand, it's apple polishing. Before I go, you better give me a couple of cigars, Peavy.
Very well. May I suggest about 4 of the 32-cent Acme Odos?
32-cent cigars? Peavy?
That's what the judge bought.
But Hooker doesn't smoke.
The chief does.
Give me the Acme Odos. Chief had better be in this time. I've walked 10 miles today at least. Jails. Something about jails. Pardon me. Pardon me, desk sergeant.
Yes?
Is the chief in?
No.
Oh.
Anything I can do for you?
Well, no. I have to see the chief.
That's what they all say. The desk sergeant will never do. So you have to tell somebody. You want to get it off your chest. You wander into the station and want to get locked up.
What?
But will you confess to me? No. You have to tell the chief. I'm the guy who locks you up anyway, so why don't you tell me?
Locks who up?
Come on, buddy. Fess up to me. Who knows? I may be chief someday.
Well, I did... No, see here. I didn't come here to confess anything. I'm the water commissioner.
The water commissioner? Oh, well, pardon me. From the worried look, I thought you...
Never mind. Where's the chief?
Just went off duty, Mr. Commissioner. Fine fellow, the chief.
Yes.
A little easygoing, but you know where he lives, don't you?
Well, down the street here, someplace.
3rd house down. You can't miss it. If you come into this corner cell here, you can see it through the bars.
No, thanks. I'll find it. Chief's home, all right. I can see him through the kitchen window. I'll go in the back way. More personal. Well, at least Hooker's not hanging around.
Well, Commissioner Gildersleeve, come in.
Yeah, thank you, Chief.
Commissioner, this is a real surprise. I'm glad you dropped in.
Well, it's been quite some time since I've been over. I thought I should.
Good. I've been looking forward to a little heart-to-heart, man-to-man, friend-to-friend talk to you.
Huh?
And if you don't mind, we'll just stay out here in the kitchen. Hazel usually prepares my foot bath when I come off duty, but she's upstairs with a little headache.
Too bad. I noticed you had your shoes and socks off, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Nothing like hot water and salt after you've been pounding the pavement, Commissioner. I'll go right ahead. if you don't mind.
Oh, no, I don't mind. In fact, my feet are a little tired. I might get in there with you.
Don't believe there's room, Commissioner. Oh, I had a hard day, too. Up and down the street since morning, warning people to get their new license plates.
Warning them? Their cars shouldn't even be on the streets.
I know, Commissioner, but... No, it's a little hot, but what comfort.
What feet. They even look bigger underwater.
What's that, Commissioner?
I say, have you heard from your daughter?
Oh, no, but nice of you to ask, Commissioner. Hand me the salt there, will you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
The salt? Oh, sure. Glad to. Well, I see you have some barbershop quartet songs laid out here on the table.
Oh, yes, I have. I tried to call you, Commissioner, about a little trip some of us will be making.
Oh? Nice selection here. Kentucky Babe, Silver Threads.
And it's my responsibility to select a team of 4 from the Jolly Boys. You understand.
Oh, yes, I understand. Well, here's one that calls for a good lead singer. Darling, I am growing old.
Commissioner.
Silver threads among the gold shine upon my brow.
Now, look, Commissioner.
Huh?
I admit you're a fine singer. But this thing has put me in a difficult position.
What's difficult about it? I'm a better singer than Hooker. Leave the old goat home.
Now, Commissioner, is that nice?
What does being nice have to do with it? Your job as chairman is to make the right selection, isn't it?
But, Commissioner, the judge has been awfully good to me. Just had me and Hazel out to dinner the other evening. And he's always asking about my mother in Salinas.
Oh, my goodness. I just asked about your daughter.
Yes, but let's be good sports about this, Commissioner.
Good sports? That's the trouble with you, Chief. You're too easygoing. You have to be hard in this world. You let people push you around, even the lawbreakers.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
It's true, Chief. You better be careful, or that desk sergeant will be chief before you know it.
The desk sergeant?
Just a friendly warning.
Come to think of it, he has been a little aggressive lately.
You're darn right. And I'm your friend, or I wouldn't speak to you like this.
By Ned, maybe you're right, Commissioner. I guess it is time I laid down the law around here a little at that.
You bet. Let the Boy Scouts help the women across the streets. Get tough, Chief, and start getting tough tonight at the Jolly Boys rehearsal.
I hate to tell the judge. My old friend.
You have to.
Well, perhaps we can find something else for him. Make him corresponding secretary or something.
Corresponding secretary? What does he do?
He stays home. Answers the correspondence.
I'm sure the judge will be honored and delighted. Yes, sir. And congratulations, Chief, on your new attitude.
Well, I guess I have you to thank, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I admit I feel pretty good about it.
Glad to be of help. It's a good thing we got our feet together. Heads together.
Huh?
See you tonight, Chief. Oh, here's the salt. Darling, you will be always young and fair to me. Pretty good. Yeah, light on up at the club already. Some of the boys must have come early. Hooker, for one. But what do I care? Hooker's flat. Do they ever need me? Oh, brother.
This may be the chief now. Oh, no, it's only Gildy.
Hi, Commissioner.
Hi, Floyd.
Join us, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're just limbering up.
Yes, Gildy. You might try to sing the chief's part until he comes.
Why, you old...
And until our chairman shows up, I'll direct the rehearsal. I'm certain he'd want it that way.
Wait till Gates does come.
All together now. She's only a bird in a gilded cage. I'll supply the lead.
Go right ahead, Judge. I'll supply the bird.
Now, Gildy, just because you're not going on the trip, don't be bitter.
Got a little surprise coming, Judge. Ever hear of a corresponding secretary?
What?
Well, hello, fellas.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, I'm sorry to be late, but I guess a policeman's work is never done.
Well, you're here, Donald. Now we can really get going.
Donald.
I meant to be here early, too, but I've been tagging cars all the way down to the club.
Tagging cars? You, Chief?
Yes, me. People have been taking advantage of me about long enough, and I can be pushed too far. Time to get tough. Right, Commissioner?
Right, Chief? Hey, the Chief saw it.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Oh.
Some smart guy even had the audacity to park right in front of our club without his new license plates.
Chief, you mean the 1936 Studebaker?
Yes, it was a Studebaker, come to think of it.
Well, don't get upset about that car. It's mine. What'll we sing, fellas?
Your car, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I tried to get my license plates yesterday and today.
And you, a city official.
Well, I'll get them tomorrow, Chief. Donald, first thing.
The penalty to all offenders is $10.
$10?
And Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Yes?
What kind of a corresponding secretary do you think you'll make?
Well, I don't know. I've never... No, Chief!
The great Gildersleeve will be right back, folks. It's a better spread for bread. Remember the name Parquet, the margarine of craft quality. Today, more than ever, it's the better buy for both bread and budget. Smooth, rich Parquet actually costs less now than it did a year ago. Parquet is as delicious as it is nourishing. Each tasty pound is fortified with 15,000 units of important vitamin A. Every one is made from only the choice products of American farms. Don't miss out on this economical spread that's an outstanding favorite for American bread. Ask for Parquet Margarine, Parkay, made by Kraft.
Look at all the work at my desk. That Bessie. Could have gotten down here yesterday.
Commissioner Gildersleeve.
What do you want, Chief? I said I'd pay the $10.
I think I have good news for you. We're allowed to take an alternate to the quartet contest.
We are?
Yes. And you really should sing lead, so we'll make the judge the alternate.
Well, but, Chief, what about... Aren't you still mad?
Mad? Ho, 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 ho. I'm afraid I owe you an apology. No wonder you couldn't get your license plates yesterday. They ran out of new plates about 4 in the afternoon.
They did? I mean, yeah, they did.
But they'll have more in this noon.
Well, good. I'll get right down there at the stroke of 12.
That's a good idea. There's a line outside the city hall already.
Well, not again. Good night, folks. They're really keeping me in line.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Walter O'Keefe will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper.
And remember, this is the closing week for the March of Dimes campaign. Have you given yet?
Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Most everybody likes macaroni and cheese, especially if it's fluffy light, tender, and full of grand cheddar cheese flavor. And even the busiest homemaker can make it often with Kraft Dinner. Each package of Kraft Dinner contains a special macaroni that cooks in just 7 minutes. Then you stir in the golden Kraft grated that comes in the same package. There, in a jiffy, you have a marvelous main dish of macaroni and cheese. 4 generous servings of it. Get several packages from your food store. Quick cooking, delicious, economical Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The day has been going very well for the water commissioner. He's accomplished a number of things.
You bet.
He got up, ate a hearty breakfast, and walked down to the office.
Yes, sir. I'll get the morning mail off my desk and then... What's this? From the council chamber. The rejected water report. Bessie? Bessie, come in here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bessie, sit down. And listen to this. Dear Commissioner Gildersleeve, again we find your figures in error. Kindly correct your report and return to this chamber immediately.
Oh, my goodness.
P.S. We like our department heads to be proud of their public positions, but you are the only commissioner who writes his name 3 times at the bottom of each report. What's this, Bessie?
You said to sign it in triplicate.
That means 3 copies, Bessie, not 3 signatures. What a secretary. Well, let's get out the figures, Bessie. It's as if you've made some more mistakes and I'm held responsible.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, I put down the figures the way you read them to me.
Let's not be making our little excuses, Bessie. A mistake has been made. Let's try to maintain an open mind as to who made it.
Yes, sir. I'll try. I'll try like crazy.
Yes. We'll check your report against my original figures. First column, water capacity, tank A, 6,000 gallons.
Oh, there's a 5 here instead of a 6.
You see? That makes a big difference, Bessie. A whole 1,000 gallons.
Oh, at least that, sir.
Oh, at least that. Second figure. Tank B, 8,000 gallons.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, there's a 3 here.
Oh, for goodness sake, Bessie. On the first column, nothing but mistakes. You can't just put down numbers at random. This is the water department we're running, not a bingo game.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve...
6s for 5s, 8s for 3s. Somebody around here needs glasses, Bessie. And who do you suppose it is?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. I already have glasses.
Oh. Yeah. So you have. Well, you need some new ones then. Come on, Bessie. I'm taking you across the street to see Doc Almquist. By George, we'll have some efficiency around this office.
Now, miss, cover your left eye and read the top line, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, A.J.
Please, Mr. Gildersleeve, no coaching. This isn't an audience participation affair.
Yeah.
Tell me what's on the second line, please.
A, B, D, E...
No, Bessie. A, B, C, G. Ye got C-G.
Mm-hmm. The numerals at the bottom, please.
Yes, sir. 6, 2, 8...
Bessie, no wonder my reports come back. That's a 3, not an 8.
Mr. Gildersleeve, who's being tested for glasses, you or your secretary?
Sorry, Doc, but when she makes mistakes like that, I'm the one who's held responsible.
What mistakes? The young lady has read each letter and numeral perfectly.
She has?
Isn't that wonderful, Mr. Gildersleeve? Now I'll go back and get out that old report without a single error.
That's fine, Bessie. Just so this has taught you a lesson. Thanks for your time, Doc. If there's any charge, just send the bill to...
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, Throckmorton Huh?
You missed 50% with both eyes. Would you care to sit down?
What?
Cover your left eye.
I knew somebody around the office needed glasses.
one called to remind you of the school board meeting tomorrow night.
Yes, school board.
And you weren't going to use the living room this evening, were you? Francie and the kids were coming over to hear records and dance.
Well, I thought I might read a little as soon as my dinner settles.
Read?
Sit by the fire, put on my new glasses.
But, Uncle, you have your den.
Thought I'd like to try out my new glasses here by the fire.
Glasses? What glasses?
I just told you, my dear, but you weren't listening. Your old uncle just got himself some glasses. See?
Glasses? Oh, Unky.
How do they look?
Oh, they look fine.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess you can't remain middle-aged forever.
Marjorie! Just because I have glasses is no sign.
Now, Unky, don't get yourself excited. And you stay by the fire and read. I'll tell the kids some other time.
Why call it off, my dear? They can dance all over the place. I don't care. I may even dance with them.
Now, Unky, I insist upon calling it off. One evening means so little to us, but each one means so much to you. Now?
Hey, can I have 35 cents to go to the movies tonight?
Movies? Leroy, it's snowing out tonight. I'll bet you have schoolwork to do.
Okay, just routine.
Leroy, must you always be asking Uncle Mort for money?
Gosh, who else would I ask?
Well, you might save a little out of your allowance, young man. Your uncle isn't made of money, you know.
Yes, and you won't always be able to ask him for it.
I won't?
Well...
It may not have occurred to you, Leroy, because you're such a child, but he's wearing glasses.
Oh, Marjorie, the way you say that.
Hey, neat, Unc. I like the big rims.
You do? Well, they're the newest thing. Authors, actors, other men of distinction.
A little tight around the ears, aren't they?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe it's because you just ate. Can I try them on?
What?
Can I try them on?
Well...
I bet they'll make me look older, too, huh?
Leroy.
Now what did I do?
Uncle Mort can't help it if he's getting older. So can't you be a little careful what you say?
All I said was... Oh, I get it. Sorry, Unc.
Now, Leroy, there's nothing to be sorry about. And please, Marjorie...
Don't try to put up a brave front for us, Uncle Mort. But you have provided for my college education, haven't you?
Gosh, and I haven't even gotten into high school yet. How much longer do you think you can keep going, Unc?
Leroy, your uncle has plenty of years left in him. Look, I don't even need these glasses. I can sit here and read that paper on the floor without them. The Senate passed the month...
No fair squinting, Unc.
The month bill last Friday, establishing, you see, the small print from here.
Hey, you're okay, Unc. I can't read that far.
That's wonderful, Unky.
Just slight nearsightedness. I don't really need them at all.
Good, I'll go phone the kids to come over.
Here, Leroy, take your 35 cents and go to the movies. I think I'm throwing my money away.
No, you're not, Unc. I'll go to see the Jolson story. All about a little boy who grew up and supported his parents. You might call it an investment in the future. So long, Unc. Take care of yourself.
I don't know whether it's worse to be pampered or pushed around. Well, I'll read about one chapter before the kids come over. Yeah, they are a little tight around the ears at that.
Just emptying the coffee pot, Mr. Gildersleeve. Care for the last cup?
Thank you, Birdie. That's very considerate.
Yes, sir. Here's a cookie, too.
Well...
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Birdie?
That Mr. Stonesife has been talking to me again about cooking for him. He raised the ante.
Oh. Well, I guess bankers can pay more than water commissioners, Birdie.
Well, I know I wouldn't be nearly as happy over there for a lot more as I'd be here for a little more.
I think I see what you mean, Birdie. But I guess I can't outbid a banker. We've had some pretty good times in this house, Birdie.
Yes, sir.
You've seen Marjorie and little Leroy grow up, get older. I guess I'm a little older, too. Got glasses today, Birdie.
Glasses, Mr. Gildersleeve? Why, you never wore glasses in your life.
No, never did. But we can't stay middle-aged forever. Would you mind pushing that hassock under my feet, Birdie?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll be glad to. And can I go get your slippers?
Slippers? Well, that would be nice.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. How about a little something over your shoulders? A shawl?
Just the slippers. And we'll see if we can't find a little more for your paycheck next week.
That's good. I'll tell Mr. Stonecipher I'm set. He can't tempt me with his money. I'll stick by you, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I'm a good nurse, too.
Nurse? Oh, that's fine, Birdie.
How much do you think the raise will be?
Well, it'll be substantial, Birdie.
That's good. Anything else you want, just holler. And if you're too feeble, wrap your shoe on the floor.
I think I'll try to crawl up to bed. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this fine morning?
I'll have to sit down and think it over, Peavy. I'm not quite awake.
Very well. This stool over here will have the sun for about another 30 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Peavy.
And if you excuse me, I'll go scrape the ice away from the front door. You didn't slip coming in, did you?
No. But wait a minute, Peavy. Do you think I look any different this morning?
Different?
Look into my eyes.
And you... Mr. Gildersleeve.
Go ahead, Peavy. What do you see?
Oh, I see your eyes.
Yes, but what else? Look closer.
Well, one may be a little browner than the other.
Oh, my goodness. What else do you see, Peavy? Look around my eyes.
Well, I can't see anything else. Your glasses are in the way.
That's it, Peavy. I'm wearing glasses.
Well, anybody can see that.
But this is the first time I've ever worn them. And I am a little concerned about how I look.
Well, I can understand how you feel, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've always sort of resented wearing them myself.
Oh?
Got my first pair when I was 21. I could see the girls better. But they stopped looking at me.
They did?
All except Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I don't have to wear them, Peavy.
You don't?
Of course not. Just a little nearsightedness. But look, I can take them off and read anything in the place. See. Ice cream specials. Chocolate, vanilla, tutti frutti, black walnut. Correct, Peavy?
Well, not quite. We just have the vanilla.
Yes, but the reading was right. And I can read that vitamin chart at the end of the store, too. It says...
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, don't fight it.
What?
From my experience, I'd say nature has its own little ways of telling us we're slowing up.
Who's slowing up?
No, it doesn't mean that we won't get just as much out of life. Sometimes more. When you sit down on a park bench, it isn't just to catch your breath, but to finger a flower or talk to a squirrel.
Talk to a squirrel.
And I'd like to say, Mr. Gildersleeve, welcome to the reflective span of life.
Oh.
Perhaps the most beautiful...
Save it for your squirrels, Peavy. I'm getting out.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve...
So long, Edgar A. Peavy.
What? Mr. Gildersleeve, watch out for the eyes.
The what? Oh!
Gildy, watch where you're going. Don't pull me down with you. What's the matter, my fat friend? Can't you see where you're going?
Yes, I can see where I'm going, Hooker.
Well, I doubt it. No wonder you have to wear glasses.
Why, I don't have to wear these glasses, and I can take them off pretty quick, too.
Now, Gildy, let me brush you off.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a handsome pair of glasses at that.
All right, no cracks.
And they should help you look intelligent at the school board meeting tomorrow night. I hear we're going to meet the new teacher who's coming to town.
Oh?
With your blue serge suit and those big rims, you look just like an educated penguin.
Why, you old goat.
Now, Gildy, don't get touchy. We all have to go through that kidding stage when we start getting on.
Speak for yourself, Horace.
Now you brush me.
I'll brush... Well, turn around.
I remember the first time I came into Peavy's here to order my liver pills. I waited until everyone else was out of the store, and then...
That has nothing to do with me, Horace. I don't need glasses. But where would you be without your liver?
Now, Gildy?
Well, I don't need them. See the printing on the door at the bank across the street? I can take these glasses off and read it from here. Hours, 10 a.m., 3 p.m. Assets, 2 something.
Don't strain, Gildy. You haven't got X-ray eyes like Superman.
I'm just proving I don't need them.
Then why are you wearing them? They don't make you look any younger.
Well, I'm not going to wear them anymore. Wait till I see that doctor. I'll bet he's the one that needs glasses.
great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a minute. You know, that Birdie is more than just a good cook. She's a smart buyer. I overheard her say to the grocer the other day.
Yes, sir, I want parquet margarine. There's a spread that's kind to my food budget.
Birdie, is that the reason you like parquet? Because it costs less now than it did a year ago?
Oh, Mr. Walsh. No, economy isn't the reason. It's just one reason. I buy parquet because everybody likes it so much.
Right. Parquet just can't be beat as a topping for rolls, toast, pancakes, waffles. Why, parquet is a favorite spread for bread on millions of American tables.
Sure is a favorite on our table.
Naturally. Parquet is made from the finest products of America's farms. It's smooth and nourishing. It has that good, fresh country flavor. And each pound of parquet is enriched with 15,000 units of important vitamin A.
15,000, eh? That's good. But I buy it because the Gildersleeve folks like it.
Well, everyone likes tasty parquet, Birdie. Millions of women all over America serve delicious, nourishing, economical parquet margarine just because it tastes so good. Join those millions, friends. Ask for parquet margarine, P-A-R-K-A-Y, made by Kraft. Well, let's return to the great Gildersleeve, who knows better than anyone that he doesn't need glasses. He even knows it better than his doctor.
M-N-T-Z-G. You see, Doc? I can read anything you have on those slides.
Yes, you apparently can, Mr. Gildersleeve. Very strange indeed what a man can do when he wants to.
You bet. I don't need these glasses.
No, you don't need these glasses.
No, sir.
You need another pair, which I'll prescribe for you.
Oh, what?
You have a severe case of eye strain.
Eye strain.
Perhaps from proving to too many people that you don't need glasses.
But, Doc, all I did
I'll give you some eye drops to be taken every 3 hours and prescribe some temporary glasses to be worn while you're on the drops.
But, Doc...
They'll dilate the pupil a little, and if you don't wear the glasses, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're liable to be running into post for a couple of days. Don't take them off.
What?
They'll be ready in about an hour. Now then, can I see you to the door?
No, thanks. I can see the door. Glasses feel about the same as the others. A little darker, though, maybe. I'll be darned if I'll wear them out on the street where people can see me. The doc was right. Can't see a thing without them. Didn't mean to bump into you. Pardon me, old man.
Who's an old man?
Oh, sorry, Sonny. Well, he was short like an old man. Sorry, lady.
Throckmorton, do you make a habit of bumping into people on the street?
Sounds like... Well, it is Eve.
Throckmorton, do you have to put on glasses to recognize me?
Well, I just left the eye doctor. He said to wear them.
My goodness, they make quite a difference.
Well, with me, it isn't that I need them. I just can't see without them. Taking eye drops. Just have to wear them for a couple of days.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're as sensitive about your looks as a young girl, and I quite understand. I'll never forget when I first put on glasses. That was, 10 years ago.
10 years ago, huh? How old were you then?
I was... Well, I guess there comes a time when we're all sensitive. But soon you'll get used to the glasses. In fact, I find them an asset.
Yeah, but Eve, you're the school principal. Everybody expects it of you.
Uh-huh. But they really do something for you, Throckmorton. I rather think they give you an air.
Oh? If I looked at a woman in these, she'd give me the air.
Really, Throckmorton, I think the glasses add immeasurably to your charm and dignity.
No, they do?
Yes. They definitely give the impression of, shall we say, intellectual stature?
Yeah. Let's say intellectual stature.
And I like the design you've chosen. They're very becoming.
Thanks. Same type General Eisenhower wears. You know, the new president of Columbia University.
Throckmorton, you've been reading.
Yeah, last night.
Well, you can show off your new glasses at the school board meeting tonight. I have to go in the store now.
Yeah, school board meeting. Think I'll skip that, Eve.
Oh. And I wanted to introduce the members of the board to our new 8th grade teacher. This is her first assignment in the upper grades.
Oh? Is she young?
She Looks quite young. Throckmorton. None of your flirtations now.
Oh, no. You know me.
Yes, I know you.
Well, see you at the school board meeting, Eve. Wouldn't miss it. I always loved the 8th grade. Wonder where Eve gets the idea that I'm flirtatious. Man has a right to look around. Guess I'll ask Judge Hooker to go to the meeting and sit with me. He's older than I am. Hey, he's in his private office with a client. Looks pretty. Better take off my glasses. She looks a little young to appreciate intellectual stature. Gee, now I can't see again. Well, I'll be able to tell her from Hooker. Oh, Judge, pardon me.
I'll be with you presently, Gildersleeve.
It'll only take a minute, Judge. I just wanted to see... Didn't know you were in conference.
Gilder?
Pardon me, I'm Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
Miss Gray, if you'll excuse this highly irregular and unexpected interruption, allow me to present a member of our school board, Mr. Gildersleeve. We have others, of course.
Well, are you...
Miss Gray is our new teacher.
New teacher, eh?
It's been my pleasure and privilege this afternoon to acquaint her with a few matters pertinent to her new position.
Judge Hooker's been very kind. I really feel at home.
Well, we want you to. Like me to introduce you around before the meeting?
Miss Gray is to meet everybody tonight, Gildy.
Thank you just the same, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I'm waiting here for Miss Goodwin.
Oh, Eve.
Can't imagine what's keeping her. It's 5 o'clock now.
I'm terribly sorry, Judge. I'm afraid I'm keeping you from your work.
No, not at all, but I do have some letters to sign.
Letters? Then we better get out, Judge, and leave you alone. Until Eve comes, I can show Miss Gray the City Hall.
Oh, I'd love to see it. I'm anxious to learn all I can about Summerfield.
Good. And we better start in my office. I'll show you the plans for the waterworks.
Gilder?
Come along, Miss Gray. See you at the board meeting, Judge.
Didn't realize being water commissioner was such a monumental job, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I suppose it is a big job for such a young man.
I wonder what happened to Miss Goodwin. It's getting quite late.
Well, if Eve doesn't show up, I'll see that you get to the meeting. We could go to dinner and make a night of it. Attend the school board meeting, then take in a movie.
Oh, I don't think I should, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's my first night here, and after all, I am a teacher.
Well, we could see an educational picture. The Jolson story, all about a little boy.
Oh, that's very nice of you, really, but do you think Miss Goodwin would approve?
Eve? Don't you worry about Eve. I know how to handle her.
Well, Oh, I've broken my beads.
Your beads? Oh, too bad. Here, I'll pick them up for you.
Oh, thank you. I have a horrible habit of twisting my beads when I'm nervous.
No need to be nervous. Yeah. Don't see any over this way.
Well, they're all around your feet, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yeah. To find these little things, a person almost needs glasses. That is, if a person needs glasses. How do you feel about glasses, Miss Gray?
Oh, I wear them all the time in the classroom.
You do?
Yes, it helps the discipline. Makes me look older.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll remember that if I ever want to look older. How many beads were there? Do you know?
I'm afraid not. I'll get these over here behind your chair.
Well, we'll soon. Put my knee on one.
Throckmorton.
Oh, is that you, Eve?
Throckmorton, what on earth are you doing down there on the floor?
Just picking up a few beads.
Oh. I've been looking all over for our new teacher.
Miss Gray? Well, she's over there behind my chair.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, Miss Goodwin, we've been waiting for you. I'm afraid I've imposed on Mr. Gildersleeve.
Don't you believe it, Eve? It's been a pleasure.
I'm sure it has, Throckmorton.
Well, I think some of the beads rolled into the next room. May I look, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Go right ahead, Miss Gray. In fact, I think I'll go in and help her look.
Just a moment, Throckmorton. As principal of the school, I feel an acute responsibility for Miss Gray.
Oh, so do I, as a member of the school board. I want to do all I can, Eve. I'm just showing her around. She doesn't know anybody yet.
Throckmorton, just because she's pretty and new in town, must you besiege her before she even gets settled?
Well, she has to meet people.
Yes, and I want her to meet some of the young men in town, not just the men who act young. Now I'll go take Miss Gray to dinner. Will we see you at the meeting?
At the meeting, you bet.
And Throckmorton, promise now. None of your foolishness.
Eve, all I can say is, you sure know how to pick 'em.
Well, looks like a small meeting tonight, Gildy.
Yes, it does, Judge. Sit down.
I wonder where everybody is.
Yeah, I wonder. Didn't she come with you, Eve?
Miss Gray? She's right over there talking to Dr. Pettibone.
She is? Oh, yeah.
You better put your glasses back on, Gildy. Now you can't even see people.
I'll thank you to lay off the subject of my glasses around Miss Gray.
Throckmorton, aren't you being a little vain?
Well...
excuse me, I'll have to stop the meeting.
What are you trying to hide, Gildy? Everybody else knows you wear 'em.
Well...
Oh, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Miss Gray.
Oh, Miss Gray. Like to sit by me? Got a place for you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but don't you want that seat?
I'm sitting on 2. Just for you.
Oh.
Now that most of us are here, we'll call the meeting to order.
Sorry we didn't go to dinner, Miss Gray.
Oh, that's all right.
What kind of food do you like? Chinese, Italian, Armenian?
Quiet, Gildy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, we'd better be quiet.
May we come to order, please?
Of course, they have good steaks at the Summerfield Grill. T-bones.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
What? Oh, we were talking about T-bones. I mean... guess the meeting has started.
Our president, Dr. Needham, is unable to be with us this evening, but he's prepared a message of welcome to our new teacher.
Well.
And since I suddenly find I have a headache, I'd like to call upon Mr. Gildersleeve to come up and read the welcome.
Read it? But, Eve, you know I can't read unless I put on my...
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. On bread, on rolls, on muffins, pancakes, and waffles, parquet is a favorite spread. You'll insist on parquet once you try it. It's delicious and nourishing. It's an important diet factor, too. Each pound of fresh, flavored parquet margarine contains 15,000 units of important vitamin A. Always a favorite spread for America's bread. Parquet now is more a favorite than ever, because in spite of rising food prices, parquet actually costs less today than it did a year ago. For bread and budget, parquet is a better buy. Try it. That's parquet margarine, P-A-R-K-A-Y, made by Kraft.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Bessie.
How are your eyes?
My eyes? Oh, fine, Bessie. Eye strain's all cleared up. Just came from the doctor, and I don't need glasses anymore, except for fine work.
Oh, wonderful. Shall we put on our glasses and finish the water report?
Well, sorry, Bessie, but I have to drive by the schoolhouse.
Another board meeting?
Oh, no, just about time for recess in the 8th grade. Better take my glasses. She liked the big rims. Said I look like... Bessie, who's this Robert Walker?
Robert Walker?
That's all I wanted to know. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Nicholson. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Does your family like macaroni and cheese that's fluffy light with golden cheddar cheese flavor through and through? Then get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. One package of Kraft Dinner contains enough quick-cooking macaroni and golden Kraft grated to make a dish of macaroni and cheese that will serve 4 people. It's a swell Lenten dish, a fine, thrifty main dish any day of the week. Remember, Kraft Dinner cooks in just 7 minutes. So for quick, swell-tasting macaroni and cheese, get Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet Margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's going on in Summerfield. It's Saturday noon, and the Great Gildersleeve is walking home from the office, happy in the thought of a quiet, restful weekend ahead.
Contented, dee-dee-dee-dee, I'm contented, dee-dee-dee-dee.
And at the same moment, in Peavy's drugstore, two of Gildersleeve's friends are deep in conversation, their heads close together.
That's right, Peavy, and she's coming in on the 12:40 train.
Well, you don't say, John.
I got a wire last night to get her house all ready for her.
And she's Leila Ransom's cousin, huh?
Yeah. She's from the same town, Savannah. Her name is Adeline Devereaux Fairchild. Pretty name, isn't it?
Yes, it does have sort of a ring to it. Guess that's because she's a Southern belle.
Now, I think...
Ring, bell. That was a little witticism, Judge.
Yes, I know. Now, I'm meeting Miss Fairchild at the train in just a little while.
Ring, bell. I thought that was rather humorous myself.
Peavy, I'm trying to explain something to you.
All right.
Now, I prefer that you say nothing of this to Gildy. If he knew that I were meeting this attractive young lady, he'd be right down there trying to butt in. You know how excited he gets whenever a new woman comes to town.
Yes, it does make him a little frisky.
And he'll find out about her soon enough. After all, she's moving in right next door to him.
That should be very interesting.
So let's keep this a secret from Gildy. Don't forget, Peavy. Mum's the word.
How's that?
Mum's the word.
That's what I thought you said.
After all, she's my client and... Here he comes now. Well, if it isn't our old friend Gildy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What's the matter with you two?
What?
What are you looking so guilty about? All this whispering when I came in.
Whispering?
There's something funny going on around here.
I haven't noticed anything funny. Have you, Peavy?
Well, when I said ring, bell, I thought that was rather funny.
What's that? Look, what were you two talking about when I came in?
Just a little private matter, Gildy. Thing you wouldn't be interested in. Would he, Peavy?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
What's that?
Well, see you later, gentlemen. Good day.
Peavy, what...
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I have to sweep out the back room.
Just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Well,
Peavy, I smell something fishy around here.
You do? Well, it could be the cod liver oil. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Now, don't you run away. You're not fooling me, Peavy. You and the judge were talking about me, weren't you? You two old coots. Well, I don't care what you were saying about me. Doesn't worry me. Don't tell me. You can just keep it to yourself.
All right.
No, you won't. You'll tell me.
Well...
When I came in here, the judge was telling you something, wasn't he?
Yes.
And it was about me, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, what did he say to you?
Well, You really want to know?
Yes. What did the judge say?
He said, Mum's the word.
Oh, what's the use? I'm going home.
That's right, Miss Marjorie. I was out on the front porch shaking out the dust mop, and I heard the judge talking to the mailman. She's moving in today.
Well, we might as well face it. I guess Uncie's headed for a new romance.
Yeah, here we go again.
Leroy. What? Shh, don't tell Uncie we were talking about this.
Hello, everybody. What's going on here?
Hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, Miss Gildersleeve.
Hi, Unc.
What are you all whispering about?
Whispering?
What's the matter with everybody today? What's going on behind my back?
Well, see you later, Unky. I've got to wash out my stockings.
Hey, yeah, I'll see you later, too, Unc. I got some homework to do.
Well, better get out in the kitchen.
Just a minute, all of you. You're keeping something from me. Now, what is it? Birdie?
Well, guess you're bound to find out sooner or later.
Find out about what, Birdie?
Well, I was out on the front porch shaking out the dust mop, and I heard them talking.
You heard them talking?
But I wasn't eavesdropping, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just happened to hear them talking. I wasn't eavesdropping.
I didn't say you were, Birdie. Who was talking?
Well, I was just out there shaking the dust mop. I wasn't eavesdropping.
Birdie, I didn't accuse you of eavesdropping.
Well, I wasn't.
All right. But what did you hear?
Well, I wasn't eavesdropping, but I heard the judge tell the mailman that Miss Adeline Fairchild is going to move in next door.
Who's Miss Adeline Fairchild?
Brace yourself, Unky. She's Leila Ransom's cousin.
What?
Yeah, she's moving in today.
Leila's cousin moving in next door?
Now, don't get excited, Unky. Why don't you sit down for a minute?
Huh?
You look a little pale.
Want me to get you a glass of water?
What's the matter with you two? I'm all right.
Are you sure, Unky?
Of course I am. So that's what all the shooting is about, eh? Peavy and the judge. Everybody acts like all I ever think about is women. I've got other things on my mind, too. Leroy! This whole thing is ridiculous. Just because some woman moves in next door.
Well, I just hope you'll be a little careful, Unky. You know what a time you went through when Leila lived over there.
You children may not know it, but your old uncle is a changed man. I'll admit that I have sometimes loved not wisely, but too well. But that's all over now. This new neighbor means nothing to me. Nothing whatsoever.
Hey, there she is.
Huh? Where?
See her out the window there. Move over, I can't see.
She's getting out of the judge's car.
Uncle Mort, I thought you weren't interested.
Well, just natural curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look at the judge. Taking her by the arm. The old goat, that silly grin on his face.
Hey, she's pretty neat, all right.
Yeah, she's rather attractive.
Nice figure, too.
Yeah, not bad. Fur neck piece and a parasol.
She looks quite a bit like Leila. Walks like her, too.
Yeah, I guess all southern women walk like that. She is kind of cute at that. Nice smile, too. Leila used to smile that way.
Unky, you're weakening.
Huh?
You might as well go over and meet her now and get it over with.
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt just to drop over for a minute and act neighbor. No, I won't go. That's the way it started with Leila. But I've learned my lesson. No woman is ever going to make a fool of me again. Women.
Unky? Unky?
Yes, my dear.
What are you doing locked in your room?
Just thinking.
Are you going to stay there all afternoon?
I don't know. You run along, my dear. I'll be down in a little while.
All right.
Adeline Fairchild. Nice name. Funny how much she looks like Leila. Same come-hither look. Guess it runs in the family. Leila, speak to me of love. Leila, you almost broke my heart, but I'll never forget you. Still got all your little letters here in this cigar box. Rose-colored envelopes. And your perfume. What's this cigar doing in here? Let me see. Here's one of her letters. My darling Throckmorton. I think you are the most wonderful man in the entire world. One thing I love about you is you're so understanding. She was sweet. So I know you'll understand if I break our date tomorrow night so I can go out with Dr. Hargrave. Oh, she was fickle. I don't know why I keep these letters. And her cousin's probably just like her. Women. They're nothing but trouble. They're awfully nice to have around sometimes. But you never know what they're going to do next. But they're fun to cuddle up to on a sofa. What's a man going to do? We can't live with them. We can't live without them. Zoof, we're trapped.
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, our friend Birdie is considered a pretty hard gal with a dime.
Nowadays, you got to squeeze them to keep them.
Is that why you buy parquet margarine, Birdie?
Oh, that's only part of it, Mr. Wall. Mostly I buy parquet because it tastes so good.
The fact that parquet costs less today than it did a year ago doesn't make you mad, though.
No, sir, sure don't.
Still, the important thing is that delicious parquet flavor. Why, millions of families know that tasty parquet margarine is the perfect topping for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread.
Can't be beat for cooking or seasoning either.
Right. Parquet is a Kraft product, and Kraft means quality. Parquet is made from only carefully selected farm products, and each tempting, wholesome pound is fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
Got to have them vitamin A's.
Yes, ma'am. Parquet has got everything. It tops for flavor, it saves you money, it gives you the kind of nourishment you need. Parquet margarine is a better buy for both bread and budget. And remember, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine just because it tastes so good. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. And now back to the great Gildersleeve. The great man has spent the afternoon wrestling with his conscience. It was a hard fight, but he's finally won the decision. He's going to forget all about women. Some men join the Foreign Legion to forget. Some men go to sea. And some men get a haircut.
Well, if it ain't the commish.
Hello, Floyd.
Hop right in the chair, no waiting. Business is Russian. Russian by.
Comfortable? Yeah, this is nice. Very relaxing.
Sure.
Nothing like sitting in a barber chair to make a man forget his troubles.
That's right. How do you want your hair cut today? Southern style?
What's that?
Nothing, commish, nothing. Sit back, relax. Way down upon the Swanee River.
Floyd.
I love them old Southern tunes. And them Southern dames ain't bad, huh, commish?
Floyd, I can get along without your heavy-handed humor. It's because Leila'S cousin moved next door to me.
Oh, she did?
As if you didn't know. I'll tell you one thing, Floyd. I'm not the least bit interested in Miss Fairchild. Not one least bit.
Sure, commish.
I've given the matter a lot of thought, Floyd, and I've come to the conclusion that women aren't everything.
Sure.
Just got to make up your mind not to let women bother you, that's all.
I gotta hand it to you, commish. That takes willpower, all right.
Well, not so much.
Just a minute while I turn the chair around. There. Hey, how do you like my new calendar? Huh? On the wall up there. The Tiger Root Shampoo man left it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tip, ain't it? Dame for every month. Classy, huh?
Well...
Look at Miss February in that ski suit. How'd you like to go skiing with her? You ain't seen nothing.
Where you going?
I want to show you the rest of the girls.
But I don't want to see them.
Now, here's Miss March on a windy day.
Floyd, put that thing away.
What's the matter, commish? Dames don't bother you. You got willpower.
Well, of course I have.
Now, here's Miss April. Cute, huh? And here's Miss May in her little tennis outfit. Hey, commish, where you going?
I'm getting out of here. I'll get my hair cut some other time.
You want to see Miss July on the beach?
No, thanks. See you later, Floyd. This is the way to spend an evening, all right. Sitting by the fire,
Comfortable chair, reading a good book. Who wants to be out chasing around? Just give me a fireplace and a good book. Can't seem to get comfortable. What's that? It's Fairchild's playing the piano over there. She plays worse than Leila did. How can I read my book when she can't give you anything but love? Oh, she's playing that for my benefit. It won't do her any good. I'll just read my book. She can play all night for all... She stopped. Wonder why she did that. Maybe she's going out with somebody. Might just look out the window and see who she's with. Window's all frosted. Can't see a thing. There. Don't see her. Maybe if I lean out a little. Mustn't let her see me. Cold out here.
Is that you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What? Hello.
I thought that was you peeking out. I was peeking at you, too.
Just stuck my head out to see if it was snowing.
Oh, mercy me. I shouldn't even be talking to you.
Huh?
Why, you're a total stranger.
Well,
Down where I come from, a girl doesn't talk to a man unless they've been formally introduced. You know the men are so bold.
Oh, well, I'm
May
sorry.
I present myself? I'm Miss Adeline Devereaux Fairchild.
Oh, well, I'm Throckmorton.
Don't mind my standing on ceremony this way. I guess I'm just a teeny-weeny bit conventional.
I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Well, it's a little chilly out here. Nice to have met you. Well, better get back to my book.
Oh, you're reading a book?
Yes,
I knew it. The minute I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the intellectual type. That high forehead gave you away.
Yeah, it did?
I just know you're something awful brainy, like a college professor or a bank teller.
Well, not exactly. I'm the water commissioner here.
You are? That's wonderful.
Oh, it's just a job.
Well, lucky little me. The water commissioner is just the man I'm looking for.
Yes?
There's a leaky water faucet in my kitchen. You know, it's simply driving me out of my wits. Drip, drip, drip.
Well, a thing like that isn't exactly in my line.
A water commissioner and you can't fix a tiny little drip? Why, just an ordinary plumber can do that.
Well, I can fix it all right, but...
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're so kind.
But...
You have my everlasting gratitude.
But...
I'll leave the front door open. You hurry now, you hear?
Ruining my nails. There. All it needed was a new washer.
You men are so clever about these things. I never would have thought of that.
Well, it's all fixed.
Just like my grandmother Devereaux always used to say, there's one thing a woman needs around the house, and that's a man.
Yeah, well, better be going. Good night.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
I don't want to impose, but as long as you're here, I wonder if you'd mind putting in some light bulbs for me.
Well, I really should be going.
I do it myself, but it's too high for little me to reach, and every time I stand on a chair, it makes me so dizzy.
Dizzy, yeah.
Now, just you follow me. We'll start out here in the hall.
Oh, my goodness. There. That's the last bulb, isn't it?
Yes, that's all. Be careful getting off that chair now. You want to take my hand?
Take your hand?
Yes. Here. There. My hand feels so small when you hold it in yours.
Excuse me. Well, better be going.
Oh, you poor man. You must be completely worn out climbing up and down. Why don't you sit down and rest a while?
Well, I really ought to be getting back to my book.
Just for a minute?
Well, maybe just for a minute. I am a little tired.
Of course you are. Why don't you take this easy chair? Here, let me put this pillow back of your weary head. There. Comfortable?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'll just sit on the sofa.
Were you planning to stay here in Summerfield very long, Miss Fairchild?
Well, that depends on whether our foreman has strong attachments here.
Oh, better be going.
Don't rush off. Don't rush off.
Huh?
You know, Mr. Gildersleeve, I feel just like I've known you all my life. Cousin Leila's told me so much about you.
Oh, she did?
Now, fess up now. You were pretty sweet on her, weren't you?
Well, I saw her now and then.
Well, I don't like to say this about my own flesh and blood, but I don't think Cousin Leila was very nice to you.
Well, I always say let bygones be bygones.
Well, that's because you're such a big person.
Well, I'm going on a diet. Oh. I didn't get it. Thank you.
Her being so fickle and then trying to make up to you with all that sweet talk and flattery. She should have known that someone like you is too intelligent to be flattered. A man with a high forehead.
Well, I'm no Professor Einstein.
When were you born, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Born? October 22nd.
I thought so. You're a Scorpio.
A hoopio? A Scorpio, I am?
Yes, you have all the Scorpio qualities, all right. You're strong, dynamic, and you're a leader of men.
Well, I never thought of myself that way, but I see what you mean.
And Leila told me something else about you, too.
What was that?
She said you were a gorgeous singer.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I just love to hear you sing something.
Well...
Oh, but I won't keep you. I know you're in a hurry to get back.
Well, one chorus won't take very long. Can you play Speak to Me of Love?
Oh, but, Mr. Gildersleeve, I thought that song was sacred to you and Leila.
No.
Well, all right then.
Speak to me of love and say what I'm longing to hear. Tender words of love, repeat them again, I implore you. Speak to me of love and whisper these words to me, dear. I adore you. Like it?
Like it? Why, you're a real Lawrence Tibbett.
Well, thanks. It's just a natural talent, no training.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, you carried me away on the wings of song. I'm going to have to sit here on the sofa till I float down to earth.
Oh, mind if I sit there, too, and float down with you? This is nice here on the sofa. I'm not crowding you, am I?
Well, no, I guess not.
Lovely dress you're wearing.
Thank you, sir. Just an old organdy gown.
Aren't your shoulders a little chilly? Mind if I just put my arm around you?
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What's the matter?
Cousin Leila warned me about you.
Don't believe everything you hear.
Now, you just lean right back and behave yourself, you hear?
Oh, come on. One little kiss never hurt anybody.
Please, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What?
Sometimes one little kiss can lead to a broken heart.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. That's why I left Savannah, to escape the memory of a romance that flowered and died. I didn't know a man could be so mean and cruel. Of course, he was a Sagittarius.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Cecil and I were engaged for 15 years. Of course, I was just a young girl when I first met him.
Oh, naturally.
So, here I am in this big house, Lonesome little me.
Well, don't worry. You won't be lonesome anymore. I'm right next door, you know.
Oh, thank you. You're so understanding. I had a feeling I could depend on you.
You bet you can. Now, you just put your head on my shoulder and tell old Uncle Throckmorton all about it.
You sure you don't want to get back to your book now?
No. Who wants to read a book? What the heck?
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. Check your next shopping list, lady. Have you remembered Parquet margarine? It's the better buy for both bread and budget. Delicious Parquet margarine, the margarine of Kraft quality, is made from only the finest products of American farms. It's smooth, delightfully tasty. Each rich, nourishing pound contains 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Parquet is the better buy for your budget. Parquet, a favorite spread for America's bread, actually costs less today than it did a year ago. Actually costs less than a year ago. Treat your family to this perfect spread for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles. Millions of families all over America use Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Dear Diary, tonight I met Adeline Devereaux Fairchild. I know I swore off women, dear Diary, but Adeline is different. She told me all about her unhappy romance with Cecil. He was a cad. Of course, he was a Sagittarius. She's just a helpless little girl, and she needs someone to protect her. Well, she'll be safe with me. Tomorrow night, we're going to the movies. Wonder if she'll let me kiss her. Women are wonderful. Good night, dear Diary. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Carey, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Charles Boyer will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's a suggestion for quick, easy Lenten lunches. It's macaroni and cheese made the modern way with Kraft Dinner. Each package of Kraft Dinner contains enough quick-cooking macaroni and golden Kraft grated to make 4 generous servings of macaroni and cheese. Fluffy light macaroni with grand cheddar cheese flavor in every tempting forkful. What's more, it takes only 7 minutes cooking time. Your family will like this marvelous macaroni and cheese so well that it's a good idea to have several packages of Kraft Dinner on hand so you can serve it often.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet Margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Last week, on a gentle breeze scented with magnolias and peach blossoms, a lady blew into Summerfield. The event evoked conversation at the corner drugstore.
She's Leila Ransom's cousin, you say, Judge? Yes, Peavy. And she's from the same town, Savannah. Her name is Adeline Devereaux Fairchild.
You don't say.
The southern breeze settled down right next door to the great Gildersleeve and started a little whirlwind of speculation that stirred the great man to his ample depths.
Don't see her. Maybe if I lean out the window a little.
Is that you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What? Hello.
I thought that was you peeking out. I was peeking at you, too.
That's why we now find the great Gildersleeve plowing home in a heavy snow with a light heart, a little early.
Yeah, she wasn't peeking out this time. That's what I like about her. She's unpredictable. Hello. Anybody?
Evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. You home early, ain't you?
Yeah, I thought I'd work around the yard a little before it gets dark, Birdie. Spring's just around the corner.
Is that where it is? It's still February.
Yeah, nothing like getting an early start. Might just trim the hedge between us and Miss Fairchild.
You mean you're going to prune them icicles?
Must be something out there that needs doing. Hey, what's that nice smell?
It could be either one of two things.
What's that, Birdie?
Miss Adeline Fairchild's perfume or Creole gumbo.
Huh?
She left here just a little while ago. She sure is nice. Brought over some Creole gumbo she made and wants us to try.
She did? Well, did she say anything, Birdie?
Yes, she wanted to know how were we all.
Nothing more?
She kind of looked around the place and said I sure was a good housekeeper.
Anything else?
Well, she admired Miss Marjorie's picture in there on the radio, and she said Leroy looked like a perfect little gentleman.
Hasn't met Leroy, I see. Did she say anything about me?
Yes, sir. She said she hoped you'd enjoy the gumbo.
Well, might just try a little of that Creole gumbo. Ought to taste mighty good on a cold day like this. Nice and thick. I'll just take a little. Q-funk. What does it need, Birdie?
Probably a good cook.
Something missing, all right.
She said it was Creole gumbo a la New Orleans.
Tastes like leftovers from the Mardi Gras. What are we having for dinner?
Your favorite dish, Mr. Gildersleeve, pot roast and brown potatoes, a la Birdie.
Oh, wonderful. Let's take some of our pot roast over to Miss Fairchild. Repay the southern hospitality.
I don't know. It's Yankee pot roast.
We'll chance it, Birdie.
Yes, as soon as it's done, I'll put a slice on the tray and take it over.
Well, you fix the tray. I shall take it over as soon as I run upstairs and freshen up a bit. Sweet Adeline, my Adeline.
Now we got a singing waiter.
I'm ready, Birdie.
So am I. Here's the tray, Mr. Gildersleeve. How's that?
Oh, fine. Better give me a little more of that roast, Birdie. Prices are coming down.
Okay.
And a few more potatoes. You know how they load those southern tables.
Okay.
Put some gravy in a bowl, too, Birdie, for the potatoes.
Okay.
Now, let's see. What's for dessert?
Deep dish apple pie, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Okay. Nobody bakes apple pie like you, Birdie. There. That ought to do it.
You said it.
Help me get this tray out, Birdie. Pretty heavy.
Hi, Birdie. What's for dinner?
Leroy, watch that door.
Oh, hiya. What's going on? Are we moving?
No, Leroy. Just a little something I'm taking over to Miss Fairchild next door.
Little something.
Now, Leroy, I'm merely returning Southern hospitality. Miss Fairchild brought over a bowl of gumbo this afternoon.
All that good stuff for a bowl of soup? What a sucker.
Leroy. Get your hands off this tray.
Okay, just feeling.
Well, don't.
But I'm starved.
You wait for dinner. Have I got everything, Birdie?
Wait, I didn't load on this pan of hot biscuits yet.
Oh, well, just stick it under my chin.
Okay. Can you raise your bottom chin up a little more? There now. You got it?
Got it. How do I look?
Just like the friendship train.
That's me, Leroy. Hold open the door. Miss Fairchild, it's me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, what do you got under that tablecloth, you cute little man, you?
Just a little surprise. Thought you might like to sample our Birdie's cooking.
I certainly would. I've never heard of anything so nice and thoughtful in my whole life. But I'm just letting you stand there. Bring it on in. You come, too.
Oh. Well, thank you. Of course, this won't compare with your Creole gumbo. It was, well, I never tasted anything like it.
Really? Well, I'm mighty glad you enjoyed it. Just put the tray down here, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right. It is a little heavy.
You shouldn't have done all this, Mr. Gildersleeve. You northern man, I declare.
Oh, it's nothing much. Knew you wouldn't feel like fixing dinner after making all that gumbo.
Well, of course, I don't have a cook yet. The gumbo was just a little trick I picked up one time in New Orleans when I was there for Mardi Gras.
Oh? Then it was leftovers. No. Yeah, it's delicious, delicious.
Oh, would you like me to get you another bowl, Mr. Gildersleeve? I've got gobs of it in the kitchen.
No thanks. Kind of filling. Couldn't eat another bite.
Oh, this roast looks wonderful. And there's enough for a whole family. It's too bad you can't join me.
Well, if you insist, I'll force myself. Where's the ketchup?
That was a simply scrumptious dinner, Mr. Gildersleeve. You don't know what a treasure you have in Birdie.
Oh, yes, I do. Best cook in the country. But bringing the tray over was my little idea.
Only a sweet man like you would have thought of that. Mercy, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've hardly been in town a week, and here we are having dinner together at my house. Well, Cousin LEILA'S house, rather. I'll bet it'd make her jealous.
What she doesn't know won't hurt her. Way down in Savannah.
Cousin LEILA and I have always been rivals one way or another. She was always trying to take my bows away from me without any success, I might add.
Yeah, that's Leila. Once she even tried to get Birdie away from us. That didn't work either.
Well, I can't say that I blame her for trying. Birdie's a jewel.
You bet. But let's talk about you, Miss Fairchild. Adeline.
Oh, me? Well, there's not much to talk about, Mr. Gildersleeve. I grew up so sheltered and all.
Yes, you can tell that.
Just about my entire life history is recorded in that little old snapshot album there on the coffee table.
Oh? Oh. Mind if I take a peek?
Oh, go right ahead, but snapshots rarely do justice to a girl with delicate features.
Oh, a picture of you on the beach. I'd recognize you anywhere. Who's this fella buried in the sand behind you? Friend of yours?
That's Jefferson Davis Calhoun.
Huh?
Oh, he was a wolf, Mr. Gildersleeve. He followed me all over the South.
Sounds more like a bloodhound.
And what a voice that man had. When he sang, I just completely evaporated. A good baritone could just turn me into a piece of putty. Oh, it does something to me, Mr. Gildersleeve, like honeysuckle on a summer night, like moonlight on the bayou. Do you sing?
Do I sing? I sang for you last night.
Oh, of course. What am I thinking about? Sing again.
What?
Oh, come on now. Don't be a tease.
No, I just don't feel like it.
Well, I'll just turn on the radio then while we let our dinner settle.
It's all right with me.
That's pretty.
Huh? La-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
That's nice. Do you know the words?
And while in slumberland, madame, I'm begging for your lips. Do I know the words? I haven't any right, madame, to do the things I do. Just when I hold you tight, madame, you vanish with the night, madame. In dreams I kiss your hand, madame, and pray my dreams come true. La-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Well, Miss Fairchild, wonder if she's turned to putty. Miss Fairchild.
Oh, excuse me. I'm afraid I got lost for a moment, Mr. Gildersleeve.
A penny for your thoughts.
I was just thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful to have a cook like Birdie?
Well, good night. Thanks for Birdie's dinner. What a woman. Must be other things to talk about besides Birdie.
Well, Gildy.
Hooker.
Up for stroll.
Just walking off my dinner, Judge.
You'll have to walk quite a ways to get that off.
Stop cackling, Judge. The neighbors will think we keep a goat.
As a matter of fact, Gildy, I just stopped by to play you a game of checkers, but you were out.
I wasn't out. Just took some of Birdie's cooking over to Miss Fairchild. Come on, Ed.
Thank you. How is Miss Fairchild?
All she could talk about tonight was Birdie.
Probably she's more interested in Birdie than she is in you.
I sort of gathered that.
These southern women lay great store by good cooking, Gildy. You remember how Leila tried to hire Birdie away from you?
Well, she'd better not try anything like that.
I'd watch it, Gildy. If you lost Birdie, your home would absolutely fall to pieces.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Fairchild.
Now, if you want my advice...
That's Birdie on the telephone.
Well, I'm sure glad you enjoyed the dinner. What's that? We better talk business tomorrow. Here's Miss Gildersleeve. Good night.
What'd I tell you, Gildy?
Birdie. Was that Miss Fairchild?
Yes, sir. Evening, Judge.
Evening, Birdie.
Good night. Got to go to bed. Got things to do tomorrow.
But Birdie. You're right, Judge. That Fairchild woman is trying to break up my home.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. Leroy, you know, is a boy with a mind of his own. Only yesterday he said,
Boy, that parquet is absolutely positively my favorite spread for bread.
Those are strong words, Leroy. You must have a strong reason for liking parquet.
Well, heck, it just plain tastes so good.
And millions of families agree. Parquet is delicious. After all, it's a craft product. You know what that means?
Quality?
Right. Parquet margarine is made from only the choice products of American farms. And each delicious pound is enriched with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
I never tasted them.
Of course not, Leroy, but they're there. And they're necessary for a well-balanced diet. Nourishing parquet is the perfect topping for rolls, pancakes, muffins, and waffles, as well as bread.
Yeah, and I know Birdie uses it for seasoning and cooking.
Of course she does. Thrifty women like appetizing parquet because it's economical. Why, it actually costs less today than it did a year ago.
No fool.
Actually costs less. Millions of women know it's the better buy for both bread and budget. Millions of women serve parquet because it tastes so good. Try it, friends. Ask for parquet margarine. P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet, made by Kraft. Well, Still, to the great Gildersleeve's dismay, his new neighbors cast admiring eyes upon Birdie, giving our hero reason to suspect a dastardly blow is about to be struck where it'll hurt the most. Right in the stomach. And so the troubled man has spent a fitful night trying to sleep off his fears. And Birdie's pot roast dinner. And Miss Fairchild's Creole gumbo.
Mumbo jumbo, Creole gumbo.
That's peculiar. He appears to be dreaming.
That's what it means, Birdie. A good cook. But, Birdie, don't you go over there. Huh?
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Miss Fairchild.
I wanted to stop you before you got home and invite you over to dinner again this evening.
Dinner this evening? Did you make some more Creole gumbo, I mean?
Oh, no, we'll have delicious pot roast.
Oh.
I have the most marvelous cook now.
Cook? Who is she?
I think you know her. Look, you can see her in through my kitchen window.
Birdie, how could you? Birdie! Birdie, come home. Birdie!
What's the matter, Unky?
Birdie!
What's up, Mark?
Birdie!
Hey, he sounds in pain. Did that spring come up through the mattress again?
He's sleeping on his stomach. That always brings on a nightmare.
Unky, wake up.
Oh, nightmare. That's it. Roll him over, Miss Marjorie. And Leroy, watch out on that side. He's rolling that way.
Wake up, Ron.
What's the fault? Oh, children, Birdie, what are you all doing up?
You had a nightmare, Unky.
Me?
Yeah, that one must have been in Technicolor.
Now, see here, I don't have nightmares. Back to bed, all of you. I sleep sound as a log every night.
Uncle Mort, you were shouting, Birdie, Birdie.
Birdie?
What's the trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing, Birdie. Nice to see you're still here.
Nice to see I'm here. Where else would I be at 2 o'clock in the morning? Birdie gets up at 7 to fix breakfast, don't get out of the kitchen till 8 at night, and then gets roused out at 2 o'clock in the morning just because it's nice to see me here?
Well...
That keeps up, Birdie won't be here.
But, Birdie, I had a nightmare. Now she's upset. But she will leave.
Gosh, the eggs are hard this morning. Birdie must still be sore, eh, Unc? Just brought in the breakfast and left it.
Let's not be complaining, Leroy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Marjorie. You're just in time. We're going to have a little meeting.
Oh, what about?
About Birdie. Seems she's a little upset this morning.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Well, we're all going to be more kind to Birdie starting this morning.
I always have been kind to her. Pass the toast, Leroy.
So have I. What thanks do I get? A cold egg.
Well, I'm sure we can all help make living here more enjoyable for Birdie, so she'll never be tempted to leave us. Marjorie, you can start by helping her with the dishes after breakfast.
After breakfast, I have to go to school.
Well, the dinner dishes then. And why don't you look around for a good course in home economics?
What?
Sure, so you can really help Birdie. Besides, you'll want to know all about those things when you get married. Sewing, sweeping, cooking.
Uncle Mort, isn't that viewpoint a little old-fashioned?
Old-fashioned? What's so old-fashioned about cooking?
It will be by the time she gets married.
Leroy! Careful, young man. And you can start by cleaning up your room. There's something hanging on every door now.
What's wrong? Hey, Piggy's out front. I gotta go.
Leroy, excuse yourself.
Okay, excuse me.
And wipe your face before you leave the table.
Okay.
And comb your hair for school.
Okay.
Not with your hand, Leroy. Confound it. Oh. No wonder everybody has nerves around this place.
Excuse me too, Unky, darling. And I'm sure Birdie will get over her huff.
Well, let's hope so.
Goodbye, Unky.
Goodbye, my dear. Maybe Birdie has gotten over her huff. No, guess not. Guess I'd better go cheer her up. Even give her the day off. Sure. At least that'll keep her away from that Fairchild woman. You're sly, Gildersleeve. Birdie.
Yes.
Birdie, I've just had a little talk with the family, and things are going to be different around here.
Oh?
Yeah, Marjorie's going to help you with the dishes tonight. Get you out earlier in the evening, starting tonight.
Yes.
And I've spoken to Leroy about his room.
Yes.
And Birdie, why don't you take the rest of the day off?
That would be nice, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I can go right over and help that nice Miss Fairchild clean her house.
What?
We got a little business to talk over, too. She hasn't got any help, you know. What? And she's so nice.
Me and my big, fat, generous ideas. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this fine morning?
Well, you might sell me a good cook if you have one in stock.
How's that?
A cook.
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're going to lose Birdie. Miss Fairchild is making a very obvious play for her.
Oh?
What would you do with a neighbor like that, Peavy?
Well, I've heard of people getting married to share a place to live. You might work out an arrangement so you and Miss Fairchild could share the cook.
No, Peavy. I don't want to get married.
Well, of course, that's up to you. Some people do.
I can just see Adeline showing Birdie that fancy lavender room and bath she can have.
Well, worse things can happen than losing your cook.
It's all right for you to say, but I bet you couldn't get along without Mrs. Peavy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I recall the time she went home to her mother, I had a fine time batching it.
Batching it?
Breakfast was always my favorite meal.
Mm-hmm.
The only one, in fact. Baking powder patties and eggs. And then the next morning, just for variety, sourdough patties and eggs.
Just for variety, eh?
When it came to making baking powder patties and sourdough patties, that's peculiar. Don't sound so good now. Think I may take a box of candy home to Mrs. Peavy tonight.
Oh? Candy? That's it, Peavy. I'll take Birdie some candy. She has a sweet tooth.
Very well. How about this $6 box?
It's not that sweet. Something around 2.5.
Well, then may I suggest some of these chocolate-covered cherries? Got them in fresh for Washington's birthday.
Oh, not bad, Peavy. She's always admired Washington, father of our country. Or say, do you have any Lincoln candy?
No, but I think you have the germ of an idea there.
Wrap 'em up, Peavy. I'll go phone Birdie. I'll tell her I have a surprise for her. That'll get her out of Adeline Fairchild's house. Nothing like a little kindness to make people happy.
Just a minute, please. Now, Birdie, I won't take no for an answer. You take that little organdy party dress. I'm through with it.
Party dress? What chance does a man have with a box of candy?
You take it now, you hear? Now then, hello?
Never mind. Wrong number.
Something wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
She's trying to outbid me, Peavy. Give me the big box.
They have the larger cherries. Anything else?
No thanks, Peavy. The next step is legal.
There you are, Gildy. 5-year contract, and you have the right to pick up Birdie's option.
Yeah, that Fairchild woman can't lure my cook away. I'll show that southern siren.
But how do you know Birdie will sign it?
Don't you worry, Judge. A $6 box of chocolate cherries says she will.
What?
Never mind. I'm in a hurry. Birdie! Oh, Birdie! Guess she's not home yet. Well, I'll put the candy right here on the table. On top of the contract. Birdie, don't... Oh, that's right, she isn't here. We would miss Birdie around here at that. Yes?
Is Birdie here?
Birdie? Well, not at the moment.
Is the woman of the house in?
I'm the woman, the man of the house.
You are? Well, Birdie told me to report here for a job.
A job?
Can I take my bag in?
No. And that was a little presumptuous of Birdie, I'd say.
Well, she said to come here and talk to her about a job cooking.
I'm sorry. Birdie's the only cook we've ever had and ever will have. Sorry. Goodbye.
Yes, but...
What's going on, Miss Gildersleeve?
Birdie, where'd you come from?
In the back way, me and Miss Fairchild.
We saw you walking home, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, you know the men walk briskly.
Well, I feel briskly. I want to talk to both of you.
Well, Birdie and I want to talk to you, too, but I think I should apologize a little first.
There's no need to apologize. Just get this straight.
Amelia, what you doing standing out there?
I don't know, but I sure been standing.
Well, pardon me. Miss Fairchild, this is Amelia I was telling you about.
Well, how do you do, Miss Fairchild?
I think she'll make a wonderful cook for you.
For Miss Fairchild? I thought she was for me.
For you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Are you trying to steal my cook before she even sets the bag down?
Me?
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve? Ain't my cooking been suiting you?
Oh, of course it has, Birdie. You're the best cook in the world. Here, have some candy.
Candy?
$6 box.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you the best boss a person ever had.
I think so. Care to open the candy, Birdie?
And we'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. Are you looking for a better buy for your budget? A better spread for bread? Here's a buy that's better both ways. It's Parquet margarine, the margarine of Kraft quality. It's the perfect topping for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. The rich, smooth, fresh flavor of Parquet makes it the favorite spread in millions of homes. It's so wholesome and nourishing. Each wholesome pound is enriched with 15,000 units of important vitamin A. Remember, ask for Parquet margarine for flavor, for quality, for nourishment, and for economy. It's the better buy. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
That's my advice to you, Miss Adeline. Have Amelia sign this 5-year contract so you won't have to go looking for a cook again.
Well, if you say so, how can I ever thank you bringing over the contract and all?
Nothing. Just happen to have one lying around the house.
I'm so scatterbrained about business matters. It's nice to have a man so close.
Yeah, well, nice to be so close.
Oh, you.
Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meekin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, David Niven will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Do you like macaroni and cheese that's fluffy light and tender with the grand flavor of golden cheddar cheese in every tempting forkful? Then get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. Each package of Kraft Dinner contains 2 magic ingredients. There's special macaroni that cooks in just 7 minutes, and golden Kraft grated that you simply stir in. 1 package of Kraft Dinner makes 4 servings of macaroni and cheese. The cost? Only a few pennies per helping. You can't beat that for economy. Remember the name. It's Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yes, indeed.
Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet Margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's Saturday morning, and that means a late breakfast in the Gildersleeve household. The great man has consumed a hearty meal, topped off by 3 waffles. He daintily pats his lips with his napkin, loosens his belt a notch, and leans contentedly back in his chair.
Do you want that last waffle?
No, you can have it, my boy.
Thanks.
Leroy, don't stab at it. You're not harpooning a whale, you know.
Okay. Unky, aren't you going to the office this morning?
No, Marjorie, not much use going down for a half day. Besides, I have a few things to do. Get my suit pressed, shoes shine.
That's right. You do have a date with Adeline Fairchild this afternoon, don't you?
Well, it's not exactly a date. She's just having me over for tea.
Tea? My, how elegant.
Yeah. Just an old Southern custom, I guess. Mailman.
Okay. Hey, can I have a quarter to go to the movies this afternoon?
We'll see.
They got a swell western with Tex Gillum, the singing cowboy.
I've heard of him. He sings through his nose.
Can I go?
I suppose so. Any mail for me, Bertie?
Yes, sir, there's one letter for you. Looks like them Easter seals you get every year.
Oh, yes. Well, mustn't forget to send them a check. Everyone ought to buy Easter seals. Wonderful way to help all those children who need it.
Yes, it sure is.
Is there any more mail, Bertie?
Well, there's one more letter, but it's not for you, Miss Gildersleeve.
Is it for me?
No, it's just one, and that's for Leroy.
Leroy?
That's right. Here you are, Leroy.
Gee, thanks.
I don't know who it's from, but it sure smells nice.
It's addressed to Master Leroy Forrester.
Oh? Who's it from, Leroy?
Gee, I don't know.
Well, open it. Oh, let me see it.
No, you can't.
Marjorie, we don't read other people's mail. What does it say, Leroy?
Nothing, Unc.
What is it, my boy? You can tell your old uncle.
Well, it's just an invitation to an old party next week.
Well, that's wonderful. Who's giving the party?
Oh, a new girl at school, Helen Moore. She's a pest.
Now, Leroy, I'll bet she's a very nice little girl.
She's a pest. She's always hanging around during recess trying to talk to me.
She's probably just trying to get acquainted.
Who wants to get acquainted with girls?
No.
Girls are pests.
But, Leroy, that party sounds like a lot of fun, and I'm sure you'll have a good time.
I'm not going to her old party.
What?
Who wants to play a lot of sissy games? Blind man, buff, pin the tail on the donkey.
There's nothing wrong with that, my boy. I used to enjoy playing games when I was a boy. Especially post office.
And then I want to dance. I'll have to go gliding around the floor with some giggling little twerp. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
1, 2, 3.
my goodness.
I won't go.
Now, look here, Leroy.
It's no use, Unky. He's hopeless.
I'll handle this, my dear. Leroy, I think it's time you change your attitude about these things. Acquire a few social graces. Going to parties is good for you. Teaches you to get along with people. You don't want to grow up to be a hermit and live off in a cave somewhere.
I'd rather live in a cave than go out with girls.
Ye gods.
Just because you like girls doesn't mean I have to.
Leroy, you're going to that party.
I don't want to go.
Well, you are, and I don't want any silly argument.
I'll go off and live in a cave.
Leroy, you may go to your cave. I mean, go to your room. And you'll stay there all afternoon.
But you said I could go to a movie.
Well, you're not going. By George, it's time you learned a little discipline.
Oh, Unky, you don't have to be so...
Never mind. Go on, young man. Up to your room. March.
I'll go off and live in a cave. That's where I
live. Children. Good morning, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do? My, if you don't mind my saying so, you look a little down in the mouth.
Oh, well, I had a little trouble with Leroy this morning.
You know, Peavy, raising children is a trial sometimes.
Yes, I guess it is. Of course, I wouldn't know. All Mrs. Peavy and I ever raised is a parrot. Polly has given us a lot of joy, though. I'll never forget how proud we were when she first learned to talk.
Okay, Peavy.
Her first words were, Polly wants a cracker.
Peavy, Leroy is no parrot.
No, I guess he isn't. What kind of trouble have you been having with him, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, some little girl invited him to a party, and he refuses to go. I guess I was a little harsh with him. But he exasperates me, Peavy. He's so stubborn.
Well, maybe Leroy is just a little shy about girls.
Leroy shy?
Well, most little fellows are. I know I was. First party I went to, I was so shy I hid in the broom closet all afternoon. Just came out when they served the ice cream.
Well, if you'll excuse my saying so, Peavy, you were probably an odd little boy.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. I wasn't odd at all.
Peavy, I didn't mean...
I was a real red-blooded American boy.
I know.
I used to play kick-to-can, catch pollywogs, and collect McKinley buttons.
I didn't say that.
I was a regular harem-scarum.
Well, all right.
I'll never forget the time I sneaked out behind the barn and I ate a whole package of chocolate cigarettes.
Yes.
And I didn't even get sick.
For heaven's sake, Peavy.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Gildersleeve, I just don't think you understand children very well.
I don't? What do you think I was when I was young?
Probably a fat little boy.
Oh! Now, look here, Peavy. I don't need any advice from you.
Well, in that case, I won't give you any.
Well, don't.
Well, I won't.
Good day.
Good day.
Yes, Birdie. Where is everybody?
Well, Marjorie went out a little while ago. And Leroy's up in his room.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir. He's still up there.
Yeah, I know, Birdie.
That's where he is, all by himself. Up in his room.
Okay, Birdie.
Been up there all morning. Up in his room.
Yes, sir. Well, haven't looked at the paper yet. Peavy. What does he know about raising children? He and his parrot. Guess I know how to bring up my own nephew. All he needs is a little discipline. Leroy. Shy. He's just stubborn, that's all. Why should any boy be afraid of girls? I wasn't. At least I don't think I was. Let me see. Remember the time my father wanted me to go to dancing school? He called me into his study. I can still see him standing there, angrily fingering his gold watch chain. Throckmorton?
Yes, Papa?
I thought I told you to report to Miss Thorpe's dancing school this afternoon.
I did, Papa. But I looked in and then I ran away.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. Ran away? What on earth for?
Well, there were girls in there.
Of course there were girls. What did you expect to see? Water buffaloes?
Well, Papa, when they saw me, they started to giggle. And one of the girls said, "Look, here comes Fatty Britches."
Ye gods and little minnows. And blow your nose. Young man, you're going back to dancing school tomorrow.
I won't go, Papa. I won't go.
Very well, Throckmorton, if you insist on being stubborn, you stay here in my study until you change your mind.
He'll call me Fatty Britches. Why doesn't Papa understand? Why doesn't Papa understand? Why doesn't he?
That was a long time ago. Funny how you forget those things. I remember now how unhappy I was that day. Poor little Leroy. Leroy.
Yeah?
Can I come in, my boy?
If you want to.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Unc.
What have you been doing, my boy? Listening to the radio, I'll bet.
No.
Huh? Been reading your little comic books?
No.
What have you been doing?
Just sitting here.
Huh? Sitting on the bed, eh? Well, at least it's soft and comfortable. Mind if I just sit down here next to you?
No. If you want to.
Thank you. Well, nice and comfortable. A little squeaky. Well, what have you been doing? I mean, Leroy?
Yeah?
I'd like to have a little talk with you, my boy.
Okay.
I'm afraid I wasn't very understanding this morning, Leroy.
That's all right.
Grown-ups forget a lot of things sometimes. You know, a long time ago, I was a little boy, just like you.
Weren't you fatter?
Yeah. Well, yes, I guess I was a little, maybe. You know, when I was your age, I felt the same way about girls as you do, Leroy. I was a little afraid of them.
Oh, who's afraid of girls? I just don't like them, that's all. Giggling at you all the time.
That's all right. I understand, my boy. Leroy, maybe I should explain a few things about girls. Girls, my boy, are... Well, they're... girls are... well, anyway, you'll learn to like them when you grow older. I did.
You sure did, Unc.
Well, girls aren't so bad when you get to know them, Leroy. Anyway, I have a little plan.
A plan?
Yeah, now you call this little girl, this Helen Moore, and invite her over for a little visit this afternoon.
What?
Now, let me finish, Leroy. You'll get better acquainted that way, then you won't mind going to her party.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Now, it won't be so bad. I'll stay with you all the time. In fact, I'll drive you over to get her.
But, Unc, I thought you had a date this afternoon.
Well, I do, but I'll be a little late. I'll make that sacrifice for you, my boy.
Oh,
I'm doing this for you, Leroy. I just want to help you. Of course, it's up to you. I don't want to force it on you. If you don't want to call her, you don't have to.
Okay, then I won't.
Yes, you will. You'll call her right now. And blow your nose.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, I met Gildy's niece Marjorie coming home from school the other day. Her arms were loaded with books, so I said, "That homework for tonight, Marjorie?"
Yep, got an exam in home economics.
Home economics. Say, did you know that parquet margarine is economical? Why, parquet actually costs less today than it did a year ago.
Mr. Walt, I doubt that parquet will come up in the exam.
Well, it should. Everyone should learn about delicious parquet margarine. It's made by Kraft. It's made from only the choice products of American farms. Tasty parquet is really...
But I know how good parquet is. We always use it at home.
Well, then you know parquet is the perfect topping for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. That smooth, rich, fresh flavor makes it a favorite in millions of homes.
This exam is mostly concerned with nourishment and diet and vitamins.
Vitamins. Marjorie, there are 15,000 units of essential vitamin A in every pound of parquet. Appetizing, wholesome parquet is just as nourishing as it is delicious. Be sure to try it. Millions of women have learned that parquet margarine is the perfect spread. It tastes so good. That's Parkay, made by Kraft. And now back to the great Gildersleeve. Well, this is not Leroy's lucky day. His little admirer, Helen Moore, eagerly accepted his invitation to be his guest for the afternoon. At the moment, Leroy is reluctantly dressing up for the occasion under the supervision of the great man himself.
Straighten out your tie, Leroy. It's almost under your ear.
Okay.
Now turn around. Let me look at you. That suit's getting a little tight as... What's that bulge in your coat pocket?
Huh?
Come here. Let me see what you got in there.
Oh?
A slingshot. Rusty nails. An old doorknob. Oh, my goodness. You're a traveling junk shop.
I'm saving those things.
Well, don't save them in your Sunday suit, Leroy. Let's have a final inspection here. Leroy, when did you get a haircut last?
Well, I got one around Christmas.
Christmas? What year, may I ask? You can't call for a girl with your hair looking like that.
Oh, boy, then I don't have to go.
Just a minute. You're not getting out of it that easy. Come on, young man. We'll make a detour at the barber shop. And let's hurry. I've got a date, too, you know.
Hi, Commish.
Hello, Floyd.
Well, Leroy.
Oh, Mr. Munson.
Leroy would like to have his hair cut, Floyd.
Sure. Hop right up in the chair, Leroy. Guess I better crank the chair up a little. There we are. Sit down and take a load off your feet, Commish.
All right, Floyd, but make it snappy. We're in a hurry.
Okay. Well, how you been, Leroy? Keeping out of mischief?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's good. Going out for the baseball team at school this year?
Yeah, I'm going out for shortstop.
You are?
Uh-huh.
Well, I bet you'll be a whiz. Who are you picking in the National League?
Floyd, will you hurry it up a little? I've got an important engagement this afternoon.
Okay, just having a little man-to-man talk. Say, you're kind of dressed up today, Leroy. Where you going?
Well...
If you must know, Floyd, Leroy is making a little social call.
What?
Yes, on one of his little girlfriends.
Girlfriend? Starting out a little early, ain't you, Leroy?
It wasn't my idea. Unc made me do it.
Oh, I thought so.
No, Leroy.
It's none of my business, Commish, but ain't you rushing the kid a little?
Floyd.
You'll have plenty of time for dames later on. Why don't you just let him be a boy for a while?
Yeah.
You keep out of this, Leroy.
I remember when I was a kid his age. Them was the carefree days, all right. Whenever I felt like it, I used to take off and go swimming and fishing. Now I can't even go to the corner for a paper without getting an okay from Lovey.
That has nothing to do with...
What do you want to bother him with dames for? Look how happy the kid is now. Not a gray hair in his head.
Floyd.
I don't want to have gray hair.
For heaven's sake.
You're only young once, Commish. Don't take away his childhood.
Who's taking away?
I want my childhood.
Take my advice, Leroy. Don't let him make an old man out of you. Stay a kid. Blessings on thee, little man.
Oh,
barefoot boy with cheek of tan.
I want to stay a kid.
Leroy.
With your turned up pantaloons.
Floyd.
And you're married.
Oh, I give up. Well, Helen, I'm glad your mother let you come over this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm sure I'll enjoy it.
I'm sure Leroy will enjoy it, too. Won't you, Leroy? Leroy?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
After you, Helen.
Thank you.
Let me have your little coats. I'll hang them up. You two go on in the living room. We'll just have a jolly time.
All right. Come on, Leroy.
What's the matter with that boy? Didn't open his mouth all the way over here. What a clam bake this is going to be. Why did I... Well, children, having a good time? Why don't you both sit down? Make yourself at home, Helen.
I will, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, what do you two want to do? Shall we play games?
Well...
I know. How about Lotto? That's an exciting game.
Well, if Leroy wants to.
That's a sissy game.
Well, we could play hide and go seek. I'll be it.
That's no fun in the house.
Oh. Well, what do you want to do, Leroy?
I don't know.
Oh, there. Say, I'll bet Helen would like to hear you play the piano, Leroy.
Oh, Wonk, I don't know any pieces.
I spent a small fortune on piano lessons for you. You ought to be able to play something.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, if he doesn't want to
Nonsense. He loves to play. Leroy, how about that little piece by Bach?
I need more practice on that.
You've practiced it enough. Now go on, Leroy.
Oh.
He plays lovely, Helen. Has a beautiful touch. Leroy, maybe you do need a little more practice. Leroy. Leroy, get away from that piano. You were right. Well, what do we do now? Oh, Helen, maybe you'd like to look through our family album.
All right.
It's on the table here. Some cute pictures of Leroy in here when he was a baby. Look here, Helen. Here's one when he was only 2 years old. Didn't he have beautiful curls?
Oh, girl. My he looks funny.
Yeah. Doesn't he? Looks almost like a girl. Leroy, where are you going?
I'm going up to my room.
No, you're not. You come back here.
I don't want to. I guess this isn't much fun for Leroy. Maybe you better take me home now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Home? Well, all right. I'm sorry, Helen, it turned out this way.
That's all right. Leroy? Yeah? I'm sorry I didn't get to see you do your magic act. Huh? The kids at school said you were a keen magician. Well, not so bad, I guess. They said you were wonderful. I can do a few tricks pretty good. Well, I hope I get to see him sometime. Bye, Leroy. Yes, Leroy? I guess I could do one of my tricks now if you wanted me to. Oh, would you? Well, if you wanted me to. That'd be keen. Don't go away, Helen. You wait here. I'll have to get my magic set.
What do you know about that? Women are smarter than men, even at that age.
What did you say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? I said, have you seen this page?
Oh, gee, that was a swell trick, Leroy.
Yeah, we call that the Japanese hoop trick. A little thing I picked up during my travels in the Orient.
Leroy, don't you think you've done enough?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have here a deck of cards. Just an ordinary deck.
Leroy!
Yeah?
It's getting awfully late, my boy. I'm sure Helen has seen enough of your tricks. So why don't you take off that blue turban and we'll drive her home?
Gee, I haven't got to the best ones yet.
But Helen probably has to get home.
Oh, don't worry about me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mother said I could stay here all afternoon until 6 o'clock.
She did? I'd better make a phone call. Excuse me.
Now, if you will watch closely, I will take the cards in one hand and my magic wand in the other.
Oh, brother. Hope Adeline will understand if I'm a little late. Hello, Adeline. This is Throckmorton. Huh? Well, I was thinking of you all, too. Sure enough. Hope you don't mind if I'm a little late for tea this afternoon. I'll be detained for a little while. What's that? The tea is getting cold? Well, I'll hurry. Goodbye. Adeline. Oh, putting your magic set away, Leroy?
Yeah.
Good. Well, let's put on our little coats and we'll drive Helen home.
Unc.
Yes?
Helen and me just had an idea.
Yeah.
What's that?
Will you take us down to Peavy's for a soda?
Soda? But, Leroy, I'm in a little bit of a hurry.
It'll only take a minute. But Helen's thirsty.
But...
And she's our guest.
Well, all right. Helen's thirsty.
I think you've hit the bottom there, Leroy.
Yeah. So did I.
Well, come on, infants. You've had 2 sodas now. Shall we go?
Unc.
What is it now, Leroy?
Helen would like to go to the movies this afternoon.
What?
Wouldn't you, Helen?
But, Leroy, I told you I have an engagement.
It was your idea. You said you wanted me to get acquainted with the, you know.
I know,
You
but...
said you didn't want me to grow up and live in a cave.
Live in a cave?
You wouldn't want me to do that.
Okay, Leroy, I'll go. But just a minute. I better call Adeline again.
Hey, Tex, which way them cattle rustlers go?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see them.
Oh?
Gee, this is a swell picture, isn't it, Helen?
Oh, yes, it is, Leroy.
It's awful.
Come on, Tex. Let's hightail it after them varmints.
No, you fellas go on ahead, Cactus. Reckon I'll just sit here for a spell and play on my trusty old guitar.
Oh, is he going to sing again?
I'm a leaving San Bernardino, so long, old Palomino.
He looks like a Palomino. Leroy, haven't you had enough of this?
As he died, and he left an empty saddle when he went to herding cattle.
Herding cattle, that's what he ought to be doing now.
Across the great divide.
I'll be back in a minute, Leroy. I gotta make a phone call.
So long, old pal.
Where all the other fellas come from? Excuse me. Let me out, please. So long yourself. Oops. Calls himself a singer.
Popcorn, sir, 10 cents a bag.
No, thanks. Is there a phone here in the lobby, miss?
Phone? Yes, sir, right over there. Popcorn, 10 cents a bag.
Popcorn. Oh, here's the telephone. 5 o'clock. It's a tea party. Oh. Hello, Adeline. But Adeline, I'm tied up. Had to go to the movies with Helen. No, she's a friend of Leroy's. But she's only 12 years old, Adeline. You're never going to speak to me? But Adeline... But... She hung up.
Hiya.
Leroy.
Just wanted to get some popcorn for Helen. You know what? Girls are really okay.
That's what you think.
The great Gildersleeve will be back soon with something he particularly wants you to hear. Smooth and rich, so delicious you'll want to serve it to the kiddies as a treat. That's parquet margarine. It's the favorite spread for bread in millions of American homes. That fine, fresh flavor makes it the perfect topping for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. Parquet is made from only choice products of American farms, and each delicious pound is fortified with 15,000 units of vitamin A. And just think, nourishing, delicious parquet costs less today than it did a year ago. It's the better buy for both bread and budget. That's Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Friends, this is National 4-H Club Week. The Kraft Foods Company and the members of our cast send best wishes to this fine group of boys and girls. This year, the 4-H Club theme is Creating Better Homes Today for a More Responsible Citizenship Tomorrow. 4-H Club members all over our country are making their homes places where love, cooperation, and the joys of wholesome living abound. Home, you know, is the first unit of society. And only when homes are what they should be can America be what it should be. Thank you, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Special material was by John Greenlee Whittier and Kay Burgess. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Cary Grant will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Treat the family to that good old American dish, macaroni and cheese, some night real soon. And remember, you can get all the makings in a single package called Kraft Dinner. You like the way that special macaroni cooks fluffy light and tender in only 7 minutes. Then you just stir in the golden Kraft grated. The whole family will like the grand cheddar cheese flavor that's in every tempting forkful of Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. Kraft Dinner is quick, easy, delicious, and economical. Each package makes 4 generous servings. So get several packages tomorrow. Remember the name, it's Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
You market to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's see what's going on in Summerfield. Long since, the lights of our little city have been blinking out like retiring fireflies. But a light and good fellowship grow brighter and brighter above Floyd Munson's barber shop at the Jolly Boys Club.
In the deep, so beware.
Great. I bet you sound like a tugboat in the shower.
Now, Commissioner.
Everybody sounds better in the shower, huh, Pete?
I wouldn't say that. I take tub baths.
Start another one, Floyd. One with a baritone lead this time, if you don't mind.
But it's getting late, isn't it, Commissioner?
No, let's sing another.
There is a tavern in the town,
No, Peavy, not that one.
Well, here's a pip. Best song ever written.
Dear old girl. Great.
The robin sings about you.
Come on, Chief.
Dear old girl, it speaks of how I love you. The blinding tears are falling as I think of my lost pearl and my broken heart is calling for you.
You see, nothing like a good song. What's next?
Fellas, I was just looking at my watch. It's after 12 o'clock.
It is. That's all.
But, Floyd, it's early.
Yeah? Well, I gotta have a steady hand with my razor tomorrow. Let's go, Chief.
Oh, for Peavy, you want to sing some more, don't you?
Well, there's Mrs. Peavy to think about. I wouldn't think of staying away from home after midnight.
Why not?
As I say, there's Mrs. Peavy to think about.
A fine bunch of jolly boys, afraid to stay out after 12 o'clock.
Who's afraid? I ain't afraid of nothing.
Then why don't you stay and sing? I don't know why it is, but whenever we start having a little fun, everybody has to start checking in to their wives.
Now, Commissioner, is that nice?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
I wouldn't call it checking in exactly. Speaking for myself, I've had a good time this evening. We've sung some good songs, and we've sung them rather well. And now I'm ready to go home to Hazel.
All right, go to Hazel. You go ahead. Just when things are getting good. I wish the judge wasn't working tonight. He wouldn't go running home at the mere shank of the evening.
I can understand how you feel, Commissioner. No home to go to like Peavy, Floyd, and me.
I have a home, Chief. Don't feel sorry for me.
Yes, but not a loving wife. And that's what makes the home wife.
Like the poem goes, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, so crammed full of cozy joy and crowned with a woman's love.
What's that from?
The shooting of Dan McGrew.
Nice.
Ever think of settling down, Commissioner Gildersleeve, to the real comforts of life? Getting married?
Now, Chief, I don't need a wife.
I don't know, Commish. When the chips are down, you can't beat women. Man's best friend. Nothing like 'em, huh, Pete?
Well, no, I guess you're right, Floyd.
I guess we're pretty lucky, huh, fellas? And, Commissioner, any time you'd care to have me introduce you to one of Hazel's sisters...
All right, Chief. Good night, ye gods.
feel like going home at all. Oh, hello, Kitty. What are you doing up this late? Must be a bachelor, too. Go away. Wish she'd stop walking in front of me. And if there's anything in what those old fogies said back there. Now, what the heck? What do I want with a wife? Yet there's something missing in my life. And that something is... Well, a light on in Adeline's living room. Why would she be up at this hour? I wonder. Nah, a little late to ring a girl's doorbell. So I'll just sing loudly as I pass. Let's see. When I'm calling you, will you answer too? Maybe she didn't hear me. Got rid of the cat anyway. Try again. When I'm calling you.
That's you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Hello, Adeline.
Were you calling someone?
Well, I was singing Indian Love Call.
I thought you were.
Southern Indian. I saw the light in your little parlor, Adeline.
Oh, I've had the most frightful struggle this evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Struggle? Who with?
With my income tax.
Oh.
I'd like to ask you in to help me with it if it wasn't so late.
It is a little late, but...
Gracious, I don't know what my little old grandmother in Savannah would say if she knew Adeline unlatched her door for a man at midnight.
Well, I won't tell my grandmother if you won't tell yours.
All right. Come in then.
Well, all right.
I was just having some coffee. Won't you come into the living room and join me?
Coffee? Well, that would taste good.
You get comfortable now while I pour.
Thank you. I'll just stand by the fireplace for a minute.
Cream?
Just a little. A little more.
2 lumps?
You have 3?
There. I hope my coffee's good.
You know, there's something about a woman pouring coffee.
Wouldn't you like to sit down here on the couch, close to the coffee?
Well, that would be kind of nice. Cookies, too.
I made them myself. See you now. I'll bet you're hungry after working so hard tonight.
Oh, no. I was just down at the club with the Jolly Boys. They all had to go home to their wives.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, it seems strange to me that a nice man like you hasn't married.
Well, we Jolly Boys were just talking about that this evening. Marriage.
Oh, what a marvelous topic for conversation. I imagine you have some very intelligent views on marriage, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I didn't really start thinking about it until they brought up the subject.
Isn't that funny? I didn't either, until you brought up the subject. What are your views, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I think marriage should be looked at very impersonally. Don't you?
Well, that's one way. You have to be practical, goodness knows.
You bet. I think marriage should be faced like the problem it is. Now, suppose that I'm a man and you're a woman.
All right, let's suppose. Isn't this fun?
Now suppose they would like to get married. Why? What are the pros and what are the cons?
Well...
The man would have someone waiting for him when he came home.
And the woman could turn her property over to the man and wouldn't have to bother with old income tax every year.
Well, yes, that would be an advantage to her. Now we have to think of an advantage for the man.
Well, that would probably depend upon the woman. Did you have anybody in mind, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? Getting a little late. Be nice to talk about these things again sometime. Nice to discuss things impersonally, like you do.
Thank you, kind sir. Oh, here's a cookie crumb on your mustache. Let me brush it off.
Impersonally, yeah. That's the only way to... Adeline?
Yes? Mr. Gildersleeve?
Adeline, could I... Good night.
What about my income tax?
Income tax? Oh, that. Tomorrow.
All right, and why don't we start a little early?
Good idea. Good night, Adeline.
Good night, Throckmorton.
She called me Throckmorton. By George, Adeline is wonderful. Don't want to rush into things, but I'll bet if I played my cards right. Why don't you go home? Strange. Couldn't seem to put Adeline out of my mind all night. Maybe those old married men were right. It'd be great to be coming down to breakfast in the morning like this. Receive a loving greeting.
Hi, Unc!
Leroy. Good morning.
Pancakes for breakfast.
Yeah. Cut them up into little pieces, Leroy. You're not a seal.
Don't want to be late to school.
I'm glad I caught you before you dashed off. I did a little patrol duty this morning, young man, and you've been reading comic books under your sheets after hours again.
What?
Don't you deny it. I found 8 dead flashlight batteries under your bed. Now, clear them out.
But, Unc, if you keep them in a dark place, they get a little light back in them.
Don't argue. Clear them out. That's an order. And another thing, young man.
Good morning, Uncle Mort, Leroy.
Good morning, Marjorie.
Look, Unky, the darling new spring dresses at Hogan Brothers. Narrow shoulders, new
Marjorie, please. I'm talking to Leroy. And must you bring the newspaper to the breakfast table?
Yes, why not?
My dear, breakfast is not the place for reading.
What else is there to do? Nothing but man talk. A woman can't get a word in edgewise.
Hey, Marge, let me see the comic.
I'm looking at the paper.
I just want the comic.
I'm pulling, you little weasel.
Children!
Look what you did to the fashion section.
Look what you did to Fearless Fosdick.
I don't know what this house is coming to. I come down to breakfast feeling wonderful, and you two start acting like little savages. Goodness knows I've tried to raise you children properly. But I guess I failed.
Now, Unky, I'm sorry.
Yes, I have. I failed. I've tried to be like a father and a mother to you, but I couldn't be both. So, perhaps there's only one thing left to do.
What's that?
Get you a mother.
What?
Well, as you say, Marjorie, there's nothing but man talk around here. Perhaps you need a woman in this house to talk to and to plan with, to understand you.
What's he getting at, Uncle Mort?
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing. But perhaps I should get married.
Well, for corn's sake.
Uncle Mort!
Now, I'm not thinking of myself, you understand. I'd be doing it just for you children. Careful, young man.
Unky, you're afraid to get married.
Afraid?
Well, you backed out of marriage with Leila Ransom and Eve Goodwin, and you were nearly sued by that Spanish dancer.
Now, Marjorie...
You're just being impulsive, and you know
I am not. Might even talk to the lady about it today.
Oh, who is it this time?
Well...
Excuse me, Uncle Mort, you're wonderful. I hope you never change.
But, Marjorie, I am going to change.
Of course you are.
Well, so long, Unc.
Leroy, haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, congratulations.
Not that. Excuse yourself.
Okay, excuse me. Do I call you Daddy now?
Leroy. That boy. Why is it whenever I think of getting married, nobody takes me seriously?
Mr. Gildersleeve, what's this about you getting married?
Well, sometimes I think I should, Birdie.
Uh-oh. Guess Birdie better be looking for another job.
What?
Ain't no place for Birdie around here if you have a wife to do the work.
Well, now, wait a minute, Birdie. In the first place, the young lady I had in mind isn't a very good cook.
Oh?
Yeah. Anyway, we could never get along without you, Birdie. We hope you stay with us for life.
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just didn't think I'd be staying if there was nothing to do.
But with another person in the house, there'd be even more to do.
That's right, Mr. Gildersleeve. And after a year or so, maybe even more to do.
Yeah. What?
And after 2 years or so, twice as much to do.
Oh, never thought of that.
And after 3 years, maybe 3 times as much to do.
Now, Birdie.
And after 4 years...
Birdie, stop.
You're right, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm set for life.
Oh, well. What's wrong with that?
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. Say, that Birdie. The other day I asked her why she always served parquet margarine, and she said...
I buy parquet because I know a good thing when I taste it.
And that's just the way millions feel about parquet, Birdie. That's why parquet is a favorite spread for America's bread. It's a truly delicious topping for rolls, pancakes, waffles, and muffins, as well as bread.
I'll say it is, and I know a good thing when I taste it.
Parquet is packed with wholesome nourishment, too. It's made from only choice products of American farms, and each fresh flavored pound is enriched with 15,000 units of important vitamin A.
The young folks need them vitamin things.
We all do. Another thing, parquet is made by Kraft, and that name means quality everywhere. Still, parquet, the quality margarine, actually costs less today than it did a year ago.
Well, I buy parquet because it tastes so good, and I know a good thing when
I know you do, Bertie. Everyone likes nourishing, economical parquet because of its fine, fresh flavor. Try it, friends. You'll like it. That's Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. And now back to the great Gildersleeve as he walks downtown with gay and giddy thoughts running through his brain.
I am calling you. Certainly glad I stopped by ADELINE'S last night. Don't know why I kept things on such an impersonal basis. But, as always, tonight. Nice roses in the flower shop today. Say, that gives me an idea. Well, hello, Floyd.
Hi, Commish. Hey, where you taking the roses? Looks like you're up to something.
Well, maybe I am and maybe I'm not. Maybe you old married men set me to thinking last night. A man shouldn't wait forever to take that fatal step.
Fatal is right.
Huh? What's this, Floyd?
Hey, you didn't want anything, did you, Commish? It's nearly 12, and I got to get home to lunch.
Certainly. I want to shave. What's your hurry? You've been late before.
Oh, little Floyd, he better not be late today. Say, why don't you come home to lunch with me?
Lunch? With you? Why?
Yeah.
Hey, you aren't having a little trouble at home, are you, Floyd?
Oh, no. Come on, I'll shave you when we get back.
Not today, Floyd.
Okay. Never been to my house, but if my wife's cooking ain't good enough for you, we'd just...
Well, if you put it that way.
Sure, and let's drive your car. I didn't bring mine down.
Huh?
See, we broke up so late at the club, I told Lovey I got a flat. This morning I had to go out and drive a nail into my new tire to prove it.
Wait a minute. I don't think I better go home with you, Floyd.
Nonsense. Lovey will welcome us with open arms. Come on. Gotta ring the doorbell, Commish. I left in such a hurry this morning I forgot my keys.
Something about this I don't like, Floyd. Huh? You sure Lovey isn't still mad at you about last night?
No, Lovey has the mind of an elephant. She can forget.
Yeah. Floyd, I better be going.
Don't leave me now, Commish.
I know, but, hello, Mrs. Munson.
Hello.
Hiya, Lovey. I got a little surprise for you.
Well, it better be a good one, Mr. Munson.
She's a great kidder, Commissioner. I brought the water commissioner for lunch, lovey-dovey, playing politics. You remember Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'll say. Well, flowers for me?
Well, I had another party in mind.
Oh, I thought so. Anybody around here bring me flowers, I'd drop dead. Wouldn't I, Mr. Munson?
Oh, come on, Lovey, and sweeten up. How's about fixing up some lunch, huh?
Seems to me a man that can stay out till 1 o'clock in the morning can fix his own lunch.
Well, come on, Commish, say a good word.
You mentioned Floyd being out till 1 o'clock, Mrs. Munson. Well, 1 o'clock isn't bad. I didn't get home till 2.
2? You see what kind of people you're running around with, Floyd?
I was only helping a lady with her income tax.
Come on, Commish. Sorry this had to happen, but we'll rustle up our own lunch. And Mrs. Munson can go peddle her papers.
Floyd Munson, you stay out of my kitchen.
Now, Mrs. Munson.
Lovey, pipe down, will you?
Now, Floyd.
Don't you yell at me, Floyd.
Now, Mrs. Munson.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're a guest here.
Yes, but Mrs.
Munson.
Munson.
You keep out of this, Commissioner.
What? Floyd, you asked me.
Hey, now you got her crying.
That's the... What? Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Mr. Gildersleeve, don't you ever darken our door again!
Which is closer, the back or the front door?
Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Welcome to your friendly neighborhood drugstore.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'm glad somebody's friendly. Too bad there aren't more happy couples like you and Mrs. Peavy.
Oh?
Hi, George. If I ever get married, peace and harmony are going to be the watchwords in my home.
You're not seriously contemplating matrimony, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I see you're carrying some flowers.
Well, it's always something to think about.
It's a good thing to think about. For quite a while. Nice bouquet.
Thank you.
Flowers make quite an impression on women. Mrs. Peavy's fond of flowers. Nasturtiums, hydrangeas, tiger lilies.
Oh, well, there's nothing like roses, though. Of course, these looked a little better before I went to Floyd's house. Had them caught in the door on the way out.
Is that so?
Yeah. Seems his wife thought he stayed out a little late last night.
Well, it was a little late, but I thought we had rather a gay, rip-snorting time.
Yeah, that's exactly what got Floyd into trouble. But I fixed everything.
That's so?
Yeah.
Everything's all right at the Munson house now.
Well, at least they're not mad at each other anymore. I went over there to lunch and squared things.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you wouldn't care to come home to dinner with me.
No thanks, Peavy. Take her some nasturtiums or tiger lilies. What's wrong with all these married people? Roses look a little wilted tonight. Still be all right if I hadn't spent the whole day trying to get those married men out of the doghouse. Oh, well, little Adeline will appreciate him. I wonder if she's been thinking about me today, too.
That you, Gildy?
Oh, hello, Judge.
I presume you're paying a call on Miss Fairchild.
Well, as it so happens...
I see the light in her window, and you're drawn to it like a big fat moth to a flame.
Now, see here, Hooker. I'll thank you to keep your legal beagle out of my personal affairs.
What had you in the big box? Roses?
It's my laundry. And stop sniffling. And stop peeking.
And red roses. You know what they mean to a lady, don't you, Gildy? I love you.
Now, Judge.
Could it be that you're getting serious about this Southern belle?
Don't go jumping at conclusions, Judge.
Well, if you're ever going to settle down, it's high time you did it. Miss Fairchild is an exceedingly gracious lady. Of course, you haven't known her very long.
Well, February was a short month.
However, sometimes whirlwind romances turn out for the best, Gildy.
Oh?
You're the type who would enjoy marriage, sitting by the hearthside evenings, going over the household expenses with your spouse.
Expenses?
Squeezing pennies here and there, rearranging your budget to include some pretty bauble for your beloved.
Not so fast, Judge. Remember, I've got to feed and clothe Marjorie and little Leroy.
Yeah, but when a man marries, his wife must be his first consideration, Gildy. You must forsake all others and cling only to her. But I'm keeping you from your rendezvous with destiny. Good luck, old friend.
Wait a minute, Judge. What are you doing tonight?
Well, I had a game of pinochle set with Chief Gates, but since the Jolly Boys get together last night, his wife won't let him out.
Not Chief Gates, too?
Consequently, I'm as free as a bird. You better go on in, Gildy. Present your poses. It's leap year. She might pop the question.
Wonder if they'd stay fresh if I buried him here in the snow behind this tree. Just a minute, Horace.
Now, Gildy, don't do anything you'll regret.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Let's go play pinochle.
The great Gildersleeve will be back very shortly. Have you been missing out on a good thing, friends? Have you missed trying Parquet, the margarine of craft quality? Every day, millions of women choose delicious Parquet as their favorite spread for bread, rolls, pancakes, and waffles. Its rich, fresh Parquet goodness makes it the perfect topping for table use. Parquet is made from only the choice farm products, and each nourishing pound is fortified with 15,000 units of vitamin A. Don't miss trying tasty Parquet margarine today. More than ever, it's the better buy for both bread and budget. Just think, delicious, nourishing Parquet margarine actually costs less today than it did a year ago. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
I shouldn't have let you in after the way you treated me tonight, Throckmorton, but if you really were up until midnight with a sick friend, I suppose it's all right.
Well, good.
But I think you owe it to me to tell me who the sick friend was you were sitting up with.
Well, Judge Hooker was my friend, and I got sick of him and came over here.
Oh, you man, I declare. I'll forgive you this time. Now you wait while I run and get some coffee. Get comfortable now, you hear?
You bet. Gildersleeve, you shouldn't do this. You might learn to like it. Good night, folks. Wonder if I should go get those roses out of that snowbank.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White, with music by Jack Meekin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Edward Everett Horton will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it.
Old Eddie.
Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Most everybody likes macaroni and cheese, and modern homemakers like to make this grand main dish the quick, easy, economical way with Kraft Dinner. In just 7 minutes cooking time, the special macaroni is fluffy light and tender. Then you stir in the Kraft grated for that good cheddar cheese flavor. You get both of these magic ingredients in every package of Kraft Dinner, enough to make 4 generous servings of macaroni and cheese at a cost of only a few pennies more than a package of just macaroni alone. So why not put Kraft Dinner on your shopping list right now?
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous cheese food Velveeta. Everybody goes for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor in snacks, in sandwiches, and in hot dishes. And hidden in that swell cheese flavor are important nutrients from milk. That's why smart homemakers keep Velveeta on hand regularly to spread or slice and to melt for grand economical hot dishes. Tomorrow, get Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality. Well, it's March, and a chill, blustering wind is blowing through the little town of Summerfield. But in the heart of the Great Gildersleeve, there is all the warmth and tenderness of spring. Yes, once again, love has come to our chubby friend.
Dear diary, tonight I have another date with Adeline. What a woman. She's beautiful, charming, intelligent. Well, fairly intelligent. I know I promised you, dear diary, that I wouldn't fall again. But what the heck? I'm only human. Do you want me to tell you a secret? I haven't kissed her yet. But this may be my lucky night. I'll let you know when I get back. So keep your fingers crossed, dear diary. Good night. Good evening, Adeline.
Why, it's you, Throckmorton.
Yeah.
Well, you come right in the house before that wind blows you away.
Oh, thank you.
Let me have your coat now. I'll hang it right here on the hall seat.
All right. Adeline.
Yes, Throckmorton?
Here's a little present for you.
A present for me?
Hmm?
Oh, a bottle of perfume.
Yeah. Do you like perfume?
Like it? Why, I could swim in it.
Well, just half an ounce.
Oh, and it's called Spring Madness. Why, you little devil, you. You know what I ought to do? I ought to give you a great big thank you kiss.
Well.
But I won't.
Huh?
You'd think I was just being forward and bold.
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, yes, you would now. Well, you just sit down while I put this perfume on my doodad shelf.
Almost got that kiss. Well, it's early yet. What would you like to do tonight, Adeline? You'll do anything you say. It's up to you.
Well...
We could stay here, sit by the fire, but it's up to you.
Well...
Nice and cozy here, just the two of us. But it's up to you.
I guess we could stay here all right.
Well, if you insist. Shall we sit here on the sofa and talk?
Well, I'd just love to, sir.
Well, here we are. Don't you want to move a little closer?
No, I don't.
Then I'll move closer to you. Adeline.
Yes?
Would you like to play a little game?
Well, that depends. How do you play it?
Well, you just sit here and I put my arms around you like this.
Yes?
Then you close your eyes.
Yes? They're closed. None of your Yankee tricks now.
Now you say prunes.
Now, Throckmorton, I know what you're up to.
Oh? What's that?
You're just trying to steal a kiss from me, aren't you now?
No, kissing you is the furthest thing from my mind.
Well, I declare.
Huh?
Am I that unattractive?
Unattractive? Why, no.
Well, I have you know that down in Savannah, men used to cluster around me like bees around a magnolia blossom. But, of course, if I don't appeal to you...
But, Adeline, you do appeal to me. You're lovely.
It's too late to try to sweet-talk me now, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. You've revealed your true feelings in the matter.
But, Adeline...
I guess men are all the same. I thought they might be different above the Mason-Dixon line. Guess I never should have written that letter.
What letter?
To my old beau in Savannah, Cecil Revenall. I told him all about you.
You did?
Indeed, I did. I told him that the heart he broke was mended, that I'd found my Prince Charming in the form of a public official.
Well, just a water commissioner.
Of course, then I thought this certain public official cared for me just a teeny-weeny bit.
But I do care a teeny-weeny bit.
Well!
I mean, a lot. Adeline.
Yes?
You're always on my mind.
Oh, you're just saying that.
No, it's true. I think of you all the time. At home, down at the office. Why, I see your face on every water bill.
That's sweet, Throckmorton. Well, maybe I did misjudge you.
That's all right. What the heck? I'll forgive you if you'll just give me a little kiss.
Well... I guess it's all right. I know you're different than Cecil.
Cecil, sure, that cad.
I beg your pardon?
The way he treated you, he must have been a pretty worthless character, all right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I won't have you talking that way about Cecil.
Huh?
After all, he is a southern gentleman.
What you said?
Now, don't try to twist things around. Cecil may have had his little weaknesses, but he did have elegant manners. Why, I never knew a man who could bow so deep from the waist.
Well, I didn't...
And you should see that man ride. Why, he looks like he's part of the horse.
I'll bet he does.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I won't have you talking about Cecil Ravenel II behind his back.
But, Adeline...
Gentlemen, don't do that where I come from.
But...
Sir, I'll thank you to remove your coat from my whole tree.
But...
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good night, southern gentleman. All right, Birdie. I'm coming.
Hi, Unc.
Good morning, Leroy. Where's your sister?
Primping up for school, I guess. You know girls, Unc.
Yeah.
Did you have a good time at Miss Fairchild's last night?
Pass the cream, Leroy.
Okay. Gee, you sure got home early last night. How come you got
If
home...
you don't mind, young man, I'd rather not discuss the matter.
Oh, I get it. Love trouble, huh?
Leroy, eat your breakfast.
Morning, everybody.
Hi.
Good morning, Marjorie.
Oh, my oatmeal again. Oh, Unky.
Yes?
Did you have a good time at Miss Fairchild's last night?
For heaven's sake, is that all anybody could talk about this morning?
Well, pardon me. What's the matter with him?
Ugly, I'm afraid.
I heard that, Leroy. Speak English.
What happened to Love's young dream, Unky?
Marjorie, there are things a gentleman doesn't discuss. Let's just consider the whole episode a closed book. In fact, I'd be just as happy if I never heard the name Miss Fairchild mentioned again.
Morning, Miss Gildersleeve.
Morning, Birdie.
Did you have a nice time over Miss Fairchild's last night?
Ye God.
Huh?
I don't want to hear any more talk about Miss Fairchild. Is that clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Please don't mention it again.
I won't. You don't have to tell Birdie more than once, because I listen.
All right, then.
Yes, sir, I listen. When you talk to some folks, it goes in one ear and out the other, but not Birdie, I listen.
But, Birdie...
How do you think I keep this house running? By being a scatterbrain? No, sir. When somebody talks to me, I listen.
Of course you do.
Nobody has to chew that candy slice with me.
Birdie, I didn't say...
Miss Gildersleeve, you know what I do when somebody talks to me?
Yes, Birdie, of course.
That's right, I listen.
Oh, what a morning. Morning, Bessie. Any mail this morning?
Yes, sir. It's on your desk. Do you want to go over the water reports now?
After we open the mail, Bessie. First things first.
Yes, sir.
Oh, let's see here.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, there was a telephone call for you.
Huh? Who was it?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
Bessie? Let's be a little businesslike around here. Who phoned?
Miss Adeline Fairchild.
Oh, she did.
Her number is Summerfield 44.
I know her number, Bessie. If she calls again, I'm not in. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Miss Fairchild is a thing of the past.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Quite all right. As Kipling said, south is south and north is north, and never the twain shall meet.
What's that?
Miss Fairchild and I have different ideas, Bessie, that's all. She wants a man who can bow from the waist.
Well, maybe if you reduce a little.
She probably called to tell me she's sorry, but it's too late. It's water over the dam. I'm just going to have to forget, Bessie. Just going to have to bury myself in my work.
Well, it is piled up pretty high.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, it's all over and done with.
Let's face the new day, Bessie. Let's get on.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Zook.
Hello, Miss Fairchild. We were just talking about you.
Bessie. Well, what is it, Miss Fairchild?
Throckmorton, I just have to have a word with you.
Well, I'm rather busy.
Can't you spare just one little minute?
Well?
You great big executive, you.
Well, maybe just for a minute. Bessie, you may go out in the other office and file the water reports.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, the file's in here.
Huh? Well, you'll have to work that problem out for yourself. Let's be on our toes, Bessie.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is it, Miss Fairchild? Is your water service unsatisfactory? What's the matter?
My, you act just like a grizzly bear behind that desk. Growl, growl, growl.
Adeline, Miss Fairchild, kindly state your business.
Throckmorton, I'm a fool.
Well...
Yes, I am now. Having words with you over that no-account Cecil Revenant II, that hand-kisser.
But, Adeline, last night you said...
I know. I must have been out of my mind comparing him with you, a public official, a head of a water department.
Well, water is pretty important.
Of course it is. I drink gobs of it. I'm just a teeny-weeny bit worried about something.
What's that?
Well, I got a letter from that silly Cecil this morning, and do you know what he said?
What?
He said he didn't want any Yankee like you fooling around with his girl. Imagine that, calling me his girl, just because we were engaged for 15 years.
Ridiculous.
Be just like him to come traipsing up here looking for trouble.
Come up here?
Yes, he's such a hothead.
Yes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, are you very handy with a pistol?
Well, Huh?
In case there's a duel or anything.
A duel?
Well, Cecil's an expert shot, and I wouldn't want you to come out second best.
Come out. Oh, my goodness.
But look at me, it's chattering away here. You probably want to get back to your work.
Work? But, Adeline, wait a minute.
Now, I won't take any more of your time. I know your head's just chock full of water reports and things.
But, Adeline...
Don't you worry now, you hear?
But... A duel?
For you cooks who are serving Lenten meals, for all of you who are trying to keep the food budget in line, and for you mothers who sometimes have to feed the gang after a basketball game, here's a swell recipe. It's for Velveeta Welsh Rabbit. Easy to make, economical, and lickin' good. But what's more, Kraft's famous cheese food makes it a fine, nutritious main dish. Here's all you do. In the top of the double boiler, melt 1/2 pound of golden, delicious Velveeta. Then add 1/4 cup of milk, salt, pepper, a dash of dry mustard, and Worcestershire sauce. Serve that rich, golden Welsh Rabbit on toast points and listen to the raves. It's a gala dish any day of the week. A smart dish to serve any time of the day or night, because Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. When you're serving the whole gang for a party, you'll want to double the recipe. 1 pound of smooth melting Velveeta to 1/2 cup of milk. So buy Velveeta in the 2-pound loaf and have plenty for snacks and sandwiches, too, all week. Everybody loves Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And every Velveeta snack, every Velveeta hot dish gives the family important nutrients from milk. So, smart shoppers, head your market list tomorrow with the word Velveeta. Well, the great Gildersleeve is a mighty worried man. He has just one thing on his mind, no matter where he is. At the office.
A duel. How do I get into these things?
At night, in bed.
Am I handy with a gun? Why, I can't even shoot a water pistol.
And the following morning on his way to work.
Cecil Revenant II. Why doesn't he go soak his head in a mint julep? He would be an expert shot. Well, why should I worry? Whole thing is ridiculous. People don't fight duels anymore. I don't think.
Gildy.
Huh? Oh, hello, Judge.
What are you talking to yourself for? What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Yes, there is, Gildy. There's something on that so-called mind of yours.
Horace, I should have my head examined.
I'll go along with that. What have you managed to get yourself into this time?
Well, you know Adeline Fairchild.
Yes, I'm acquainted with the lady. Of course, I haven't been as close to her as you have.
All right, Judge. If you don't want to listen.
Go on, Gildy. I'm all ears.
You sure are, you old goat. Anyway, Adeline used to have a boyfriend in Savannah, Cecil Revenant, one of those hot-blooded Southerners.
What's the matter? Are you jealous of him, Gildy?
No, he's jealous of me.
What?
Well, he is. He's so jealous he might come up here and challenge me to a duel.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Gildy. You know people don't fight duels nowadays.
Yes, I know it, but does Cecil know it? You can't trust a man who bows from the waist.
I assure you, Gildy, from my long experience in jurisprudence, you have nothing to worry about.
Oh?
Dueling is absolutely illegal. And if this young firebrand should be rash enough to shoot you, he'd be violating the state code, statute 489, section 7.
Oh, that's fine, Judge.
I give you my solemn promise I'll prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law. Well, I'll fight this thing right up to the Supreme Court.
Oh, brother.
What's the matter, Gildy?
A fine friend you are. My life is in danger, Horace. I thought as my legal advisor you might tell me what to do.
Well, if I were you, I'd make out a will.
Oh. This may be funny to you, Judge, but you're not in my shoes. Why, any minute this fellow might pop out from behind a tree, bow, and take a shot at me. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't see how I could miss you, Gildy. You make an awful big target.
Booker. Good morning, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like to talk to you.
I'll be with you in just a minute, as soon as I finish sorting out these Christmas cards.
Christmas cards?
These are a few I had left from last year. Would you care to look them over, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Peavy, this is only March.
Yes, but if you don't mind a suggestion, it might be wise to shop early for them and avoid the holiday rush.
Oh. I'm in no mood to look at Christmas cards.
Well, they're very nice cards. Now, here's one that has a rather touching sentiment. It's called To a Distant Relative at Christmas Time.
Peavy.
I know we two are separated by miles and miles of land. So I'm shouting, Merry Christmas, I think you're simply grand.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I thought it was rather nice.
No.
Now, here's one.
Look, Peavy, I want to talk to you.
Well, go right ahead.
Well, Peavy, what would you do if somebody challenged you to a duel?
A duel? What for?
Well, let's say over a woman.
What woman?
Well, suppose somebody challenged you to a duel over Mrs. Peavy.
Mrs. Peavy? Well, I don't think anybody do that.
All right, then. Suppose it was any woman. The grocer's wife.
Well, I wouldn't fight a duel over her. I hardly know her.
Peavy.
Well, let the grocer fight his own battle.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What did he ever do for me?
Peavy, this has nothing to do with you. I'm the one that might have to fight the duel.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're joking.
No, I'm not. And a woman got me into it.
Who, the grocer's wife?
Oh.
Fighting a duel might prove rather risky. If I were you, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'd get out of it.
That's what I want to do, Peavy, but how can I?
Well, I'd just start buying my groceries at some other store.
Oh, Peavy, grocer's wife. He's a big help. Well, why should I get upset about this duel? Silly. Thing for me to do is stop worrying about it and Floyd's barber shop. Hope I can get by without him seeing me. I don't feel like talking to him.
Hey, come here.
Uh-oh, too late.
Come here.
I'm in a hurry, Floyd.
I want to talk to you. It'll only take a minute.
All right.
Come on in.
What is it, Floyd?
How do you feel, Commish?
Huh?
Are you holding up all right?
What do you mean?
It's all right, Commish. You don't have to pretend with me. The judge told me all about this affair la honor.
What?
You know, the duel.
Oh, that.
When does it come up?
Floyd, I'd rather not talk any more about it.
Oh, I get it. Gentlemen, don't talk about them things, huh? The duel is code.
Dueler's code.
Yeah, I seen it in the movies lots of times. The trouble always starts over some dame.
Look, Floyd,
First thing you know, Earl Flynn walks up to some guy, smacks him in the face with his glove, and they exchange calling cards.
Floyd, I don't want to...
And then it's pistols at dawn. And there they are out in the cow pasture somewhere with their seconds. Now the two guys is pacing off. 8, 9, 10. They turn and fire. Bang! Yoy! Bang!
Floyd!
Then one of them don't get up. He just lays there, shot through the gizzard. Dum, tum, ta-dum, tum, ta-dum, ta-dum.
Floyd, I'll see you later.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, good morning, Bessie.
You look pale, Mr. Gildersleeve. Is something wrong?
Pale? No, I'm all right, Cecil. I mean, Bessie.
You seem a little nervous.
Nervous? Not at all. Huh? Well, guess I'll go into my office. Bessie, anybody wants to see me, I'm out.
Yes, sir.
Keep calm, Gildersleeve. Cecil Revenant's not coming up here. Of course not. I'm not worried. Wonder how long it takes to get here from Savannah. Might even be here in Summerfield right now. Might just take a peek out the window. Let's see. Nope. Don't see anybody with sideburns. Might as well sit down. Rest for a minute. Didn't sleep a wink last night thinking about this thing. Pistols at dawn. I can't even get up at 8 o'clock. Well, maybe the whole thing will blow over. Judge is right. People don't fight duels anymore. Besides, it's against the law. State Code 480. Who's that? Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Bessie.
Oh, come in, Bessie.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
What is it, Bessie?
A man was just here to see you.
A man?
Yes, a real Southern gentleman. He bowed from the waist and handed me this calling card.
Let me see it. Cecil Revenant, Insurance.
He wrote something on the other side.
Let's see. I'll meet you on the field of honor, you Yankee. Pistols at dawn.
Goodbye, Unky.
Goodbye, Marjorie, my dear.
Gee, Unky, I have to fight this duel.
Yes, Leroy. It's a matter of honor.
Can't you have breakfast before you go, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Bertie. The duel is at dawn. I'll have breakfast when I come back.
Yes, I hope so.
Well, goodbye, little family.
Goodbye, Unc.
Au revoir.
Bertie, if anything should happen to me, promise me you'll take care of the children.
Yes, sir.
You won't forget now.
No, sir. You don't have to tell Bertie more than once because I listen.
Okay, Bertie.
When somebody talks to me, you know what I do?
Yes, of course, Bertie.
That's right, I listen.
Well, Peavy, I'm going out to fight that duel now.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm sorry to see you go.
Thank you, Peavy.
Always hate to lose a customer.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's a little Christmas card to cheer up your last moments.
What?
I thought you might enjoy the sentiment. It's called To a Friend Who Won't Be With Us for the Holidays.
Oh! Don't you worry, Peavy. I'll be here when the holidays roll around.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, Commish, here we are on the field of honor.
Yeah?
There's that guy Cecil over there waiting for you. Say, he looks just like Earl Flynn.
Floyd, maybe we could call this duel off for a few days.
What? And violate the duelist code?
You.
Oh, Adeline.
Isn't this exciting? You and Cecil fighting a duel over little old me. Throckmorton,
Yes.
I'm gonna miss you.
I hope Cecil does.
Well, Commish, this is it. Gentlemen, take your places. Back to back. Pistols in the air.
Cecil, can't we talk this thing over?
Start pacing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Goodbye,
5,
little
6,
family.
7, 8, 9, 10. Fire. Bang!
Yeah! You got me.
Throckmorton, speak to me. Throckmorton. Now, Throckmorton, wake up. Throckmorton.
What's that? I'm shot. Little boogle.
Shame on you, sleeping at your desk like this.
Huh? Oh, then there wasn't any duel?
Duel? What are you talking about, Throckmorton? I just had to come up to your office to tell you something.
What's that?
I just got another letter from Cecil, and do you know what to think? He isn't jealous of you anymore.
He isn't?
He met some giggling little thing at the cotillion and fell head over heels in love.
He did?
Yes, he did, and I'll never speak to that cat again.
Well, he sounds pretty worthless, all right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I won't have you speaking about Cecil that way.
Huh?
Remember, he's a southern gentleman.
Pardon me, folks. This is where I came in.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. Homemakers, for Lenten meals, for economy meals, any day of the week, get Kraft's nutritious, smooth melting cheese food Velveeta. Spread or slice Velveeta's golden goodness thick for lunchtime sandwiches. Melt Velveeta for a smooth sauce that swell on seafood or eggs and on leftover meat such as ham or chicken or veal. Those good-eating Velveeta main dishes help supply high-quality complete protein and other precious milk nutrients. And they're money savers. So for sandwiches and for cooking, get Velveeta in the 2-pound loaf. A big help with Lenten meals. A big help with a budget, too.
Dear Diary, I have just one thing to say tonight. I've learned my lesson this time. Adeline and I are through. Absolutely through. Believe me, dear Diary, I'll never...
Excuse me, telephone.
Oh? Who's it from, Birdie?
Miss Adeline Fairchild.
Oh? Well, maybe I'll give her one more chance. Good night, dear Diary. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Edward G. Robinson will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
The next time you have to fix a hurry-up lunch, open a package of Kraft Dinner. And in a twinkling, you can have a piping hot dish of macaroni and cheese. Each package of Kraft Dinner contains special macaroni that cooks fluffy light and tender in just 7 minutes. And golden Kraft grated that you stir in for a grand cheddar cheese flavor. 2 magic ingredients for making delicious macaroni and cheese at a cost of only a few cents more than a package of macaroni alone. For a quick, easy, economical main dish, get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous cheese food Velveeta. Everybody goes for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor in snacks, in sandwiches, and in hot dishes. And hidden in that swell cheese flavor are important nutrients from milk. That's why smart homemakers keep Velveeta on hand regularly to spread or slice and to melt for grand economical hot dishes. Tomorrow, get Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality. Well, the great Gildersleeve came home early this evening, and there's been much activity upstairs. Now, showered, shaved, and immaculate, his rotund figure cleverly camouflaged in a new spring suit, he descends to much activity downstairs.
This is going to be a wonderful evening.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, and you shoo your blues away.
Well, Birdie.
My, Mr. Gildersleeve, you sure do look nice.
Thank you, Birdie. New suit. The dinner coming along all right, Birdie?
Yes, sir. When you got chicken and dumplings, everything's rosy, and that's what we got, chicken and dumplings.
Yeah, great. I want the evening to be perfect.
What time are you expecting Miss Fairchild over?
Around 6:30, Birdie. We'll have dinner at 7. And then Miss Fairchild and I will repair to the living room.
Yes.
So you might close the sliding doors, Birdie, so we won't be disturbed by the kitchen noises.
You can count on Birdie to cooperate. She knows when you want to be alone.
No, Birdie. Oh, my goodness, this dining room furniture looks awful. Did you polish it, Birdie?
I tried, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you can't whip a dead horse.
Yeah. Yes, I know. Ought to get some new furniture, I guess. Just been waiting for the children to grow up to do anything about it.
Well, you can go ahead any day now.
Yeah, I wonder. Look at that grease spot.
That's Leroy's seat.
Yeah, looks like he's been frying bacon on his chair bottom. What's this? A piece of bacon?
I'll scrub it again. Oh, uh-oh. Is she here already?
Probably Judge Hooker, Birdie. I'm borrowing his diamond stick pin. Oh, every day is Ladies' Day with me.
Afternoon, Gildy. My, you're singing like a lark.
Hi, Judge. Come in for a minute.
And all spruced up this evening, too.
Uh-huh.
Look at that bow tie. You look like a fat Frank Sinatra.
Now, Judge, just because I'm wearing a bow tie for a change...
Why borrow my diamond stick pin if you're wearing a bow tie? Diamond stick pins simply aren't worn.
Those who have them wear them, Horace. Give it to me.
Now, take care of it, Gildy. You can return it to me tomorrow night at the Jolly Boys Club. You know, we have an important rehearsal for the coming Barbershop Quartet Society contest.
You bet, Horace. I wouldn't miss it. See you tomorrow night, then, and thanks for the stick pin.
Not at all. In my opinion, the Jolly Boys have a fine chance of reaching the finals at Oklahoma City in June.
All right, Judge. June's a long time off. Nice of you to drop by. Goodbye.
Say, that's your new Easter suit, isn't it, Gildy?
Oh.
Expecting someone special?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I seem to detect tantalizing aromas emanating from the kitchen.
What?
Perhaps I should step back and exchange pleasantries with Birdie.
No, Judge. Birdie's pretty busy.
Evening, Birdie.
Evening, Judge.
Something smells awfully good back here.
Judge.
What are we having for dinner?
We're having chicken and dumplings and Miss Adeline Fairchild.
Well, a most tempting menu.
You staying for dinner, Judge? Plenty for everybody.
The judge has to be running along, Birdie. Some other time, perhaps.
On the contrary, I have nothing to do this evening.
Plenty for everybody.
But, Birdie...
That's one thing you got to say for Birdie. When she cooks plenty for everybody.
All right, Birdie. We know there's plenty for everybody, but tonight may be a little, inconvenient.
Naturally, if I'm not welcome.
No, Judge. You loan me your diamond stick pin, you have a right to some dinner.
Well, thanks.
Birdie can fix you a plate here in the kitchen, and you can leave early.
Well,
plenty for everybody.
Thank you, Birdie, but I see your generosity is not shared by mine host. I bid you good evening.
Now, Judge, don't take it that way. After all, Adeline and I...
You don't have to explain, Gildersleeve. It's perfectly obvious that you're giving up your old friends for your new love.
Oh, no. Stay if you like, Horace, please. But if you must go here, I'll show you to the door.
No, don't trouble, Gildersleeve. I know my way out.
Stay back.
Ye gods, Birdie.
gracious, Throckmorton. You have such a lovely family.
Oh, thank you, Adeline.
Thank you, Miss Fairchild.
Yeah, thanks.
More coffee for you, Adeline?
Well, it's so good. Just a teeny-weeny bit.
May I have more too, Uncle Mort?
Well, will half a cup do, Marjorie? Yes, only half a cup, since you're in a hurry.
Well...
Yeah, Marjorie's going over to Francie's for the evening. Francie's her girlfriend. Aren't you, my dear?
Well...
Yes, indeed. Don't want to keep Francie waiting.
Oh, I can go to Francie's any time. I love to hear Miss Fairchild tell about those wonderful Southern men.
Hey, Miss Fairchild, did you ever go out with a kissing governor?
Me?
Leroy?
What did I say?
Leroy, why don't you go to the movies? Leroy always goes to the movies on Friday night. Here, Leroy, here's 35 cents.
Gee, thanks, Elf, but I'll save it for the movies tomorrow night.
What's this?
They changed the bill tomorrow. I've seen King of the Palominos 3 times.
Well, maybe you'd like to excuse yourself and go up to your room and listen to your little radio. Leroy has his own little radio. You may be excused, Leroy.
Oh, gosh, there's nothing on I want to listen to.
Oh, my goodness.
Excuse me, monsieur, please.
Yes, Birdie?
Does anybody want anything else?
Adeline?
No, thank you, sir.
No, thanks, Birdie.
Okay, I'm going to close these sliding doors now like you said.
Why is she closing the parlor doors? We haven't had those closed.
To keep out the kitchen noises, Leroy.
Oh, I get it. Well, I guess I'd better be going to that movie. I've only seen it 3 times.
Mercy, Leroy is tall when he stands up and such a big, handsome boy. He has such a long, straight, beautiful nose.
Well, that's from our side of the family. We're very proud of the Gildersleeve nose.
He looks a lot like you, Throckmorton.
Well...
You think so?
And Marjorie's such a raving beauty.
Oh, no, Miss Fairchild, please.
Everybody says Marjorie takes after my side of the family, too.
Really? Well, I can't see the slightest resemblance.
Leroy, go to the movies.
Okay, I'm going. The shooting doesn't start till the second half.
It's liable to start any minute.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, we're just getting to know each other. I hear Leroy plays the piano. He can't go until he plays the piano for me.
Oh, I can't play.
He's telling the truth, Miss Fairchild.
I don't think we'd better insist on Leroy playing tonight, Adeline. Wouldn't want to push him too fast. Marjorie, why don't you both go upstairs and Miss Fairchild and I can play? I mean, she can play and I'll sing. How about that, Adeline?
But, Throckmorton, I've heard you sing. Come on now, Leroy, you little cutie pie. We'll play a duet together.
Duet?
Gosh, I can't play a duet. Can't even play by myself. Nothing but a little Bach.
A little Bach, he says.
Oh, now you sit here on the bench by me, Leroy. Oh, that's right. Don't be bashful. We'll warm up with the anvil chorus, and all you have to do is hit that note right there.
Just one note? Oh, boy.
Get ready now. A 1, a 2.
Hey, this is easy. Hey, look, Unc. No hands. Look at him, Unc. He's doing it with his nose.
Leroy.
Look at me, Unc.
Leroy, stop that. Stop that, Leroy. Stop it.
Leroy, you're a caution.
Well, that'll do for tonight, children. Time for bed.
But, Throckmorton, we're just getting started. Let's form a trio and sing something, kid.
Well, okay.
Would you like to join us, kids, Throckmorton?
No, go ahead. Don't mind me. Us kids.
How about the big brass band from Brazil? Here's the sheet music.
Wonderful. Leroy, you take the part.
A rum-pa-pa, ka-see-ka-roo.
Wait a minute, Leroy. Let's all start together.
All right, now. A 1, a 2.
A rum-pa-pa, ka-see-ka-roo. A rum-pa-pa, ka-see-ka-roo. A rum-pa-pa, ka-see-ka-roo. That's the way they go.
I'm going.
3 brothers down in Rio had a noisy family trio.
Noisy's right.
They picked a load that sounded mighty shrill.
All right, you
What a wonderful evening, Throckmorton.
Glad you enjoyed it.
The dinner was marvelous.
Uh-huh.
I don't know when I've had so much fun.
Excuse me.
I've never seen anything as funny as Leroy. What's the matter, Throckmorton?
Matter? Not a thing. Nothing at all.
Oh, something's wrong with you, I can tell. Now, you just confessed to little Adeline what it is, you hear?
Let's just skip it.
You seem so preoccupied all evening. You didn't add into the spirit of the party at all.
Party? Is that your idea of a party, Adeline? Now, if there'd been just the two of us...
You man, I declare. The minute you get interested in a girl, you become downright antisocial.
I can be as sociable as anybody. When we're alone...
Now, you stop acting like a big, spoiled baby, and I'll let you come over and have fun tomorrow night here at my house. It's Saturday night.
But Adeline, tomorrow night is Jolly Boy night. We've always gotten together on Saturday night.
Mr. Gildersleeve, down where I come from, Saturday night has always been Adeline's night.
Adeline's night?
Yes, sirree. If a girl's boyfriend doesn't take her out on Saturday night, she gets herself another beau.
Well, I'll come over later, after the Jolly Boys meeting.
Well, don't think for 1 minute I'm going to sit here all alone on Saturday night or wilting on the vine. I'll have you know I could have men calling on me as often as the bus runs.
Huh?
I haven't passed unnoticed whenever I've walked downtown here in Summerfield.
But, Adeline, if I'm not there to sing lead for the Jolly Boys...
I can't understand what's so attractive about going to the Jolly Boys. Just exactly what goes on down there, Throckmorton.
Nothing, Adeline. We just get together around the piano and sing.
Oh? Well, that gives me a marvelous idea. I'll just go on down with you and play the piano for you Jolly Boys.
Floyd Munson takes care of the piano playing. We never have women up at the Jolly Boys Club. I wouldn't think of suggesting it.
There always has to be a first time for everything, Throckmorton. It'd be such fun, just you, me, and the Jolly Boys.
Now, Adeline, don't you try to convince me against my better judgment.
Throckmorton?
Now, don't try any womanly wiles on me. It won't work.
But I'd like to go.
No, Adeline, No.
But I want to be with you, Throckmorton.
But, Adeline...
Now then, what's this about no women at the Jolly Boys?
Did I say that? Adeline, you've convinced me. I think you should come along. You care to convince me again?
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. By this last week in Lent, it gets pretty hard to think up something different for a meatless dinner, doesn't it? Well, ladies, here comes rich, golden Velveeta sauce to your rescue. This wonderful cheese sauce made with Kraft's famous smooth melting Velveeta transforms the most ordinary dish into something very special. Just take shirred eggs, for instance. Serve them on toast with plenty of that glorious Velveeta sauce, and the folks will be mighty happy. Satisfied, too, because Velveeta is so nutritious. Actually, it helps supply plenty of high-quality, complete protein, plus other important nutrients from milk. Now, here's all you do to make that swell cheese sauce. In the top of the double boiler, melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta. Be sure to get genuine Velveeta, the cheese food that always melts to perfection. Now, stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to taste, and pour that velvet smooth sauce over your eggs or fish or vegetables, and listen to the hoorays from the family. There's a fine idea for this Friday's lunch or dinner, a grand idea for any day of the week. Tomorrow, you'd be smart to get Velveeta in the 2-pound loaf that keeps you stocked for snacks as well as for hot dishes. Get genuine Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality. Now back to things in Summerfield. Helen of Troy had the face to launch 1,000 ships, but only Adeline of Georgia could launch the great Gildersleeve on a mission this perilous, to convince the Jolly Boys that a woman should be admitted to their club meeting tonight.
Hope the other Jolly Boys aren't as hard to convince as I was. She kissed me. Wish I'd thought to kiss her back.
She better not try any of that funny stuff when I take her home from the club tonight. Well, hello, Judge. I'm glad I found you in.
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Horace, old man, I've great news for you and our fella Jolly Boys. I've arranged something very special for you tonight. But first, I want to return your diamond stick pin. I polished it and everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, some of the green came off the gold. I hope you don't mind. What's the matter, Horace? You aren't your usual jolly self this morning.
Jolly? A person whom I considered one of my best friends turned me away from his table last night, Gildy.
Oh? Where'd you disappear to, Horace? We had plenty for everybody.
So I was told.
Huh?
What's on your mind, Gildersleeve? I'm a busy man.
Well, Judge, old friend, I thought, just for fun, mind you, I'd bring a lady to the Jolly Boys Club tonight, just for fun.
What? Why would you bring a woman to the Jolly Boys Club?
To play the piano. Why else?
Not Adeline Fairchild.
We could use a good piano player.
I'll fight it, Gildersleeve.
No, Judge.
I'll fight it.
All right, you're not the only Jolly Boy. I'll put it to a vote. The others will want Adeline to come.
I'll fight it with every ounce of my strength.
All right, fight it with both ounces. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Well, let's see. You might rustle me a cold tongue sandwich and then lend me an ear, Peavy.
Coming up, one cold ear sandwich. What did you say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I said lend me an ear, Peavy.
That's what you said.
It's an old Roman expression.
Yes, I know that.
It means, listen, I have news for you. And the news is we have a piano player coming up to the club tonight.
Well, I know that, too. Floyd always comes up. Lend me an ear for silly sake.
Peavy, I come in here with good news and you nearly bite my head off. What's wrong with everybody today?
Well, I guess I should apologize, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh?
I left the house a little out of sorts this morning.
Oh?
Yackety, yackety, yackety.
Oh? What's the matter? Was your parrot wound up this morning?
No, but Mrs. Peavy's sister was. Came over before breakfast to tell Mrs. Peavy about her new washing machine. Yackety, yackety.
Yeah. I get the idea, Peavy.
I tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, it was a relief to get out of the house. The parrot asked to come along, too.
Well, some women do like to talk.
Well, just think, Mr. Gildersleeve, in a few hours we can get away from it all up at the Jolly Boys Club.
Yes, oh, yes, up at the Jolly Boys Club.
Up to our eagle's nest, where men can be men and women fear to tread.
Women do. Oh.
There you are, tongue on rye. Now then, what's your big news?
Big news? Well, you're not prejudiced against all women, are you?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. Some of my best customers are women.
Oh. Now then, what would you say if I brought a nice, attractive lady up to the club this evening to play the piano for us?
A woman? Well, now, that's your question.
Just as I thought. You and Hooker, a couple of old-fashioned old goats.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Yes, you are, Peavy. I suppose you still think woman's place is in the home.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that either. But whenever I go home, there she is. And sometimes her sister, yackety, yackety.
All right. That's the way you feel, Peavy. I'll talk to Floyd.
A shave, huh, Commish?
Yes, Floyd. I wanted to talk to you about something, too.
Yeah, I knew something was bothering you. Barbara can tell.
Oh?
Hey, wait till I tilt you back on my chazy lounge, just like they do in the movies. Yeah. The first real psychiatrist, the barber.
Oh?
Fixes everything from black eyes to broken homes.
Well, this has nothing to do with those things.
That's it. Settle back into Morpheus whilst I lather you up, Commish. Now then, tell Dr. Munson your problem.
Well, Floyd?
I know. Dames, ain't it?
How did you know it was a woman, Floyd?
You're a man, ain't you? If it wasn't for dames, man would rule the earth. Any licensed barber will tell you that. Her initials couldn't be Adeline Fairchild, could they?
Oh. Floyd, how much of this do you know?
I know all of it, Commish. The judge was in, hot under the collar. Said you was scheming to smuggle a dame upstairs to the club. You're a smooth one.
Not smuggle exactly, Floyd. Not exactly a dame either.
Anyway, I'm for it, Commish. I'm on your side, pal. Put her there.
Really?
Yep.
Well, thanks, Floyd. I appreciate your attitude.
Sure. I didn't say anything to make the judge sore, you understand, but I let him know I thought women was okay upstairs. After all, I'm the proprietor. It's my building and my piano.
Sure.
Got a right to make the rules.
Piano. Floyd.
Yeah?
About the piano.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Fairchild might want to play the piano to accompany the quartet while you're resting.
Play the piano. Now, wait a minute, Commish. Next thing I know, the dame will want my job singing tenor.
What?
No, sir. I cast my vote the other way. I'm on the judge's side.
But, Floyd...
No, sir. Little Floydie Munson don't get off the stool if Josie Turvey drops up.
Floyd, don't be so vain about your piano playing. It's lousy and you know it.
Lousy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gildersleeve, women is no dice.
What?
They ain't allowed on the second floor of this building.
You, Benedict
And
Arnold, a minute ago, you told me...
What's this I hear? Two jolly boys arguing right before our big barbershop quartet meeting? Ho, ho, ho.
Hello, Chief.
Hiya, Chief. Get a load of the commish here, trying to bring a woman up to the meeting.
What's this, Commissioner?
Well,
We're supposed to be rehearsing for the contest.
Just a minute, Floyd. The Commissioner may have something there.
What?
Not a bad idea to have a little audience to sort of give us seasoning so we don't get stage fright.
Yeah, but he wants the dame to play piano for us.
Oh. Well, let's not fight about that, fellas.
Huh?
According to the Barbershop Society rules and regulations, we can't use a piano at their contest.
What? No piano?
No, that's right. All the quartets sing a cappella.
A cappella.
All they use is a pitch pipe to get started. So, that's the way we'd better practice tonight.
Well, I'll be darned.
No piano, eh?
I hope you're not too disappointed, fellas, but that's the rule.
Me? I'm not disappointed at all, Chief. Finish me up, Floyd.
No piano.
So that's the way it is, Adeline. Can't change the contest rules.
Well, I won't say I'm not disappointed, Throckmorton, but I do understand. And it'd be silly for me to just sit around there with no piano to play while you men just sang away.
Yeah, that wouldn't be much fun.
Unless I came up and tooted the pitch pipe for you. No, I guess not. Well, you just run along.
I hate to do this.
Well, you're sweet. You might call me in the morning, though, to see if little Adeline survived a Saturday night left all alone.
Yeah, I will. I'll call in person. Perhaps we can read the funny papers together.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Good night, then.
Good night. George, there's a happy solution to everything. I'll have a good time with the boys at the club tonight and see Adeline tomorrow. That's the way I planned it in the first place. Women are fine, but there's no place like the Jolly Boys Club on Saturday night. Well, they've started already. Doesn't sound too bad. Hello, Bash. They sure need me. What's that? Women! Mrs. Munson! Mrs. Gates! Hundreds of women!
Well, Commissioner, welcome.
Chief, what's going on here?
The chief thought you had such a good idea there, he suggested we all invite our women.
What? The girls even whipped up a spread, Commissioner, see?
Sure did.
Come on in, Commissioner. Even the judge has got a girl.
What a clam bake. Peavy, who's that talking to your wife?
Talking is right. That's old Yiddy.
Chief?
You care for a Coke? I've just down 3.
No, thanks, Peavy. I'm getting out of here.
Hey, Commish, where's the Southern Belle? I'd like to play chopsticks with her.
Oh, this is the worst idea I ever had.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. When unexpected guests drop in, is it a mad scramble to scare up some snacks? Not if you have Kraft's famous cheese food, Velveeta. Just get out a package or a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta, slice it for sandwiches, or spread it on crackers or toast it on bread. Who could ask for a better snack? Velveeta has a rich, mild cheddar cheese flavor that everybody likes. This delicious cheese food is mighty nourishing, too. It helps supply high-quality, complete protein, food energy, and other important milk nutrients. And it's as digestible as milk itself. So, be prepared. Keep a handy half-pound package of a big economical 2-pound loaf of Velveeta in your refrigerator. Be sure you get genuine Velveeta because you can depend on Kraft for quality.
Hello, Adeline? Throckmorton. I'm phoning from a filling station. Adeline, I've changed my mind. If it comes to a choice between you and the Jolly Boys tonight, well, I just couldn't force myself to go up there. So I'll be right over in it. What? But Adeline, who's McIntyre? I'll be over tomorrow then with the funny papers. Women, they're fickle. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. And, folks, you might be interested to know that our popular water commissioner here in Summerfield has just been appointed water commissioner of Arcadia, California also.
That's right.
Congratulations, Hal. We're proud of you.
Well, thanks, John. Some people have 2 shows, but I'll bet I'm the only one with 2 water departments. Thank you. Anyway, it's a great honor. Thank you, Arcadia, California. And I'll never resign unless it's under pressure. The water, I mean.
Adeline Fairchild is played by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Clifton Webb will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations.
Oh, Cliffy.
Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. Good night.
For a main dish that saves you money, saves you time, and pleases the folks, get Kraft Dinner. In just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner gives you swell macaroni and cheese. It's fluffy light macaroni with fine cheddar cheese flavor through and through. And the cost is only a very few cents a serving. Every box of Kraft Dinner gives you both ingredients for that swell macaroni and cheese that you cook in 7 minutes flat. So for fast meals, for good meals, for thrifty meals, get Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous cheese food Velveeta. Everybody goes for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor in snacks, in sandwiches, and in hot dishes. And hidden in that swell cheese flavor are important nutrients from milk. That's why smart homemakers keep Velveeta on hand regularly to spread or slice and to melt for grand economical main dishes. Tomorrow, get Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality. Well, it's almost midnight in the little town of Summerfield. The streets are quiet and deserted, except for one lone figure. It's our pudgy friend, the great Gildersleeve, wending his way home after an evening of fun and song with the Jolly Boys.
I had a real nice time tonight. Jolly Boys are a swell bunch of fellas, all right. Even Judge Hooker isn't so bad. Not his fault he's such a big bag of wind. Nice to be getting home, though. Little bed's gonna feel much. Well, there's a lamp on in our living room. Wonder who's up at this hour. Playing the radio so late. Marjorie!
Hello, Unky.
What are you doing up so late? Do you realize it's almost midnight?
It is?
Yes, it is. Now get right up to bed, young lady, immediately. You should have been asleep hours. Marjorie?
Yes?
Have you been crying? What's the matter, my dear?
Nothing, Unky. It's just that I'm so happy and the music's so beautiful.
Well, it's late, my dear, and you have to go to school tomorrow. I'm afraid we'll just have to turn the radio off now.
Oh, Unky.
I'm sorry, Marjorie, but a girl your age should have 8 hours sleep every night.
Unky.
Yes?
Please sit down for a minute. I want to talk to you.
Now, Marjorie, we can talk in the morning. You really should.
Please, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right, my dear. Now.
Unky, did you ever have the feeling that you were just starting to live for the first time? That suddenly everything in the world had become beautiful, and everywhere you went you heard violins?
Violins? Well, no, not exactly.
It's a wonderful feeling. Sometimes you're happy.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes you're sad.
Oh.
But even when you're sad, you're really happy. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh, sure, of course. Marjorie, who have you got a crush on this time?
It's not a crush, Unky. I'm really in love.
Oh, sure. Who is it? That Wally Hoff boy?
Wally Hoff, that callow youth. I'm in love with someone who's sophisticated, charming, well-groomed.
Well-groomed? Couldn't be Wally Hoff. His shirt tail's always hanging out. Well, what boy is it?
He's not a boy. He's a man.
What? Who is he?
Our new French teacher.
Oh, my goodness, Marjorie, aren't you being a little silly? A crush on a teacher?
Andre is a man I can look up to.
Andre?
That's his name, Andre Marcel.
Marcel? Sounds like a French barber.
He's wonderful.
Now, Marjorie, this whole thing is ridiculous. A young girl like you.
I'm 17.
That's too young to be falling in love with some middle-aged school teacher.
What if he is 27? I love him.
Now, Marjorie, let's be sensible. If you must fall in love, why don't you pick out a boy your own age? How about Ben? You used to like him.
Oh, Ben's sweet. But when he walks in a room, he just doesn't make bells ring.
Bells ring? What do you want, a good humor man?
You just don't understand, Unky. I'm not a child anymore. I'm a woman. And I'll love Andre Marcel until the end of time.
You'll do no such thing.
I realize, Uncle Mort, you were only trying to do your duty.
Marjorie?
But I must tell you that nothing you can say or do will make any difference. I love Andre and, well, I'm sure that he'll love me one day.
If you don't stop carrying on this way, I'll see that you drop out of that French class and take Spanish.
I won't take Spanish.
You will.
I won't.
Young lady, you go to bed.
I won't take Spanish. I won't.
Oh, my goodness. Why couldn't she have a woman French teacher? Andre Marcel.
Throckmorton?
Huh?
What's the matter with you? Why, you've been sitting here all evening and you've hardly said boo.
I'm sorry, Adeline. Boo.
Not very flattering to a girl when a gentleman caller doesn't pay her any mind.
Adeline, I have a problem.
You do? Now you tell Adeline what's putting those furrows in your little old forehead.
Well, it's Marjorie.
What's the trouble with her?
She's in love again.
My goodness, is that all?
She's in love with one of her teachers at the high school.
Well, now, I wouldn't worry. Every schoolgirl goes through that. I know I did. Why, I fell madly in love with my history teacher just because he had a cute little mustache.
I remember my history teacher, Miss Simpson. She had a mustache, too, but I didn't fall in love with her.
I'm sure that Margie will get over it.
I don't know if she will or not. I've never seen her take it like this before. Last night, she didn't sleep. Today, she just picked at her food. Walked around the house like a zombie.
Well, that's just the way I was, but I got over it.
You did?
Yes, a young fellow my own age came along, Stonewall Holloway, and I soon forgot all about that history teacher. Youth called to youth, and I answered. Isn't there any young blade here that Marjorie might be interested in?
Well, there's Ben. He's a boy that runs a filling station. Marjorie's been falling in and out of love with him since she was 12. I think he's getting a little discouraged.
Well, maybe if you got them together again, they might rekindle the flame.
Well,
I didn't think I could care for Stonewall either, but he carried me away like a tidal wave.
Oh, well, Ben's no tidal wave, but could ask him over, I guess. Certainly wouldn't do any harm.
And Throckmorton, maybe there's another reason Marjorie's in love.
What's that?
It's spring.
Huh?
In the spring, a young girl's fancy lightly turns to love.
Yeah?
That goes for older girls, too. Yes, spring's the time for romance. That's when sweethearts think of getting engaged, then getting married.
Well, thanks for the advice about Marjorie. You've been very helpful. Good night.
I declare. Wonder why he left in such a hurry.
Ben.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Be right with you.
Yeah, just act kind of casual, like I just happened to drop in there.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Morning, Ben. Just came in for some gas.
All right.
That's the reason I came in. Need gas.
Sure. How many?
Well, just a minute. I'll check the gauge. It's funny. Seems to be full. Guess I don't need any.
Oh, well, okay. See you next time.
Yeah. Maybe you can wipe my windshield if it isn't too much trouble.
Oh, I'll be glad to.
And, Ben, we haven't seen much of you lately. Why don't you drop over sometime?
Well, thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. I will sometime. Here, that's pretty clean now. Want me to wipe the inside, too?
Oh, yeah. Very good idea. Why don't you come over and see us real soon, Ben?
Well,
Of course, I don't want to rush you, but how about tonight?
Gosh, I don't know. I was going to go bowling tonight.
I don't want to rush you, Ben, but we'd sure like to see you. Everybody's been asking me what became of Ben. The whole family. Birdie, Leroy, and Marjorie.
Marjorie? Asked about me?
She was talking about you just the other night.
She was?
Yeah. Marjorie thinks a lot of you, Ben.
Well, I don't know. She didn't act much like it last time I was over.
Oh? Well, all women are a little flighty, but we understand them, don't we, my boy?
I'm not sure I do.
I know Marjorie will be glad to see you, Ben.
Well, I'm not so sure. After what she said the last time I saw her.
Huh? What'd she say to you?
Drop dead.
Oh, well, she was only kidding.
Oh, I don't know. She said it twice.
A girl talks like that to a fellow, Ben. It shows she's really interested in him.
It does?
Sure. If she wasn't interested, she wouldn't care if you dropped dead or not.
Gee, I never thought of it that way.
I speak from long experience, Ben. When women get mad at you, that's a good sign. It shows they really care.
If that's the case, Margie must be crazy about me.
Sure. Well, what do you say, Ben?
Well, take a chance, I guess.
That's the spirit. Goodbye, Ben. See you tonight. Well, it's nice spending an evening at home, isn't it, children?
Yeah, it's all right.
Don't you think it's nice, Marjorie? Marjorie,
What? Oh, yes.
what are you doing way over there in the corner?
Just thinking.
I know. I bet she's thinking about that French guy, Monsieur Marcel.
You shut up.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. Oui, oui.
Leroy, that'll do. You staying home tonight, Marjorie?
I guess so.
Well, that's good.
Why?
Why? No particular reason. Just nice to have you here, that's all.
Uncle Mort, what are you...
Belle. Well, I wonder who that is.
I'll get it.
No, I'll get it, Birdie. Can't imagine who it is.
Well, good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, what a surprise. It's Ben.
What?
Come on in, Ben. Marjorie, it's Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Hello, Leroy. Hello, Marge.
Hello.
Well, Ben, glad you happened to drop by.
But this morning...
Yeah, sit down, Ben. Make yourself at home.
Thanks.
Certainly like old times having Ben over here, isn't it, Marjorie?
Yes.
Hey, you're looking swell, Marge. How you been?
All right.
How's school?
All right.
Oh, she just loves school, especially French.
Leroy? Ben, maybe you and Marjorie would like to go to a movie.
It's okay with me. How about you, Marge?
No, thanks. I have some homework to do tonight. In fact, I should be doing it right now.
Oh. Well, okay. I wouldn't have come over if your uncle hadn't invited me.
I thought so. Uncle Mort.
No, Marjorie.
I wish you'd stop trying to arrange my life.
Look here, young lady, you're still...
I'm perfectly capable of handling my own affairs.
Well, guess I better be going.
Stay right here, Ben.
Yeah, you keep out of this. I don't have to. I won't stand for it.
I've had enough of this, young lady. You're going to listen to me. You understand?
Good night, everybody. Guess I'll go bowling.
Ben, come back here.
I won't be treated like a child.
Ben.
I'm an adult. Get her.
Leroy.
Nobody understands me in this house. Andre would understand.
Oh, I should have gone bowling with Ben.
Back to the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. One smart way of keeping the food budget in line is to use up the leftovers. Glamorize them into another good dish the family will go for. And you can turn that trick easily with a rich-tasting cheese sauce made with Kraft's Cheese Food Velveeta. With delicious Velveeta sauce, you can stretch leftover chicken or fish or seafood or ham or veal into another swell main dish that the family will applaud. Here's all you do to make that wonderful sauce. In the top of your double boiler, melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta, the cheese food with a rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. You can use the 1/2 pound Velveeta package, or you can slice off a 1/2 pound from your 2-pound Velveeta loaf. When the Velveeta has melted, stir in 1/4 cup of milk and season the sauce to taste. That's all there is to making Velveeta sauce to stretch leftover meats. And say, is that sauce licking good on vegetables and eggs, too? What's more, Velveeta sauce is mighty nutritious, rich in valuable nutrients from milk. Better get your refrigerator stocked with Velveeta for both thrifty cooking and snacks and sandwiches. Velveeta's so handy to have, so good, so nutritious. It's made by Kraft, you know, and you can depend on Kraft quality. Relations are somewhat strained around the Gildersleeve household this morning. At the moment, the great man is having breakfast with Leroy and Marjorie. A very quiet breakfast. In fact, Marjorie isn't talking at all.
Sleep well last night, Marjorie? Marjorie, your old uncle is talking to you. What's the matter, Leroy?
It's sure quiet around here.
Quiet? I hadn't noticed it. Young man, you finished your breakfast. You may go to school.
Okay. Goodbye. Or as they say in French, Chevrolet Coupe.
Leroy. Oh, dear. That boy. Marjorie. Marjorie, I just invited Ben over last night for your own good. All right. If you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to. It's all right with me. Marjorie.
Yes, Unky.
You know I don't want you to be unhappy, don't you?
Yes.
I just think when a girl like you thinks she's in love with an older man, well, it just leads to unhappiness. That's all. And you're liable to get hurt.
What makes you think that?
It stands to reason that an older man like this Andre Marcel wouldn't be interested in a schoolgirl.
Well, Unky, I wasn't going to tell you this, but I think Andre's in love with me, too.
What?
In fact, I'm sure he is.
What do you mean? Did he say so?
No, but a girl can always tell. It's just the way he acts around me. He's so gentle and understanding.
I see.
And yesterday, when I got up to recite, I didn't know my French verbs, and he didn't get angry at all. He just gave me the sweetest smile.
Oh, yeah, he's madly in love with you, all right.
You just don't understand, Uncle Mort.
My dear, I'm afraid you're just letting your imagination run away with you. Mr. Marcel is just being nice to you, that's all. That doesn't mean necessarily that he...
Gildersleeve.
Yes, Birdie?
Here's the mail.
Oh, thank you, Birdie.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Let's see here. What's this?
What's the matter, Unky?
It's a letter for me from Andre Marcel.
Oh, Unky!
I wonder what...
Open it. What did he say?
Wait a minute. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, I hesitate to write you this note, but after giving it much thought, I decided it's the best thing to do. This is a matter which cannot be postponed any longer. May I call upon you this evening? I must talk to you about Marjorie. I hope you'll understand. Sincerely...
Oh, Unky, I was right about Andre.
Huh?
He wants to see you about me. He does love me.
He does? Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. How are you this fine spring morning?
Yeah, not too good.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, the advent of spring does seem to affect some people. It causes sluggishness, loss of appetite.
I feel all right, but spring has certainly done something to Marjorie.
Well, they say it does have more effect on young people. Now, if I might make a suggestion, I have a spring tonic here.
Peavy, a spring tonic is not going to do Marjorie any good.
No, it's a very good tonic. It contains oil of juniper, sassafras root.
Peavy, if you'll just listen for a moment. Marjorie's in love.
Oh. Well, that happens pretty often in the spring, too. In fact, that's the time of year I met Mrs. Peavy. You might say it was the spring that made me fall. That was a little witticism.
I know.
Spring made me fall.
I heard you the first time. You don't understand, Peavy. Marjorie's serious about this thing. And she's in love with him.
Mrs. Peavy was serious, too.
I don't care about Mrs. Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't think that's a very nice thing to say.
Oh, Peavy, I didn't mean...
Mrs. Peavy may have her little peculiarities, but none of us are perfect.
But you don't understand.
And she is my wife.
I know that.
Well, don't forget it. And you can take it from me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mrs. Peavy has many fine qualities. She's loyal, thrifty, neat as a pin.
Peavy, you misunderstood me. I'm sure Mrs. Peavy is the most wonderful wife in the world.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, goodbye. But, Judge, Marjorie's too young to even be thinking about getting married.
Now, we don't know that she is thinking about it.
Well, she thinks she's in love.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she's going to get married. Look at you. If you married every woman you thought you were in love with, you'd have more wives than Carter has pills. And some of your women were pills.
This is no time for your heavy-handed humor, you old goat.
All right. Well, the first thing to do is not to let Marjorie know that you oppose this idea.
But, Judge, suppose when this Marcel fella comes over tonight, he asks me if he can get engaged to Marjorie.
Well, don't oppose that either.
What?
No. Don't get yourself in a tizzy. Even if they do get engaged, it'll be several years before they could get married, and I'm sure that Marjorie will come to her senses long before that.
Yes.
On the other hand, if you try to break up this romance, you'll only bring them closer together. Why, they might even elope.
Elope? Oh, my goodness.
So the thing for you to do is act like you're very happy about the whole thing.
As
far as that goes, Gildy, remember, the time will come when Marjorie will get married. In fact, someday somebody will marry Leroy.
I doubt that.
You might as well face the facts, Gildy. They don't stay children forever. Someday little Marjorie will be slowly walking down the aisle, dressed in white.
Yes.
You'll be escorting her. A little sad, perhaps, but proud.
Okay, Judge.
We'll all wipe away a tear when the organ starts to play that sweetest song of all.
Oh, brother. Yes, my dear.
What time is it?
It's almost 8.
Oh, I'll be right down.
Well, he'll be here pretty soon. Hope I'm doing the right thing. I guess I am. The judge thinks so. Wouldn't want him to elope.
How do I look, Unky?
Oh, you look lovely, my dear.
Oh, I'm so excited.
So am I.
Uncle Mort, I want you to know I think it's wonderful the way you're taking this.
Oh, well, it's the way you want it, my dear. That's all that matters. I wouldn't want you to elope.
You're sweet. And I'll never forget you for this. Even when I'm a grandmother. I just can't believe this is happening to me.
Neither can I.
Well, I'll wait upstairs. You call me when he comes.
Yeah, all right, my dear.
Mrs. Marjorie Marcel, doesn't that sound wonderful?
Wonderful. Oh, dear. I wonder if Birdie's got everything ready. Birdie!
Coming. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Birdie, you'll have the tea ready to serve when Mr. Marcel gets here.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget the French pastry. He ought to like that, being French.
Yes, sir.
And Birdie, be sure your maid's cap is pinned on. Wouldn't want it to fall in the tea.
Yes, sir.
Something wrong, Birdie?
No, sir. I'm sure gonna miss Miss Marjorie.
What?
Yes, I'm sure gonna miss her.
But, Birdie, she's not going to be...
House won't be the same without her.
Look, Birdie.
I'll come in to serve breakfast, and there'll be that empty chair at the table.
Birdie.
Little old empty chair all by itself. Empty.
Birdie, this is silly. She isn't even engaged yet.
Well, I hate to see her go. I'm sure gonna miss her.
Oh,
Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
Mr. Marcel here yet?
Oh, sure. He's hiding under the couch.
Huh? Oh.
Leroy, I want you to watch your manners tonight. The French are a very polite race.
Okay. Say, Unc.
Yes?
When Marjorie gets married, can I have her room?
Leroy, nobody said Marjorie was going to get... Oh, there he is. Birdie, someone is at the door.
Coming. Yes, sir. I'm sure gonna miss her.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve in?
Yes, sir. Come in.
Thank you.
He's right in there.
Gee, he's a big guy.
There's 2 of us. Shh.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes? Good evening.
I'm Mr. Marcel.
How do you do? This is my nephew, Leroy. Marjorie's brother. Guess you'll be seeing a lot of him.
Hello, Leroy.
Hello.
Well, won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
We're going to have some tea and French pastry later on. Thought you'd like French pastry being French.
Oh, well, my parents were French. I was born in Boston.
Oh, guess I should have got baked beans. Well, I suppose you're wondering where your little Marjorie is. She's upstairs. I'll call her.
Oh, well, if you don't mind, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'd rather speak to you alone. It would be easier that way.
Oh, yes, I suppose it might make you a little nervous having other people around at a time like this.
Well...
That's all right, I understand. Leroy, will you excuse us, please?
Sure.
Leroy, that means you're supposed to leave the room.
Oh, I get it.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't know quite how to begin this, but I think when a teacher feels this way about one of his students, it's only fair to consult with a parent.
That's right. Parents are usually pretty understanding about these things, my boy. And I want you to know that whatever is best for Marjorie and you is all right with me.
Oh, I'm glad you feel that way. You know, I think a lot of Marjorie.
Yeah, so I understand.
That's why I've been so concerned lately about the way she's been neglecting her work in my class.
Her work in your class? But I thought...
She hasn't been doing her French lessons at all. Her mind seems to be on something else.
Yes, it has been.
You know, many times students have problems that we teachers know nothing about. And I thought you might know what the trouble is.
Yes, I think I do. You see, Marjorie's in love.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I know what she's going through. I happen to be in love myself with a girl back in Boston.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, it's nice being in love, especially with a girl from Boston.
Well, I hope you don't mind my coming over like this.
Not at all. You've been very helpful, and I'm sure that Marjorie will be back to normal very soon.
Oh, that's fine. I feel better now.
So do I.
Well, I'd better be going, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're going? Oh, yes. I'll take you to the door.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. What a relief. Oh, but what am I going to tell poor little Marjorie?
Hello, Unky.
Marjorie, Mr. Marcel.
I know, Unky. I was listening from the stairs.
Oh?
I guess I've been awfully silly.
No, my dear. You're just young, and it's spring. Well, our little family is still together. Come on, Marjorie, let's have some tea. We might as well eat that French pastry. Here, have a Napoleon.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back, folks. There's a good old American custom that we all enjoy occasionally, raiding the refrigerator. And one of the favorite foods of those hungry raiders is Kraft's famous cheese food, Velveeta. They can spread golden Velveeta on crackers or slice it thick for husky sandwiches. Or those who prefer a toasted snack love the way Velveeta melts in less than a minute. And it's good to know that Velveeta is a wholesome snack, rich in fine nutrients from milk. Digestible as milk itself, too. So keep a loafer package of wholesome, good-eating Velveeta in your refrigerator all the time. Get genuine Velveeta made only by Kraft.
Well, a strike, all right, yeah. I could tell. Say, you're a pretty good bowler, Ben.
Thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Guess I was just lucky.
You're next, Marjorie.
Okay.
Here's your ball, Marge. Now take your time.
Go on, Marjorie. Throw it. Oh, my goodness, Marjorie, you missed all the pins.
You gotta take your time, Marge.
Oh, Ben, I did take my time.
No, you didn't. You rushed it, and that's what...
I'll drop dead.
Yeah, well, things are back to normal again. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, Richard LeGrand, and Ben Alexander. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Folks, the Red Cross drive is still on. There's still time to give, and your contribution is needed to carry on all the fine Red Cross work. Give now and give generously. Good night.
For a main dish that saves you money, saves you time, and pleases the folks, get Kraft Dinner. In just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner gives you swell macaroni and cheese. It's fluffy light macaroni with fine cheddar cheese flavor through and through, and the cost is only a very few cents a serving. Every box of Kraft Dinner gives you both ingredients for that swell macaroni and cheese that you cook in 7 minutes flat. So for fast meals, for good meals, for thrifty meals, get Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous cheese food Velveeta. Everybody goes for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor in snacks, in sandwiches, and in hot dishes. And hidden in that swell cheese flavor are important nutrients from milk. That's why smart homemakers keep Velveeta on hand regularly to spread or slice and to melt for grand economical main dishes. Tomorrow, get Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality. It's April in Summerfield, when nature can hardly contain itself. Tiny green blades are shooting through the sod. Fragrant buds are blossoming on the trees. And the great Gildersleeve has burst out of his office. A little early.
Take me out to the ball game.
Thank you, Miss Gildersleeve.
Hello, Birdie.
Your water department called. They just hung up.
Oh?
Your secretary, Miss Bessie. She said Mary Terwilliger was in after you left asking about some reports. Think you better call her back?
I don't think so, Birdie. By the time I got back to the office and got out the report, it would be tomorrow anyway. So I might as well wait till tomorrow, huh? Where's Leroy?
He's been in the refrigerator for the past half hour.
Huh? Better go pull him out before he freezes. I have a surprise for him.
Don't you go start eating too, Mr. Gildersleeve. We got stew for dinner.
Stew? Leroy.
Hi, Unc. Just making a little sandwich.
All right, Leroy, but put back all that stuff in the refrigerator when you get through.
That's my sandwich.
Oh, my goodness. Look, Leroy, got a big surprise for you. Here, catch.
God, swell, Unc. What is it?
Open the box and see.
Golly, a catcher's mitt.
Well, I promised it to you 2 years ago. Just waiting for you to grow up and the price to go down.
Golly, what a swell mitt. Official league.
Yeah, you bet. Autographed and everything. Who did A.G. Spaulding catch for, Leroy?
He made it, Unc.
Oh, he made it. Oh.
Gee, thanks, Unc. Hey, toss me that orange. Let's see how it works.
Orange? We shouldn't do this in the kitchen, my boy, but just once. All right, here it comes.
Oh, boy, I'll never miss one with this big mitt. Let me step back a little.
Now, Leroy.
Just one more. Let it come.
Well, just one more, then.
What are y'all doing out here in my kitchen?
Baseball season, Birdie.
Here, Birdie, catch.
Watch out, Leroy.
Leroy, don't you... Oh, Leroy, just look at that right in my stew.
Leroy.
Gosh, she muffed it, huh?
Leroy, Birdie don't allow no ball playing in the kitchen. That's one thing, Birdie don't allow ball playing in the kitchen and oranges in the stew.
Yeah, well, we're sorry.
It's fine to be sorry, but no ball playing in here. This is Birdie's kitchen. This ain't no Yankee Stadium.
You hear that, Leroy?
Mr. Gildersleeve, what would you think if Birdie served you stew with oranges in it?
Stew? Now, Birdie.
Birdie can't get dinner with oranges flying all around the place. This is Birdie's kitchen. This ain't no Yankee Stadium.
Birdie, we're...
Mr. Gildersleeve, do you know what this is?
Yes, Birdie, of course.
That's right, Birdie's kitchen. It ain't no Yankee Stadium.
You hear that, Leroy? No Yankee Stadium. Let's go play outside.
Hey, Leroy, let me catch one with the mitt. You're too little, Craig.
Here comes the curve, Leroy.
Hold it, Unc. Here comes Piggy with his bat. I get the bat, then. I'm first up, Piggy. Hey, look, Pig. No mitt.
Come on, Piggy, get in the game. We need a bat.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hey, keen mitt, Leroy. Let me catch a few.
Now, Piggy, it's my turn.
But gosh, Unc, I just got it.
Well, who bought it for you?
Come on.
All right, you shouldn't be playing in the streets anyway. Break it up. Go home, fellas. Let's all go home.
Okay, here's the mitt.
Well, I'll just catch a couple if you want me to.
I get the bat, then.
Here's the bat, Leroy.
Hop pitch. Hey, Leroy, I'm up first. I yell first. One, you can't hit anything, Craig. I'm up. I'll tell my father, bat hog.
Now, Craigie.
Go tell your father.
Now, Leroy.
I want a bat, bat hog.
Now, Craig, let Leroy bat. He gave up his mitt, didn't he? You have to be a good sport and give something up, too.
Okay, I'll catch them.
You will not. Pitch it across, Piggy.
I want to catch. If you don't let me catch, I'll cry. Ah!
All right, catch. Leroy, give me the bat.
What, for corn's sake? Step up to the plate, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Plate? Where is it?
Right there, the manhole cover.
Oh, standing on it. Gotta go on a diet. Let her come, Piggy.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. Here comes the car around the corner.
How do you like that? A home run? Oh!
Yeah, right through the windshield. Gosh, he's getting out of his car, Unc. Come on.
Leroy, stay with me and face the music.
Well, Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Oh, Mayor Terwilliger, we should have run, Leroy. Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, this is the way you get your reports in. What do you have to say for yourself, Gildersleeve? Gildersleeve, this is an outrage. Out here with the boys breaking windshields. Why, I nearly lost control of my car. You encourage these boys to play baseball in the streets?
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor. As a matter of fact, I was just telling them they shouldn't be playing in the streets. I said, break it up, didn't I, Leroy?
But gosh, there's no place else to play.
What's this?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. We don't have any place else to play. I mean, they don't.
Nonsense, Gildersleeve. The city provides parks for recreation. Why, we build a number of baseball diamonds.
They're always full.
Oh?
Yeah, the city leagues are always using the parks. Yeah, the big guys.
Well, looks like the big guys monopolize the city streets, too. What are we going to do about this, Gildersleeve?
Do about it? Well, I'll pay for the windshield, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I know that. You'll get the bill.
Yeah.
But what are we going to do about these kids playing in the streets? It's a deplorable condition.
I quite agree with you.
Good. Why don't you do something about it?
Me?
You're the one city commissioner who seems to have time for this sort of thing, so let's see some results. I didn't see any around your office this afternoon, Gildersleeve.
Well, I considered this a more deplorable condition, like you said, Your Honor. Mr. Mayor, we have to get a ball diamond for the boys.
Well, Commissioner?
Well, I'll get it.
Fine. Let's get it done, Gildersleeve.
Oh, depend on me. And Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
When you get in the car, would you mind throwing our ball back?
Sit down, Gildy. What's on your mind?
Well, I have something important to discuss with you, Judge.
Must be important if you wanted me to give up my bowling tonight. What is it?
Well, the mayor has put me on a special project.
Special project? Mm-hmm. You mean at last he's found out the water department can run itself?
Now, Horace, this is no laughing matter. The boys in this town need a place to play baseball, and I'm going to see that they get it. We have to keep them off the streets.
Wonderful, Gildy. When did you become so public-spirited?
I broke the mayor's windshield.
So I heard.
Well, it wasn't very funny, Judge, believe me.
No, I'm sure it wasn't, Gildy. I've never approved of boys playing in the streets. It's extremely hazardous.
You said it.
This town has long needed someone to direct the activities of our young people.
You're right, Judge.
I've often thought, what a fine thing it would be if Summerfield had a boys' club.
Boys' club?
And I stand ready to heed the call whenever the community looks to me.
All right, Judge. I'm not asking you to take over. I just want some advice. The mayor's put me in charge.
As I say, Gildy, anything I can do.
Yes. Judge, you know the real estate situation. Who's got some vacant property big enough for a baseball diamond?
Nobody in our neighborhood. Pieces of property that large are pretty scarce. But let's get out the maps and look. Maps?
Oh. A lot of maps there, Judge.
Well, cartography is one of my hobbies, Gildy. Let's see what we have here now.
Hey, there's a big piece of property. Who owns that?
I'm afraid that's out of the question, Gildy. That belongs to the Russians now.
Russians?
We have the wrong map.
Oh.
Now, this is the map of Summerfield.
Where?
As you see, there aren't many large areas that haven't been broken up into lots.
Wait a minute. What's that big vacant space right there? Why can't we get that?
Well, that's underwater most of the time, Gildy.
I'll have it drained. I've got the authority.
I hardly think the mayor would approve, Gildy. That's your reservoir.
It is? Yeah, better not drain that.
By the way, here's a vacant piece of property that I handle. It happens to belong to an old flame of yours, Leila Ransom.
Leila?
Just think, Gildy, if you'd married her, you'd own it now.
Yes. Let's see. It is big, isn't it? Not too far away either. 3rd Street.
Yeah, might do. And I'm sure that she'd be delighted to have the boys play there.
Good old Leila.
But as a matter of policy, in Leila's absence, I usually take up property discussions with her cousin.
Adeline Fairchild? Well, I'll take it up with her cousin myself.
Perhaps I'd better get my hat and go along with you.
You've helped enough, Judge. Now you go bowling. And try to stay out of the alleys, you old goat.
an excruciating pleasure. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
I was just sitting here thinking about you.
Well, I've been thinking about you.
How nice. Come on into the parlor and we'll sit down and think together.
Well, I've already done the thinking, Adeline. Now it's time to act.
Gracious, you sound so serious.
Oh, this is serious. But nothing the two of us can't work out together.
How interesting. Sit down. And I'll turn on the radio and get some dreamy music. So much nicer to talk with music. You don't have to talk so much.
Never mind the music. I'll do the talking.
Throckmorton, I just love you when you get so domineering.
Huh? Oh. Adeline, you know that big vacant lot of Leila's on 3rd Street?
Mm-hmm.
You suppose she'd turn it over to us?
To us? Mercy?
Mm-hmm. It's a wonderful lot. Wonderful lot for kids, Adeline. Just what we need.
Well, I don't know if Cousin Leila would let us have it if she knew what we had in mind. What's wrong with your own property?
My property? Oh, that's out of the question. Not even enough yard for Leroy. And we have to keep our boys off the streets, Adeline.
No girls?
Well, I had a baseball team in mind.
A baseball team? Goodness gracious. Well, of course, Grandmother Fairchild had 8 boys.
Had 8? Wait a minute, Adeline. I think you misunderstand me. The neighborhood kids need a place to play baseball, and I thought Leila's lot would be just the thing.
Oh, well, I think that's a marvelous idea, Throckmorton.
You do? Well, great.
I've been watching the boys playing in the street, and I've just worried myself sick that something terrible would happen.
It did. I mean, it is pretty dangerous. That's why I'm behind this thing, Adeline. May even organize a boys' club. An idea that came to me just a little while ago.
Well, you just go ahead and use that little old lot any way that you see fit, and I'll write Cousin Leila about it. She'll be proud of you, Throckmorton. And so is your little Adeline.
My little... how about that dreamy music now, huh? Let's relax and have fun.
Oh, Throckmorton, I just love you when you're so carefree, like a big jolly bear.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
Nice music. Lovely.
Mm-hmm. You know, it was funny how I misunderstood you. It is a silly thought. You and me and a baseball team of our own. I don't know a thing about baseball.
You don't? Well, I'll be glad to teach you. We could make quite a game of it.
Oh? Well, what's the first thing you do?
Well, let me see. The first thing to do is to try to get to first base.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a minute. Homemakers tell us that one of their hardest jobs is to keep getting variety into meals. For example, those daily vegetables. They do get a little monotonous when served the same way day in and day out. And here's where Kraft's smooth melting cheese food Velveeta comes to your rescue. Vegetables taste new and different when topped with a glorious Velveeta sauce. Here's the easy recipe for that sauce from the Kraft kitchen. Just melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of a double boiler. Then stir in 1/4 cup of milk. There you have a grand, smooth sauce packed with a rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor, ready to add golden goodness and variety to almost any vegetable. It works wonders with leftovers, too. With Velveeta sauce, you can glamorize leftover bits of ham, chicken, or seafood with a taste-tempting dish that's elegant enough for guests. And don't forget Velveeta for main dishes. It helps supply muscle-building protein, milk minerals, food energy, and vitamin A. And for snacks and sandwiches, nutritious Velveeta spreads or slices and toast perfectly. Insist on genuine Velveeta when you shop. You can depend on Kraft quality. get back to things in Summerfield. Ever since the mayor lit a match under the great Gildersleeve, he's been rushing around town like a ball of fire, promoting his project to keep the boys off the streets.
Hello, Bessie. Commissioner Gildersleeve. I won't be back to the office this afternoon, Bessie. Working on my boys' club. Now, you call Uncle Charlie down at the reservoir and have him take the city weed cutter over to that big vacant lot on 3rd Street and cut those weeds. No, that's all, Bessie. Any mail? A bill for the mayor's windshield. Goodbye. Probably when the mayor sees what a good job I'm doing, he won't want me to pay for it. Clerk, we'll take 3 more fielder's gloves.
Very well.
You pick them out, Leroy.
Oh, boy.
Will that be all, sir?
Well, let's have 2 of those Louisville slugger bats. The short ones. If we're going to have a club, we may as well do this thing right.
Gosh, who's going to pay for all this, huh? The mayor?
The mayor? I hardly think so, Leroy. He's watching the budget these days pretty close. Election year.
Well, you don't have to pay for it, do you?
Just leave it to me, Leroy. I'll raise the money. You take the equipment out of the field.
Okay, we'll go out and practice. So long, Hug.
So long, Leroy. Let's see. 1850. Well, local merchants have been kicking in pretty well. Just need a little more now. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
You can give me a donation of $5, Peavy.
$5? Just a minute. I'll go out back and see if Mr. Peavy is in.
You're in, Peavy. And I need the money for a very worthy cause. Buy baseball equipment for a boys' club I'm organizing.
Well, that sounds worthy.
You bet. Nobody has turned me down, Peavy, and your $5 will help.
Well, I've already made my bank deposit today, but let's see what we have in the cash register. No sale. Business hasn't been exactly rushing today. Not a stampede, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I understand, Peavy.
But I'll give you what I have.
Yeah?
And here's $2 I got from Mrs. Clark this morning for that marked-down hot water bottle. 50, 75, 1, 25, 30,
I better sit
31, 32, 33, 34. $3.34. Were you planning on buying anything, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Me? Well, you might give me some cigars, Peavy. What the heck? Fill out the $5 with El Lobos.
The El Lobos? Think you have room in your pockets for that many?
You better make it good Havanas, Peavy. The mayor's coming out this afternoon to pitch the first ball.
Oh, you're having a game this afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, sure. The first one. The kids are going to choose up sides, and we're going to officially open the field.
Yeah, I see that.
Well, say, we need an umpire. Why don't you come on out?
Well,
we need somebody who can call him impartially, Peavy, and I've never known anybody more impartial than you.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I don't think I should close the store.
You don't have to close the store. Have Mrs. Peavy come down and run it. She's done it before.
No, business always seems to drop off a little when I leave Mrs. Peavy in charge.
Oh?
She has a habit of standing in the door and looking out, which isn't quite the way to get customers in.
Well, Peavy, we'll miss you out there.
Well, that's nice of you to say so, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But you should get a great deal of satisfaction out of knowing you've helped put this thing over.
That's very true.
You bet, Peavy, because this is one of the most worthy causes you could ever support.
You're perfectly right there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
And believe me, you'll never miss that $5.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Hi, Commissioner. How's the lipid roacher of Summerfield?
Oh, well, thank you, Floyd. Then you've heard?
You bet. Great stuff, Commissioner.
Well,
I wish somebody'd helped us out when I was a kid. Where I lived, the railroad tracks ran right through left field.
Huh?
If you timed it right when a slow freight went by, you had a home run sure.
Now, things are just about as bad here in Summerfield, Floyd.
Yeah, I guess you could have used a freight about the time you broke the mayor's windshield, Commissioner?
Now, Floyd.
But you're doing a great job, Commissioner.
Well, it's really too big a job for one man, though, Floyd. All of us businessmen have to get behind it.
Oh, I get it. How much you want?
Well, Peavy gave his all. Another 5 will just about make it. Equipment and things.
There you are. But if Lovey ever asks how much I contributed, it was 10.
10?
The cards wasn't running so good last night.
Yeah, thanks, Floyd. Now I'd better get out to the field. Want to be there before the mayor arrives.
Hey, you may even get a raise out of this, Commish. The mayor might even name the diamond Gildersleeve Field.
Oh, well, if the mayor should see fit to it.
Hey, Unc, I've been looking all over for you.
Leroy, what are you doing here? You've been crying.
I have not been crying.
What's the matter, kid?
Those dirty guys.
Leroy, what guys?
Those dirty guys down there on 3rd Street. They chased us off our ball diamond.
What, the new field?
They say that's where they play ball, the dirty guys.
Well, we'll see about that. Come along with me, Leroy.
Okay.
Hey, Commish, I'll go with you. I've been looking for a reason to close up shop all afternoon.
Never mind, Floyd. I can handle this. Why did you let them chase you off, Leroy?
They were great big guys.
Oh, well, come along, Floyd. Wonder why Leila Ransom ever bought property over here on 3rd Street.
I was born right on this street, Commish. Some of the best fighters in town come out of this neighborhood.
Best fighters?
Uh-huh. Who chased you off, Leroy?
One was a kid named Armstrong.
Not Pug Armstrong.
Pug?
Oh, no, it couldn't have been. Must have been his son. Old Pug's with the fire department.
See? There they are, Unc, and our diamond. They chased all us kids across the street.
I see. Well, we'll soon take care of this. They can't steal our diamond after all I've put into this.
Yeah, I got $5 in it myself.
Go get your boys, Leroy. We're taking over.
Okay, Unc. Come on, kids. My uncle's here.
Good idea. All right. Who's the leader of this gang?
Hold it, fellas. What'd you say, mister?
What's the idea of you boys taking over this lot? What's your name?
Well, it's Armstrong. But look, mister.
You're just the boy I want to talk to. What's the idea of chasing these boys off this lot, Armstrong?
Hey, you ain't Pug Armstrong's son, are you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you know? Where is old Pug, anyhow?
Now, Floyd.
There he is, coming up right behind you.
Oop.
These two fellas causing a little trouble here, are they, son?
You remember me, don't you, Pug?
Huh?
Floyd Munson? I cut your hair many's a time.
Oh, sure. I didn't recognize you out of the barber shop. Who's your talky friend? What's your trouble, laughing boy?
Well, you see, Mr. Armstrong, I'm the water commissioner. Throckmorton P. Water Commissioner. I mean, Gildersleeve. I've gone to a lot of work to line up this diamond for our boys. Mayor's orders.
Yeah, Pug, the commish done a great job.
Yes, sir. And your boys don't have a right to chase my boys off the lot.
Yeah, we've been playing ball all the time here, way before it was ever fixed up.
Yeah.
Well, it belongs to our boys' club now. You understand, Mr. Armstrong?
Well, if your club has taken over the property, I guess that's it. But it's a pretty lousy thing to do.
We have to keep our boys off the streets.
Sure. So your kids take the diamond, and what happens to ours? They have to go play in the street.
Sure.
Hey, Commish, maybe Pug's got something there. Instead of Leroy's gang just choosing up sides, why don't the two teams play each other?
Well...
Sure. What's wrong with that?
Have a real game. That'll keep all the kids off the street.
Well, that's a good idea, but I was just getting around to it, Floyd. Let me think of these things. Who's in charge here, anyway?
I'm sorry, Commish.
Now, Pug, Mr. Armstrong, here's what we'll do.
Hey, Commish, look, the Peeve.
Well, Peavy.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, so you did decide to come out after all.
Well, the more I thought about it, the more I didn't want to miss the game.
Good to see you, Peeve. I closed up, too.
I didn't completely close, Floyd. I left Mrs. Peavy standing in the door.
Great. You're just in time to umpire, though, Peavy.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
Huh? Well, the mayor.
Well, get a load of him, an escort and everything. And look who's with him.
Judge Hooker. Good.
Well, Gildersleeve, gentlemen.
Well, hello, Mayor Terwilliger, Judge.
Hello, Gildy.
Mr. Armstrong.
I hope I'm not too late for the opening pitch.
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor. Glad you could make it. We're all ready.
You've done a nice job here, Gildy.
Yes, Commissioner Gildersleeve, I'm most proud and pleased. You've done a wonderful job. I see you're taking care of a lot more boys than I expected.
Well, I decided to expand the club quite suddenly.
Oh?
Yeah. I see you brought a photographer. Great idea.
Well, the newspapers always want a picture of the first pitch, you know. All right, you young fellas, some of you get out there in the field.
Yeah, get right out there, fellas. Here's a new ball, Mr. Mayor.
Gildersleeve, since you're behind all this, why don't you stand up at the plate and hit the first ball when I pitch it?
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you're sure you want me in the photographs.
Get ready now, Gildersleeve. It's liable to come in there pretty fast.
Oh, really? Well, I'm set, Your Honor.
Slug it out of the park, Unc!
I'd miss it if I was you, Commiss, unless you want to lose your job.
All right, Floyd.
Batter up. Play ball.
Remember, Peavy, play politics. Wherever the mayor throws it, you gotta call it a strike.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Here it comes. Lay into it, Commiss.
Swing, Gildy.
Oh,
Foul ball.
Over.
Hi, Winfield.
My goodness.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. When the gang at your house asks for a handout, your smartest move, Mother, is just to set out some bread and Velveeta. Let them fix their own snacks with Kraft's nutritious, good-eating cheese food. Let them spread or slice the Velveeta thick. Toast it to a bubbling gold if they like. You can stand back and smile, for although you're being an indulgent mother, you're being very wise, too. That delicious Velveeta is rich in valuable milk nutrients, digestible as milk itself. So keep stocked with packages or the 2-pound loaf. Get genuine Velveeta tomorrow.
Hey, fine game, huh, Unc? Weren't you proud of me when I hit that home run?
Well, yes, I was, Leroy.
So was I. Just think, if I hadn't, the score would have been 32-0.
Well, the other boys were a little big.
Yeah, too bad about the mayor's windshield. Did he make you buy him another one?
No, but he was pretty hot under the collar, my boy, until my pal Pug came over and asked who my talking friend was. Good old Pug. Seriously, folks, we're going to have a great boys' club here in Summerfield, and it's a good thing for other communities to look into. And now is the time to do it. This very week, during National Boys Club Week. I know it's helped to keep Leroy off the street and out of my hair. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Eula Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, Richard LeGrand, and Arthur Q. Bryan. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Homemakers, here's the 7-minute solution to the main dish question. Have swell macaroni and cheese you cook in 7 minutes flat. It's Kraft Dinner. Every box of Kraft Dinner gives you both ingredients for fluffy light macaroni with a fine cheddar cheese flavor. And the price of Kraft Dinner is so low that it costs only a few cents a serving. So tomorrow, for speedy, thrifty, delicious macaroni and cheese, get several boxes of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous cheese food Velveeta. Everybody goes for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor in snacks, in sandwiches, and in hot dishes. And hidden in that swell cheese flavor are important nutrients from milk. That's why smart homemakers keep Velveeta on hand regularly to spread or slice and to melt for grand economical hot dishes. Tomorrow, get Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality. ever have one of those days when everything seems to go wrong? Well, that's the way it's been with the great Gildersleeve this morning. First of all, he cut his chin while shaving, then his car wouldn't start, and then when he finally got to the office 1 hour late, he found that his secretary, Bessie, was even later.
Where is that girl? Just when I need her. Work piled up all over this office. That's twice this week she's been late. She'll probably come in and say her alarm clock didn't go off. Well, I'll tell.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good afternoon, Bessie.
Huh?
Bessie, do you realize you're 1.5 hours late?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. My alarm clock didn't go off.
Oh, my goodness. That's no excuse, Bessie. What do you think people did before they invented alarm clocks? They went to work in those days, too, you know. How do you suppose they woke up?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. How did they wake up?
Well, I suppose let's not stand around asking foolish questions, Bessie. There's work to be done.
Yes, sir.
What are you staring at me for?
You cut your chin when you shaved this morning, Mr.
I know that, Bessie.
Does it hurt?
No, it feels fine. Will you please get to work?
Yes, sir. Where shall I start?
Well, we could answer that first pile of letters on your desk. What are they?
Oh, those are complaints about our water service.
Huh? What's in the next pile?
More complaints.
What a day. Water commissioner. I'd be much happier being a door-to-door salesman.
I saw an ad in the paper for vacuum cleaner salesman.
Yeah. I'll stick it out a few more days, Bessie. But a man can take just so much. Little drops of water can wear away a stone. I'm a patient man, Bessie, but... Now, who's that? Come in.
Morning, Commissioner.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Charlie, why aren't you down at the waterworks?
Because I'm up here in your office.
Very funny. What do you want, Charlie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've got a complaint.
What, you too? Well, I can't talk to you now. I'm busy. Anyway, you should be down at the pump house looking after the machinery. That's what the city pays you for.
Now, just a minute, Commissioner. I'm holding up my end all right, and that's more than I can say for some people.
No, look here, Charlie.
I put a requisition in this office for a drum of oil 3 months ago. I ain't got the dad-busted thing yet.
You haven't?
No, I haven't. The darn machinery's squeaking like a cage full of canaries.
Well...
Let's get on the ball, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, look here, Charlie. I happen to be head of this department, and I don't need you to tell me how to run it.
Well, you need somebody. If I ran the waterworks the way you run this office, the whole blame town would be as dry as a Sahara desert.
Call yourself an engineer. Just because you run around with an oil can.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why, Leroy could hold on your job.
Dad, busted, you better be careful what you say, or you'll have to get yourself another boy.
Someday I will get myself another boy. I wonder if Leroy... No. Well, Bessie, let's get started.
Yes, sir.
All this work staring us in the face will probably be here till all hours. Looks like we're going to have to burn some midnight oil.
But I thought we didn't have any oil.
Figure of speech, Bessie. Well, I'll start with the morning mail. Don't just sit there, Bessie. There's no law against both of us working at the same time, you know.
Yes, sir.
Let's see here. These are probably more complaints. Well, what's this? A letter from radio station WSUM.
What are they complaining about?
They're not complaining about anything, Bessie. They think I'm doing a wonderful job.
They do?
Yeah, that's right. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, because of your fine record as water commissioner, we would greatly appreciate you being our first guest speaker on our new weekly radio series, Let's Get Acquainted with Summerfield. We're sure our listeners would enjoy taking an imaginary trip with you through the waterworks.
Well, that's wonderful, Mr. Gildersleeve. When is it?
Huh? Next Friday. Hey, that only gives me a couple of days to get my speech written. I'd better go home and get started on it right now.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve, what about all the work we have to do?
Work? We'll do that tomorrow, Bessie. I've got a radio program to worry about. Say, I wonder what kind of a Hooper rating I'll get. Good morning, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do?
Peavy, I'll bet you can't guess what I'll be doing next Friday night.
How's that?
I said I bet you can't guess what I'm going to be doing next Friday night.
No, I guess I can.
I bet you'd like to know.
I would.
Now, wouldn't you?
I don't know, would I?
Oh. For heaven's sake, Peavy, I'm going to be on the radio.
Well, that's nice. Mr. Gildersleeve, I see you cut yourself this morning. Now, if your razor blades are dull, we have it...
Peavy, aren't you surprised?
No, people often cut themselves.
Oh. I said I'm going to be on the radio. Of course, if you're not interested.
Oh, I'm interested, Mr. Gildersleeve. What sort of a program are you going to be on? A quiz show?
No. I'm going to make a speech. Explain all about the water department.
Oh.
Believe you me, it'll be well worth listening to.
Of course.
I'll be on the air Friday at 8:15. Just thought I'd let you know in case you want to tune in. WSUM.
Well, I don't know. 8:15 is when the Squeaking Door Mystery Theater comes on there.
Peavy, you don't listen to that.
No, but Mrs. Peavy does.
Well, I'm sure Mrs. Peavy would give up her mystery show to hear me speak.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, she would if you wanted her to.
I wouldn't say that either.
All right, then, Peavy, don't listen to me.
Well, if you don't want me to.
Huh?
I was intending to hear you on my little radio upstairs.
You were?
Why, certainly, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was only joshing. Well, I wouldn't miss a speech by a fellow jolly boy.
Peavy, do you know what you are? You're an old rascal.
Well, no, maybe I am.
Hello, Miss Marjorie.
Birdie, I saw Uncle Mort's car outside. What's he doing home so early?
He's in his study. Been up there all afternoon.
What's he doing in there?
I don't know, but it must be something mighty important. He's in a do not disturb mood.
Oh, well, I'll just go in and tell him hello.
Well, if you want to take a chance, but he's in a do not disturb mood.
Oh, that's all right. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Hello, Unky dear.
Oh, hello, Marjorie.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to write a speech.
A speech? What for?
Your old uncle has been asked to make a speech about the water department. On the radio.
On the radio? That's wonderful.
Not so much. Just in the line of duty.
Poor Unky. You look like you've been working awfully hard. Birdie says you've been in here for hours.
Well, a thing like this requires a lot of brain work, you know.
Yes. Let me see what you've written.
Well, it isn't quite...
Unky, is that all you've done? Just one line?
Well... Marjorie, I'll thank you to retire from the room. Immediately. Pronto.
Okay, Uncle Mort. All afternoon to write one line.
Oh, dear. Didn't know this was going to be so much trouble. If I could only get past this first line. Let me see. Ladies and gentlemen, as your water commissioner, I bring you the story behind your faucet. Now what? Guess I ought to tell them where the water comes from. Where does it come from? Got something to do with the pump house. But what is it?
Hiya.
What do you want, Leroy?
Gee, I hear you're going on the radio.
Yes.
What are you going to do, be a crooner?
No, I'm not. Now, if you kindly get out of here, young man.
Can I go down to the radio station with you?
Well, we'll see.
Gee, I wish I could go on the radio. All the kids at school would hear me.
Leroy, I'm trying to...
Say, maybe if you had a little time left over on the program, I could recite a little poem.
What? Not that.
You want to hear it?
No, I don't.
The boy stood on the burning deck, eating peanuts by the peck.
Oh, my goodness.
He also ate some pie and cake. Boy, did he have a bellyache.
Leroy! Leave the room.
Okay. But if you change your mind, I'm available.
Bellyache. Oh, where was I? Oh, yes. Where does the water come from? I could down and ask Charlie Anderson. No, I'm supposed to know more than he does. Well, let's see here. Oh, come in.
Excuse me, Miss Gildersleeve.
What is it, Birdie?
I just wanted to know what time you wanted to have dinner.
Oh, well, any time, Birdie. I don't care.
I want to arrange my schedule to suit you. I know you're busy, so it's up to you.
Well, we can have dinner any time, Birdie.
Well, I can have it any time you want. It's up to you.
Birdie, it doesn't make any difference.
If you want dinner early, I can have it early. If you want it late, I can have it late. It's up to you.
Birdie,
You just tell me, Miss Gildersleeve, and I'll put it on the table whenever you want it. You just say the word. It's up to you.
Well, thank you,
I just want to know what's best for you.
I appreciate that, Birdie.
It's up to you. You can have dinner whenever you want it.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you.
It's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Whenever you want dinner, you just say the word. It's up to you.
Yeah, it's up to me. I'll never get this speech written. Where was I? Oh, yes. Where does the water come from? Guess I'll go down and ask Uncle Charlie Anderson. Charlie! Uncle Charlie! Yes, he's in the pump house. Charlie! Charlie!
Well, it's the commissioner. What are you doing down here?
I want to talk to you.
Damn it, Wesley, go ahead and talk.
I can't talk with all that noise in here. Can't you turn off that pump for a minute?
Turn off the pump? Why, you darn fool, if I did that, I'd shut down all the water supply in town.
Oh, well.
Turn off the pump. You call yourself a water commissioner.
Charlie, I wonder if you'd step outside a minute.
Well, all right, and make it snappy.
Charlie! Charlie.
What's on your mind?
Charlie, I'm going to speak over the radio.
Well, there's a lot of darn fools talking on the radio already. I guess one more won't hurt.
Yes, they want me to tell them what I know about the water department.
Well, that won't take you very long. Anybody that wants to turn off the water pump can't know very much.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there are a few technical details I wasn't quite sure of, Uncle Charlie, and I thought maybe I might get them from you.
For me? Well, I can't tell you anything. You're the big shot that knows everything.
But
all I do is run around here with an oil can. That's what you said this morning.
Well, I know, but I was only kidding.
You can't get much information from a fellow that just runs around with an oil can. No oil.
But Charlie, I'm
afraid I can't be much help to you. You'll have to talk to an engineer.
What?
So long, Commissioner.
Charlie, who's going to help me with my speech?
Don't ask me. Looks like you'll have to get yourself another boy.
Oh, dear, why did I ever go on the radio?
Why did he go on the radio? So that you listeners could hear this news, of course. It really does take a lot of ingenuity these days to feed a family well on a budget. But homemakers, here's a three-way helper. It's Kraft's nutritious, smooth-melting cheese food, Velveeta. Help number one is the way Velveeta helps you make economical, good-eating main dishes. Just melt golden Velveeta for a smooth, rich cheese sauce that stretches leftovers into another grand main dish. That Velveeta sauce is simply swell with leftover chicken or ham or seafood or vegetables. And now Velveeta's help number two. It's with those snacks. If you'll buy the 2-pound Velveeta loaf, you'll have plenty of this cheese food to spread as well as for cooking. And with Velveeta, you're handing out good, wholesome snacks because this cheese food is rich in important milk nutrients, digestible as milk itself. Now, let's think of those quick noon meals. Here's Velveeta's help number three. Sliced golden Velveeta stick for sandwiches. And there you have a satisfying, nutritious luncheon in a jiffy. All the folks at your house will go for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. Let Velveeta help them with meals and snacks often. Get the 2-pound loaf. Look for the name Velveeta when you buy. Well, the great Gildersleeve is all ready to make his radio talk tomorrow night, except for one minor detail. He still hasn't been able to write his speech. We find our frustrated water commissioner getting a haircut in Floyd's barber shop.
Well, Commish, how's the idol of the airwaves today? Understand you're making your radio debut tomorrow night.
Oh, yes.
How about Jack Benny's plenty worried?
Floyd?
You want some good jokes, Commish? Fellow in here yesterday told me a couple of pips. There was one about a mule and a flea.
Floyd, I don't need any jokes. I'm giving a serious talk about the water department.
Oh. Well, I guess some people like that stuff. I'll take Fibber McGee and Molly.
Floyd, just cut my hair.
Sure.
Dear.
Making a speech on the water department, huh?
Yes.
Sure you don't want to work in that story about the mule and the flea?
No.
Okay. Got your speech all written, Commish?
Written? Well, not exactly. I haven't had time. Been pretty busy at the department, you know.
Oh, sure. Busy executive like you shouldn't have to write your own speech anyhow.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you ought to get yourself one of them ghostwriters.
Huh?
That's what all them other big shots do. You think they write their stuff? Nah. They hire some skinny guy with glasses to do the brain work.
They do?
Sure. Be smart, Commish. Let somebody else do the work.
Well, I don't know. Who could I get?
Well, how about Judge Hooker for a ghostwriter?
The judge? Yeah, not a bad idea. He looks like a ghost.
Sure he does.
I don't know, though, Floyd. Hooker doesn't know much about the water department.
Well, neither do you.
Thank you.
Only kidding, Commish. Anyhow, the judge knows how to sling them big words around. He'll make it sound good.
Well, I guess it would be all right if I can get him to do it.
All you got to do is handle him right. Flatter him a little.
Huh? Say, I could ask him over to dinner tonight. He loves Birdie's cooking.
That's the stuff. Then you can go to work on him. Give him the old schmooze.
That's a good idea, Floyd. The old goat won't suspect a thing.
He does the work and you get the credit.
Yeah. Floyd, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves.
Sure.
I shouldn't do this to the judge, but I will.
It was very thoughtful of you to invite me over to dinner tonight, Gildy.
It's all right, Judge, old friend. It was a pleasure, wasn't it, children?
Oh, yes, sure.
More coffee, Horace?
Well, I really shouldn't, Gildy, but I can't resist Birdie's coffee. It's nectar from the garden. That's plenty, thank you.
Have a cigar? Fine cigar. Cost 27 cents.
Well, thank you.
Here, let me light it for you.
What a service. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
If you spoil me like this, I'll be over every night.
Yeah. Well, we'd be very happy to have you, wouldn't we, children?
Of course.
Leroy?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Judge, a little later on, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. No rush, of course.
Well, I'm glad you're in no hurry, Gildy. It's a pleasure to just sit here at the table and savor these last few drops of coffee.
Oh, of course.
You know, sitting here with you and your children takes me back to my childhood. In fact, it reminds me of an incident that I'm sure you'd all like to hear.
Oh, I'm sure we would.
Well, it was a cold winter morning.
Pardon me. Uncle, may I be excused? I have some homework to do.
Yeah, me too.
Now, children, your homework can wait for a little while. It isn't often that you get to hear one of the judge's fascinating stories.
Okay.
Go on, Horace. We're all ears.
Well, as I was saying, it was a cold winter morning, and there I was, just a little tight, trudging through the snow. I must have been 10 at the time. No, I guess I was only 9. No, I think I was 10. Well, anyway, there I was on the Well, this kind old lady said to me, she was a woman about 60, I'd judge. Well, she might have been 55. No, I'd say she was 60.
Oh, brother.
Anyhow, she patted me on the head and said to me, "Young man, for being such a polite little man, you can have this jar of marmalade." That's the end of the story.
About time.
What's that, Gildy?
I said the story was fine, Judge. In fact, I couldn't wait for the finish.
Neither could I.
Yes. We all enjoyed it, Judge.
Oh, yes.
Well, thank you. And there was another incident which was so amusing.
Horace, shall we retire to the living room now?
All right.
Chairs are getting a little hard. I'd like to discuss something with the judge now, so you children may be excused.
Thanks, Unc.
Now, Gildy, you wouldn't deprive an old bachelor of the joy of listening to the children's happy voices.
But, Judge...
Now, let's all sit down here in the living room and have a nice little chat. Well, it was very pleasant.
Yeah.
Well, children, I suppose you're both pretty proud of your uncle.
Proud? Huh?
Yes. I understand he's been asked to deliver a talk on the radio tomorrow night, and that's quite an honor.
Yeah, I guess so.
But if you don't mind my saying so, Gildy, it's a good thing you're not appearing on television. I don't think they could find a big enough screen. No offense intended, Gildy.
Oh, that's all right, Judge. That was very funny.
Well, I suppose you have your speech all written and rehearsed.
Well, that's what I...
Leroy, I haven't had the pleasure of hearing you play the piano for a long time.
Judge, it's getting a little late, and I think Leroy will really have to get on his homework now.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to keep him from his study.
Oh, of course not. Run along, Leroy. You too, Marjorie.
Good night, Judge.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, Judge.
Good night, Leroy. I know you're going to study hard.
Sure.
Well, Judge, certainly glad you came over tonight.
Oh, bourgeois.
Huh?
You're after something, Gildy.
Why, Judge, what makes you say that?
I know you, my fat friend. When you have me over here for dinner and ply me with 27-cent cigars, there's something you want. Now, what is it?
Well, you see, Judge, this speech I'm going to give.
Oh, I thought so. Having trouble with it, eh, Gildy?
Well,
You can't even give a little talk about your own department.
Well...
You're a big fathead, too big a fathead to write it yourself, so you thought you'd get me to do it.
Well,
okay, Gildy. I'll do it.
You will?
I shouldn't encourage a faker like you, but after all, you are a fellow jollybo.
Horace, I don't know how to thank you.
Besides, it'll be a much better speech if I write it.
Oh, sure.
By the way, Gildy, I chanced to drop into Floyd's this afternoon.
Floyd's?
Yes, I happened to give him a rather large tip. And he told me all about your little scheme.
Oh, why, that dirty double-crosser.
Gildy, did you ever hear the story of the mule and the flea?
That's right, Adeline. I'll be on the air tonight at 8:15. WSUM. Hope you'll be listening, Adeline. You will? What's that? The speech? Oh, no, it wasn't much trouble to write. Nothing to it. Goodbye.
Hello, Mrs. Folsom. This is Mr. Gildersleeve, secretary at the water department. He asked me to call all our subscribers and tell them about his radio speech tonight. Yes, 8:15. Hope you'll tune in. Goodbye.
Hello, Miss Pickens. This is Birdie, Mr. Gildersleeve's cook. He asked me to call up all the neighbors and tell them he's going to be on the radio tonight. 8:15. Yes, ma'am, and he hopes you'll tune in. Thanks for listening.
Hello, Piggy. Yeah, this is Leroy. Unc said I had to call all the kids and tell them he's going to be on the radio tonight. Oh, you can't hear him? You're going to a show tonight? You're lucky. I've got to listen.
Let's see. They said to come to Studio A. Yeah, that must be it. It's the only studio they got. I hope the judge is here with my speech. He would wait till the last minute, the old goat. Oh, well, it was nice of him to write it, though. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes.
I'm Mr. Benson, the station manager.
Oh, how do you do?
You're late.
Oh, well,
You know, I have to look over your speech before you go on the air.
The speech?
Yes, station policy. May I have it, please?
Well, I don't have it with me.
What?
You see, Judge Hooker is writing it. I mean, he's typing it.
The judge?
Yes, he types much faster than I do. He uses the touch system.
Oh.
See, I'm a hunt and peck man myself.
Yes.
He ought to be here any minute, though.
Well, he'd better be. I've got to go over it. We'll have to cut 3 minutes off your speech.
You will?
Yes, so we can broadcast the results of the Summerfield Horseshoe Tournament.
For the horseshoe. Well, that's all right. Anything you say, it doesn't really make much sense.
Hello, Gildy. Well, I've got your speech. I just finished writing it.
Judge, this is Mr. Benson, the station manager.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Yes, sir, Gildy. If I do say so myself, it's one of the best speeches I've ever...
Thanks a lot, Judge. Looks like an excellent typing job.
What?
Well, it's almost time to go on the air. May I see the speech, please?
What for?
I have to look it over, you know, in case we want to make any changes.
Yes, just a few little changes, Horace.
You won't have to make any changes in this speech, young man. It might be termed a little classic of rhetoric. A gem...
Well, we'll see about that. Anyway, we'll have to cut out 3 minutes.
What?
We need time for the horseshoe tournament.
You mean you would dare to hack up this work of art?
Now, Judge, it's only 3 minutes.
If you'll please give me the speech. We haven't much time.
We'll not cut one syllable.
Judge.
Don't you worry, Gildy. I'll protect you.
Protect me? What? Look, gentlemen, we'll have to hurry. Will you give me that speech?
Don't worry, Mr. Benson. He'll give it to you.
No, I won't. He's not going to push you around, Gildy.
But it seems to me you have a lot to say about this for a typist.
Typist?
He's only kidding, Judge.
No, I'm not. Do I get that speech or don't I?
Young man, rather than let you touch one single comma, I'll tear the whole thing in two.
Judge, please.
All right, go ahead and tear it.
All right, I will.
Oh, no, Judge. Judge, how can I make the speech?
I'll tear it again.
Oh,
I'll make confetti out of it.
Judge!
Mr. Gildersleeve, your program is canceled.
Canceled?
We showed him, didn't we, Gildy?
Oh, yeah, we sure did.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. For a luncheon main dish, have you ever served hot pan-fried Velveeta sandwiches? That's a grand idea, and easy. Between slices of bread, put good thick slices of Kraft smooth-melting cheese food Velveeta. Fry the sandwiches in a skillet of margarine until the bread is golden brown on both sides, and the Velveeta melting so that its cheddar cheese flavor tastes extra rich and savory. Then, pop the sandwiches onto a hot platter and surround them with broiled tomato halves. So good, and thrifty, too. Remember, Velveeta is one of the important protein foods, and it helps supply other important nutrients from milk. Get several packages or a 2-pound loaf tomorrow for snacks and grand hot Velveeta dishes, too.
And in the finals, there was a new horseshoe champion crowned tonight when Art Sigmund defeated Lefty Conklin by a score of 21-19. It was a thrilling seesaw battle all the way, but Art clinched the title by pitching 2 double ringers and 3 leaners. And that concludes our broadcast of the results of the Summerfield Horseshoe Tournament. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the horseshoe results brought to you by our guest announcer, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're welcome. Anyway, I got on the radio. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Curry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Charles Boyer will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
The next time you have to fix a hurry-up meal, open a package of Kraft Dinner. In a twinkling, you can have a piping hot dish of fluffy light macaroni and cheese. Each package of Kraft Dinner contains a special macaroni that cooks in just 7 minutes. And golden Kraft grated for a grand cheddar cheese flavor. 2 magic ingredients for making delicious macaroni and cheese in a jiffy. And Kraft Dinner costs just a few cents a serving. For a quick, easy, economical main dish, get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous cheese food Velveeta. Everybody goes for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor in snacks and sandwiches and in hot dishes. And hidden in that swell cheese flavor are important nutrients from milk. That's why smart homemakers keep Velveeta on hand regularly to spread or slice and to melt for grand economical hot dishes. Tomorrow, get Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality. It's seldom you find the great Gildersleeve sitting in a movie, unless there's an added attraction. This evening, the added attraction is sitting in a seat right next to him.
Comfy, Adeline?
Oh, yes, and we're just in time. It's starting.
If the picture gets too exciting, Adeline, you can hold my hand.
But Throckmorton, this is a romantic picture.
Oh? Well, then I'll hold your hand.
All right.
Nice title. Love is love.
I know you'll just adore Anthony Dane.
Anthony Dane? Who's he?
Who's Anthony Dane? Oh, Throckmorton.
London, 1560, at the court of Good Queen Bess.
I just love period movies, don't you? Where they wear costumes and all.
Well, I haven't been to any where they didn't. Which one's Anthony?
He hasn't come in yet.
I'll bet that's him.
Oh, yes, that's him.
Wearing silk stockings.
Doesn't Anthony walk gracefully? Look how he carries those broad shoulders.
I don't know how he does it on those spindly legs.
Tomorrow, I sail with the Queen's fleet for the New World.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Excuse me, Adeline. I'll get some popcorn.
This is the void scene that I've been waiting for, Throckmorton. Anthony's soliloquy about love in the crow's nest.
Excuse me, I'll get some more popcorn.
She's gone to the courtyard. I know. Our guard. Yes, she must be there. By the fountain.
Isn't Anthony wonderful?
It seems a little crooked.
My beloved, I'm back.
You came back, my lord. You came back after 3 long years.
3 long years.
3 very long years.
I had to come back to hold you again, like this, because love is love.
Oh, my goodness.
Mercy, what a man.
Yes, come along, Adeline. It's over. It's all over.
All right, but I could sit here all night.
Pardon me. Pardon me, miss. Madam.
Oh, but we can go home and talk about it, and I'll make some coffee.
Let's walk by the office first, and pick up some cigars. I chewed all I had to keep awake.
Can't you get some at Mr. Peavy's? I'd love a soda.
It's pretty late, Adeline. Everything's closed now, and I'm too tired to go shopping around.
Well, if you're so tired, Throckmorton, let's call a taxi.
Taxi? I can't sit down anymore. 3 long years.
You know, Throckmorton, I really shouldn't be coming up to a man's office at this hour.
Why not? Man has to have cigars.
Well, if the Queen's attendant went to the fountain with Anthony unchaperoned, I guess I can go to the water department with you.
Yeah, and come to think of it, I've never really shown you around here, have I, Adeline?
No, you haven't. Wasn't Anthony wonderful? So tender with women and so rough with the Indians.
Yes. Well, here's where I run the water department that you've heard so much about, Adeline. That's my executive-type chair behind the desk. And there's the place.
Throckmorton, do you think your hair will get that distinguished steel gray at the temples?
Huh?
Like Anthony Dane's did after 3 years in the New World.
I've been in the New World quite a while, and it hasn't turned gray yet. But it will, Adeline, if you don't stop talking about Anthony, the Great Dane.
Oh, I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I have been neglecting you, haven't I?
That's all right. I'll get my cigars out of the drawer and we'll go home.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, don't be so sensitive. Tell me about your office.
No, it's not very interesting anyway. Let's go home.
Gracious, what are all these important-looking papers?
Just some reports Bessie and I have to get to the mayor early in the morning. Let's go.
Bessie?
My secretary.
You know, I think I'm a little jealous of your secretary, Throckmorton, getting to spend all day with you. I think I'd like to trade places with her.
Oh? Well, you'd probably be more efficient, but I don't think we'd get much work done.
Oh, you. Well, let's try it anyway. I'll play on your secretary.
Play, but Adeline.
Oh, be fun, Throckmorton.
It's getting late.
Well, you sit at your desk now, and I'll help you get out your report to the mayor.
Mm.
Now, where does your secretary usually sit?
Sit? Well, Bessie always sits in that chair, but in your case, heavy.
Oh, you.
What's that? Sounds like somebody came in.
Oh, dear.
Is that you, Gildersleeve?
Me? Oh, hello there, Mayor Terwilliger.
Gildersleeve, I saw a light, and I wondered who'd be up here at this hour.
Well, it's just me and Miss Fairchild. This is our mayor, Miss Fairchild, Mayor Terwilliger.
How do you do?
How do you do? Gildersleeve, what's going on here?
Huh? Now, Mr. Mayor.
You're a city official, and this is the city hall, and it's nearly midnight. Start explaining.
Explaining? Well, it's nothing to get upset about, Mr. Mayor. We were just working on your report.
My report?
Weren't we, Miss Fairchild?
Well, yes, we were.
Oh, well, then I apologize, Gildersleeve. I didn't suspect you'd be working late. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know you had a new secretary.
New secretary? Oh, yes. New secretary.
Well, really?
Now, Miss Fairchild, never interrupt the mayor.
That's all right. I think you've done the right thing for once, Gildersleeve, getting rid of your old secretary.
What?
There have been lots of mistakes coming out of your office, and I knew you couldn't be making all of them.
Well, I try to do my part.
What?
I mean, Bessie makes a few mistakes, but she's not a bad secretary.
Nonsense, Gildersleeve. She was grossly incompetent, you know it.
But
I know you hated to let her go, but an executive has to be hard at times for the good of the city.
Oh, yes, for the good of the city.
Why, I wouldn't even hesitate to fire you, Gildersleeve, for the good of the city.
Oh, yeah, well, we wouldn't want that to happen.
But Mayor Terwilliger...
Oh, with me, Miss Fairchild.
Well, I'll say good night now and stop by in the morning when you're not so busy.
In the morning?
I always like to get acquainted with our new employees. Don't work too late. Good night.
Oh, no, we won't work. Good night.
You see, I told you this would be fun.
How do I get out of this?
Marge. Again? Gosh, Unc, what are you doing up so early?
Good morning, Leroy. Marjorie.
Unky, you are up early.
Early? Not so early. Birdie, breakfast. I'm in a little hurry.
That you, Mr. Gildersleeve? You up early.
Oh, my goodness.
You see, you're up early. What's up, Unc?
Leroy, I just have to get down to my office and take care of a few things. Each approved.
You want some of the paper? Leroy has the comics.
No time for the paper.
I'll read the comics to you, Unc.
Oh?
Wow, Biff, Zowie, take that. To be continued.
Oh, my goodness. Leroy, I have a big enough headache without that machine gun stuff.
Your eyes do look tired, Unky. Didn't you sleep well?
No. Birdie, let's hustle it up.
Here's your juice, honey. Don't you get up for it.
What was that? Oh, juice.
What did you and Miss Fairchild do last night, Unky?
Well, we went to the movies.
To the movies, not you. What'd you see?
Did you see Wolf Call?
Same thing, practically. Love is love.
Not Love is Love with Anthony Dane.
Anthony Dane, what a drip.
Oh, Unky, didn't he just thrill you?
No, I can't say that he did.
He's a drip.
He is not.
You just like him because all he does is make love.
Leave him. Don't try to be smart.
He's a drip.
Unky, make him stop.
Now, Leroy, let's not have an argument. He can't help it if he's a drip.
Unky.
Here's your bacon bacon and eggs, Mr. Gildersleeve. You sneaked up on me this morning.
Thank you, Birdie.
Let me know next time you want it early, and I'll have it ready for you anytime you want it early.
Now, Birdie, let's not make a big thing of this. There's nothing so unusual about me getting to the office early. Leroy.
All you got to do is let Birdie know when you want breakfast early, and she'll have it ready anytime you want it early.
Fine, Birdie.
I heard you come in so late last night. I didn't think you wanted it early. How was I to know?
That's all right, Birdie.
But all you got to do is let me know anytime you want it early.
Yes, Birdie.
I'm up anyway, and all you got to do is let me know anytime you want it early.
Ye gods, I'll never get up early again, not even to save my job. Adeline thought last night was all a big joke. Why did I ever let her play secretary? Now, if I don't get Bessie out of here before the mayor shows up... She's not here yet. 9 o'clock. What a secretary. Probably the mayor's right. Maybe I should fire Bessie. No, I haven't the heart. She'd never get a job anywhere else. Besides, it was my fault. No, it was the mayor's fault for snooping around. And I like this chair. Where is that Bessie?
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're up early.
Bessie, where have you been? It's 30 seconds after 9.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'd have been here earlier, but I stopped outside the door to pick up the mail. Here it is.
Oh.
A travel circular.
Travel circular? Say, I could take a trip.
What'd you say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Wait a minute. Bessie, why don't you take a trip?
Me? I'm going to on my vacation. I've been dying to see the Grand Canyon.
Well, don't take off your hat. Go see it now.
What?
The Grand Canyon's wonderful this time of year. Leave this morning, Bessie. You've been working entirely too hard. Goodbye. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve, are you feeling all right?
No, but I'll feel better if you'll go on a vacation. It'll give me time to straighten out things around here.
Hasn't my work been satisfactory?
Let's not go into that, Bessie. Just take your vacation immediately.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve...
Please, Bessie, don't argue. Vacate.
Mr. Gildersleeve, this isn't your nice way of telling me I'm through, is it?
No, Bessie. When you come back, everything will be the same.
Oh, I'm so glad, because a terrible thing happened to my girlfriend when she went on vacation.
Yes, yes.
When she came back, her boss had been fired.
Get going, Bessie. Here, I'll open the door. Come on.
And you know what I told them, huh?
What, Mr. Mayor?
Zeke. It's the mayor. Quick, Bessie, hide in the broom closet.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, what about the Grand Canyon?
Don't argue, Bessie. The Grand Canyon will wait. It always has. Hop in there.
What?
Don't listen to a word we say.
Gildersleeve, you here?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Mayor Terwilliger.
Good morning, Commissioner.
And Judge, what are you doing here?
I just had to come over, Gildy. The mayor tells me you have a new secretary.
Yes, where is she, Gildersleeve?
Well, she's in the broom closet. I mean the Grand Canyon. That is, she's out at the moment.
Oh.
She sounds like a busy little girl.
Oh, she is. We were just discussing vacations. That's why I mentioned...
I hear she's very attractive, Gildy. A blonde.
A blonde. Yes.
I'm sorry she isn't here, but I must get to my office. Tell Miss, what's her name, Gildersleeve?
Well,
Fairchild, wasn't that it?
Not Adeline Fairchild. Your secretary?
Shut up, you old goat.
What's this?
Nothing. Goodbye, Mr. Mayor. Drop in again sometime.
Thank you, Gildersleeve. In fact, I'll drop back right after lunch at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
The girl's new. I think I should familiarize her with municipal operations.
Well, she's been familiar. I mean, she might be out to lunch at 1 o'clock.
Well, have her here, Gildersleeve. If she doesn't mind working until midnight, she won't mind being in the office at 1 o'clock.
Well, Gildy, this is a juicy bit of gossip. It seems the water commissioner has a skeleton in his closet.
I have not. Come out of the closet, Bessie.
What?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bessie.
I heard everything. You're going to fire me.
No, I'm not, Bessie. Let me explain.
I'm going home.
Great idea, Bessie. Stay home till I call you. And stop crying.
Yes, stop crying, Bessie, because if you heard everything, he doesn't dare fire you ever.
Oh, I think I'll go to the Grand Canyon and jump in.
Plus, between us, Gildersleeve isn't going to jump in. He'll be right back. If the folks at your house go for late evening snacks, you naturally welcome ideas for tasty yet easy-to-digest sandwich fixins. Kraft's nutritious cheese food Velveeta is a natural for such light bedtime suppers. Its rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor hits the spot at any hour. And you can let the folks slice its golden goodness thick, for Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. And it's wonderfully nutritious, too. But Velveeta is more than just a snack time treat. It's a boon for main dishes, too. For instance, rich, satin-smooth Velveeta sauce adds a tantalizing glow to leftovers, seafood, vegetables, and egg dishes. And to make that sauce is as easy as ABC. Simply melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Then stir in 1/4 cup of milk and season to taste. There you have it, a lickin' good cheese sauce that makes the simplest dish extra appetizing. Get in several packages of Velveeta tomorrow, or buy the big economical 2-pound loaf. For top flavor, for top cooking quality, for fine food value, get genuine Velveeta, the cheese food of famous Kraft quality. Well, it's been a rough day for the water commissioner, and it's getting rougher. The great man has sent Bessie home until he figures out his secretary problems, and he's working on them right now, under a hot towel in Floyd's barber shop.
I could have Bessie dye her hair blonde like ADELINE'S. The mayor would see through that.
What you mumbling about, Commish? Speak up. I'm getting lonesome.
Just thinking, Floyd.
I'll say you are. Got something on your mind, ain't you?
How do you know?
Barber works pretty close to the brain. He can tell. Hey, let me feel. Yep. You feel the wheels going around. Pocket.
All right, Floyd. I happen to have a headache. Let's stop the clowning.
I'm sorry, Commish. Just making conversation. Part of the service.
All the service I want is a shave, Floyd, and hurry it up.
Okay. But you ought to let me do something about them eyes, Commish. Looks like you've been working them pretty late nights.
Very funny.
Here, let me drop a little murine in them.
Well, it might feel pretty good.
Open the left one. There you are.
Oh, Floyd, don't drop them from so high.
Okay. Right eye, Commish. That's it.
Well, if you're going to drop it, drop it.
Keep it open. Don't flinch.
It is open.
Okay. Bombs away.
Oh, not the whole bottle, Floyd.
Well, that one was a little worse. How'd they get in such bad shape, Commish? Personally, I wouldn't stand for it, working day and night like you do down at the office.
What's this, Floyd?
Why, I even hear it takes 2 secretaries to keep up with you.
What?
One for during the day and one at night.
I see Hooker has been here. Now, get this straight, Floyd. I have only one secretary, and that's Bessie.
Oh, yeah? Then who was that the mayor caught you with up at the water department last night? A mermaid from your reservoir?
Floyd, Miss Fairchild and I stopped by my office to get some cigars after a movie. That's the truth. No, Floyd.
Couldn't you feed the mayor a better story than that, Commish? Like you was waiting for a streetcar?
It's all a horrible misunderstanding, Floyd. The mayor assumed Adeline was my new secretary, and now he's coming back at 1 o'clock to have a talk with her.
Oh, yeah? What are you going to do, Commish?
What would you do, Floyd?
I'd hire her.
What?
I'd like to have a classy dame like Miss Fairchild around here to sharpen scissors and stuff.
That's silly, Floyd. I can't let Bessie go. Besides, Adeline knows nothing about stenographic work.
So what? Put her on the city payroll. What do you got to lose?
Only my job, that's all.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hey, why don't you have her come down at 1 o'clock and save your hide and then let her go?
No, Floyd, that's ridiculous. Get me out of here.
Why not?
That would be gross misrepresentation. Not only that, it would be dishonest and unethical, and I won't do it. Adeline doesn't answer. Well, I'm kind of glad. I'd hate to be dishonest and unethical like that Floyd.
Mr. Gildersleeve. How are things with you today?
I have a splitting headache.
Oh?
Everything's been going wrong today, Peavy, from the time I got up this morning.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I woke up quite pleasantly this morning. The scent of lilacs coming in through the window.
I didn't sleep well. I didn't feel like eating breakfast.
I'm very fond of lilacs.
Everything went wrong at the office.
And so is Mrs. Peavy.
What?
Fond of lilacs.
Oh, my goodness, Peavy, we're not talking about lilacs.
I am.
All right. Go ahead and talk about them.
I've been talking about them.
Peavy, I came in here with a headache, and it's getting no better fast.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why didn't you say so?
I did. But you were too busy talking about lilacs.
Well, I happen to like lilacs.
Yes.
And so did Mrs. Peavy.
So you told me. Give me an aspirin, Peavy, and a glass of water. Make it 2 aspirin.
Well, you are upset.
You'd be upset, too, Peavy, if you had my troubles. You're lucky you don't have the mayor to contend with.
Yes, you're right there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You bet. You're lucky you never have secretary trouble.
No, I didn't say that. Sometimes I get a little envious when I hear about you fellows and your secretaries.
Oh? What have you heard, Peavy?
Well, druggists don't repeat everything they hear, Mr. Gildersleeve. Code of ethics, you know.
Code of ethics. Well, no matter what you heard, I can explain it.
You don't have to explain anything to me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Judge has been in here telling him about the trouble I'm in, hasn't he?
Well, I can't say that he has.
He has, Peavy, and you know it.
Yes, I know it, but I can't say it. Code of ethics, you know.
Code of ethics, yeah. I don't care what you heard, Peavy. The only thing I'm worried about is what I'm going to tell the mayor at 1 o'clock.
You care for another aspirin?
No. Too big a problem for aspirin. Peavy, I respect your opinions. What do you think I should do?
That's the question. There's an old saying, he who dances must pay the fiddler.
But, Peavy, there's been no dancing and no fiddling.
Pretty sound advice. And then there's another one. He who plays with fire.
Oh, I give up.
Don't you want to hear the rest of it?
I know the rest of it. I've read your almanac.
What?
So long, poor Richard. Thanks for the aspirin.
All that advice, and he didn't buy a thing. I think I'll take an aspirin myself.
Judge, what do you mean by spreading this stuff all over town?
Now, Gildy, calm down. You wouldn't be in any trouble at all if you had told the mayor the truth last night when you should have.
Well, I tried to, but he gave me such a good excuse I couldn't pass it up.
Uh-huh. Now then, my advice to you, Gildy, is to go back and tell the mayor exactly what happened. That you stepped up to the office for a cigar after the show.
But you know the mayor, he's very excitable, Judge. He's liable to fire me right on the spot.
Well, you'll have to take that chance. And if you really want to make an impression, don't wait for the mayor to come to you. You go to him.
What?
March right into his office like a little soldier and say your piece. Beard the lion in his den.
I don't like the way you put it, Judge, but I'll do it. Beard the lion in his den. Wonder if the lion's been fed. Well, good afternoon. Is the mayor in?
Mr. Gildersleeve, come in.
Thank you.
Laryngitis, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I don't think so. Although it has been a little damp in the water department. Is the mayor in?
I expect him back shortly. He went to lunch a little late. The mayor was very busy this morning, cleaning house.
Cleaning house?
He's on quite a rampage. I'm afraid we're losing some of our personnel.
Who?
He's due at your office at 1 o'clock.
Well, yes, but I...
Well, Gildersleeve, there you are.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, here I am.
Well, it saves me the trouble of going to your office to tell you what I have to say.
Well,
I've found out a few things since I talked to you last.
You have? Well, if it has anything to do with my new secretary...
It has everything to do with your new secretary. And Gildersleeve, this calls for a change in the water department. I will not tolerate people who are undependable, frivolous, and who shirk their responsibilities.
That's me.
Now then, about this new blonde secretary of yours, this Miss Fairchild.
Yes?
On the way back from lunch, you know what I discovered. She was going into a movie on City Time.
To a movie?
Some ridiculous picture called Love is Love. Gildersleeve, you have to let her go. Fire.
Fire? Well, if you say so, Mr. Mayor.
What are you laughing at, Gildersleeve?
Nothing. Good old Anthony Dane.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. Do you know how to transform a little leftover meat into a main dish with real prestige? You do it with Kraft's smooth melting cheese food, Velveeta. Simply melt Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce. Then pour it generously over leftover ham, chicken, or veal and serve on toast or in patty shells. What a sparkling, flavorful way to make your meat dollars go further. Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor gives sandwiches an air of importance, too. Serve Velveeta plain or melted in a tempting golden hot sandwich. Any way you serve Velveeta, it helps supply high-quality complete protein and other valuable milk nutrients. Get Velveeta in a big economical 2-pound loaf so you'll have plenty for snacks, sandwiches, and main dishes.
Ye gods, Bessie, I got your job back for you. Now stop daydreaming. Let's get on with the work.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was just thinking about my vacation at the Grand Canyon.
Vacations come in August, Bessie. Let's buckle down. Here it is, nearly 5 o'clock. We'll never get these reports to the mayor.
Mr. Gildersleeve, may I make a suggestion?
What is it, Bessie?
Why don't we come back tonight and work?
No, not that.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand.
Excuse me a second, John. I'd just like to remind everyone that United States government security bonds are a mighty good investment, both for our country's future and for your future. You get $4 back for every 3 you put in. Folks, buy those bonds regularly.
Thank you, Hal. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
And me too.
Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
A complete dinner main dish cooked in just 7 minutes. Grandmother would have said it couldn't be done. But every package of Kraft Dinner gives you both ingredients for a macaroni and cheese dish that's hearty and delicious. There's the special Kraft Dinner macaroni that cooks fluffy light and tender in just 7 minutes. And there's golden Kraft grated that you stir in for a grand cheddar cheese flavor. What's more, Kraft Dinner costs only a few cents a serving. So for quick, economical macaroni and cheese dishes with a distinctive goodness, get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet Margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, Well, it's one of those balmy, starlit spring evenings in Summerfield, the kind of night that's just made for sitting out in the porch swing serenading your best girl. And that's just what the great Gildersleeve is doing.
Honeymoon, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon.
Oh, Throckmorton, that was wonderful.
Oh, did you like it?
Oh, yes. And where did you ever learn to strum the ukulele like that?
Oh, back in college. In my senior year, I was president of the ukulele club.
Really? Well, you certainly can play. Why, you're a regular Yasha Hyphet.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't go that far. La-da-dee.
Oh, this is nice.
Yes, it is, Adeline. Mind if I move a little closer?
Well...
Wait till I get my ukulele out of the way. There.
Throckmorton.
Yes?
Do you know what the day after tomorrow is?
Sure, it's Saturday.
No, I don't mean that, silly. What's special about it?
Well, it's the day they collect the cans.
Throckmorton, don't you remember? Saturday's our second anniversary.
Second anniversary?
Of course. We've known each other 2 months.
Oh.
And you didn't even remember.
I did, too. In fact, I was planning a little celebration.
You were? What?
Well, how about coming over to my house for dinner? I mean, that's what I'd planned.
I'd love to. You're sweet.
Adeline.
Yes?
How about celebrating our anniversary right now with a little kiss, huh? Maybe 2 kisses. It's our second anniversary.
Well, I'm all puckered up.
That's 1. That's 2.
That's all.
Wish it was our 10th anniversary. By the light of the silvery moon. Marjorie, pass the toast, please. Thanks. By the way, children, we're having a guest for dinner tomorrow night, and I want you both to be on your best behavior. Leroy, are you listening?
Sure. Who's coming, Unky?
Miss Fairchild. We're celebrating our second anniversary.
Huh? Your second anniversary?
Yep, we've known each other 2 months.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, the fair sex appreciate these little sentimental touches. Your old uncle learned that a long time ago. That's why he's been so successful with women. Leroy. Finish your cornflakes, young man. You're going to be late for school.
Okay. Pass the cream, Marge.
All right. Oh, there isn't any more.
Birdie! More cream!
Coming! Here you are, Leroy.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Leroy?
Yeah?
It isn't necessary to shout for Birdie every time you want something. Wouldn't hurt you to jump up and get it for yourself once in a while.
All right.
Birdie has plenty to do, you know.
Okay.
Well, don't forget it. Marmalade's all gone. Birdie, marmalade!
Unc, I thought you said...
Never mind. Anyhow, I don't know where Birdie keeps the marmalade. That will do, young man.
Here you are, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks. Birdie.
Yes.
Before I forget, we're having a guest for dinner tomorrow night, so I wish you'd cook something sort of special.
Tomorrow night?
Yes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I ain't going to be here tomorrow night.
What?
I'm going to that church convention over in Salinas this weekend.
Convention?
Yes, sir. I'm taking the bus this afternoon. Don't you remember? I asked you last week if I could go, and you said, sure, Bertie, go. That's what you said.
Oh?
That's what you said. You said I could go. That's what you said.
Yes, Bertie, I remember now.
That's what you said.
I know, Bertie.
If you want me to stay and cook that dinner, I'll stay, but you said I could go. That's what you said.
It's all right.
You said I could go. I didn't say it. Miss Martha didn't say it. Leroy didn't say it. You did. That's what you said.
Sure, Bertie, go.
That's what you said last week. Sure, Bertie, go. That's what you said.
Okay, Bertie, take the bus this afternoon.
All right, Miss Gildersleeve, I will, because that's what you said.
Well, I guess that's what I said. Hello. Your old uncle's home.
Hello, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, what were you doing out in the kitchen?
I was pressing my blouse.
That's the spirit, my dear. With Bertie gone, we'll all just pitch in.
Hi, Aunt.
Hi, Leroy.
Well, I'm all ready to go out to dinner. Where are we going, to the Summerfield Grill?
Yeah, Summerfield Grill? Yes, I guess so.
Did Bertie make the bus all right?
Yeah, I took her down to the station and saw her off. Good old Bertie. She deserves to get away for a few days.
Can we go eat now? I'm hungry.
Leroy, sometimes I think you're all stomach.
Look who's talking.
That's not funny, Leroy.
Oh, boy, I like to eat in restaurants. Can I have a chocolate sundae for dessert?
Yes. We'll go down just as soon as I call Miss Fairchild. Couldn't get her all day. Excuse me?
Make it snappy, Al.
Well, I'll just tell Adeline we can't have our anniversary dinner here tomorrow night. Bertie gone. She won't mind going to a restaurant. I might even wear my tuxedo. Sweet Adeline, Adeline. Our second anniversary.
Hello?
Hello, Adeline. Guess who?
Oh, you.
Adeline.
Yes?
About our anniversary dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, yes. You know, Throckmorton, that's all I've been thinking about.
Me too. But you know, I invited you to have dinner here at my house, but...
That was sweet of you, Throckmorton. It shows how much you really care.
Huh? But, Adeline...
Having me over to your house that way, why, it makes lonesome little me feel like I'm one of the family.
Oh, but you see...
It makes our little celebration seem so personal. Most Yankee men don't understand how much these little things mean to a woman. They'd probably want to take me out to some old restaurant, but not you.
No, not me.
You're sensitive, Throckmorton. Sensitive as a violin.
I am? Always thought I looked more like a cello.
Oh, you're cute. Well, I'll see you tomorrow night. I'll be there with bells on.
Bells, yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, dear. Now what am I going to do?
Well, Aunt, ready to go?
Huh?
Gee, I'm starving.
Ready, Auntie?
Marjorie.
Yes?
Miss Fairchild's coming to dinner here tomorrow night.
I thought you were going to take her out to dinner.
Well, no, that's not the sensitive thing to do.
What?
Anyway, Marjorie, I thought you might cook the dinner tomorrow night.
Me?
Well, after all, you've been studying cooking in your home economics class, haven't you?
Yes, but all we've had so far is dessert. All I can make is tapioca.
Tapioca? Well, I don't think we can make a meal on that. Don't you know how to cook meat and potatoes?
We don't have that till next semester.
Oh, my goodness. We can't wait that long.
Aunt, can't we talk this over at the Summerfield Grill?
Just a minute, Leroy. I want to get this thing settled. I suppose I could cook dinner tomorrow night myself.
What? Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. I'll have you know, I was considered quite a cook in my younger days when I was batching it.
Oh, sure.
Well, I was. In fact, I was famous for one of my dishes, mulligatawny stew a la Gildersleeve.
Uncle Mort, you can't be serious about this. You better hire a cook for tomorrow night.
Sure.
Mulligatawny stew a la Gildersleeve.
Well, you two think you're so smart, I'll just show you. We'll see whether I can cook or not. I'm going to make some stew for dinner tonight.
Oh, no.
Aunt, I thought you said we would go to the Summerfield Grill.
Well, I've changed my mind. We'll eat dinner right here, and I'll cook it.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Let's get those little frowns off our little faces now. This is going to be a lot of fun.
I'll bet.
Now, you two set the table, and the great French chef, Francois Gildersleeve, will go into the kitchen and prepare the meal. Ooh la la.
Oh, brother.
Well, I'll let it cook just a little longer. It's beginning to look like a stew, all right, though. Ought to be good. Put everything in I could find. Let's see. Potatoes, leftover meat, succotash, few pig's feet. I think we used to put pig feet in mulligatawny stew. Let's see if I missed anything. What's that over there? Some rhubarb. Might as well throw that in, too. There. That ought to improve the flavor. Might improve the color, too. Apron's a little tight, but I'll loosen it. There. Wonder who that is.
Well, hello, Leroy.
The judge. What does he want?
Oh, the master's in the kitchen. Well, I'll just come in and see.
Better take this apron off. I wouldn't want Hooker to catch me in this thing.
Well, Gildy. My, you look very fetching in that pink apron. May I take you dancing tonight, Priscilla?
Priscilla, you old goat.
Well, now that Birdie's gone, I see that you've taken over in the kitchen. What is that witch's broth you're concocting there, Gildy?
This happens to be mulligatawny stew.
Oh? Smells more like swamp water.
Now look here, Horace.
I came by because I thought you and your family might like to accompany me to the Summerfield Grill.
No thanks, Judge. We're having our dinner here.
Well, if you want to call that stew a dinner. Do you know what they're having at the Summerfield Grill tonight, Gildy?
No, and I don't care.
Well, they're having your favorite dish. Nice, tender pot roast.
Pot roast?
It'll melt in your mouth. And then there's mashed potatoes smothered in rich brown gravy. And a few tasty vegetables, of course. Then some crisp golden cornbread. Topped off by a flaky deep dish apple pie. Of course, you'd rather stay here and eat that stew.
That's what you think. Come on, you old goat. We'll all go down to the Summerfield Grill. I can feed the stew to the cat next door. He'll eat anything. Yeah.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, even Leroy, who isn't much concerned with buying food, has some pretty firm convictions about food in general.
Darn right. I think all food should taste good.
Everyone agrees on that, Leroy. And everyone agrees that parquet margarine does taste good. It's the perfect spread for bread.
I'll go along with you on that.
Millions of women say tasty parquet is their favorite topping for bread, rolls, muffins, pancakes.
And waffles. Don't forget waffles. Boy.
Parquet is nourishing, too. 15,000 units of essential vitamin A are added to the wholesome goodness of the choice farm products used in the making of delicious parquet.
I keep thinking about those waffles with parquet. Boy.
The rich, fresh flavor of parquet improves the best of dishes. Homemakers know that parquet is a quality margarine because it's a Kraft product. And they're delighted to find that this top-quality margarine actually costs less today than it did a year ago. Actually costs less.
And tastes better, especially on waffles.
Right, Leroy. Next time, friends, ask for parquet margarine. Delicious, nourishing, economical parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's made by Kraft. That's why it tastes so good. Well, this is the day of the great Gildersleeve's anniversary dinner with Adeline. There's a right way and a wrong way to do everything. And this time, the great man has decided to do something the right way. You find him striding purposefully downtown. He's just passing Floyd Munson's barber shop.
Hey, Commish.
Oh, hello, Floyd.
Wait a minute. What's your hurry?
Well, I got a little business to attend to this morning.
Oh, well, I was sitting out here sunning myself. Things is kind of quiet in the shop this a.m.
Yes, well...
Got some business to attend to, huh?
Yep.
What is it? Funky business?
If you must know, Floyd, I'm going down to the employment agency.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Commish.
What?
It's tough to start looking for another job at your age.
Floyd, I'm going to the employment agency to hire a cook.
Oh.
Yes. And now, if you don't mind, I'll be...
How come you're hiring a cook? What happened to Birdie?
Ye gods, but you're nosy. Birdie went on a little trip, Floyd. I'm having a guest for dinner tonight, so I'm going down and hire a cook. It's all right with you, isn't it?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Now, that's cleared up.
Hiring a cook just for one night, huh?
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, I guess not. If you got the dough to throw away.
It isn't exactly throwing it away, Floyd. I got to pay it to somebody.
Well, little Floydie Munson knows how you can get that dinner cooked for nothing.
Look, Floyd, I'm not interested in any of your harebrained schemes.
Okay.
They only lead to trouble.
Okay.
I don't even want to hear about it.
Okay.
I've got my mind all made up, and I'm going down to the... You say I can get the dinner cooked for nothing? How?
Well, come a little closer, Commish.
Huh?
Did you ever hear of Hercules Kitchenware?
What?
Hercules, the kitchenware beyond compare.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, there was a fella come in the shop yesterday that demonstrates that stuff. Now, the pitch is, he comes around to your house, cooks a meal for you, and tries to sell you some kitchenware.
Floyd, I don't want to buy any kitchenware.
Who said you did? You just act like you're interested, let him cook the meal, and then you tell him to take his pots and pans and scram.
Well, I don't know.
Not only that, he buys all the groceries.
He does?
Sure. Plays waiter, too, the big chump. The whole thing don't cost you a dime.
Well, it doesn't seem quite right if I don't buy anything.
People do it all the time. Let old man Hercules worry.
Well, wouldn't hurt to talk to this salesman, I guess.
Sure. I got one of his cards in the shop. Why don't you come in and get a haircut, and we'll talk it over.
Well, I don't need one, but, well, okay.
After you, come in.
Good afternoon, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. How are things at the water department?
Oh, fine, Peavy. Just thought I'd stop in on my way home and pick up a little ice cream. Quart, I guess.
All right. Any particular flavor?
Hello, Peavy. I want to get something special tonight. What flavor would you suggest?
Well, the decision lies with you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I can tell you what I have. There's burnt almond, Dutch chocolate, banana nut, pistachio.
Well, what about banana nut?
Well, what about it?
It's good, isn't it?
Yes, if you like it.
Well, do you like it?
Yes, I like it, but you're not buying it for me.
Oh. Peavy, give me any kind.
Well, what kind?
I don't care. Give me any flavor you have.
Well, I have lots of flavors. There's burnt almond, Dutch chocolate, banana nut, pistachio.
I'll take burnt almond.
Burnt almond it is.
Good.
Having company tonight, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Miss Fairchild's coming over.
Oh, that's nice. I suppose with Birdie away, Marjorie's cooking the dinner.
Well, no. The Hercules Kitchenware Company is cooking it.
How's that?
That is one of their salesmen, Mr. Wright. I talked to him this afternoon and made all the arrangements. Yes, sir. He's going to buy the food, cook the meal, and serve it.
What's he doing all that for?
Well, that's the way he demonstrates his kitchenware. Gets people to buy it.
Oh, you're going to buy some kitchenware.
He thinks I am, but I'm not. He won't mind.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
What's the matter? You don't think I'm taking advantage of him, do you?
Well.
Do you?
Do you?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Peavy, everybody does it. I'll bet you would do it, too, if he came and cooked dinner at your house.
Well, why should he come to my house? Mrs. Peavy prepares all our meals.
I know that, but if he did come to your house, what would happen?
Mrs. Peavy wouldn't let him in. She doesn't know him.
Ye gods, Peavy, give me my ice cream.
There you are, and that'll be 75 cents.
Here.
Out of $1. And there's your change. Thank you, and call again.
Peavy, before I go, I have one last request to make.
What's that?
You have a can of Tutti Frutti ice cream?
Yes.
Well, go stick your head in it. Good day.
You joked on Mr. Gildersleeve. I like Tutti Frutti ice cream.
Uncle Mort, this is ridiculous. A salesman cooking our dinner. I never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, it sure sounds goofy.
Now, children.
Suppose somebody at school hears about this. I'll just die.
I don't want to hear any more about this. You two go upstairs and start getting ready for dinner. Mr. Wright will be here any minute.
What'll Miss Fairchild think?
You let your old uncle worry about Miss Fairchild. Now, go on, both of you.
Okay.
And Leroy.
Yeah?
Just because we're having company, don't get tongue-tied. I hope you'll know what to say at the table.
Sure. This meal comes to you through the courtesy of the Hercules Kitchenware Company.
Leroy! Get upstairs.
Sometimes I wonder about our uncle. Me, too.
Well, hope everything goes all right tonight. On Adeline to have a good... that must be Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, here's your Hercules kitchenware man right on the dot.
Well...
And believe me, there's no finer kitchenware than Hercules. Durable, rust-proof.
Yes. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you.
I'll take those pots and pans out to the kitchen.
I'll just put them down here for a minute, if you don't mind.
Well,
and these groceries. There. Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, before I begin the dinner, I just want you to look at this pot. A beauty, isn't it? How'd you like to have a pot like that for your very own?
Well, Mr. Wright, I didn't promise I was going to buy, you know.
No, of course not. There's absolutely no obligation. All I want, Mr. Gildersleeve, is your goodwill.
That's all you're going to get. I mean, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
A lady friend of mine, Miss Adeline Fairchild, is coming this evening.
Well, that's fine. The more the merrier.
Good. I wonder if you'd mind if I didn't tell her you were a salesman. Just introduced you as a friend.
Why, of course. That's the way we at Hercules like to think of ourselves. Not as salesmen, but as friends.
Well, that's a nice thought. I suppose you'd like to start dinner now, so you... excuse me.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Adeline, you're early.
Well, I got all dolled up in this new taffeta gown, and I just couldn't wait for you to see it. Throckmorton, aren't you going to ask me in?
No, sure. Come in.
Oh, mercy. I didn't know you had company.
Yes. This is Mr. Wright. I mean, Ed. A friend of mine.
How do you do?
Ed, this is Miss Fairchild. I was just telling you about her.
Oh, yes. Well, it's a pleasure to meet such a charming young lady.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yes. You see, Birdie's away on her vacation, and I asked Ed to cook our dinner tonight.
Cook the dinner?
Well, cooking is his hobby. Ed isn't happy unless he's bending over a hot stove.
Well, isn't that nice? And look, he brought his own pots and pans. Oh, what a beautiful set.
Oh, yes, and it's Hercules, the kitchenware beyond compare. A complete set. Costs you won't
Mr. Wright, I mean, Ed. I guess you'd better start making dinner now, huh?
Oh, now, Throckmorton, don't rush your friend off like that while we're just starting to get acquainted.
Yeah, but...
Why didn't you tell me you had such an attractive friend?
Well... Sure, Throckmorton. And why didn't you tell me you had such an attractive friend?
Huh?
What's the matter, Throcky? Tried to keep her all to yourself, huh? Miss Fairchild.
Yes?
Did anyone ever tell you looked like Ingrid Bergman?
Well, that's a mighty pretty compliment, sir, but you don't really mean that.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I don't really look like Ingrid Bergman.
She looks like Una Merkel to me.
Come to think about it, Mr. Wright, you bear a close resemblance to Dana Andrews.
Oh, no, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Dana, I mean Ed. I think you better start dinner now.
Okay, Frocky.
Miss
Fairchild, would you like to step out in the kitchen with me and see how I whip up a steak?
Wait a minute. I don't think Adeline cares much.
Throckmorton, I do, too. I just love to watch a man in the kitchen.
You do? But Adeline...
Now, you just stay right here, and we'll have dinner all cooked for you in a jiffy.
What? See you later, Frocky.
How long are they going to stay out there in the kitchen? Well, if Adeline thinks I'm going to chase after her, she's mistaken. I'm not jealous. No, sir. Ingrid Bergman. She'd rather be with that salesman. What do I care? Wait a minute. He's got a nerve taking her away like that. After all, she's my girl. It's my kitchen, too. I'll show him. Now, look here, Miss... He's gone. So's Adeline. Wonder where they went. Probably holding hands someplace. Thrown over for a kitchenware salesman. Well, that's the last meal he'll ever cook for me.
Isn't dinner ready yet? I'm starving.
Looks like we'll have to have dinner out, my boy.
What? Where's the guy?
Don't ask so many questions, Leroy. Just put your little coat on. We're going down to the Summerfield Grill.
Okay. Well, people make up their minds.
Wait till I see that Floyd.
Oh, hello, Throckmorton.
Adeline, where have you been?
Well, I had to go over to my house to get some money.
Money? What for?
So I could buy these pots and pans.
What?
Well, your friend, Mr. Wright, kindly consented to sell them to me. Wasn't that nice of him?
Oh, yes, very nice.
Luckily, he had an extra set.
Extras, yes. Where did he go?
Well, he said he was going to go cook dinner for another family. My, that man certainly loves to cook, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
So, Throckmorton, I'm going to make our anniversary dinner with my own little hands.
You are?
Well, I'm ready for the Summerfield Grill. I got my little coat on.
Well, take it off, Leroy.
What?
I've decided we'll have dinner here at home after all.
Oh, boy, what a character.
Well, so are you.
The great Gildersleeve will be right back. When you buy a spread for the family bread, what do you look for? Quality, economy, flavor? Well, choose Parquet margarine and get the tops on all three counts. Parquet is the margarine of Kraft quality. It's the perfect topping for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. Wise housewives say it's their choice for cooking and seasoning, too. You'll love that Parquet flavor, and you'll like the way Parquet helps keep food costs down. Remember, economical Parquet margarine actually costs less today than it did a year ago. Try nourishing economical Parquet margarine. It tastes so good. That's Parkay, Parquet made by Kraft.
Wonder who that is. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I was wondering if you and your family would care to have dinner at our house tomorrow night.
Dinner? Well, thank you. But won't that be a lot of work for Mrs. Peavy?
No, she won't have to do a thing. The HERCULES kitchenware man is going to cook the dinner.
What? But I thought you said Mrs. Peavy didn't like salesmen.
Well, funny thing, she liked this fellow all right. Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Do you think Mrs. Peavy looks like Ingrid Bergman?
Peavy, she looks as much like Ingrid Bergman as you look like Dana Andrews.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Good night. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, listen. An honest $1.25 value for only 35 cents. That's our amazing offer. You can get a stainless steel cake and pie knife, an honest $1.25 value, a knife with a sparkling 6-inch serrated blade, and a gleaming handle of agatron for only 35 cents, and one top label from a package of Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. It's the perfect cake and pie knife for your table. It's perfect for kitchen use. Just send 35 cents and one Phoenix Pabstet package top label to the Phoenix Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago, 77, Illinois. Got that? 35 cents and one Pabstet label to the Phoenix, P-H-E-N-I-X, Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago, 77.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
market to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. It's after dinner at the great Gildersleeve's house, and the evening paper has been parceled out to the family. Leroy has the sports section. Marjorie has the fashion news. And the great man has the financial section, which carries the crossword puzzle on the back.
Marjorie,
Yes, Unky?
what's an 8-letter word for an African anteater?
That's aardvark,
Aardvark? What's that?
an African anteater.
Oh,
Yeah, they eat ants.
I know it, Leroy. How do you spell it, Marjorie?
Aardvark.
Well, that's the way I had it. 2 A's, eh?
Oh, boy. Hey, Unc, let's go fishing at Grass Lake tomorrow.
What?
Look here in the paper. The big fish that was caught. A 90-pound swordfish.
Swordfish in Grass Lake? Let me see that. Leroy, this wasn't caught in Grass Lake. It was caught in Florida.
Sure, but it shows they're biting.
Oh.
Let's go, Unc, huh? Tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock. We'll have a lot of fun.
6 o'clock.
Mr. Banks took piggy fishing last Saturday.
Oh, how many swordfish did they catch?
Well, they didn't catch anything, but they went fishing.
Why don't you take Leroy fishing, Unky?
Now, Marjorie, a fish hasn't been caught in Grass Lake in 3 years. Besides, Leroy has to practice his piano tomorrow morning.
Oh, gosh, can't a little kid have one day off? I practice 10 minutes every day of the week and 2 hours every Saturday. Faithfully.
Faithfully. I have reason to doubt, young man, that you even touched the piano last Saturday.
Sure I did. I must have.
Let's not fib, Leroy. I happened to meet your music teacher on the street, and from her report, I don't think you went near the piano last Saturday.
Well, she's prejudiced.
Yes. I put out good money for your music lessons. A small fortune for a very small return. Marjorie, did Leroy practice the piano last Saturday?
I don't know. When it's time for Leroy's 2-hour session, I always leave home.
What?
The same as you do.
Yeah, well, I'll find out if he's practiced. Birdie!
Yes, Miss Gildersleeve?
Please step in here a minute, will you, Birdie?
Oh, gosh, Unc, do we have to call witnesses?
You can't tell those whoppers around here and get away with them, Leroy.
What do you want, Mr. Gildersleeve? I got a sink full of dishes out there.
Well, I got a little boy full of fibs in here, Birdie. Leroy thinks he should go fishing tomorrow. Now tell me, did he practice the piano last Saturday morning?
Well, I'm usually busy in the kitchen, Miss Gildersleeve.
I know, Birdie, but you can hear Leroy playing in the kitchen. You can hear that touch all over the house. Did you hear it?
Well...
Yes or no, Birdie?
Well, I usually have the window open on Saturday morning. A lot of ambiguous noises coming in and out.
Birdie, did you hear the piano?
Well, I heard something.
You did?
I heard music of some kind. Of course, it could have been the Good Humor Man.
All right, Birdie. Very evident Leroy did not practice his piano. What do you think I should do with a boy like this?
I think you should take him fishing.
Oh, my goodness.
So do I.
So do I.
Well, I'm not taking you fishing until you learn to tell the truth.
Well, hello, Judge. Come in.
Good evening, Marjorie. Hello there, Leroy.
Hi.
What's the matter with Leroy?
He's in the doghouse tonight.
Oh? Is the Lord of the Manor in?
He's upstairs shaving, Judge. He'll be down in a minute.
Well, I thought maybe we might have a little game of checkers.
He has a date.
Oh?
And I don't have time to play checkers tonight, Judge.
So I see. You did a nice job of shaving, Gildy. Smell nice, too.
Don't go sniffing, you old goat. That bay rum is not for your benefit, believe me. Sorry I can't play checkers with you, Horace. Good night.
Well, as long as you're leaving, I'll walk a ways with you.
I'm just going next door to ADELINE'S, Judge.
Well, I'll walk that far with you. I don't think I should go in, though.
I don't either. Good night, Marjorie.
Good night.
Good night, Leroy. Leroy, say good night.
What seems to be the matter with Leroy?
Uncle Mort won't take him fishing in the morning.
You bet I won't.
Why don't you take him, Gildy?
It's none of your business, Judge.
Or do you think you'll be too tired to get up and go fishing in the morning? After all the angling you'll do tonight.
I'm not taking him for a very good reason, Horace. I caught him in a lie about practicing his piano.
Leroy, a lie?
Yes.
Gosh, you don't have to tell everybody. It was just a little white one.
Little white ones grow into big ones, Leroy. If I've told him once, Judge, I've told him 100 times, anyone who tells lies is bound to get into trouble. And you're in trouble.
Oh, that's too bad. I hate to see the boy unhappy.
That's all right. I think I'll go up to bed.
Now, Leroy, don't you go to bed feeling sorry for yourself.
I'm not feeling sorry for myself.
This hurts me more than it does you.
It does not.
Wait a minute, Leroy. Wait a minute. Why go to bed so early? I'll stay and play a game of checkers.
Checkers? Well, if you don't mind, Judge, I'd rather go to bed.
What?
Good idea. Go to bed, Leroy, and stay there.
Okay. But Piggy's father took him.
And I don't want to hear any more about fishing. You understand?
Yes, sir.
That boy.
Oh, Unc.
What is it now, Leroy?
Good night.
Good night, Leroy. Let's get out of here, Judge. I hate to be hard on the boy.
Gracious, Throckmorton, where's your mind tonight?
Huh?
Well, it certainly hasn't been on me. I'm just sitting here like a knot on a log.
Certainly it has, Adeline.
No, it hasn't. Your mind hasn't been on me at all. Come on, let's do something. Let's sing a song.
Sing? Oh, Adeline.
Come on.
Well, that might boost my spirits a little.
Well, come along then. I was at the dime store today and picked up some Jolson music. Let's start off with Sonny Boy.
Sonny Boy?
I bought it with you in mind. I imagine you sung it many times to little Leroy as he climbed upon your knee.
Little Leroy. If you don't mind, Adeline, I'd rather not sing Sonny Boy tonight.
Oh, come on now, the introduction.
Well, climb upon my knee, Sonny Boy. You are only 3, Sonny Boy. You've no way of knowing. There's no way of showing what you mean to me. Adeline.
Oh, go on, that's beautiful. You sound so sincere.
Well, when there are gray skies, I don't mind the gray skies. You make 'em blue, Sonny Boy. Friends may forsake me, let 'em all forsake me. You pull me through, Sonny Boy. I don't feel like singing anymore, Adeline.
Well, what's the matter, Throckmorton?
It's so sad.
Gracious.
I think I better go home.
But, Throckmorton, it's only 9 o'clock.
I know, but I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
What for heaven's sake?
Take little Leroy fishing and have a lot of fun.
I declare.
Watch the cork on my other pole, will you? While I try worms again.
You do the fishing, Leroy, and don't rock the boat while I'm reading.
Oh, what are you reading?
This paper that Birdie wrapped our lunch in. She would wrap it in the want ad section.
Too bad, Unc.
I don't know. Here's a place where we can buy fish, and it's on the way home. Let's go, Leroy.
But,
Let's go. We've been out here 3 hours, and nothing's happened.
But you know how fish are, Unc. They travel in schools. They'll be by pretty soon.
Yes. My neck's getting sunburned. Let's go home.
Oh, Unc. Why don't you turn around in the boat?
I did that when my nose turned red. Let's pull up anchor, Leroy. Everybody has left the lake.
Just one more hour, Unc.
No, Leroy.
You see? There's a boat still on the lake, a motorboat.
It's probably out joyriding.
No, there aren't any girls in the boat.
Could be the game warden, then.
Heck, and we haven't any fish to show him.
Hope he stops. Maybe he can convince you there aren't any fish in this lake. Yeah, it's the warden, all right. They always make a lot of noise around fishermen. Now I bet he says, what are you doing, fishing?
Hello there.
Hello.
What are you doing, fishing?
I am.
Having any luck, sonny boy?
Sonny boy.
No. Has anybody else caught anything?
They haven't started biting yet today, but I know they're here.
Yes.
I suppose you have your licenses.
Well, the boy doesn't need one. He's only 12, but size 16.
Yeah.
Stand up in the boat for the warden, Leroy.
Never mind. How about you?
Me? I'm not dumb enough to come out here fishing.
You're out here.
I just rode my nephew out.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, let's not get tough with the game warden, big boy.
Well, let's not get tough with me either, Buster. I happen to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, the water commissioner.
I don't care if you're King Neptune. You have to have a license to fish.
I'm not fishing.
There's nothing I like better than to slap a fine on guys who get tough with a game warden.
There's nothing I like better than to turn off the water of guys who get tough with the water commissioner. Where do you live?
I have my own well. Just don't let me catch you fishing.
I'm not fishing.
I've heard that story before.
Him and his big badge. Well, that does it, Leroy. We're pulling up anchor. We're going home.
Okay. Hey, Unc! The cork went down. I got a bite.
Leroy, what did I tell you about telling you? You! Pull it up, Leroy!
Say, it looks like a bass. A big one, too.
Oh, Leroy, he's a beauty.
Oh, boy.
Land him, Leroy. Oh, not on me.
Sit on him, Unc, before he pops out.
Sit on him? Okay. Throw your line back, Leroy. It may be a school game. Hey, there's one on your other line. Grab it, Leroy.
They're biting. He's even bigger.
You better let me pull him in, Leroy. Give me that pole.
I can't. You haven't got a license. You know what the warden said.
Oh, well, horse him in then, Leroy. Hey, there's one waiting on your other line.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. The other day, Marjorie stopped me just long enough to tell me about a party she was giving that night.
All the girls are coming over, and Birdie's going to make stacks of waffles.
I'll bet I know what's going on top of those waffles. Parquet margarine, right?
Naturally. Birdie always serves parquet.
Smart gal, that Birdie. Delicious parquet is the perfect topping for rolls, muffins, and pancakes, as well as waffles and bread. It's the favorite spread in millions of American homes.
Parquet even improves Birdie's waffles, and that's going some.
That fresh, wholesome parquet flavor always makes good things taste better. Parquet is nourishing, too. Only choice farm products go into parquet, and each tasty pound is fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Another important thing, parquet, a margarine of Kraft quality, actually costs less today than it did a year ago.
Well, I'm glad Birdie is serving parquet as a topping, simply because it tastes so good.
That's the reason millions of women serve parquet margarine. It tastes so good. Parquet is a better buy for both bread and budget. Try it, friends. Next time, ask for parquet margarine. That's Parkay, made by Kraft. Well, let's get back to things in Summerfield. A car is pulling up in front of the great Gildersleeve's house, occupied by one sunburned uncle, one happy nephew, and 8 very surprised fish.
Gee, thanks for taking me fishing, Unc. I had a wonderful time.
That's fine, Leroy.
Boy, 8 great big bass. And I caught every one of them.
Let's not gloat, Leroy.
Oh. Sorry you didn't have a license, Unc.
It's quite all right. I was just along for the ride. Let's get out, Leroy, and take your fish with you.
Oh, but you didn't catch any. You can have them.
What?
So long, Unc.
Leroy, you come back here and clean these fish.
Oh, gosh, Unc. I have to go practice my piano. After you were so nice to take me fishing, I wouldn't think of skipping my piano lesson.
Leroy.
And I'll practice the full 2 hours, Doc, like you said.
I can't clean fish. I can't stand the way they look at me with those big brown eyes. Birdie.
You copy, Miss Gildersleeve?
Birdie, guess what I have here?
I don't have to guess. I can see. Fish.
Now, Birdie, you're very much in favor of us going fishing.
I was in favor of you going, but I didn't think you'd be bringing any back.
Well, take them along, Birdie. We'll have them for dinner.
We'll have them for dinner, all right, just as soon as you get them clean.
Yeah. But, Birdie, Leroy and I caught the fish. Now it's up to someone else. This calls for a little cooperation.
Well, you can count on Birdie to cooperate. There ain't nobody can cook fish any better than Birdie can anytime you get them clean.
I know, Birdie, but you don't...
That's one thing I'll say for me. Nobody can cook fish any better than Birdie anytime you get them clean.
Birdie, that's not cooperating.
Mr. Gildersleeve, when I cook steak, I don't dress no steer. You know who takes care of that? Somebody way back in Kansas City. They don't look to Birdie.
Birdie, I can't take these fish to Kansas City. They've got to be...
That's right. They've got to be clean before they're cooked. Now, stand here ready to cook them just any time you get them clean.
Oh, my goodness.
That's one thing you can count on from Birdie. Cooperation.
Cooperation. Guess I better take them around in the back. Maybe I can find some place to bury them. Leroy doesn't like fish anyway. Hello, Adeline.
I'm sorry if I sounded a little upset last night when you left so early, but I thought it was marvelous of you to take Leroy fishing.
So did I, last night.
Oh, look at the fish. Did you catch all those, you great big fisherman, you?
Well, Leroy, Leroy and I did have a pretty successful morning.
Well, I'm so proud of you, Throckmorton, and gracious, you got such a gorgeous tan, too. On your neck and your cute little nose.
Mm-hmm. Don't touch it.
Oh, I wish I had my camera so I could take pictures of you holding those fish. I never saw such big ones. What are they, flounders?
Yeah. Flounders? No, I just sat on this one.
Well, they're beautiful, Throckmorton.
Bass. They are pretty nice, aren't they?
Well, I won't keep you. I imagine you want to get cleaned up.
Cleaned up?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I may just go downtown for a minute with the fish.
Hi, Commish. How's the water department today?
Oh, hello, Floyd. What do you think of these?
Hey, bass, they're beaut.
Yeah, quite a string.
Say, ain't you liable to get into trouble seining fish out of your reservoir like that?
Floyd, there are no fish in my reservoir.
That's only kidding, Commish.
Yeah, he's come from Grass Lake.
Yeah, I didn't think there was any there either. Did you catch all those yourself?
Well, true sportsman doesn't like to gloat, Floyd. Who do you suppose caught him?
Well, gosh, why didn't you ask me to go?
Took the boy along.
Oh, you took the kid out, huh? Great stuff, Commish. Did he catch any?
Oh, yes.
How many?
Well, as a matter of fact, he caught exactly this many.
Well, I'll be darned. I didn't know there was biting.
You gotta know how to catch them, Floyd. Look at this big one. Ever see a gamer-looking fish?
He's gamey, all right.
Huh?
I don't want to rush you out of the shop, Commish, but you're going to take him home now?
What? Well, I had him home, but nobody was very interested in him.
There wasn't? Hey, I got an idea. Lovey's out of town. Why don't we have a fish fry over to my house tonight?
Fish fry?
Sure, invite all the Jolly Boys over. It's Saturday night. We'll throw a wing thing.
Sounds great. I'll go around and invite the Jolly Boys.
Okay.
And leave the fish here for you to clean.
Sure, that... Wait a minute.
Well, Floyd, you're handy with a razor. You can scale them in a jiffy.
Me, a licensed barber, scrape fish? What do you want me to do, lose my professional standing?
But Floyd...
What kind of clientele do people think I got? Come in here and find fish scales all over the floor.
But they have to be clean, Floyd. And the man who furnishes the fish shouldn't have to clean them.
Okay, you caught them. I furnished the house. Let somebody else clean them. How about the Peeve?
Peavy?
Yeah, he's got the equipment there at the soda fountain. I'll bet he could clean them between customers.
If. I don't know if Peavy will go for that, Floyd.
Ah, you can convince him, Commish. And don't wait too long. Them fish are getting pretty tired.
Huh?
Come on, I'll show you out the door.
Should have a lot of fun at Floyd's tonight. If I can ever get these fish cleaned. Better keep them behind my back till I find out how Peavy feels about these things. Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Beautiful day, Peavy.
That so?
Yes, been beautiful all day.
You don't say.
You bet. The air's warm. Birds have been singing. The fish have been biting.
I've been too busy to notice.
Huh? What are you doing, Peavy?
I'm working a crossword puzzle.
Crossword puzzle?
Hey, Mr. Gildersleeve, what's an 8-letter word for African anteater?
Oh, that's aardvark. Everybody knows that.
I didn't.
It starts with 2 A's. A. Wait a minute, Peavy. You're a little behind on your puzzles. That's yesterday's.
Yes, I know that, Mr. Gildersleeve. I always work yesterday's puzzles.
What?
Then if I really get stuck, I can always look up the answer in today's paper.
Oh, my goodness. Peavy, put down that puzzle and take care of your customers.
No, pardon me. What can I do for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, nothing. Peavy went out to Grass Lake this morning.
Yeah? What for?
To fish.
Any luck?
Any luck? Take a look at these, Peavy. Did you ever see a more beautiful string of fish?
Never in my drugstore. Did you catch all of those?
Did I catch them? Well, here they are.
Would you mind keeping them below the counter, Mr. Gildersleeve? I never cared very much for fish.
Oh? Well, that's too bad, Peavy. The Jolly Boys were going to have a big fish fry tonight. I'm furnishing the fish. Floyd's furnishing the house. But I guess you wouldn't care to come.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
You would? Well, great. Then I imagine you'd like to cooperate with us and clean the fish.
No, I wouldn't say that either. I'll tell you what I will do, though. I'll furnish the cokes.
The cokes? But who's going to clean the fish, Peavy?
Have you tried Chief Gates down at the jail? He's a nice, amiable, jolly boy, the chief.
Say, he might clean them.
He probably has an empty cell you can use. And I don't imagine the prisoners are in any position to object.
Good idea, Peavy. Bring the cokes, and we'll see you at Floyd's tonight.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve. I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy caught those fish.
Yeah, nice job you're doing there, Chief.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. The least I can do is clean them after you caught them. You must be quite a fisherman to pull in big ones like these.
Well, I gotta know how to do it.
How'd you happen to go out, Commissioner?
Leroy wanted to go, and I nearly didn't take him. Discipline.
Nothing serious, I hope.
Oh, no. Just caught him in a little white lie about his piano practice.
Well, you have to watch those little lies. Sometimes they grow pretty big.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen.
Beginning Morton.
What are you doing here in the cell, Chief?
Cleaning fish? How are you, George?
Fine. Just came in to report a few game law violators. Well, hello, Water Commissioner.
Oh, hello, Mr. Morton.
Hey, that's a beautiful string of bass you caught there, Chief.
Well, I'd like to say I caught them, but that wouldn't be the honest thing to say. Mr. Gildersleeve here caught them.
Gildersleeve, I love to catch up with a guy who gets tough with the game warden. The idea. City official fishing without a license.
What's this, Commissioner?
Well, come to think of it, Chief, I didn't really catch these fish.
But I thought you
I didn't say I caught them, Chief. I just didn't say I didn't. Little Leroy caught him.
Leroy? I don't see how a little tyke like him could pull in big fish like these.
But, Chief...
Water Commissioner, I'd like to ask you a few questions in the Chief's office.
No, wait a minute. Chief, you believe me?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I think I'd like to wipe my hands of this whole thing. Do you realize what an embarrassing position you've placed me in?
But...
The chief of police cleaning illegal fish.
They're not illegal, Chief. I wasn't even fishing. Call Leroy. He'll tell you the truth.
All right. I'll call the boy. I want this cleared up as much as you do.
I'm innocent. I've got a witness.
You better have.
Fellas.
Hello?
Leroy, this is Mr. Gates.
Oh, hi, Chief.
There seems to be a little discussion downtown about who caught those beautiful fish today.
Yeah?
At first, your uncle led me to believe he caught them.
He did?
Now then, who really caught them?
Well, Unc caught them.
Oh! Give me that phone, Chief. Leroy, you caught those fish and you know it.
Sure, Unc, but if you want me to tell a little white lie to the fellas downtown, that's okay with me.
Oh, Leroy.
We'll see if Gildersleeve can get out of that one in just a minute. If you've never served parquet margarine, lady, try it. You'll love that wholesome, fresh flavor. You'll join the millions of women who have found that parquet is the perfect topping for bread, rolls, and muffins, for pancakes and waffles. Parquet is made from only the choice products of fine American farms, and each tasty pound is fortified with 15,000 units of vitamin A. It's a favorite spread for America's bread, and it's the spread that's winning new friends every day. Millions of women first tried it because they knew it was economical. It's now their day-in, day-out favorite because it tastes so good. Next time, ask for Parquet Margarine. Parkay, made by Kraft.
Gosh, Unc, I thought I was giving you a break.
You nearly gave me a fine, Leroy. Remember, always tell the truth.
Sure.
Yes, sir. You can't go wrong if you tell the truth.
Yeah, now eat your fish.
I think we should all toast Leroy, the mighty fisherman.
Yeah, that's a good idea. No, wait, gentlemen. I propose that we sing a song for our honored guest and provider, the young Isaac Walton, who fared forth
Now,
with
Judge, I
real...
thought you said a song, not a speech.
Hey, how about he's a jolly good fella?
Okay. Hurrah, I'm a jolly good fella.
Leroy, we'll do the singing. Do you want all the credit?
Here we go.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. Leroy's a jolly good fellow. My boy, good night, folks.
That nobody can deny.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
If you're a homemaker who likes to save money, listen to this. A stainless steel cake and pie knife with a sparkling 6-inch serrated blade and a handle of gleaming agatron. An honest $1.25 value, it's yours for only 35 cents and one top label from a package of Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. It's the perfect cake and pie knife for your table, perfect for kitchen use. Send 35 cents and one Pabstet package top label to the Phoenix Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77, Illinois. Got that? 35 cents, one Pabstet label. The address again, Phoenix, Phenix, Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's early morning in Summerfield, and the little town has stirred itself awake, ready to greet another day. And what is the great Gildersleeve doing?
What's that? Looking for? Oh, alarm. Oh, shut up. Oh, better get up, I guess. Looks like a beautiful day outside. Too nice to go to work. Little Robin out there. He wants to say hello. Hello, little Robin. Wish I were you. Then I wouldn't have to go to the office. Could just spend the whole day looking for big fat worms. It'd be nice to just loaf around the house all day. Oh, no use wishing. Only time I get to stay home from work is when I'm sick. So what's the use of it? Hey, I could call up and tell the mayor I'm sick. That wouldn't be telling the truth. Do have a little headache. Could lead to a cold. Cold could lead to pneumonia. Maybe I better stay home. Wouldn't want to catch pneumonia. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
Miss Marjorie?
No, Birdie.
Well, I hope he hurries up. I'm all ready to start his day.
Go ahead and cook them, Birdie. I'll eat them.
I know you would, Leroy, but you've had enough. Wow, what an appetite.
Good morning, children.
Hi, Unc.
Well, for heaven's sake. What are you wearing your bathrobe for?
Well...
Aren't you going to the office?
No, I'm not going to work today. I'm going to stay home and loaf. I mean rest.
Rest? What for?
Well, your old uncle doesn't feel very well today, children.
You don't? Oh, I'm sorry.
Nothing serious. Just feel the cold coming on. Just thought I wouldn't take any chances.
Oh. You really feel sick, huh?
Yes, I do, my boy.
Then can I eat your eggs?
No. That is, maybe I should force myself to eat them. Must keep my strength up, you know.
No. Unky, hadn't you better call the mayor and tell him you're sick?
Well, I'll have Birdie call him after a while. Guess I'll have a little breakfast now. Birdie!
Coming! Oh, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll start your... Oh, you're wearing your bathrobe.
Yes, Birdie. I'm not going to the office today. You see, I don't feel very well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It's just a little cold.
Well, you stay right here at home, and Birdie will take care of you.
Yeah, thank you. Guess I'll have my eggs now.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't have no eggs.
Huh?
Not with a cold. In fact, Birdie's not going to let you have any breakfast at all.
What?
You can have just a little grapefruit juice, and that's all.
But, Birdie...
You know what they say, starve a cold and feed a fever.
Birdie, isn't that the other way around? Feed a cold and...
No, sir, that's old-fashioned. I just read the other day, you starve a cold and feed a fever.
But, Birdie...
I don't care what they used to say. Nowadays, you feed a cold, you starve it to death.
Birdie,
That's right, all you get is grapefruit juice, because you starve a cold and you feed a fever.
Why didn't I say I had a fever? staying home, just sitting here in my den, taking it easy. Let's see what's in the paper. Cotton.
Hey, Unc, can I have the comics?
Leroy, what are you doing here? You're going to be late for school.
Are you kidding? I don't have any school today.
No school? Why not?
They're rehearsing for the graduation exercises.
Oh, dear.
Sure. I can keep you company here all day.
That's what you think. You go on outside and play, Leroy.
Can I read the comics first?
No, you can't. Go on now. Go play with Craig or something.
Oh, for corn's sake.
That kid. Guess I'll read the comics myself. Well, Orphan Annie got away from Axel again. What the...
Felt Mills, makers of Aunt Nellie's buckwheat cake flour, the wheat cakes that buck you up, presents Kitty Kavanaugh of Keokuk Falls, a real-life story of just plain folks.
Oh, my goodness. Birdie! Birdie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Birdie, do we have to have that radio on so loud?
What's that?
The radio.
Oh, yes, that's a wonderful program, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hear it every morning.
I know, Birdie, but
I turn it up good and loud so I can hear it in the kitchen when I'm doing the dishes.
Oh, well, couldn't you just...
Can you hear it in here all right?
I certainly can.
That's good.
And now for our story.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't want to miss it.
Yesterday, just when Ronald and Kitty were walking down the aisle together to plight their troth, Martin suddenly appeared like a ghost from the past. And Ronald found out the truth. Martin had been secretly engaged to Kitty at the time when Ronald had been in love with Ruth, the adopted daughter of Ben, the town banker. Ruth, of course, is still in love with Martin, even though he told her at the picnic that he was in love with Kitty, who was about to marry Ronald. Who could untangle these lies?
Not me.
Had Martin come back to claim Kitty's hand, or was there a more sinister reason for his return?
Who cares? I'm going out in the backyard.
Or he may have just come back to say goodbye.
That's what I say. Goodbye. Nice out here. Nice time of year, all right. Yeah. Hammock looks pretty inviting. Might lie down for a while. Better get a new hammock this year. This one's getting pretty old. Ropes look weather-beaten, too. Oh, well, I guess it'll hold me. Hard to get into these things. I made it. This is comfortable. Everybody else at work, and here I am. Sky sure looks blue today. Just a few little clouds. Funny how clouds look like different things. There's one that's shaped like a goat. Reminds me of Judge Hooker. What's that? Bumblebee. What's he coming around me for? I'm no flower. Go away, bee. Go away. Looks like he's circling for a landing. I'm trapped in this hammock. They say if you don't move, a bee won't sting you. I'll just lie real still. He's coming closer. I won't move. He's around my nose. Probably thinks it's a gladiola bulb. He landed. He's walking up my nose. I'll just hold still. No, I won't. Go away, Pete. Go on, get away. Go on now. He's gone. Darn bee. Almost made me fall out of the hammock. Well, I'll get settled down again. Warm out here in the sun. Makes me drowsy. Oh, my goodness, Leroy.
Hi, Unc. Bang, you dead, Craig. No, you did. I shot you first. No, I shot you first. I shot you first.
I'm going to shoot both of you. Don't get out of here.
I shot you first.
Ye gosh.
I shot you first. I'll make him be dead. I won't be dead.
Leroy, I want you two to stop this racket. Go play over at Craig's house.
We were playing over there. His mother kicked us out.
I don't blame her. Go play someplace else.
We don't have to.
What's that?
And you can't make us.
Now, look here, Craig.
Why aren't you at work?
Huh?
Today isn't Sunday.
Well, I don't feel very well. I'm a little sick.
If you're sick, why aren't you in bed?
Well, look, I don't have to explain it to you. Get out of here.
I don't have to.
Hey, Unc.
What is it, Leroy?
You better get out of that hammock. That rope's going to break.
Nonsense, my boy. It won't break.
It will, too. You're too fat.
Oh! Look here, you little squirt. I'm going to get...
Bang! I got you that time, Craig.
Get in not. Bang! I got you.
Bang! Bang! I got you.
Oh, I'll never get any rest out here. I'm going back in the house. There. Now, you two be quiet out here. What a morning.
I'm going to get in the hammock.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm going to get in right now.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I told you I'd get in.
Look out, Craig. The rope's going to break. You're not hurt, you little crybaby. Hey, shut up!
Leroy, what happened out there?
Oh, the hammock broke and Craig fell down.
He did? Well, that's too bad.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, friends, Birdie is certainly right when she says
That parquet margarine sure does taste good.
And millions of women agree. They buy parquet margarine just because it tastes so good.
My sentiments exactly.
They know parquet is a top quality product because it's made by Kraft. They know it's nourishing because it's made from only carefully selected farm products and because each delicious pound is enriched with 15,000 units of important vitamin A.
I don't know about vitamins, but I know what tastes good.
Women have learned that this delicious, fresh-flavored spread is economical, too. Yes, parquet margarine is a real money saver.
It sure helps the old food budget, I know.
Tasty parquet margarine is the perfect topping for bread, rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles. It's nourishing, it's economical, and
like I said, it tastes so good.
Right, Birdie. Parquet is the better buy for both bread and budget. Try appetizing parquet margarine one time, and you'll serve it from then on. That's Parkay, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, the great Gildersleeve's little scheme of playing sick isn't working out very well. It's afternoon now, and the great man is in the living room. He's had no rest and no food except
grapefruit juice.
Now, you drink that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Birdie, I've had 7 glasses already. It's running out of my ears.
You're a sick man, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I'm doing this for your good.
Yes, but if I don't eat, Birdie, I'm liable to waste away.
I wouldn't worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. You got a lot to waste away on.
Birdie, couldn't I just have a tiny little sandwich?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you know what they say. You've got to starve a cold and feed a fever.
What a day this has been. Should have gone to work. At least I could have had Birdie's starting to clean house. Yeah. Maybe I can sneak out in the kitchen, steal something out of the refrigerator. Better tiptoe. Mustn't let Birdie hear me. I'll be as quiet as a little mouse. Floor squeaks. If I could just make the kitchen. I'll open the door real easy.
Hiya!
Leroy, what are you doing in that refrigerator?
I was just getting a piece of cake.
You You know you're not supposed to eat cake between meals. Now go outside and play.
What are you doing out in the kitchen, Unc?
Kitchen? Well, I lost my way. I thought this was the den. Leroy.
If I told Birdie you were out here, boy.
Well, I guess one piece of cake won't hurt a growing boy.
Thanks, Unc. The refrigerator's all yours.
Darn kid's getting too smart. Let's see here. Food. Lamb chops. Guess they wouldn't be any good raw. What's this wrapped up in wax paper? Fried chicken legs. There's some Kraft cheese. Let's see. What'll I have first?
The Gildersleeve.
Hello, Birdie.
What are you doing in that refrigerator?
Well, my head felt a little hot. Just thought I'd stick it in there and cool it off.
Well, you get right back on that sofa. You can't have nothing to eat.
All right, Birdie. That's one time I fooled Birdie. She didn't see me take that chicken leg. Got it in my pocket here. Pretty smooth, Gildersleeve. Yeah, here it is. Food at last. Who's that?
I'll get it.
Afternoon, Birdie.
Oh, hello, sir.
Oh, Hooker. Who asked him over? The old windbag?
I understand our water commissioner is slightly under the weather today.
Yes, we've got a cold.
I thought I'd drop by and cheer up the invalid.
Oh, he's coming in. I better lie down, pull a blanket over me. I'll act real sick. Maybe I can get rid of him.
Hello, Gildy. Hey, you sound like you have a bad cold, Gildy.
Pretty bad, John.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, old friend. In that case, I'll just stay a minute.
Good.
What?
I mean, I wouldn't want you to catch my cold.
Here, Gildy, let me tuck you in. There must be a draft in... Gildy, what's this?
Huh?
In this wax paper here. Why, it's a chicken leg.
It is? Well, how did it get there?
Gildy, you weren't planning to eat that, were you?
Me? I couldn't eat a chicken leg in my condition.
Well, in that case, I'll eat it.
Oh.
I'll just sit down here beside you. My, it's very tasty. Yes, sir, it's really delicious.
Hooker, do you have to smack your lips like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gildy. Too bad you're sick. You'd really enjoy this chicken.
Oh, goat.
There. All finished. I'll just deposit the bone in this ashtray. Well, I really should be going.
Yes, Judge. Goodbye.
Goodbye, old friend. And I hope the morrow finds you in... Well, probably another visitor, Gildy.
I could get more rest than this at the office. Why don't people let me alone?
It's Peavy.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, sir. Come right in.
Hello, Peavy.
Good afternoon, Judge. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy.
I thought I'd drop by and inquire after your health. I left the drugstore in the care of Mrs. Peavy.
Well, thanks for coming over. I suppose you're in a hurry to get back to Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Are you feeling any better, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right now, I feel horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Gildy, if you feel so bad, don't you think you ought to call a doctor?
I don't need a doctor. All I need is to be left alone.
Well, you shouldn't take any chances, old friend. Peavy, you're a druggist. Suppose you take his pulse.
Take his pulse?
Now, look here, fellas.
Quiet, Gildy. Go ahead, Peavy.
Well, I don't know if that would be ethical. I'm not an MD. I'm just a pharmacist.
But we can't refuse to help a friend in his hour of need.
Oh, well, to put it that way.
Put your finger on his wrist.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. If I may have your wrist, please. Thank you. I feel just like Dr. Kildare.
How's his pulse?
No, I can't find it.
Well, everybody has a pulse.
Mr. Gildersleeve doesn't.
I do, too.
Oh, here it is. I feel it now. Bumpity, bumpity, bumpity.
Ye gods.
Wait a minute, Peavy. I'll get my watch out and we'll time this. When I give you the signal, you start counting. Are you ready?
Ready?
Look, fella.
On your mark. Get set. Go.
Bumpity, bumpity.
No. Count, Peter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This whole thing is ridiculous, fellas.
Now, lie quiet, Gildy. You're a sick man, you know.
I am not. I mean, yes.
10, 11, 12, 13.
Now, who's that?
Well, another visitor. When you're ill, Gildy, that's when you learn who your true friends are. Everyone that flatters thee is no friend in misery.
21, 22.
Words are easy, like the wine. Faithful friends are hard to find.
Oh, brother.
She's right in there, Miss Fairchild. Thank you, baby.
Why, it's Miss Fairchild.
Why, Throckmorton, what's this about you being sick, you poor man, you?
Hello, Adeline.
Good afternoon, Miss Fairchild.
Hello, Judge. Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Hello, 45, 46, 47, 48.
Mercy. What's he doing?
Mr. Peavy is taking Gildy's pulse with my assistant.
Well, isn't that cute? You two playing doctor.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you came over, Adeline.
Well, I thought you'd be here all alone, so I wanted to come over and keep you company.
Well, I will be alone in just a minute. The judge and Peavy were just leaving, weren't you, Horace?
Well,
now, Throckmorton, that isn't nice to rush your friends off like that.
Friend.
And don't look so grouchy. You'll never get well that way. How would you like little Adeline to cheer you up? I'll turn on the radio and we'll get some music.
Oh.
a splendid idea. A splendid idea.
There. Isn't that pretty? I just love waltzes. Oh, I wish we could dance, Throckmorton. Too bad you're sick.
Funny, I feel better now. Maybe I could get
Now,
up.
Gildy, you just lie back there. You're sick, you know.
But, Judge...
Miss Fairchild, I was quite a waltzer in my youth. Would you care to tread a measure with me?
Why, I just love to, sir.
But, Adeline, you came over to see me. Fine friends. Having a party while I'm sick. Well, I could be sick.
Hold on tight now. We're going to spin.
This is fun.
Why, I feel so light on my feet, I could just fly out the window.
Not a bad idea.
99, 100, 101.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. 102, 103.
Oh, my goodness.
Throckmorton, are you in pain? Why, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves.
Huh?
Dancing and having a good time and all while you're lying here sick.
It's all right.
Oh, no, it isn't. There. You shouldn't be having a party right here in front of you. I'm going to shoo all these people out of here. Now, take them over to my house.
What?
We can carry on the party over there where we won't disturb you.
A party?
Why, that's splendid, Miss Fairchild. I am in rather a festive mood.
So am I. 138, 179.
We'll leave right now, Throckmorton, so you can get some rest.
But, Adeline...
I'll fix a pick-up dinner, and we can invite all our friends.
But can't you stay with me, Adeline?
Now, Gildy, you said you wanted to be alone.
We'll miss you, Throckmorton. You get a good rest now, you hear?
But...
Gildersleeve.
What is it?
Dr. Peavy reporting. You have a pulse of 175.
Oh, what's the use? Your hat, leave your worry on the doorstep.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Birdie. How do I look?
Oh, you look fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. All dressed up and everything.
Thank you. I guess I better be getting over to Adeline's party. Kind of surprise her.
My, you sure got well in a hurry.
Yeah, guess I did.
Guess that grapefruit juice did it. I knew I was right. You starved.
Yes, you were right, Birdie. Well, I'll be getting... somebody at the door.
I'll get it.
Wait a minute, Birdie. Better see who it is first. I'll just peek out the window here. Ye gods, it's the mayor. I'm supposed to be sick. What'll I do? I'll lie down on the sofa here.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what are you...
Birdie, throw that blanket over me, quick.
Huh? I thought you was all well.
I was. I just had a relapse.
Oh, you want some more grapefruit juice?
No, Birdie, get the door.
Yes, sir.
I'll just pull this blanket up. Well, I'll get rid of him.
Good evening, Master Willis. Let's come in.
Good evening. Thought I'd drop by and see how Mr. Gildersleeve's feeling.
Well, he ain't feeling so good right now.
You said it.
Hello, Gildersleeve. How do you feel?
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I knew you had to stay home from the office today, but I didn't realize you were so sick.
Yes, I guess I've got it pretty bad.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, you have your hat on.
Hat? Oh. Yes. I have to keep my head warm. Pretty drafty in here.
Oh.
Don't come too close, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't want you to catch it.
Well,
In fact, it's dangerous for you to be in the same room.
Well, maybe you're right. Perhaps I'd better go now.
Yes, good idea.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I hope you'll be up on your feet very soon.
I'll be on my feet, all right. As soon as you get out of here.
Well, I'd better be on my way. Miss Fairchild is expecting me.
Miss Fairchild?
Yes. Yes, she's having a little party tonight, and she was kind enough to invite me.
You're going to the party?
Why, yes. I'm sorry you won't be able to join us. Well, Gildersleeve, take care of yourself, and don't forget you're a sick man.
I sure am.
The great Gildersleeve will be right back, folks. The best things that can be said about parquet margarine are said by the millions of homemakers who serve it every day. They say it's delicious, fresh, and wholesome. They say it tastes so good. Yes, millions of women all over America say parquet margarine is their favorite spread for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. Next time you shop, ask for parquet margarine. You'll love that tasty, fresh flavor. You'll like the fact that parquet is a real money saver. Try parquet, the margarine of Kraft quality. It's the better buy for both bread and budget. That's Parkay, parquet margarine.
What's that? What's it for? Alarm. Time to get up and go to work. Yeah, got the sniffles. Got a headache, too. This time I'm really getting a cold. Maybe I'd better stay home today. No, I'll never do that again. I'm going to work. Good morning. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson, with music by Jack Meakin and sound effects by Monty Fraser. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, don't forget Al Jolson on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it.
I won't.
Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, listen to this amazing offer. A stainless steel cake and pie knife with a gleaming 6-inch serrated blade and a handle of beautiful agatron. An honest $1.25 value, and it's yours for just 35 cents and one label from a package of Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. That's right, the perfect cake and pie knife for kitchen and table use. It's yours for less than half its regular price. Send 35 cents plus one Pabstet package label to the Phoenix Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77. That address again, the Phoenix, Phenix, Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77. Get your knife today.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's see what's going on in Summerfield tonight. Dusk has long since fallen. The little wild creatures have wrapped themselves in slumber, and the voice of the turtle is no longer heard throughout the land. But this is turtle dove stuff if we ever heard it.
Adeline.
Yes, Throckmorton.
Adeline.
Now, Throckmorton, I thought you came back because you forgot something.
I did.
What was it? Your hat?
No. My weekly kiss.
Oh, you.
Well, how about it?
Out here on the porch? All the neighbors might hear about it.
No, we won't make it a loud one.
All right.
Wait till I get on the top step. There.
Well? Pardon me, Throckmorton, the telephone.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I better answer it. Don't go away now.
Don't worry, I won't. I
No.
love life.
No. Goodbye. Wrong number, Throckmorton.
Oh?
Some man
Men?
wanted to know if I'd advertised a set of drums for sale.
Drums?
Well,
Pucker up.
well,
Adeline.
I declare that telephone. Excuse me again, Throckmorton. Don't you go away now, you hear?
Second fiddle to a telephone. What about all these calls at this hour of the night?
Oh, no, you didn't disturb me a bit. I wasn't doing anything important.
Oh, nothing important.
Oh, it's sweet of you to think of me like that. All right. I'll meet you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock at the Summerfield Hotel Grill.
What is this?
Goodbye.
What's going on here?
Now then, where were we?
Don't tell me that was another set of drums, Adeline.
What?
Nothing. Adeline, how'd you like to go to the movies with me tomorrow night?
Well, I'd like to, but...
Good night.
Throckmorton, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Just happen to know you're going to the Summerfield Grill tomorrow night with somebody else.
Oh, Throckmorton, what a jealous Yankee.
I'm not jealous.
That was only one of my lady friends.
Lady friend?
Yes. We're having a meeting of the Green Thumb Flower and Garden Club.
First it was a set of drums. Now it's a flower and garden club with green thumbs. I never heard of it.
Oh, you wonderful man, you. Oh, I really believe you care for little Adeline.
Well, I was about to ask you to go steady, but good night.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, haven't you forgotten something?
Well, no. Just save it for your big date tomorrow night, the guy with the green thumbs. Good night. Green Thumb Club. Couldn't find it in the telephone directory. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Yeagley.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I see you're planting something there. I suppose you're a member of the Green Thumb Flower and Garden Club.
I've never heard of it.
You haven't?
I'm just burying a bone.
What?
My little Pekingese just loves to dig them up. Don't you, Rollo?
Good morning.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bessie?
You've been looking so sick all day. You didn't even go out to lunch. Don't you think you should go home?
No, Bessie. Bessie, have you ever heard of the Green Thumb Flower and Garden Club?
No, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve, now you look worse.
I feel worse. I think I'll go home. I'll just peek out of the window again, and there she comes. She looks gorgeous. And she's wearing her big picture hat. Well, that'll get in trouble. It did me. I shouldn't say this, but by George, she doesn't look like she's going to any club meeting. She's getting into the taxi. She does it so nicely.
Uncle Mort, what are you doing staring out of the window?
I'm just watching the sunset, Marjorie.
Uncle Mort, the sun sets on the other side of the house.
It does? Yes.
Where's she going?
Going? Who?
Miss Fairchild.
Oh. She's going to a meeting of the Green Thumb Club, Marjorie. Yes, indeed. I was just seeing her off.
From behind the drapes? And what's the Green Thumb Club, for heaven's sake?
It's a ladies' flower and garden club, I imagine. Haven't you heard of it either?
No.
Oh.
Poor Unky. You're jealous, aren't you?
Jealous? Why should I be jealous?
Now, Unky, brooding won't do any good. Why don't you read a good book?
Well, as long as I'm staying home, I may as well improve my mind.
Boy, what a dinner. Thanks for your steak, Unc. Sorry you didn't feel like coming to the table.
I can see that, Leroy. Wipe your chin.
Aren't you going out tonight?
No, Leroy.
You're not? Do you hear that Marge Unc isn't going out tonight?
I know.
What's the matter, Unc? She stand you up?
All right, Leroy. Marjorie, where's that book?
What kind do you want?
Well, make it a big book, one I can lose myself in.
Are you kidding?
Leroy? I'm in a bad mood. I haven't eaten.
How about these fairy tales you used to read to us kids? You always enjoyed them more than we did.
I heard enough fairy tales last night.
Oh, here's your favorite, The Sleeping Beauty.
All right, bring it. I don't feel like finishing it. At least I know how it turns out.
Which one'd you say?
Bring me The Sleeping Beauty.
You call me, Miss Gildersleeve?
No, Bertie.
Oh, I thought I heard you call me. You staying home tonight?
Yes, Bertie.
Well, you hear that, Leroy? Your uncle's staying home tonight.
Oh, my goodness.
Here's your book, Uncle Morris.
Miss Margie, you hear that? Your uncle's staying home tonight. First you didn't eat, and now he's staying home tonight.
Now, Bertie, let's not make a big thing out of this. Is there anything wrong with me staying at home?
Oh, goodness, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. I think it's nice that you're staying home tonight.
That's fine, and that settles it, eh?
I bet Leroy thinks it's nice you're staying home tonight, too, don't you, Leroy?
Sure.
I bet Miss Margie thinks it's nice you're staying home tonight, too, don't you, Miss Marjorie?
All right, Bertie.
You see, Mr. Gildersleeve, we all think it's nice that you're staying home tonight.
Oh, where's my hat?
It's your move, Gildy.
Don't rush me, Judge. I'm thinking.
You're not thinking much about your checkers. From where I sit, it looks like I'm going to win 3 straight.
That's what you think. There.
Are you sure you want to move that way, Gildy?
I know what I'm doing, Judge.
All right. Crown me, Gildy.
I'll crown you, you old goat.
I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am, Gildy. This is an unexpected pleasure. You're coming over to visit me this evening?
I don't feel like playing anymore, Judge. Let's quit.
Want to try my seat? It seems to be the lucky one.
No thanks, Judge.
Very well, you're my guest. Care for a cigar?
Thanks.
Havanas.
Fine cigar, Judge.
Thank you. If you'll pardon me, I think I'll slip into my smoking jacket before I light up.
Judge, when are you going to get a new smoking jacket? Even cigar smoke doesn't keep the moths out of that one anymore.
I suppose it's silly, Gilda, but this jacket has a sentimental association for me. It's sort of my robe of bachelorhood.
It is? It's more like an old quilt to me.
I wouldn't think of parting with Henrietta.
Henrietta?
The one love of my life, Henrietta.
A smoking jacket?
No. The girl who gave it to me.
Oh,
Henrietta Crowley. I understand it's Smith now.
Oh.
I've never told anyone this, Gildy, but Henrietta's and mine was a beautiful love, springing from chance meeting, growing into an all-consuming passion, and ending with a broken heart.
Look, Judge, if you'd rather not talk about it...
No, Gildy, I want to talk about it. With you, old friend.
But
I even saved up money to get married. Hard-earned money as a law clerk. But then I grew to suspect that she was seeing somebody else.
You did?
And driven by jealousy, But I can see I'm boring you.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Horace. Was she seeing somebody else?
Well, one Sunday she said she was going out to a balloon ascension with some members of the Ladies' Aid.
Did she, Judge?
Gildy, it will pain you to know, as it did me, that there wasn't a balloon within 3 states. What's the matter, Gildy?
Judge, you like to grow things. Have you ever heard of the Green Thumb Flower and Garden Club?
What is it, a gag?
Oh, well, it's a gag no longer. I'll see you later, Judge.
Gildy, where are you going?
To the balloon ascension. The Summerfield Hotel Grill. No woman's going to make a balloon fool out of me. I wonder who her new boyfriend is. Whoever it is, I'll just barge in and embarrass both of them.
Sorry, you can't go in here.
What?
The dining room is reserved this evening.
Oh, he's a big shot, eh? Reserving the whole dining room. Out of the way, waiter, I'm going in.
But, mister, it's reserved.
I don't care if it's reserved. Oh, it is women. I better get out of here.
Why, Throckmorton.
Oh, hello, Adeline.
What are you doing down here?
Me? Well, I was on my way.
Is that you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, my goodness, aren't we flattered, girls? A city official coming to the first meeting of our new club, our only man. And isn't it appropriate that he happens to be our water commissioner? Because every little flower and every little vegetable needs water.
Oh, brother.
Throckmorton, you're a regular hero.
Isn't he, though?
Oh, thank you. Well, better be going.
Unfortunately, Mr. Gildersleeve, you've arrived too late to make your donation to our club.
Donation? It seems all I have is some small change.
Small change?
Yeah, I don't have my checkbook with me.
Oh, well, don't be embarrassed, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll be very happy to call personally at your office for your contribution first thing in the morning.
I'll bet you will.
What?
I say, Bessie, my secretary, will have it ready for you.
Oh, splendid. So nice of you to drop in.
Good night. I'm back, Bessie. Let's look alive.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. While you were out, Mrs. Pettibone was in. You missed her.
Huh? You see, Bessie, there's nothing like going out for a mid-morning cup of coffee.
I gave her your contribution like you said.
Good. I hope that satisfied her.
It certainly should. I know it's none of my business, Mr. Gildersleeve, but weren't you a little over-generous, giving her your whole week's salary check?
My whole week? What's this, Bessie? I left $5 for Mrs. Pettibone.
You did? Then the funniest thing happened. I gave Mrs. Pettibone your check.
What? Bessie, you were supposed to deposit my check in the bank, as always. That's why I endorsed it.
But you said your donation was on the desk, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I didn't see any $5.
Ye gods, Bessie. How incompetent can you be? I distinctly remember taking the bill out of my wallet just like this. No, it's still there.
You want me to deposit the $5 in the bank, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Bessie. You know how I get my money back.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve's problem in just a minute. You know, I saw Birdie doing her shopping the other day. She was being pretty firm with the man behind the counter, and I heard her say,
I want parquet, Marjorie. Make sure you give me parquet now.
I walked over and said, That's a mighty good choice, Birdie. Parquet is the margarine of Kraft quality, you know.
I know that. That's why I wanted to be sure.
Delicious Parquet is a favorite spread for America's bread.
It's a favorite at the Gildersleeves, I know that.
Yes, ma'am. Millions of women insist on Parquet margarine as a topping for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread.
I insisted because I wanted to make sure.
Nourishing Parquet is made from choice products of American farms, and each appetizing pound is fortified with 15,000 units of important vitamin A. Parquet is economical, too. A real money saver.
That's why I was making sure.
Why don't you make sure, friends? Make sure you get Parquet margarine. Try Parquet once, and you'll join the millions of women all over America who serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. That's Parquet, Parkay, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. The water commissioner usually has his secretary place his telephone calls, but this one is too urgent.
I hope I don't have to get tough with Mrs. Pettibone, but I have to get my money back.
Hello?
Mrs. Pettibone. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you generous man, you. I got your check for $80.67, and you'll be happy to know it's the largest our club has received. We're thrilled, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk to you about, Mrs. Pettibone. That's a lot of money.
Oh, I know, Mr. Gildersleeve, and don't worry, you'll be given due credit.
Credit?
At the very top of our list of sponsors. That is, if you don't mind a little publicity.
But that's not what I want.
Oh, you're too modest, Mr. Gildersleeve. And oh, so generous.
But...
And our only man contributor. Why, we ladies think of you as a fellow member.
Oh, but Mrs. Pettibone...
We're just thrilled, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
Goodbye, but...
Throckmorton.
Adeline, who's treasurer of your flower and garden club?
Oh, hasn't Mrs. Pettibone picked up your contribution yet?
I'll say she picked it up in a large sack. Who's your treasurer?
Well, we don't elect officers until tomorrow night, Throckmorton.
You don't? Adeline, my secretary, gave her my paycheck.
Oh, and now you feel you should give a little more?
No! That was $80.67.
Gracious, do you make that much, you great big breadwinner, you? Come in.
Adeline, you've got to help me. You got me into this thing.
Mercy, what did I do?
You made me jealous, didn't you? How did I know that flower club wasn't a man? It's not funny. How do I get my money back?
Well, that's no problem, silly. Just ask Mrs. Pettibone for it.
No problem. You don't know that old walkie-talkie. No wonder Dr. Pettibone wears cotton in his ears.
Well, then I guess you'll just have to wait and take it up with the new treasurer tomorrow night.
I hate to go back there again, but by George, I'll do it. Those women aren't going to roll me for a week's pay.
More coffee while you read the paper, Miss Marjorie?
Thank you, Birdie.
Me too, Birdie.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. You won't forget to leave the grocery money, will you?
I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
My checking account's a little low, and I don't want to go into our savings again.
I thought yesterday was payday.
It was, Birdie, but my check is temporarily tied up.
Yesterday was payday, so today should be grocery day. That's the way it's always been.
I know, Birdie.
Payday, grocery day. That's the way it's always been.
Ye gods.
You mean you don't have my allowance, Unky?
You heard me, my dear. Not till tomorrow morning.
But, Unky,
I said tomorrow morning, and I don't want to hear any more about money.
Hi, Unc. Beautiful morning. How about my allowance?
Oh, Leroy, I said no more talk about money.
What? Pass the toast, Marge.
You can reach it, Leroy.
Okay. You're kidding about money, huh, Unc?
No, I'm not.
Well, what about my allowance?
You get it tomorrow.
But gosh, yesterday was payday, wasn't it? And after payday...
I know, allowance day. Let me out of here. Hello, Floyd.
Well, if it ain't the ladies Luther Burbank.
Now, Floyd.
Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow?
All right, Floyd, stop it.
I was only kidding, Commish.
Give me a shave.
Okay. You know, I don't blame you. I wouldn't like having my name bandaged about on the woman's page either.
Woman's page?
Yeah, this morning's paper.
Oh, my goodness.
How'd you get messed up with all them femmes anyway, Commish? You taking this nature boy seriously?
No, Floyd.
The mayor made you do it, huh? Official duty?
Floyd, I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay. You know, Lovey got interested in flowers once. Grew a sweet potato vine in the house.
Let's drop the subject, please, Floyd.
Okay. You should have seen it, Commish. Grew like Jack's beanstalk. Tentacles like an octopus. When it started growing up the banister toward my bedroom, I got uneasy and poisoned it. I guess you'll be going in for fancy flowers, huh, Commish? Goldilocks and stuff.
Floyd, get this straight. I'm not affiliated with a flower and garden club.
Just flitting amongst them, huh? Oh, you butterfly.
I only gave him a donation.
I'll say you did. Says right here on the woman's page. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, City Water Commissioner, delighted the ladies by generously donating...
Oh, Floyd, give me that clipping. Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this fine evening?
Give me a Coke, Peavy.
Very well, one Coke coming up.
While you're at it, you may as well draw two.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I don't think I'd care for one.
They're both for me, Peavy. I need them. Got a tough night ahead.
That's all? Then you're not joining the ladies at the Flower Club again this evening?
That's exactly where I'm going. I suppose you've been reading the newspaper, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm not in the habit of reading the women's page. Mrs. Peavy read it to me. But I think that was a nice thing you did for the club.
Now, wait a minute.
And so does Mrs. Peavy.
Peavy, for your information...
In fact, she'd like to have you come over and spend an evening with us soon.
What?
Perhaps you can make it the evening our night blooming Sirius comes out.
Peavy, I'm not interested in night blooming Siriuses.
You're not? Well, that's strange to hear from a man who enjoys flower and garden meetings.
I don't enjoy them, Peavy, believe me. There's nothing worse than a man getting tangled up with a room full of women.
Well, I wouldn't say that. But if you don't like flowers...
I love flowers, but I gave him too large a contribution. I'm going to get it back from the treasurer and never go near the place again.
Mrs. Peavy, we're sorry to hear that.
Yes, sir.
She was putting your clipping right up next to the picture of General MacArthur over her sewing machine.
Oh, my goodness.
But if you're going to renege...
What?
Indian giver.
Now, Peavy.
All those women thought a lot of you.
But...
And so did Mrs. Peavy.
But, Peavy, I can't afford to give him a whole week's salary. I'm going over there right now, too.
Mr. Gildersleeve, haven't you forgotten something?
No, I'll pay you for the Cokes when I get my money back. 9:30. Should be about time for the meeting to break up. I'll get a hold of that treasurer.
Sorry, you can't go in there.
What?
The dining room is reserved this evening for the ladies. Oh, it's you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Go right in.
Yes. That waiter again. Oh, more women here than before. I'll sneak in the back. That's all over.
And so that takes care of the office of treasurer.
Huh? Wonder who they elected.
After the meeting, I shall turn our funds over to her, gladly, because I dislike handling money, unless it's my husband's.
What an old biddy. See, what a hen house. Peavy ought to come to one of these things. He'd find out.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Throckmorton, I have the most marvelous surprise for you.
Shh, I'm hiding.
I've been elected treasurer.
You, treasurer?
I was the only candidate, but I wanted to help you out.
Well, great. Now, right after the meeting.
And now we come to the election of our president. A selection which should be given careful consideration.
Well, hurry up so I can get my money and get out of here.
As I said before, I prefer to remain chairman of the board and do not choose to run. But we should elect someone to work hand in hand with me.
Can't stand here much longer. I'll meet you outside, Adeline.
Oh, I see that Mr. Gildersleeve is with us again this evening.
Oh, shouldn't have stuck my head up.
I should like to remind one and all that in addition to being a generous contributor, he is the only man to attend both our meetings. Now, doesn't it seem appropriate then, since every little flower and every little vegetable needs its water, that we should elect our devoted water commissioner president of our flower and garden club? I so move.
How do I get into these things?
The great Gildersleeve will be trying to get that check back again in just a minute. You'll like it. Your whole family will like delicious Parquet, the margarine of Kraft quality. You'll like the fresh, sweet goodness Parquet adds to bread, rolls, pancakes, and waffles. You'll like the fact that it's such a wholesome, nourishing food. Parquet is made from only the choice products of American farms, and each delicious pound contains 15,000 units of vitamin A. And best of all, you'll like what Parquet does for your budget. It's a fact, Parquet is a money saver. It's your best buy for bread and budget. So buy the bright yellow package with the big blue letters, Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Mr. Gildersleeve, Mrs. Peavy tells me you were elected president of the Flower and Garden Club last night.
Yes, Peavy.
What's your first official act going to be, Mr. President?
I've already acted, Peavy. I got my check back, then I resigned.
How's that?
Yeah. I got a statement from my doctor saying I'm allergic to goldenrod and 6 other flowers. But they were happy, Peavy. I raised my $5 contribution to, Hey, shoot!
How much, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Peavy, what's that on your counter?
Goldenrod. Mrs. Peavy brought them down.
Oh, good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by John Elliott and Andy White, with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, hear Al Jolson on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. For exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, listen. An honest $1.25 value for only 35 cents. That's our amazing offer. You can get a stainless steel cake and pie knife, an honest $1.25 value, a knife with a sparkling 6-inch serrated blade, and a gleaming handle of agatron for only 35 cents, and one top label from a package of Pabst-ett, the delicious cheddar cheese food. It's the perfect cake and pie knife for your table. It's perfect for kitchen use. Just send 35 cents and one Phoenix Pabst-ett package top label to the Phoenix Pabst-ett Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77, Illinois. Got that? 35 cents and one Pabst-ett label to the Phoenix, Phenix Pabst-ett Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's doing with the Great Gildersleeve this morning. Right now, the great man is backing the family car out of the garage.
Leroy.
Yeah?
Get out and close the garage doors.
Oh, can't we leave them open?
You heard me, young man, unless you want to walk to school.
Oh, Unky, we're going to be late.
That's not my fault, Marjorie. I told you two to hurry. And lock the doors, Leroy.
Okay.
Hurry up.
Oh, for corn's sake. Move over, Marge. You're taking up all the room.
Oh, drop dead.
What, and look like you? You little weasel?
Quiet, both of you, and sit still while I back out. Tight squeeze backing out of here. Oh, my goodness, I ran over the garden hose. Now, who left that hose lying across the driveway? Answer me. What careless person did that?
You did, Unc. Remember when you watered the lawn yesterday?
All right, Leroy, don't rub it in. Marjorie, look and see if any cars are coming down the street.
There's nobody coming, Unky.
You went over the curb, Unc.
I know that. Well, here we go.
What's the matter?
How do I know? Darn car.
We're going to be late for school.
For goodness sake, I'm doing the best I can.
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve? Can't you get your car started?
Of course, Birdie. I'm just doing this for my health.
Oh!
Yeah. I'm wearing the battery out, too. Maybe somebody ought to get out and push. Leroy?
What? Push the car? A little kid like me?
Well, maybe if you and Marjorie both...
Me push this dirty old car down the street? Unky, don't be ridic.
Ridic. I wonder if... Birdie!
Not me, Mr. Gildersleeve. I get all that exercise I need around the house.
Unc, why don't you get out and push?
Huh? Well...
Sure, and I'll steer.
That wouldn't be right, my boy. You don't have a driver's license. Leroy.
Well, there's no use sitting here. I'm going to walk to school.
Yeah, me too.
But children...
Goodbye, Unky.
But you just can't leave me sitting here like this.
You wouldn't want us to be late for school, Unc.
Deserted by my own flesh and blood. What's the matter with this thing? Only 10 years old is falling apart already. There's Bullard backing out across the street. Look at him. Nose up in the air. Him and his new DeSoto. Thinks he's my... Say, wonder if old Prissy Pants would give me a push. Mr. Bullard!
What is it, Gildersleeve?
I'm having a little trouble starting my car.
I don't wonder. Pretty old model, 1937.
Well, it's a late 37.
Well, cars are like people, Gildersleeve. When they get old, they wear out.
Yes, well, I was wondering if you'd give me a little push.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't do that.
Huh? Why not?
I don't like to scratch up my bumper. It spoils the appearance of the car.
Oh.
I suggest you call a garage.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Goodbye.
Scratch his bumper. That's still Cat Harry. Well, I'll try this thing once more. Wish I had a horse. Running all right now. Guess it was just flooded this morning. Oop, I've got to go. Lots of traffic tonight. Hope the darn thing gets me home all right. Look at all those cars on that used car lot. Some real beauties, all right. I just had one of those I'd make Bullard sit up. It's acting up again. Better pull in here off the street. Oh, everything happens to me. Someday I'll get rid of it.
Good afternoon, friend.
Huh?
So you want to sell your car, eh?
What?
Well, you came to the right place, friend. Smiling Sam, the auto man. That's me.
You see, I just...
Well, let's give it the once-over, and I'll give you an estimate. But let's see here. Tires are shot.
Stop kicking my tires.
Ain't you feeling off?
Now, look here, you.
Kind of sags to one side.
That's the side I'm sitting on.
Well, it's in pretty bad shape, friend. Best I can give you is $300, and I'll be losing money.
Look, I'm not interested.
Okay, I'll make it 3 1/4, but that's as high as it'll go.
If you listen a minute, I didn't stop here to sell my car.
Oh, you want to buy a car? Why didn't you say so?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, come right in and look 'em over.
I don't want to buy a car either. Not right now, anyway.
Oh, you're going to buy one someday, aren't you?
Well, yes.
No charge for looking at it.
Well...
No obligation to buy.
Well, won't hurt to look, I guess.
Of course not. Come on, Fred.
Well, just a minute.
Here, now right this way. What's your line of work, friend?
I'm with the water department.
Oh, you read meters?
No, I happen to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, head of the department.
Oh, a city official.
Well, yes.
Oh, then what you want is something classy. After all, you've got a big front to keep up.
Yes, I have.
I've got just the car for you, friend. This big yellow convertible here. It's a custom-built Mercedes. Like it?
Mercedes? It looks a little expensive.
Why, it's a steal. Only $4,000.
$4,000?
Of course, that doesn't include the radio.
Oh, of course not. Not for $4,000.
Friend, I want you to sit behind that wheel.
I don't think I'd better sit.
Step right in.
Stop shoving.
Just for a minute.
Well, as long as I'm here.
Isn't that comfortable?
Kind of low, isn't it? Feels like I'm sitting on the ground.
Car's roomy, isn't it?
Certainly is. You could put a bowling alley in here. Well, that's very nice, but I should get you home now.
Just a minute, friend. Don't move. Sitting behind that wheel, you look like a millionaire playboy.
I do?
Yes, sir. You look like you owned a string of polo ponies.
Well, I never tried polo. Of course, I played kick the can a lot.
Friend, I want you to do me a favor.
What's that?
I want you to drive that car.
But I can't afford it.
Commissioner, I want you to take it home tonight and just see how you like it. You can bring it back tomorrow.
But
take it, friend. Courtesy of Smiling Sam, the auto man.
Well, I don't think I should.
Why, you drive that car down the street and every girl in town will want your phone number.
They will? Give me the keys. Heavy. Wait till the kids come out and see this car. Will they be surprised? Ta-da!
What do you want? Gee, Unc, where'd you get the car?
Gee, what a beautiful car.
Did you buy it?
Well, I couldn't afford to buy a car like this, Leroy. I'm just trying it out for a day or two.
Oh, well, if you're not going to buy it, what are you trying it out for?
Well, I might be able to buy it someday. 1,000 years from now.
Gee, it's a mile long.
Oh, I love a low car like that. Look how close to the ground it is.
Yeah. Hope you don't have to fix it, Unc. You never could get under there with your stomach.
Never mind, Leroy.
Will you take us for a ride, Unky?
Of course.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we'll take a little spin right now while it's still light so people can see us. Get your little coats on.
Okay.
I'm going to change my dress. I can't wear an old thing like this in that car.
What an automobile. Guess I do look pretty good here behind the wheel. Millionaire playboy. Wish I had a beret. There's Bullard. Look at him staring over here. That he thinks I own this car. Well, I'll just let him think so. Oh, he's coming over.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Bullard.
Say, that's quite a car you've got there.
Oh, it's transportation, I guess.
A Mercedes. A Mercedes. Must have cost a lot of money.
Oh, not so much. Only $4,000.
$4,000.
Of course, that doesn't include the radio.
Oh.
Mr. Bullard.
Yes?
Would you mind taking your hand off the fender? Leaves fingerprints, you know.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, you must have come into a little money lately.
Well,
Inheritance or something?
Oh, yes and no.
I don't mean to pry. Well, must be pretty nice having a good car. Now you won't have to drive that old wreck.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to tell you this before, Gildersleeve, but I'm glad you got rid of that horrible old rattletrap. It was a disgrace to our street. Yes, it's a wonder they didn't take it away when they collected the cans. Well, I'm very happy about your good fortune, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, thank you.
And incidentally, if you ever decide to invest in any stocks or bonds, don't hesitate to call on me for advice. I dabble a little myself, you know.
Yes, well, if I ever care to dabble, I'll let you know.
As a matter of fact, I just got a tip on something pretty good. Shenandoah Railroad. Common stock.
Oh? Well, I don't know if I'd be interested in anything common.
Oh. So goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll get the financial statements on it and show them to you.
Yeah, do that sometime.
Gildy.
Oh, hello, Judge.
Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Bullard. Gildy, what are you doing in that car? Do you have a job as chauffeur now?
Why, Judge Hooker, Mr. Gildersleeve just bought this car.
What?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll see you later. And don't forget, we'll talk over that stock deal real soon.
All right, Bullard. Goodbye.
Stock deal. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, what's going on here?
Why, what do you mean, Judge?
You know very well what I mean. Where did you get the money to buy this expensive...
Okay, Uncle, ready to go.
Hello, Judge.
Hi, Judge. Neat car, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but...
Yeah, too bad we have to take it back.
Hop in, Leroy. We'll take that little spin now. And keep still.
Huh?
Well, goodbye, Judge. Sorry you can't come with us.
Just a moment, Gildy. There's something I want to know. How can a water commissioner afford to get a car like this?
Well, the collections were good this month.
Gildy, did you come into a fortune or something?
You never can tell, Judge. Come on, little family. Let's go take a look at our polo ponies.
Polo ponies?
Goodbye, you old goat.
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a minute, folks. Leroy was in a big hurry when I saw him on the street yesterday. When I asked him where he was going, he said,
I'm heading for home. Birdie's serving waffles tonight.
And I'll bet she's serving parquet margarine with them.
Why, sure. Birdie always serves parquet.
Birdie's a smart cook. Parquet is a perfect topping for waffles as well as bread and rolls and muffins.
It's good on everything.
Right, Leroy. Millions of women serve delicious parquet with every meal just because it tastes so good. That's not the only reason parquet is a favorite spread, however. Parquet is economical, a real money saver. That's mighty important today.
Sure tastes good on Birdie's waffles.
Parquet is always good, Leroy. Delicious parquet is the margarine of Kraft quality. It's made from choice farm products. Each fresh, sweet pound contains 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
Would taste good. That's all I care about.
Yes, that fine, fresh flavor makes a favorite spread. Wholesome nourishment, money-saving economy, delicious flavor. You'll like Parquet for all three reasons. Parquet is the better buy for both bread and budget. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, Well, the great Gildersleeve is still enjoying his role of king for a day. It's the following morning now, and he's proudly piloting his golden chariot down Main Street, courtesy of Smiling Sam. He pulls up in front of Peavy's drugstore.
Just drop in and kid Peavy for a minute. Got to take the car back this afternoon. Might as well have a little fun while I've got it. Bet he'll think I'm wealthy, too, like Bullard did. Good morning, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'd like a cigar, please.
All right.
The most expensive cigar in the house.
There you are. That'll be 37 cents. Thank you. And call again.
Peavy.
Yes?
Don't you notice anything different?
No, you look about the same to me. A little fatter, perhaps.
Peavy, look out the window.
How's that?
Look out there in front. Don't you see anything?
Oh, yes, there's a hole in my awning.
Peavy, I'm talking about the car.
Oh.
It's pretty big, isn't it?
The hole in the awning?
No, the car.
Well, the hole in the awning is pretty big, too.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Peavy, I'm driving that car. Doesn't that make you wonder?
Wonder what?
Well, if I saw you driving that car, I'd wonder where you got the money.
What money?
The money to buy the car.
I'm not buying any car.
Oh! I know that, but...
Mrs. Peavy and I are quite satisfied with our Essex. It's economical. It's reliable.
Peavy, wait a minute. I thought it might occur to you, seeing me with a car like that maybe I came into a little money.
Oh.
Aren't you impressed, Peavy? For all you know, I might have inherited a small fortune.
Well, maybe you have, Mr. Gildersleeve. But if I were you, I wouldn't go around putting on airs with my friends.
What?
Every customer is the same to me, rich or poor. I kowtow to no man.
Of course you don't, Peavy.
It's always been my boast that I can look anyone straight in the eye and say poo-poo to you.
Peavy,
I can snap my fingers in any man's face. In fact, I'll snap them in yours.
Oh!
Yes, sir. Take that.
Peavy, you're an old foof.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would. Good day.
Good day, and a poo-poo to you, too.
Hello, Floyd.
Good morning, sir.
Huh? Give me a haircut.
Of course, sir. Sit right down, sir.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable, sir?
Floyd, what's the matter with you?
It's quite an honor, sir, having a wealthy gentleman like you patronize my humble shop.
What?
The judge told me of your good fortune.
Oh, he did?
It couldn't happen to a nicer fella, sir.
Stop calling me sir, Floyd.
Okay, I gotta hand it to you. Money ain't gone to your head. Big car and everything, and you're the same old commish.
Yes, yes.
Easy as an old shoe.
Let's get on with the haircut, shall we?
Right. If you'll pardon the curiosity, commish, how'd you make all that dough? Stock market?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, I get it. You financial giants don't like to talk about them things.
That's right.
Say, commish, I just happened to think of something.
What's that?
Now that you're in the chips, how'd you like to get in on a sure thing?
What's that?
Munson's Magic Hair Restorer.
Huh?
We can be partners. You furnish the dough, I furnish the hair restorer.
Look, Floyd,
it's my own formula. Nothing but lemon juice and water and some dime store perfume to smell it up a bit.
But...
And we can sell it to the suckers for $1 a bottle.
Floyd,
we can bottle it in the back room here. All we got to do is hire a couple of old dames to squeeze the lemons.
Listen, Floyd,
all you'd have to invest is $200, a mere bagatelle to a man like you.
Yeah, I better get this thing straightened out right now, Floyd. The truth is, I don't have $200 cash.
Oh. Dough is all tied up in stocks, huh?
I'm not buying any stocks either. In fact, I don't have any more money than you have. The whole thing is a mistake.
No kidding? On your sacred word as a jolly boy?
On my sacred word as a...
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bullard.
Hi, Mr. Bullard.
Hello. I saw your car outside, Gildersleeve. Thought this was a good time to give you those financial statements. You know, on the stock you wanted to buy.
Stock?
Looks like a good thing, all right. If I were you, I'd go in for at least $5,000.
$5,000?
Well, if that isn't enough, make it $10,000. After all, I guess that won't break you. Good day, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good day. Floyd, I want to explain.
Don't bother. It's your dough. You got a right to spend it any way you want it.
But, Floyd...
You're a big shot now. Why should you help a fella jolly boy for the measly $200?
But, Floyd,
it's you lying to me that hurts, Commish. Don't you worry. Floydie Munson will never ask you for a nickel. He'll go out and sell pencils first.
Floyd, old pal.
Clippers on the side, sir.
Oh! Now, who's that? Come in. Oh, hello, Judge.
Good afternoon, Gildy. Are you all alone in the office?
Of course I'm alone. Bessie went to the dentist.
Good. It's all right, Chief. He's alone.
Hooker, what in the...
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Chief Gates.
Close the door, Chief.
What are you two acting so mysterious about?
Gildy, there's something we must tell you.
What's that?
Well, do you want to tell him, Chief?
Well, I wish you'd tell him, Judge.
No, I think you ought to tell him.
No, I think you ought to tell him.
No, I think that you ought to tell him because...
Ye gods, somebody tell me.
Gildy, I am the unhappy emissary of bad tidings.
What?
Just like the couriers of ancient Greece who carried fateful messages from battle camp to battle camp, trudging dusty roads, swimming rivers, climbing...
Oh, get to the point, Judge.
All right. It's my painful duty to tell you, Gildy, that at tonight's meeting, you will be voted out of the Jolly Boys.
Judge, you're kidding.
I wish he was, Commissioner. But he ain't.
Kicking me out of the Jolly Boys? Fellas, what for?
Well, the members feel that with your newfound wealth, your luxurious car and all, you're no longer really one of us.
But, fellas, that's silly.
Yes, it's changed you, Gildy. So it's better that from now on, we go our separate paths.
But...
You'll take the high road.
And we'll take the low road.
Look, fellas.
And while you're drinking champagne with your wealthy friends, we'll be lifting our Coke bottles in a toast to a friend who's gone forever.
I'm going to miss you, Commissioner.
Gee, Judge, listen to me. I haven't changed and I haven't got any money.
But, Gildy, then how did you buy that big car?
I didn't buy it. I was just trying it out, and I thought I'd play a little joke on all of you.
A joke?
Sure. I was going to take it back on the way home. Come on down to Smiling Sam's and I'll prove it to you.
Well, Gildy, I guess we ought to give you a chance to prove it.
And I hope you can. Because if we lost you, I'd miss you, Commissioner.
Okay, Chief. Come on.
All right.
And blow your nose. Yeah, there he is. Hey, Smiling Sam.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Sam, I want you to meet two friends of mine, Judge Hooker and Chief Gates.
Howdy, friends.
Hello.
How do you do, Sam?
Sam, these fellas don't believe...
Just a moment, Gildy. We'll do the talking. Young man, we're doing a little checking up.
All right, friend.
What we want to know is, did Mr. Gildersleeve buy that expensive car over there?
Mr. Gildersleeve buy a car for $4,000? Of course not.
You see, Judge, I told you.
You're sure he didn't buy it?
Why, absolutely. He wouldn't buy anything that cheap. A millionaire playboy like him.
What?
He was just driving that till a more expensive model came in. He ordered one for $6,000.
Well, that's all we want to know. Come on, Chief.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But,
Gildy, you're no longer a jolly boy.
But, Judge...
Well, we really put one over on him, didn't we, Fred? Anytime you want to impress your friends like that, just call on me. I'll be glad to... Friend, what's the matter?
Smiling Sam, I'm going to punch you right on your smiling nose.
But, friend, can't we talk this over? Friend?
Come back here.
Friend, be reasonable.
Come out from behind that Buick and fight like a man.
Friend!
Listen to the Jolly Boys singing up there. our little clubhouse. We're a swell bunch of fellas. We've had such good times together. I can't believe that I'm not a jolly boy anymore. I'm not going to sit on these steps any longer. I'm going up there. They've just got to take me back. Hello, fellas.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Moneybags.
Floyd.
Decide to go slumming, Gildy?
You're in the wrong place, aren't you, Commissioner?
Gee, you too? Don't I have any friends anymore? Peavy, you're glad to see me, aren't you?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, if that's the way you all feel, if you don't want me in the Jolly Boys anymore, it's all right. I'll go. Good night.
Oh, fellas, let's tell him. I can't stand to see him suffer.
What? I was only kidding, Commissioner.
You were?
That's right, Gildy. We were on to you this afternoon, you fat faker.
You were?
Of course. We just wanted to teach you a lesson. Remember, Gildy, it never pays to pretend to be something you're not.
You're so right, Judge, and I'll never do it again.
I doubt that.
Yeah. Then I'm still a jolly boy?
Sure, Commissioner.
Oh, gee, thanks, fellas. Oh, it's always fair weather when good fellows get together with a sign on the table. Who wants to play polo?
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. It only takes 4 words to tell why millions of people prefer parquet. It tastes so good, so fresh, so rich, so delicious. It's the perfect topping for bread, rolls, or pancakes. Delicious on hot vegetables, too. Parquet is made from only the choice products of American farms, and every pound is enriched with 15,000 units of vitamin A. And it's nice to know that Parquet, the margarine of Kraft quality, saves you money. That's why it's your best buy for bread and budget. Tomorrow when you shop, ask for Parquet margarine. See for yourself why it's the favorite spread of millions. That's Parkay, Parquet made by Kraft.
Well, here I am driving my old car again. Doesn't run like that convertible, but what the heck, it's good enough for me. Oh, my goodness. Stalled again. Here comes Bullard in his DeSoto. Hope he doesn't see me in this old car. How am I ever going to explain it?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Mr. Bullard.
I see you're driving your old car again.
Well, yes, you see...
I'm afraid it's all my fault.
Huh?
If I hadn't advised you to buy that railroad stock, you wouldn't have lost all that money.
Lost money?
Yes. The bottom dropped right out yesterday.
Oh, yes, it did, didn't it?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. If there's anything I can do for you...
Well, right now, would you mind giving me a little push?
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson, with music by Jack Meekin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand.
Pardon me, John. Folks, several times during this season we've spoken to the ladies in our audience about the need for nurses. We just want to remind you again that nursing is a respected and well-paying profession. Any of you who are high school graduates or college students should certainly look into nursing as a lifetime career. Your nearest hospital can give you all the information you want.
This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Yes, sir.
If you're a homemaker who likes to save money, listen to this. A stainless steel cake and pie knife with a sparkling 6-inch serrated blade and a handle of gleaming agatron, an honest $1.25 value, it's yours for only 35 cents and one top label from a package of Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. It's the perfect cake and pie knife for your table, perfect for kitchen use. Send 35 cents and one Pabstet package top label to the Phoenix Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Got that? 35 cents, one Pabstet label. The address again, Phoenix, Phenix, Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Parquet tastes so good, it tastes as though it should cost twice as much. That's why millions serve Parquet.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's going on in Summerfield. Vacation time's over for the Great Gildersleeve and his little family. The great man is back on the job as water commissioner. Marjorie is fully recovered from her summer romance. And Leroy's sunburned nose has peeled for the third time. It's Saturday morning now, and the Gildersleeve family is just winding up a back-to-school shopping tour at Hogan Brothers department store.
Come on, children, let's get out of here.
Oh, Unky, couldn't we go up to the third floor for a minute? I just want to look at bandanas.
Now, have a heart, Marjorie. Your old uncle's all in, and so is his pocketbook. We've got all the packages we can carry anyway. Please, let's go home. Come on, Leroy. Where did that kid go?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, my goodness. Leroy, get off that escalator.
Look, Unc, no hands.
Leroy, stop showing off and come down here. Immediately, pronto.
Okay, Unc. We going now?
Oh, I just love to go shopping, don't you, Unky?
Yes, indeed. Now, if I can just squeeze through this. Don't stand there like a statue. Leroy, open the door for me.
Sure, Unc.
Certainly be glad when we get these things in the car. Come on, children, let's go.
Bye, Unky.
Huh? Where are you going?
Well, I promised to meet Francie at the record shop.
Oh.
And thanks, Uncle Mort, for getting me that Sloppy Joe sweater and those sandals and that darling dress. You're just the best Unky in the whole world, and you deserve a great big kiss.
Run along, my dear.
And, Unky, you won't mind taking my packages, will you?
Packages? No, not at all. Pile them on.
Bye.
Goodbye. Leroy, how about taking a few of these packages?
Sorry, Unc, I've got to go, too.
What?
Remember you said I could go to the movies this afternoon? You promised.
I did? Well, all right, go ahead. Old Uncle Mort will go home alone.
And, Unc, thanks for getting me those cords and that flight jacket. You're a swell guy. And you deserve a great big...
Never mind, Leroy. Just run along.
So long.
Hope I can make it to the parking lot. Children. They're wonderful. But I'm glad I only have to raise 2. The way prices are now, one more would put me in the poorhouse. Parking lot is doing all right, though. Now, where did I leave my cup? There it is in that row over there. Oh! Watch where you're going! Out-of-state license. I made it. Now, if I can just get this door open. What's that? A baby! Hey, what are you doing in my car? Or did I get the wrong car? Let's see. Hole in the top, dent in the fender, jelly on the seat. Yeah, this is my car. How did that baby get in there? Where's that parking attendant? Hey, young man.
Yeah?
Come here a minute.
What's the matter, mister?
Look what's in the back of my car.
What?
On the seat there.
Well, what do you know? A baby!
Yes, it's a baby, all right.
Yes, sir. Cute little baby girl. Kitty, 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 coo. Kitty, kitty.
Now, look here.
You bet you're pretty proud of her, all right.
What?
About 6 months old, isn't she?
I don't know how old she is.
Huh?
The baby does not belong to me. Somebody left it in my car.
Well, what do you know? Wonder who did that?
How do I know? Probably some woman shopper got mixed up. You take that baby right out of there, and you keep it till the mother shows up.
Oh, mister, I ain't got time to take care of baby. I got cars to park.
Well, I haven't got time either. Besides, it's your responsibility.
Oh, I don't know about that. You found it in your car.
Well, it's your parking lot.
Look, see that sign up there?
Huh?
Not responsible for things taken out of cars.
What about it?
Well, that goes for things put in cars, too. And that includes babies.
Look, you...
Well, you're on your own, mister.
Well, by George, is the last time I'll ever come into this parking lot.
It's okay with me.
And when that mother shows up, you tell her she'll find her baby down at the police station. It serves her right for being so careless.
Okay, I'll tell her.
Oh, what a day. Everything happens to me. What are you laughing at? Well, here we are, baby. This is where you get off. You're a little young to be going to a police station, but don't worry, you won't be here long. Your mom will come and get you. How do you pick a baby up? Come on. Hold still now. Baby, stop wiggling. Daisy. Yeah, now I got you. Oop, maybe got your little finger in my eye. Mustn't do that. Oh, I forgot your bottle. There. Now if I can just kick this door closed. There. Oh, you're a heavy little rascal. Oh, my goodness, the bottle's upside down, got milk all over my shoe. Oh, well, I need a shine anyway. Yeah, well, don't worry. Chief Gates will take good care of you. Yeah, there he is. You see him? That fat fellow behind the desk. Oh, Chief.
Well, hello, Mr. Gill. Well, what have you got there, Commissioner?
What does it look like?
What are you doing, a little baby sitting on the side?
Look, Chief, I found...
Hey, she's sweet. And look at those little blonde curls. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Chief.
Whose baby is she, Commissioner?
I don't know.
What?
I found her in a parking lot.
Parking lot?
Yeah, the mother left her in my car.
Oh, an abandoned child.
Let's not get dramatic, Chief. The mother was probably running around shopping and got mixed up, that's all.
Oh, well, she certainly is sweet.
Yes.
You wouldn't believe this, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I had blonde curls like that when I was a baby.
Very interesting.
Well, that's a fact. Why, everybody thought I looked like a girl.
You've certainly changed, brother. Chief, I gotta be running along. You can just keep that baby here till the mother shows up. Here's her bottle in case she gets...
Now, wait a minute, Commissioner. I can't take that baby.
Why not?
A police station is no place for a baby. You wouldn't want her associating with criminals at her age.
Oh, for goodness sake, she's not going to turn into a pickpocket in one day.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but no can do.
That's ridiculous. You always take lost kids to a police station.
Not this one. We don't have the proper facilities. What a baby needs is a woman's care.
Well, you used to look like a girl.
Now, Commissioner, I'll tell you what you do. You just take Babykins home.
Home?
Yes, and Birdie can take care of it until you hear from us.
But, Chief...
That's an order from the police department. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye, Babykins. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Oh, kitchy, kitchy, coo yourself. Hooker's got to get me out of this. He's supposed to be my lawyer. Yes, I know. You're a nice little baby, but I can't take you home.
Come on. Hello, Gildy. Well, a baby.
How did you guess?
Oh, I must say that you make a very fetching nursemaid.
You can skip the so-called humor, Judge.
My, she's a chubby little youngster. Hello there. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Judge, is that all anybody can say? Look, Horace, you've got to help me out. I found this baby.
I know, Gildy, I know. Chief Gates just phoned me.
Oh, he did? Well, what am I going to do? I don't see why I should have to take care of her. How do I know when the mother will show up?
Now, keep cool, Gildy. Just sit down and relax.
Well, I'll sit down, but I won't relax. Hold still now, baby. Well, you're my lawyer, Judge. What do I do?
I've got that all worked out, Gildy.
Hurry up, Horace.
Well, first of all, let's examine the facts.
Ye gods, get to the point.
Well, Gildy, right now, the baby is in your possession.
I don't need a lawyer to tell me that.
And in the legal phraseology of Blackstone, possession is 9 points of the law.
But you mean I've got to keep the baby? I thought you said you had it all worked out.
I have, Gildy. Your worries are all over. I'm going to take the little tyke off your hand.
You are? Are you going to keep her?
Well, not exactly. A Miss Simpson runs a very fine foundling home a few miles out of town. I'll simply put the child in her care until the mother returns.
Well, that's wonderful, Judge. I don't know how to thank you, old friend.
That's all right, Gildy. That's what friends are for.
You're true blue, Horace. And I'm sorry that I called you harsh names in the past, like windbag and old bag of bones.
Don't mention it, Gildy. And I'm sorry that I've sometimes referred to you as fatty face.
Well, that's all right. Well, guess I'll be going. Here's the baby, Horace.
Oh, I can't take her now, Gildy.
What?
Why, it'll take several days to get her in the home.
Several days?
Well, they're overcrowded. There'll be forms to fill out. Red tape. So you just take the baby home.
But, Judge...
Now, don't worry, Gildy. It won't take me long.
By the time you get her in that home, she'll have a family of her own.
Gildy.
You old windbag.
Fatty face.
Bag of bones.
Now look what you did.
Don't cry, baby. Don't cry now. I'm going to take you home. How do I get into these things?
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. You know, Birdie, the Gildersleeve housekeeper, tells me she isn't settled in her ways. She just doesn't get settled about something until she finds out it's really good. That right, Birdie?
No change in me when I know something's extra good.
I guess you're settled on parquet, then.
It tastes so good, that's why. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
That's natural, Birdie. Parquet, which costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads, is prepared as carefully as a rare luxury food. Only selected products of American farms are used in making it. That's why parquet has such a sweet, light flavor and makes such a delicious topping for rolls, waffles, pancakes, biscuits, as well as bread. And parquet is as nourishing as it is delicious. Every pound is packed with food value, plus 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
It tastes so good, that's what settled me.
Well, most people are like you, Birdie. They like parquet because it's just grand food to eat.
Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
So, friends, try parquet, the delicious spread that tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's late afternoon now, and the great Gildersleeve still has a little visitor at his house. The little stranger's made herself right at home in the living room. Right now, she's contentedly surveying the world from the bottom of a clothes basket.
Hello, little sweetheart. Hello, little blue eye.
Marjorie, get away from that baby. You've been bothering her all afternoon.
Unky, can't I pick her up and hold her just once more?
Please, Marjorie, just leave her there in the basket. Maybe she'll go to sleep.
All right. Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm going to get married and have a baby girl just like her.
Yeah, maybe you better finish high school first. You'll have plenty of time to get... That must be Chief Gates. Maybe the mother's turned up. It's about time. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Chief. Is the mother down there?
No, she hasn't shown up all day. You know what I think, Commissioner? I don't think she's coming back.
That's certainly using your head, Chief.
Thanks. That's what I get paid for.
You've got to do something, Chief. Send your men out and find her.
Don't worry. You just sit tight.
Sit tight.
And, Commissioner.
Yes?
Give my love to Babykins.
Oh, Fred, goodbye. Where is that mother?
Didn't they find her yet, Unky?
No, not yet.
Oh, Unky, couldn't we keep the baby here just till Mother comes back?
Marjorie, you know we can't do that. Why, the mother might not show up for months.
Well, I take real good care of it, and you wouldn't have to do it.
No, my dear, you know, just get the idea out of your head. The baby will be a lot better off in that foundling home. Besides, we can't... Leroy, do you have to slam that door?
What a movie, Unc. You should have seen old Tex clean up those cattle rustlers. Bang! Bang!
Leroy.
Be quiet. The baby's trying to sleep.
Yeah, old Tex, you're... Baby? Gee, it is a baby. Where'd it come from?
Unky found it in the parking lot.
Huh?
We're just keeping it for somebody.
Keeping it for somebody? Who?
I don't know.
What?
Now, Leroy, don't ask a lot of questions. She's only going to be here for a day or two.
Oh, that's good.
Look at her, Leroy. Isn't she a cute little girl?
Cute? She looks goofy to me.
Well, she does not. She's beautiful.
Ah, that little squirt. She looks goofy.
Well, when you were a baby, Leroy, you looked pretty goofy yourself.
Everybody said I looked just like you, huh?
Leroy! You may go upstairs.
See, Smarty.
No.
And you too, Marjorie. We'll just let the baby sleep now.
Oh, all right. Goodbye, little sweetheart.
Goodbye, little sweetheart.
Oh, you keep still.
Children. And now I've got 3 of them.
Gildersleeve?
Yes, Birdie?
Baby all right?
Seems to be fine.
Well, I'm getting her next feeding ready. Oh, yes, she must have heard me. Look at her.
Yeah.
Mr. Gildersleeve, isn't that the prettiest little thing you ever saw?
Yeah, she sure is. By the way, Birdie, there's no sign of the mother yet.
Oh, that's a shame.
Looks like we may have to keep the baby for a few days.
Oh, that's nice, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm going to hate to see her go. As far as I'm concerned, we should just keep her here forever.
Well, we couldn't do that, Birdie. I'm afraid we're going to have to let the judge put her in that foundling home.
Oh.
What's the matter? You think that's the best place for her, don't you?
Well, if you say so. If it was up to me, I wouldn't let that child go to no home. I'd keep her right here with us. But it ain't up to me. It's up to you.
But, Birdie, this baby isn't our responsibility. You know that.
Yes, sir. I know it, but that little baby don't. All she knows is she wants love and affection, but it ain't up to me. It's up to you.
But, Birdie...
It's up to you. If you got your mind made up to send that poor little thing away, you send her away. It ain't up to me. It's up to you.
Now, look, Birdie.
If it was up to me, she'd stay right here in that clothes basket, but it ain't up to me.
But, Birdie...
No, sir. It's up to you.
I wish it wasn't up to me. Why does everybody have to be so unreasonable? About all I can do to just raise Leroy and Marjorie. Oh, Adeline. Well, come in.
Throckmorton, what's all this I hear about you finding? Oh, there she is, in a clothes basket. Isn't she cunning?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, look at those pink cheeks. You're just a regular little peach blossom. That's what you is. Kitty, 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 coo. Throckmorton, you're wonderful. Taking care of this little waif.
Well.
Yes, indeed. Why, you're a knight in shining armor.
I am?
Yes, sirree. I can just see you rescuing that little child and riding away on your white horse.
Well, not a horse exactly. Just my old Studebaker.
Oh, it's wonderful you've taken this little bundle of heaven into your home.
Well, it's just for a few days.
Too bad you're not going to keep her longer. Be so much fun for us.
Fun, for us?
Oh, of course, silly. I could come over in the evening and help you babysit.
You would?
Mm-hmm. And we could kitchy-coo the baby together.
Well, and maybe after the baby's asleep, we could sit on a sofa and do a little kitchy-cooing ourselves.
Oh, you.
Maybe we could start tonight, Adeline.
Throckmorton.
Yes?
You know, I just thought of something.
What's that?
Well, after a while, maybe we'd get so used to the baby we'd want to keep it for our very own.
Huh?
Of course, we'd have to go through some silly little old formalities like a marriage ceremony.
Marriage ceremony?
Why, yes. Throckmorton, where are you going?
Down to Peavy's to get some cough syrup for the baby.
Well, the baby isn't coughing.
Don't want to take any chances. Goodbye. Hello, Phoebe.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop.
What?
When the wind blows the cradle.
Phoebe, do you have to sing that song?
Well, it seems rather appropriate in view of your little visitor.
Uh-huh.
According to the judge, she's quite an attractive little tot.
Yeah.
I tell you, there's nothing can get under your skin like a babykin. Like a babykin. That's a little witticism. They're sometimes called babykin.
I know, Pete.
Well, I thought that was rather humorous. Babykin, babykin.
All right. You know, Peavy, people can be awfully unreasonable sometimes.
Yeah, some people can, I guess.
Just because I found this baby, everybody thinks I ought to keep her. Now, let me ask you something.
Yeah?
Suppose you'd found this baby in a parking lot.
Oh, that couldn't happen to me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why not?
I never go to a parking lot. I always park in the alley and save a quarter.
All right. But say you did find this baby and you took it home. Now, what would you do?
Well, first of all, I'd have to explain it to Mrs. Peavy.
Can't you leave Mrs. Peavy out of this?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you don't know Mrs. Peavy.
Well, tell me just one thing. Would you keep her or send her away?
Who, Mrs. Peavy?
No! I don't know why I came in here. Peavy, you're a big help.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't either. I'll figure this out for myself.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you really want my advice...
Yes, Peavy?
After this, I'd park my car in the alley.
That you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Birdie.
Got some news for you. Gonna make you mighty happy.
Oh, you have? What's that?
The judge phoned. Said he fixed things for the baby to go to that home tonight.
He did?
Yes, sir. He's coming over to get her right now.
Well, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Where's Marjorie?
Up in her room. She don't feel so good.
Oh, well, she'll get over it. This is the best way, Birdie.
Yes, if you say so. It ain't up to me. It's up to you.
Well, I'll be glad when this is over. Better make sure the baby's ready. Hello. How are you? Well, that's good. Baby, I don't suppose anybody's told you, but you're going away to a nice home. You won't mind that, will you? Of course not. You'll meet a lot of other little babies there, too. You'll have lots of fun. Gee, you are cute. Baby, you understand, don't you? You know I don't want to send you away. But it's for your own good. And you'll be happy there, too. In a day or two, you'll forget all about us. Won't you? Sure. Wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Well, you gotta get ready. Let me tie you a little bonnet. Oop. Say, that's my thumb you got there. Let go now. Let go. Look at those little fingers. They're so tiny. Let go now. Oh.
I'll get it.
Well, guess that's the judge.
Afternoon, Judge.
Hello, Birdie. The baby all ready?
Yes, sir, she's in the living room.
Well, baby, guess it's time for you to go.
Well, hello, Gildy.
Hello, Judge.
Well, if I do say so myself, I handled this matter with a great deal of speed and dispatch. I knew you were in a hurry, so...
Yes, Judge, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, is the little infant all ready?
Yes.
Then I better get started. If you'll just hand her to me.
Judge, you're sure the home isn't too overcrowded now?
Oh, no. All the arrangements are made. Miss Simpson has an empty crib waiting.
Oh, she has, huh? Well, don't you think you ought to wait till morning, Judge? It's getting a little chilly out.
Now, don't worry, Gildy. I'll bundle her up. Well, come on. Give me the baby.
Well, I can't. She won't let go of my thumb.
What's the matter with you? Look out. I'll pick her up. There you are, baby. Well, bye, Gildy.
Bye. Goodbye, baby.
Now, don't start to cry. Come on now.
Hookers, give me that baby.
What?
Don't argue with me. Give her back to me. Come on, baby. You see, she doesn't want to go with you. She wants to stay here with me. Don't you, baby?
But, Gildy, Miss Simpson's expecting her. What about that empty crib?
Miss Simpson can put you in the empty crib, you old goat.
Gildy, you're an old faker.
Well, maybe I am.
Kitchy, 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 coo.
She's got my thumb again.
The great Gildersleeve and his new ward will be back again very soon. It's only when you try it that you really know how good parquet tastes. Yes, when you try parquet margarine on hot muffins, waffles, biscuits, pancakes, as well as bread, you can tell it's been prepared like a rare luxury food. For parquet tastes like a luxury, tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Parquet is nourishing and fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. It's economical, costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads. But most important, parquet tastes so good. Tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Yeah. Come on now, give Uncle Throckmorton a great big smile. That's right.
Miss Gildersleeve, you better get started now. You're going to be late for work.
Oh, yes, I guess I will. Well...
And on the way home tonight, would you mind stopping at Hogan Brothers and getting a few things?
Hogan Brothers? I just went shopping there.
Yes, sir. But you got an addition to the family now, and she needs a lot of things. Here's the list.
Oh, thanks. Let's see here. Crib, 2 blankets, 6 nightshirts, baby dresses. Didn't know babies were so expensive. Oh, well, what the heck? They're worth it.
That's where my money goes to buy my baby clothes.
Leroy!
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Dean Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's a quick, easy way to make midnight snacks, cold meats, and cheese sandwiches much more delicious. Just add a little Kraft prepared mustard, and you add a lot of tang. Hidden flavors pop out. Every bite is more delicious. There are 2 kinds of Kraft mustard, you know. Light, delicately spiced salad mustard for those who prefer mild mustard, and Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Have both kinds on your shelf. Then, with every meat dish you serve, add a little mustard and you add a lot of tang. Ask for Kraft Prepared Mustard.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Parquet tastes so good, it tastes as though it should cost twice as much. That's why millions serve Parquet.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's going on in Summerfield. Vacation time's over for the Great Gildersleeve and his little family. The great man is back on the job as water commissioner. Marjorie is fully recovered from her summer romance. And Leroy's sunburned nose has peeled for the third time. It's Saturday morning now, and the Gildersleeve family is just winding up a back-to-school shopping tour at Hogan Brothers Department Store.
Come on, children, let's get out of here.
Oh, Unky, couldn't we go up to the third floor for a minute? I just want to look at bandanas.
Now, have a heart, Marjorie. Your old uncle's all in, and so is his pocketbook. We've got all the packages we can carry anyway. Please, let's go home. Come on, Leroy. Where did that kid go?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, my goodness. Leroy, get off that escalator.
Look, Unc, no hands.
Leroy, stop showing off and come down here. Immediately, pronto.
Okay, Unc. We going now?
Oh, I just love to go shopping, don't you, Unky?
Yes, indeed. Now, if I can just squeeze through this. Don't stand there like a statue. Leroy, open the door for me.
Sure, Unc.
Oh. Certainly be glad when we get these things in the car. Come on, children, let's
Goodbye,
go.
Unky.
Huh? Where are you going?
Well, I promised to meet Francie at the record shop.
Oh.
And thanks, Uncle Mort, for getting me that Sloppy Joe sweater and those sandals and that darling dress. You're just the best Unky in the whole world, and you deserve a great big kiss.
Run along, my dear.
And, Unky, you won't mind taking my packages, will you?
Packages? No, not at all. Pile them on.
Bye.
Goodbye. Leroy, how about taking a few of these packages?
Sorry, Unc, I've got to go, too.
What?
Remember you said I could go to the movies this afternoon? You promised.
I did? Well, all right, go ahead. Old Uncle Mort will go home alone.
And, Unc, thanks for getting me those cords and that flight jacket. You're a swell guy. And you deserve a great big...
Never mind, Leroy. Just run along.
So long.
Hope I can make it to the parking lot. Children. They're wonderful. But I'm glad I only have to raise 2. The way prices are now, 1 more would put me in the poorhouse. Parking lot is doing all right, though. Now, where did I leave my cup? There it is, in that row over there. Oh! Watch where you're going! Out-of-state license. I made it. Now, if I can just get this door open. What's that? A baby! Hey, what are you doing in my car? Or did I get the wrong car? Let's see. Hole in the top, dent in the fender, jelly on the seat. Yeah, this is my car. How did that baby get in there? Where's that parking attendant? Hey, young man.
Yeah?
Come here a minute.
What's the matter, mister?
Look what's in the back of my car.
What?
On the seat there.
Well, what do you know? A baby!
Yes, it's a baby, all right.
Yes, sir. Cute little baby girl. Kitty, 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 coo. Kitty, kitty.
Now, look here.
I bet you're pretty proud of her, all right.
What?
About 6 months old, isn't she?
I don't know how old she is.
Huh?
The baby does not belong to me. Somebody left it in my car.
Well, what do you know? Wonder who did that?
How do I know? Probably some woman shopper got mixed up. You take that baby right out of there, and you keep it till the mother shows up.
Well, mister, I ain't got time to take care of a baby. I got cars to park.
Well, I haven't got time either. Besides, it's your responsibility.
Oh, I don't know about that. You found it in your car.
Well, it's your parking lot.
Look, see that sign up there?
Huh?
Not responsible for things taken out of cars.
What about it?
Well, that goes for things put in cars, too. And that includes babies.
Look, you...
Well, you're on your own, mister.
Well, by George, is the last time I'll ever come into this parking lot.
It's okay with me.
And when that mother shows up, you tell her she'll find her baby down at the police station. It serves her right for being so careless.
Okay, I'll tell her.
Oh, what a day. Everything happens to me. What are you laughing at? Well, here we are, baby. This is where you get off. You're a little young to be going to a police station, but don't worry, you won't be here long. Your mom will come and get you. How do you pick a baby up? Come on. Hold still now. Baby, stop wiggling. Upsy-daisy. Yeah, now I got you. Oop, maybe got your little finger in my eye. Mustn't do that. Oh, I forgot your bottle. There. Now, if I can just kick this door closed. There. Oh, you're a heavy little rascal. Oh, my goodness, the bottle's upside down, got milk all over my shoe. Oh, well, I need a shine anyway. Yeah, well, don't worry. Chief Gates will take good care of you. Yeah, there he is. You see him? That fat fellow behind the desk. Oh, Chief.
Well, hello, Mr. Gill. Well, what have you got there, Commissioner?
What does it look like?
What are you doing, a little baby sitting on the side?
Look, Chief, I found...
Hey, she's sweet. And look at those little blonde curls. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Chief.
Whose baby is she, Commissioner?
I don't know.
What?
I found her in a parking lot.
Parking lot?
Yeah, the mother left her in my car.
Oh, an abandoned child.
Let's not get dramatic, Chief. The mother was probably running around shopping and got mixed up, that's all.
Oh, well, she certainly is sweet.
Yes.
You wouldn't believe this, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I had blonde curls like that when I was a baby.
Very interesting.
Well, that's a fact. Why, everybody thought I looked like a girl.
You've certainly changed, brother. Chief, I gotta be running along. You can just keep that baby here till the mother shows up. Here's her bottle in case she gets...
Now, wait a minute, Commissioner. I can't take that baby.
Why not?
A police station is no place for a baby. You wouldn't want her associating with criminals at her age.
Oh, for goodness sake, she's not going to turn into a pickpocket in one day.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but no can do.
That's ridiculous. You always take lost kids to a police station.
Not this one. We don't have the proper facilities. What a baby needs is a woman's care.
Well, you used to look like a girl.
Now, Commissioner, I'll tell you what you do. You just take Babykins home.
Oh?
Yes, and Birdie can take care of it until you hear from us.
But, Chief...
That's an order from the police department. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye, Babykins. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Oh, kitchy, kitchy, coo yourself. Hooker's got to get me out of this. He's supposed to be my lawyer. Yes, I know. You're a nice little baby, but I can't take you home.
Come on. Hello, Gildy. Well, a baby.
How did you guess?
Oh, I must say that you make a very fetching nursemaid.
You can skip the so-called humor, Judge.
My, she's a chubby little youngster. Hello there. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Judge, is that all anybody can say? Look, Horace, you've got to help me out. I found this baby.
I know, Gildy, I know. Chief Gates just phoned me.
Oh, he did? Well, what am I going to do? I don't see why I should have to take care of her. How do I know when the mother will show up?
Now, keep cool, Gildy. Just sit down and relax.
Well, I'll sit down, but I won't relax. Hold still now, baby. Well, you're my lawyer, Judge. What do I do?
I've got that all worked out, Gildy.
Hurry up, Horace.
Well, first of all, let's examine the facts.
Ye gods, get to the point.
Well, Gildy, right now, the baby is in your possession.
I don't need a lawyer to tell me that.
And in the legal phraseology of Blackstone, possession is 9 points of the law.
But you mean I've got to keep the baby? I thought you said you had it all worked out.
I have, Gildy. Your worries are all over. I'm going to take the little tyke off your hand.
You are? Are you going to keep her?
Well, not exactly. A Miss Simpson runs a very fine foundling home a few miles out of town. I'll simply put the child in her care until the mother returns.
Well, that's wonderful, Judge. I don't know how to thank you, old friend.
That's all right, Gildy. That's what friends are for.
You're true blue, Horace. And I'm sorry that I called you harsh names in the past, like windbag and old bag of bones.
Don't mention it, Gildy. And I'm sorry that I've sometimes referred to you as fatty face.
Well, that's all right. Well, guess I'll be going. Here's the baby, Horace.
Oh, I can't take her now, Gildy.
What?
Why, it'll take several days to get her in the home.
Several days?
Well, they're overcrowded. There'll be forms to fill out. Red tape. So you just take the baby home.
But, Judge...
Now, don't worry, Gildy. It won't take me long.
By the time you get her in that home, she'll have a family of her own.
Gildy.
You old windbag.
Fatty face.
Bag of bones.
Now look what you did.
Don't cry, baby. Don't cry now. I'm going to take you home. How do I get into these things?
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. You know, Birdie, the Gildersleeve housekeeper, tells me she isn't settled in her ways. She just doesn't get settled about something until she finds out it's really good. That right, Birdie?
No change in me when I know something's extra good.
I guess you're settled on parquet, then.
It tastes so good, that's why. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
That's natural, Birdie. Parquet, which costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads, is prepared as carefully as a rare luxury food. Only selected products of American farms are used in making it. That's why parquet has such a sweet, light flavor and makes such a delicious topping for rolls, waffles, pancakes, biscuits, as well as bread. And parquet is as nourishing as it is delicious. Every pound is packed with food value, plus 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
It tastes so good, that's what settled me.
Well, most people are like you, Birdie. They like parquet because it's just grand food to eat.
Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
So, friends, try parquet, the delicious spread that tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's late afternoon now, and the great Gildersleeve still has a little visitor at his house. The little stranger's made herself right at home in the living room. Right now, she's contentedly surveying the world from the bottom of a clothes basket.
Hello, little sweetheart. Hello, little blue eye.
Marjorie, get away from that baby. You've been bothering her all afternoon.
Unky, can't I pick her up and hold her just once more?
Please, Marjorie, just leave her there in the basket. Maybe she'll go to sleep.
All right. Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm going to get married and have a baby girl just like her.
Yeah, maybe you better finish high school first. You have plenty of time to get... That must be Chief Gates. Maybe the mother's turned up. It's about time. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Chief. Is the mother down there?
No, she hasn't shown up all day. You know what I think, Commissioner? I don't think she's coming back.
That's certainly using your head, Chief.
Thanks. That's what I get paid for.
You've got to do something, Chief. Send your men out and find her.
Don't worry. You just sit tight.
Sit tight.
And, Commissioner.
Yes?
Give my love to Babykins.
Oh, Alfred, goodbye. Where is that mother?
Did they find her yet, Unky?
No, not yet.
Oh, Unky, couldn't we keep the baby here just till Mother comes back?
Marjorie, you know we can't do that. Why, the mother might not show up for months.
Well, I take real good care of it, and you wouldn't have to do it.
No, my dear, you know, just get the idea out of your head. The baby will be a lot better off in that foundling home. Besides, we can... Leroy, do you have to slam that door?
What a movie, Unc. You should have seen old Tex clean up those cattle rustlers. Bang! Bang!
Leroy.
Be quiet. The baby's trying to sleep.
Yeah, old Tex, you're... Baby? Gee, it is a baby. Where did it come from?
Unky found it in a parking lot.
Huh?
We're just keeping it for somebody.
Keeping it for somebody? Who?
I don't know.
What?
Now, Leroy, don't ask a lot of questions. It's only going to be here for a day or two.
Oh, that's good.
Look at her, Leroy. Isn't she a cute little girl?
Cute? She looks goofy to me.
Well, she does not. She's beautiful.
That little squirt, she looks goofy.
Well, when you were a baby, Leroy, you looked pretty goofy yourself.
Everybody said I looked just like you, Unc.
Leroy! You may go upstairs.
See, Smarty.
No.
And you too, Marjorie. We'll just let the baby sleep now.
Oh, all right. Goodbye, little sweetheart.
Goodbye, little sweetheart.
Oh, you keep still.
Children. And now I've got 3 of them.
Gildersleeve?
Yes, Birdie?
Baby all right?
Seems to be fine.
Well, I'm getting her next feeding ready. Oh, yes, she must have heard me. Look at her.
Yeah.
Mr. Gildersleeve, isn't that the prettiest little thing you ever saw?
Yeah, she sure is. By the way, Birdie, there's no sign of the mother yet.
Oh, that's a shame.
Looks like we may have to keep the baby for a few days.
Oh, that's nice, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was going to hate to see her go. As far as I'm concerned, we should just keep her here forever.
Well, we couldn't do that, Birdie. I'm afraid we're going to have to let the judge put her in that foundling home.
Oh.
What's the matter? You think that's the best place for her, don't you?
Well, if you say so. If it was up to me, I wouldn't let that child go to no home. I'd keep her right here with us. But it ain't up to me. It's up to you.
But, Birdie, this baby isn't our responsibility. You know that.
Yes, sir. I know it, but that little baby don't. All she knows is she wants love and affection, but it ain't up to me. It's up to you.
But, Birdie...
It's up to you. If you got your mind made up to send that poor little thing away, you send her away. It ain't up to me. It's up to you.
Now, look, Birdie.
If it was up to me, she'd stay right here in that clothes basket, but it ain't up to me.
But, Birdie...
No, sir. It's up to you.
I wish it wasn't up to me. Why does everybody have to be so unreasonable? About all I can do to just raise Leroy and Marjorie.
Throckmorton.
Oh, Adeline. Well, come in.
Throckmorton, what's all this I hear about you finding? Oh, there she is, in a clothes basket. Isn't she cunning?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, look at those pink cheeks. You're just a regular little peach blossom. That's what you is. Kitty, 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 coo. Throckmorton, you're wonderful. Taking care of this little waif.
Well.
Yes, indeed. Why, you're a knight in shining armor.
I am?
Yes, sirree. I can just see you rescuing that little child and riding away on your white horse.
Well, not a horse exactly. Just my old Studebaker.
Oh, it's wonderful you've taken this little bundle of heaven into your home.
Well, it's just for a few days.
Too bad you're not going to keep her longer. Be so much fun for us.
Fun, for us?
Oh, of course, silly. I could come over in the evening and help you babysit.
You would?
Mm-hmm. And we could kitchy-coo the baby together.
Well, and maybe after the baby's asleep, we could sit on a sofa and do a little kitchy-cooing ourselves.
Oh, you.
Maybe we could start tonight, Adeline.
Throckmorton.
Yes?
You know, I just thought of something.
What's that?
Well, after a while, maybe we'd get so used to the baby we'd want to keep it for our very own.
Huh?
Of course, we'd have to go through some silly little old formalities like a marriage ceremony.
Marriage ceremony?
Why, yes. Throckmorton, where are you going?
Down to Peavy's to get some cough syrup for the baby.
Well, the baby isn't coughing.
Don't want to take any chances. Goodbye. Hello, Phoebe.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop.
What?
When the wind blows the cradle.
Phoebe, do you have to sing that song?
Well, it seems rather appropriate in view of your little visitor.
Uh-huh.
According to the judge, she's quite an attractive little tot.
Yes.
I tell you, there's nothing can get under your skin like a babykin. Like a babykin. That's a little witticism. They're sometimes called babykin.
I know, Pete.
Well, I thought that was rather humorous. Babykin, babykin.
All right. You know, Peavy, people can be awfully unreasonable sometimes.
Yeah, some people can, I guess.
Just because I found this baby, everybody thinks I ought to keep her. Now, let me ask you something.
All right.
Suppose you'd found this baby in a parking lot.
Oh, that couldn't happen to me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why not?
I never go to a parking lot. I always park in the alley and save a quarter.
All right. But say you did find this baby and you took it home. Now, what would you do?
Well, first of all, I'd have to explain it to Mrs. Peavy.
Can't you leave Mrs. Peavy out of this?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you don't know Mrs. Peavy.
Well, tell me just one thing. Would you keep her or send her away?
Who, Mrs. Peavy?
No! I don't know why I came in here. Peavy, you're a big help.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't either. I'll figure this out for myself.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you really want my advice...
Yes, Peavy?
After this, I'd park my car in the alley.
Oh!
That you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Birdie.
Got some news for you. Gonna make you mighty happy.
Oh, you have? What's that?
The judge phoned. Said he fixed things for the baby to go to that home tonight.
He did?
Yes, sir. He's coming over to get her right now.
Well, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Where's Marjorie?
Up in her room. She don't feel so good.
Oh, well, she'll get over it. This is the best way, Birdie.
Yes, if you say so. It ain't up to me. It's up to you.
Oh. Well, I'll be glad when this is over. Better make sure the baby's ready. Hello. How are you? Well, that's good. Baby, I don't suppose anybody's told you, but you're going away to a nice home. You won't mind that, will you? Of course not. You'll meet a lot of other little babies there, too. You'll have lots of fun. Gee, you are cute. Baby, you understand, don't you? You know I don't want to send you away. But it's for your own good. And you'll be happy there, too. In a day or two, you'll forget all about us. Won't you? Sure. Wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Well, you gotta get ready. Let me tie you a little bonnet. Oop. Say, that's my thumb you got there. Let go now. Let go. Look at those little fingers. They're so tiny. Let go now. Oh.
I'll get it.
Well, guess that's the judge.
Afternoon, Judge.
Hello, Birdie. Baby all ready?
Yes, sir, she's in the living room.
Well, baby, guess it's time for you to go.
Well, hello, Gildy.
Hello, Judge.
Well, if I do say so myself, I handled this matter with a great deal of speed and dispatch. I knew you were in a hurry, so...
Yes, Judge, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, is the little infant all ready?
Yes.
Then I better get started. If you'll just hand her to me.
Judge, you're sure the home isn't too overcrowded now?
Oh, no. All the arrangements are made. Miss Simpson has an empty crib waiting.
Oh, she has, huh? Well, don't you think you ought to wait till morning, Judge? It's getting a little chilly out.
Now, don't worry, Gildy. I'll bundle her up. Well, come on. Give me the baby.
Well, I can't. She won't let go of my thumb.
What's the matter with you? Look out. I'll pick her up. There you are, baby. Well, bye, Gildy.
Bye. Goodbye, baby.
Now, don't start to cry. Come on, now.
Hooker, give me that baby.
What?
Don't argue with me. Give her back to me. Come on, baby. You see, she doesn't want to go with you. She wants to stay here with me. Don't you, baby?
But, Gildy, Miss Simpson's expecting her. What about that empty crib?
Miss Simpson can put you in the empty crib, you old goat.
Gildy, you're an old faker.
Well, maybe I am. Kitchy, 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 coo. She's got my thumb again.
The great Gildersleeve and Lucille Ward will be back again very soon. It's only when you try it that you really know how good Parquet tastes. Yes, when you try Parquet margarine on hot muffins, waffles, biscuits, pancakes, as well as bread, you can tell it's been prepared like a rare luxury food. For Parquet tastes like a luxury, tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Parquet is nourishing and fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. It's economical, costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads. But most important, Parquet tastes so good. Tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Ask for Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Yeah. Come on now, give Uncle Throckmorton a great big smile. That's right.
Miss Gildersleeve, you better get started now. You're going to be late for work.
Oh, yes, I guess I will. Well...
And on the way home tonight, would you mind stopping at Hogan Brothers and getting a few things?
Hogan Brothers? I just went shopping there.
Yes, sir. But you got an addition to the family now, and she needs a lot of things. Here's the list.
Oh, thanks. Let's see here. Crib, 2 blankets, 6 nightshirts, baby dresses. Didn't know babies were so expensive. Oh, well, what the heck? They're worth it.
That's where my money goes to buy my baby clothes.
Leroy!
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Nina Merkel. The show was written by Dean Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Newton. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's a quick, easy way to make midnight snacks, cold meats, and cheese sandwiches much more delicious. Just add a little Kraft prepared mustard, and you add a lot of tang. Hidden flavors pop out. Every bite is more delicious. There are 2 kinds of Kraft mustard, you know. Light, delicately spiced salad mustard for those who prefer mild mustard, and Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Have both kinds on your shelf. Then, with every meat dish you serve, add a little mustard and you add a lot of tang. Ask for Kraft Prepared Mustard.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, for the past 2 weeks now, the Gildersleeve household has had a new look, and also a few new sounds. Yes, the little mystery baby that someone left in the Great Gildersleeve's car is practically a member of the family now. And the great man is behaving very much like a proud father.
Hello there, little girl. Kitchy, 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 coo. You're cute. They haven't found your mother yet, baby, but don't you worry. We'll take good care of you until they do. And I've got a surprise for you. We're going to take your picture today. I'm going down to Peavy's and get some film right now. Would you like to have your little picture taken? Ooh, she called me Daddy. Good morning, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. And what is your pleasure?
I want to roll a film for my brownie.
All right.
Going to take the baby's picture.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Want to get a picture before she gets too big. I've never seen a baby grow so fast. Why, she gained half an ounce yesterday.
You don't say. Well, here's your film.
Just charge it, please. Want to hurry up and get these pictures taken.
Mr. Gildersleeve, would you like me to load the camera for you?
Load it? Oh, I guess I can do it.
There's no extra charge. Part of our friendly service.
Oh, all right. You can probably do it faster than I can.
Well, it's a very simple operation. You merely open the back lid, then pull out the inside. Seems to be stuck. Oh, I forgot to pull out this little doojigger on the side.
Peavy, will you hurry it up a little, please?
As I said, it's a very simple operation. You pull it out like this. Now we're ready to put in the film.
Good.
First, we take the film out of the package.
That's a good idea.
Now, according to instructions, we insert this little tab in spool A. Now, which one is spool A?
Peavy, hurry up, will you? You know the sun goes down at 5 o'clock.
Let's see here. Now, this one could be spool A. No.
Oh, goodness.
Good morning, Mr. Peavy.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Pinckney. What can I do for you?
I just want a tube of toothpaste, please.
Very well.
Peavy, I was here first, and I'm in a hurry.
This will just take a moment, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, what size tube did you want, Mrs. Pinckney?
What sizes do you have?
Well, there's the small, medium, and large economy size.
Small, medium, and large economy size?
That's right. Small, medium, and large economy size.
Small, medium, large. Why doesn't he hurry up?
Mr. Peavy, what's the difference between them?
Well, one's small, one's medium, and one is rather large.
Excuse me, Madam Peavy. If you'll just give me back my film, I'll load the camera myself.
Just a moment, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, what size did you want, Mrs. Pinckney?
Well, I don't know. What size toothpaste do you use, Mr. Peavy?
I use tooth powder myself.
Ye gods.
Oh. Well, what sizes does the tooth powder come in?
Well, that comes in 3 sizes, too. Small, medium, and large.
Oh,
Would you like some tooth powder?
Well, I just can't make up my mind. I think I'll just let it go now and stop in on my way home. Good day, Mr. Peavy.
Good day, Mrs. Pinckney. Thank you, and call again.
Peavy, give me that film. I'll load the camera myself.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you want to.
I never saw anyone as slow as you. Peavy, do you know what you are? You're an old turtle.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh,
I wonder what's the matter with him.
All right, Marjorie. Now try to hold the baby still now. And look at the camera. You too, baby.
Hurry up. Take it, Unky.
Now, just a moment now. Let me look in here. Oh. Marjorie, move down one step. I've got your head cut off.
All right.
That's it. Now hold it. I got it.
Well, how about taking my picture now, huh?
Not now, Leroy. I want to get a few more of the baby first.
Okay.
Hold still, Marjorie. Hold still, baby. Look at the birdie. That was a good one. Now, let's get one of the baby on the lawn. Put her on the blanket, Marjorie.
All right. Unc, aren't you going to take one of me now?
Not now, Leroy. And move back. You're throwing a shadow on the baby.
Oh, for corn's sake.
All right, baby. A big smile now. Look at Birdie. Look at the birdie.
You coming, excuse me?
No, Birdie. All right, baby. Hold it now. Now, this time, let's try one of the babies sitting up.
Unc.
Huh?
You said you were going to take my picture. I got all dressed up, combed my hair and everything.
Oh, well, all right, Leroy.
Where do you want me to stand? Over here by the porch?
That's all right, I guess.
I'll just kind of lean against the railing like this. Do I look okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is my tie straight?
Yes.
Okay, I'll shoot it.
Oh, I can't, Leroy.
Huh? Why not?
I see I've just one film left. I want to get a picture of the baby lying on her stomach.
The baby. Everything's a baby.
Oh, you're just jealous.
I am not.
You are, too.
Now, Leroy, we've got a whole album of you. But if you insist, I'll take your picture.
You don't have to. I don't want my old picture taken anyhow. That's sissy stuff. You don't have to take my picture.
Okay, I won't.
Huh? You won't take my picture!
Oh, I give up.
Oh, hi, Craig.
What are you all dressed up for, Leroy? What are you all dressed up for?
None of your business.
I know. You were taking pictures, weren't you?
So what?
I was looking out our window. I saw you.
So what?
I didn't see your uncle take any pictures of you.
I didn't want any pictures.
He just took pictures of the baby.
I said I didn't want any pictures.
I bet your uncle likes the baby better than he does you.
Huh?
I bet he does.
I'll bet he doesn't. My uncle likes me 1,000,000 times better.
Then why didn't he take your picture?
I'll go home and tell your mother she wants you.
Why didn't he take your picture?
Because I didn't want him to. Now beat it.
Nobody took your picture. Nobody took your picture.
Beat it, you little squirt! Little squirt? Why doesn't he mind his own business? Who cares about an old picture anyway? And that's for girls. Oh, there you are. Think you're smart, don't you? Suppose you think Uncle likes you better than he does me. He does not. Uncle and me are pals. He takes me to the movies. And we go fishing together. But he wouldn't take you fishing. He wouldn't catch anything anyhow. Uncle do anything for me.
Oh, Leroy.
Yeah?
I want to ask you something, my boy.
Sure, what is it?
Well, Birdie and I were talking over, and we decided the baby ought to sleep in your room.
What?
Well, it's the sunniest room in the house, and the baby needs a lot of sun, you know.
I'm not going to sleep in the same room with a baby.
That's right. We're moving you into the sewing room.
Sewing room?
We'll fix it all up for you. You can move your pennants and your little radio and your turtle.
I'm not going to sleep in the sewing room.
Now, Leroy.
Why can't the baby sleep in there?
I told you she needs the sunshine.
What about me? I need sunshine, too. too.
You've got enough freckles now. You'll be all right in the sewing room.
What you care? All you care about is a baby.
Now, that's ridiculous.
I don't have to sleep here at all if you don't want me to.
What?
I'll move.
What are you talking about?
I'll move out in the backyard in my clubhouse.
Now, Leroy.
Yes, I will.
Well, I don't think you'll be very comfortable out there in that old packing box.
I don't care. I'm going to live out there forever.
Well, in that case, we'll forward your mail.
Well, I'm going to get my things and move right now.
All right, drop in and see us sometime.
Let the baby have my room. I don't care. I'll never come back.
Leroy.
Yeah?
Before you move out there forever, better take off your good suit. Kids. Well, Birdie, how's supper coming?
Just about done, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Smells awfully good.
Mr. Gildersleeve, don't you think you ought to get Leroy in now?
What? Is he still out in that clubhouse?
Yes, sir. He's been out there all afternoon. Said he wasn't never coming back.
Well, I remember I ran away from home once when I was a kid. I wasn't ever coming back either. But I was back at the table by supper time.
Yes, but you got a big appetite than Leroy.
All right, Birdie, I'll go out and get him.
That's good.
Grab your coat and get your hat. Leave your worry on the door. Well, there's his little clubhouse. What's that sign on it? Beware. Headquarters of the Black Hands. Black Hands, huh? That's Leroy, all right. Wonder what he's doing in there. Leroy! Are you in there, my boy? Leroy! Guess he's pouting. Suppose I'll have to go in there. How do you get in there? Looks like they've got it dug out. That's the only way to get into that little tunnel. Could have made this hole a little bigger. Oh, if I can just get my stomach in. Glad I'm doing this before supper. Dark in here. What's that? Is that you, Leroy? Oh, a cat. Kitty, one of us will have to get out of here. Go away now. Scat. Well, if I can just... There. I made it. Oh, hello, Leroy. Leroy, aren't you going to say hello to your old uncle?
Hello.
Nice little place you got here. Oh, my head. Could be a little roomier. Leroy, it's supper time.
I know.
Birdie's got roast beef, and she made an apple pie just for you.
I'm not hungry.
Oh? We're all waiting for you in there. Marjorie, Birdie, me, and the baby. I mean me.
I won't come in.
Now, Leroy, we mustn't be stubborn.
I won't come in.
That's a fine way to act. After your old uncle went to all this trouble and crawled in here to get you.
I won't come in.
Ye gods, can't you say anything else?
I won't come in.
All right, then. Don't come in. I can be just as stubborn as you can, young man. You can just stay out here and you get good and tired of it. I'm going in. Oh! How did I ever get through here in the first place? Oh, my goodness, I'm stuck. The cat's back again. Kitty, go away. Kitty! Help, Leroy!
I won't come in.
Oh, Kitty, stop licking my face. Kitty, that tickles.
We'll join the great Gildersleeve again in just a minute. Now, I'd like some help from Birdie. Birdie?
Yes, sir, Mr. Wall?
Let's see if I can say everything about parquet in 30 words or so.
Mm-hmm.
Parquet is a grand food to eat. It costs about half as much as the most costly spreads. Yet it gives you all of their nutrition.
That's the way you say it. That ain't the way I say it.
Anyway, Birdie, that's the way...
I'd say it just plain tastes good. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, you'd be right about that. Parquet is prepared like a rare luxury food. Only selected products of American farms are used in making it. That's why Parquet has such a sweet, light flavor, whether you spread it on waffles or biscuits, pancakes or bread.
That's the way you say it, ain't the way I say it.
But, Birdie...
Tastes so good, that's what I'd say. It tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, friends, there's one thing Birdie and I completely agree on. We'd like you to try Parquet. Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Because it tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, the Hatfields and the McCoys had nothing on Leroy and the great Gildersleeve. The family feud is still on. It's evening now, and the Gildersleeve family, all except Leroy, that is just finishing a quiet dinner.
Uncle Mort, will you pass the cream, please? Uncle Mort.
Oh, the cream? Here you are.
Thank you. Unky.
Yes?
Don't you think you and Leroy are acting pretty silly?
Well, he's acting pretty silly. I'm not.
Uncle Mort?
Well, he is.
He must be awfully hungry by now. Why don't you go out and talk to him?
I did once, my dear. He's just being stubborn, that's all.
Oh, but I know he'd come in now if you'd ask him.
No, absolutely not. If he wants to sit out there and sulk, I'll get it, Birdie. Ask the judge. He insisted on coming over to play checkers tonight, the old goat. Well, come on. Oh, Craig, what do you want?
Where's Leroy?
Leroy? Why, what do you want him for?
My mother said I could play for an hour. Where's Leroy?
Well, you can't see him right now, Craig, so run along.
I will not.
Come on now, get your foot out of the door.
I will not.
You little pest. Go on home now, Craig. It's Betty-bye time.
It is not. Why can't Leroy come out and play?
Because he can't, that's why.
You're mean to Leroy.
What?
You won't let him come out and play.
Now, look here.
You're a mean man and you're fat, too.
Oh. You get out of here.
You're mean, you're fat, and you walk like a duck.
I do not. I mean, get out of here.
Yes, you do. You walk like a duck.
You get out of here and don't come back.
Quack, 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 quack.
Beat it.
Quack, quack.
Scram.
Quack.
You little...
Quack, 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 quack.
Only Bullard could raise a kid like that. Walk like a duck. That's ridiculous, I think. Oh, he's back again, is he? Why, that little... I walk like a duck, do I?
What?
Oh, hello, Judge.
Why, you don't walk like a duck, Gildy. You walk more like a baby elephant.
Come on in, you old goat.
Thank you, I will. See, you're just finishing dinner, Gildy. Got your napkin tucked in your vest.
Yes.
Now go right ahead and finish, and then we'll have an exciting checker tournament. Evening, Marjorie.
Good evening, Judge.
How is our sweet little baby girl tonight?
Oh, she's fine. She's up in Leroy's room, Judge.
You moved Leroy out of his room?
Well, it was sunnier for the baby.
Oh, I see. Where's Leroy?
Out in the packing box.
Packing box? What's he doing out there?
Well, he and Unky had a quarrel.
Now, Marjorie, it isn't necessary to go into that.
He won't come in to supper. I wanted Unky to go out and get him.
I'll handle this, my dear.
Gildy, you ought to be ashamed of yourself leaving that boy out there without his supper.
I'll thank you to keep out of this, Hooker.
You're supposed to have more sense than Leroy. Although sometimes I doubt it. So if I were you...
If I were you, I'd mind my own business.
Well, that's the way you feel. I won't stay here and play checkers with you.
Good.
I'm going home right now.
Don't stop to eat any tin cans, you old goat.
And don't you eat any peanuts, you baby elephant.
Oh, Hooker.
Good night.
Old Budinsky. Well, gotta go finish my coffee. Probably cold by now.
Uncle Mort.
Yes?
I bet Leroy'd come in now if you could...
Marjorie, that's the last I want to hear about this. The matter is closed. Terminated. Or as they say in French, finis. In other words, I forbid any further conversation on the subject.
Okay.
The idea. A man can't even have...
Gildersleeve.
Yes, Birdie?
Don't you think you ought to go out and call Leroy now?
What?
Poor little fellow sitting out in that packing box. Must be awful hungry by now.
Birdie, the subject is closed. Now, I want you to never mention Leroy's name again tonight. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Did you have plenty to eat, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, I did, Birdie. Thank you.
Plenty of roast beef, mashed potatoes, cornbread, and apple pie?
Yes, Birdie. Thank you. I'm full of food.
Well, I know somebody who ain't.
Huh?
But I won't mention his name.
Now, Birdie?
Yes, sir. This somebody ain't had roast beef, mashed potatoes, cornbread, and apple pie, and he ain't had nothing to eat, but I won't mention his name.
Birdie, I told you.
I won't mention his name, but I'll give you a hint. He's a little fella, about 12 years old, sitting all alone in a packing box, but I won't mention his name.
Now, I said that...
Now, I know you can guess who it is, but I tell you one thing, it ain't the walking man.
Birdie?
It ain't his mother.
Birdie?
No, sir. It's somebody we all know. And he ought to be in here right now eating roast beef, mashed potatoes, cornbread, and apple pie, but I won't mention his name.
O'clock. Time to go to bed. Why doesn't that boy come in? Wonder if he's all right. It's a little chilly out. Maybe I ought to... No. I asked him to come in once. If he wants to be stubborn and stay out there all night, let him. Won't hurt him. When I was a kid, I slept outdoors on colder nights than this. I kept warm. Of course, I was a little fatter. I'll go to bed, I guess. No use waiting up any longer. No, I'll just... Wonder who that is.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Eve, well, come in.
Thank you.
Well, Eve, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're looking wonderful.
Thank you.
How was your vacation?
Oh, like all vacations, a little too short. Throckmorton, I hope you don't mind my dropping in so late.
Mind? Not at all. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Well. I suppose you're the busy little principal again with school starting.
Yes, I am. In fact, I'm just on my way home from a teacher's meeting now. Throckmorton, I understand you have a little addition to your family.
Yeah, a wonderful little baby girl. She's asleep right now.
And there's no news of the mother yet?
No, we haven't heard a word.
Isn't that a shame? Well, it's very nice of you to look after this baby.
Oh, I don't mind. In fact, it's a pleasure. Funny how quick you can get wrapped up in a baby like that. I spend all my spare time with her.
Yes. Throckmorton.
Yes?
There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
What's that?
Well, it's Leroy.
Leroy?
Yes. One of his teachers told me tonight he's been acting sort of moody and touchy. Have you noticed it?
Yes.
Well, it's perfectly natural for him to act this way. Young people usually do when there's a new child brought into the home, like this baby you found.
New child? Yeah.
Children are apt to be a little jealous. Sometimes they think they're losing their parents' love.
They do?
Mm-hmm. That's why you have to be especially tactful at a time like this. Be careful not to neglect them or show any preference for the new child. Of course, I know you wouldn't do that.
Oh, no.
You wouldn't make Leroy feel he wasn't wanted. You're too intelligent.
I am? I mean, oh, sure.
Certainly. You know, some parents misinterpret the child's attitude. They think he's just sulking or being stubborn. Sometimes the child's whole life is affected. A boy who feels he's unwanted may easily become a juvenile delinquent.
Huh?
Yes. In some cases, they even turn out to be criminals. Gangsters.
Gangsters?
But we don't have to worry about Leroy.
Of course not.
Well, it's late. I better be going. It was nice seeing you again.
Oh, thanks, Eve. Nice to see you.
Throckmorton.
Yeah?
I'm sure Leroy will be all right. I know you'll remember the children are human beings, too. Good night, Throckmorton.
Good night, Eve. Poor little Leroy. Why didn't I understand it? I could have ruined his whole life. I could have made him a gangster. Leroy! Leroy! you there? He's gone. Probably out robbing a bank. And it's all my fault.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, you all right?
Sure. How's the sleep?
Leroy, you're not going to be a criminal, are you?
Huh?
Nothing. Are you hungry, my boy?
No. Birdie brought me some dinner. I had roast beef, mashed potatoes, cornbread, and apple pie.
That's good. Hope you weren't too cold out here.
No, okay. Birdie brought me some blankets, too.
Birdie's certainly been busy. Leroy.
Yeah?
I'm sorry I lost my temper. You know, sometimes your old uncle is a little thoughtless, but he doesn't mean to be.
That's all right, Unc. I'll be okay in the sewing room.
Yeah, thanks, Leroy. Well, how about coming in the house now? You'll go to bed.
Aw, can't I stay out here tonight, Unc?
What?
Sure, this is lots of fun. And I'll tell the kids tomorrow I slept in my clubhouse all night.
Well, all right, if you want to, my boy. Leroy, I just thought of something. How about you and me going fishing Saturday, all by ourselves?
Gee, that'll be swell. Just the two of us?
Sure. We men folks have got to get off by ourselves once in a while, don't we?
Yeah.
We have lots of good times together, Leroy. Well, go to sleep now, Leroy.
Good night, Unc.
Good night, my boy. Good night, Kitty.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. Just one taste will tell you. Just one taste of a hot biscuit topped with parquet, and you'll know that this margarine is prepared like a rare luxury food. For parquet tastes like a luxury. Tastes like it should cost twice as much. Parquet is nutritious and economical. Though parquet costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads, it gives you every bit as much nourishment, and it's fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. Tomorrow, get Parquet. Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. You'll love its delicate flavor on everything from waffles to toast. Because Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Leroy, are you asleep?
Huh? Oh, hello, Unc. What are you doing out here? Is it morning already?
No, it's only 2 a.m.
What's the matter?
Well, haven't been able to sleep, Leroy.
Why not?
Baby's been crying quite a bit. Keeps waking me up. Leroy.
Yeah?
There's room for both of us in this packing box. Move over.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Dee Benaderet, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Me too. Good night.
And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Here's a suggestion to every homemaker. It's how to cut the cost of main dishes. Be a smart menu maker. Cook with cheese often. Cheese prices have come down. And cheese is a protein food, a main dish food. Actually, ounce for ounce, there is no other basic food that matches cheese for high quality, complete protein, for calcium, phosphorus, and other nutrients from milk. And Kraft's varieties of pasteurized processed cheese cook perfectly. There's medium mellow Kraft American and sharp Old English. Or for rich yet mild cheddar flavor, get Kraft's delicious cheese food Velveeta. To help balance your food budget, serve thrifty golden cheese main dishes often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what Summerfield's water commissioner's doing this morning. He strides into the office full of purpose and breakfast, ready to accomplish great things.
La, 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 la. Ah, good morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Nice to see you on the ball, Bessie.
On the what?
Nice to see you working.
Oh, that's why I'm here.
Bessie, where's that old water bill that bashful collector of ours couldn't get? The water commissioner's going to get it today or turn off somebody's water.
You are?
That bill must be 6 months old. Should have been brought to my attention long ago, Bessie. Where is it?
Right on your desk, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It is? How long's it been there?
6 months.
6 months, eh? Must be about halfway down this pile, then. What a neat desk Bessie keeps for me. Can't even see the water cooler over the top. Bessie, this pile has grown overnight. What are all these things?
Well, they came in the mail, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Let's see. Circular from the Mother's Helper Baby Laundry. How do they get my name? Hogan Brothers Tiny Tot Shop. Baby foods. You get a baby in the house and right away 500 salesmen know about it.
Oh, and by the way, there was one in early this morning. I told him to come back.
Who, Bessie?
A baby salesman.
Bessie, we don't have time for baby salesmen here at the office.
Oh, but this
you
one...
You spend entirely too much time talking salesmen. That'll never get us anywhere, Bessie.
Got me 3 lunches last week. Remember that nice water hydrant salesman?
Bessie, let's find the water bill. That's another thing you have to learn. When you start something, follow it through.
Oh, I will, Mr. Gildersleeve. He's taking me to dinner tonight.
Bessie, see who that is. If it's that salesman, tell him I'm not in.
Tell a fib?
A business fib, Bessie.
Yes, sir. You say so, sir.
Hello again, miss. Is Mr. Gildersleeve in?
Well, I guess not. Besides, he isn't seeing any salesmen.
No, sir. I'm too busy. I'll bet Henry Kaiser doesn't talk to everybody.
Well, I don't have anything to sell him. I have something to give him. A little matter of $1,000.
$1,000? I'm not that busy. Bessie, what's the idea of telling people I'm not in?
But Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
That's me, all right. Come in, Mr.
Armstrong.
Armstrong. Well, a fine old name. Come on in, Mr. Armstrong. We'll close the door. Bessie, I'm not in. $1,000, eh? Well, you're not the man who sold me that stock in the Old Faithful Oil Company in 1929, are you?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, sit down, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
Have a cigar.
Thank you. This is the $1,000 insurance policy I'm offering you.
Give me back that cigar.
Oh, but I'm giving you the policy, Mr. Gildersleeve, to hold in trust for your baby.
Oh?
Yes, it seems she has quite a few friends. They got together and bought her a little go-to-college policy.
Well, who did that?
An organization known as the Jolly Boys.
The Jolly Boys? Here's the cigar. Let me light it for you.
Oh, thank you.
The Jolly Boys. I knew they were fond of me, but I didn't think they were so crazy about my baby. Isn't that nice, thinking of my little baby?
Well, I helped them think of it.
Yes, well, I appreciate it. And so does the baby.
Well, now all you have to do, Mr. Gildersleeve, is fill out this form.
Be glad to. Let's see. Name of parent or guardian. Throckmorton. P. Gildersleeve. Residence, 217 Elm Street, Summerfield. Name of insured. Name of insured?
The baby's name.
I just happened to think. She doesn't have a name. I found her in the back of my car last month. Well, I did.
I know you did, but wasn't there some identification pinned on her?
Well, there was a pin, but no identification.
Well, what do you call her?
We call her Baby.
Well, when you have a name for her, just give me a ring at this number.
But
I'll hold the policy.
Oh, then I'll get on it right away.
Good day.
Good day, Mr. Armstrong. Bessie, get Judge Hooker on the telephone and tell him I'm coming right over.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I found the delinquent water bill.
$1,000 for Baby. What water bill?
Well, the one you're going to collect today or turn off his water.
Stick it back in the pile, Bessie.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve...
What do those delinquents expect me to do? Neglect my baby's education? Judge?
Well, hello, Gildy.
Judge, that was a nice thing. Nice thing you and the Jolly Boys did for the baby.
Oh, was the man over?
Very considerate of you, Judge.
Thank you, Gildy. Far-sighted, too. When she comes of college age, we want to be sure she has the proper start.
Well, that's nice.
Because if she's still in your care, Gildy, she'll need the money.
What?
Who knows? 18 years from now, you may not even be water commissioner. You may be hobbling around reading meters.
Now, see here, Hooker.
Only kidding, Gildy.
Well, don't kid so close to home. Judge, have you found out anything yet about the baby's family?
I'm checking, Gildy.
Checking? You've been checking for a whole month. We don't even have a name to put on the insurance policy.
Well, then, under the circumstances, my advice to you is to name her yourself.
Is that legal?
Temporarily, she's a member of your household, Gildy. So gather your little family around the conference table and name the infant.
Name the baby. Well, that should be fun.
Just one thing, Gildy. Let me admonish you to select a name with utmost care.
Oh, naturally.
It'll mean a great deal to the child as she grows and flowers into womanhood. I remember how much my name meant to me.
Horace Hooker?
Yes, Gildy. Horace Greeley Hooker for Horace Greeley.
Judge, what are you doing?
Opening the window. I've always taken that name very seriously.
Don't take it that seriously. Don't jump, Judge.
I'm not, Gildy. I'm just looking out over the horizon.
Oh.
Horace for Horace Greeley, that eminent early American journalist. It was he who advised a new generation, go west, young man.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, his exact words were, and I quote verbatim, if you have no friends nor family to aid you, no prospect open to you there, turn your face to the great west. Gildy, where are you going?
I'm going west, Judge. Don't fall out of the window. Fine little dinner, Birdie.
Little?
Leroy, fold your napkin.
Another cup of coffee, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Coffee? Not tonight, Birdie. You can clear the table.
Yes, sir.
And join us as soon as you can, Birdie. You'll be interested in this little family conference.
Yes, sir. As soon as I get baby ready for bed.
Uncle Mort, what's the conference all about?
Yeah, Unc, what's the big secret? I got things to do.
Well, children, you'll be happy to know that today the Jolly Boys presented me with a $1,000 go-to-college insurance policy.
Great, Unc. What subject you going to take?
It's for the baby, Leroy.
The baby?
Oh, that's wonderful, Unky. So she can be a co-ed.
That's right. So tonight, we've got to decide upon a name for her.
A name?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Okay. Mary, conference over. So long, Unc.
Leroy, you come back here. We're going to give this a little thought. Marjorie, hand me the family album off the buffet.
Oh, that?
Well, it's not a bad idea to pick a family name. Thank you. lot of dead wood there. I'll take Aunt Sarah here. When they ran the railroad through her house, she picked up quite a little money. Might name her Sarah.
Oh, Unky.
And then there's Aunt Hattie.
Who's that holding the derby? The fat little boy in the tight pants.
Marjorie, that's me. I was still growing.
Oh, Unc, the album's no good. All the people in there are corny.
No.
I know, Unky, the telephone directory.
Telephone directory?
Well, naturally, I'll go look. A lot of people pick names out of the directory.
Well, I don't know.
Let's take one at random. How's Adele, Unky?
Adele? Well, keep going.
Hey, Unc, how about naming her after some movie star?
Well, I hadn't thought of that.
Sure, they give girls swell names. Jinx Falkenberg, Ginger Rogers, the Body McDonald.
Leroy.
Care to give me 35 cents, Unc? I'll catch a double feature and do a little research.
You'll sit right there, young man. And don't get any ideas about the movies until we're through.
Hello, Pauline? This is Marjorie.
Marjorie, what are you doing?
Oh, Unky, I just ran across an old girlfriend's name in the telephone book.
Oh, my goodness.
Pauline, I've got so much to tell you.
Marjorie, terminate the conversation.
Some other time. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, my dear, do you suppose we can continue the family conference?
Oh, of course, Unky.
Fine. What's that?
Oh, that's Red's horn. He said he might honk.
Marjorie, what about naming the baby?
Well, I won't be long, Unky. Red never has much gas.
Teenagers.
Unc, I've been sitting here like a good little boy. How about letting me go to the movies? I'll rake the leaves tomorrow.
All right, Leroy, you might as well go, too. Here.
Thanks, Unc. And I'll better come back with some swell names.
Well, don't come back with anything like Trigger.
Trigger, Gildersleeve? Hey, not bad, huh?
Leroy, get out of here. All right, George, if you want to get something done, do it yourself. Oh, Birdie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, we're coming.
Well, the baby.
She just came in to say good night.
Great. Put the basket right here on the chair, Birdie. Maybe she'll have some ideas. We're going to give her a name, Birdie.
That's good. It's about time. Kitchy, kitchy, coo.
How are you this evening? That's a little girl. Shake hands with my finger. How do you do? What do you think you should be called, little girl? I don't think I can spell that. Birdie, do you have any ideas?
I tell you one thing, Mr. Gildersleeve. I think a person ought to have a name that fits.
Oh, I agree with that. What do you mean?
Well, just like they say in the horoscope books, follow the zodiac signs.
The zodiac signs?
Well, there's a sign to fit everything and everybody.
But we don't know her birthday.
Well, she's about 6 months old, so she could be a February Aquarius. That's the sign of the great president.
Now, Birdie, we're not going to call a baby George or Abraham.
Or she could be a March Pisces.
Pisces? Is that good, Birdie?
It is in this case. You're the water commissioner, and that's the water sign.
Well, now we're getting someplace. Baby, you're the water commissioner's little Pisces.
And on the other hand, she's got a lot of good traits that come under Gemini.
Gemini?
Of course, Sagittarius really fits because they're so friendly. I knew a stylish Sagittarius. And then there's Leo and Capricorn. Now, there's a good sign.
Birdie, we can't name the baby after all the signs.
I don't know, Miss Gildersleeve. That little roly-poly's got the good qualities of all 12. You may have to call a Gemini, Aquarius, Sally, Sagittarius, Leo, Capricorn, Gildersleeve.
All right, Birdie. A lot of cooperation a man gets around this house. Come on, baby. That's the best suggestion yet.
Be sure to stay tuned in tonight, because Parquet Margarine has a big surprise for you. Have your pencil and paper handy, too. Then you'll be prepared for the big news that comes at the end of this program. Well, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. His agile brain cells are still beating themselves against a stone wall as he tries to think of a name for the new baby. Perhaps a mid-morning cup of coffee will help.
Ah, hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can your friendly neighborhood druggist do for you this morning?
Well, I'll have a cup of coffee. And, Peavy, I want to thank you jolly boys for that go-to-college policy you bought for the baby.
She's a cute little kite. We were very happy to do it. We'll see its meeting tonight, won't we?
Oh, wouldn't miss it. Now, do you suppose you can serve me that hot cup of coffee?
Well, I see no reason why I can't. You know, a man was in here the other morning and he asked if we served eggs. I said, we serve everyone. No reflection, Mr. Gildersleeve. That was a little witticism.
That was a little witticism in 1890, Peavy. It's as old as your eggs.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
All right, Peavy, let's have the coffee. I have things on my mind.
Well, so do I. There you are.
Before I can even fill out the policy, I have to think of a name for the baby.
Yeah, every baby ought to have a name, Mr. Gildersleeve. Same as every drugstore ought to have a stamp machine.
Yep. What's this, Peavy?
At least a man said that.
Oh. Well, you can't send a girl to college without a name.
The man may be right.
And the little family certainly didn't come up with anything.
It isn't exactly sanitary keeping stamps in the cash drawer.
Looks like it's entirely up to me.
And on the other hand, I don't know how my regular customers would feel about it.
Feel about what?
Putting 10 cents in the machine and only getting 9 cents worth of stamps.
Confound it, Peavy, we're not talking about stamp machines.
Well, I am. I've considered installing one for several months now. The man suggested I put it right over there by the news rack.
All right, Peavy, go ahead. Talk about your stamp machine. Get it all out of your system. Then maybe we can talk about a name for my baby.
Very well, Mr. Gildersleeve. I always enjoy talking about what the customer wants to talk about.
Fine. Any suggestion from you?
Well, I suggested we put it right by the door.
What?
The stamp machine.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, they're very ingenious machines. For a dime, you can get 3 threes. And for a nickel, you can get...
Peavy, for 2 cents,
pennies don't fit, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh! I'm getting out of here. Goodbye.
Hey, Commish, I've done everything a barber can do.
Thanks.
No, wait a minute. There you are. Face looks like you've been shaving yourself, Commissioner. By the time you get here on Saturday, you don't need a shave. You need a vulcanizing job.
Now, Floyd.
Yeah. Now, up we go. What's the matter?
Dizzy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commish. You ain't been in for so long, I forgot how the blood rushes to your feet.
I wasn't quite ready to come up, Floyd. I was thinking.
Yeah?
Floyd.
Yeah?
Have you heard of any good girls' names lately?
Oh, so that's it. What's the matter, Commish? That Fairchild dame give you the sack?
Yeah, no, Floyd. As a matter of fact, I've been seeing Adeline more than ever.
Just branching out, huh?
What?
Well, maybe I can help you at that. Here's a little address book I found in the chair last winter.
Floyd!
Must have fell out of somebody's hip pocket.
Yep. I have no need for an address book. I only want to name the baby.
Oh, yeah? This one's loaded with babies. Get this.
Huh?
Maggie Simeon. Mimi Simpson. Sounds classy, Commissioner.
Put it away, Floyd. I'm not going to name the baby that way.
Okay, don't say I didn't try to help. Here, let me even up this sideburn. Say, Commish, if you're really stuck for a name, why don't you let me call the missus? Lovey's got swell ideas for names. She named herself.
Lovey?
Yeah.
Thanks, Floyd.
Well, you can't beat a woman's touch.
Well, you may have something there. Come to think of it, I haven't discussed the baby's name with Adeline. Might just drop by on my way home.
Oh, hold it then, Commish, while I get the scissors again.
What now, Floyd?
Well, if you're seeing Miss Fairchild, I better trim the lip with the fringe on top.
Oh, well. Not a bad idea. All right, Adeline. Take your time. See, better write a few names down before I forget them. Nancy. That was Bessie's suggestion. Mimi. Man scraping the bottom of the barrel when he starts getting names out of lost address books.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Throckmorton, but I didn't know you were coming, so I had to do a little primping.
Oh, well, no need to primp for me. I'm just a neighbor.
Well, I've always been one to encourage the good neighbor policy.
Well, nice perfume, Adeline.
Thank you, kind sir. It's frightfully expensive.
I like it.
Then I'll sit on this side of you. I put it behind my left ear.
The reason I came over, Adeline, is to get your help in naming the baby.
Oh, are you going to give a cute little darling a name?
Yeah, it's even harder than you think. I've been racking my brain for 2 days.
Well, I don't see why it should be so difficult, Throckmorton. Why don't you name her after somebody near and dear to you?
Well, we sort of gave up on family names.
Throckmorton, the nearest and dearest, isn't necessarily a member of the family. Who's nearest and dearest to you?
Well,
Who'd you rather be with than anyone else?
Well, the Jolly Boys.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, I like that. To think you prefer the company of the Jolly Boys to me.
I was only thinking of tonight, Adeline. It's our regular meeting night.
Oh, but
Now, Adeline, sit right down again. That's a girl. Ask me who's dearest and nearest 6 nights a week.
Oh, you. What have you been doing? You're writing a note on that envelope to little old me?
Oh, no. Those are just some girls' names.
Girls?
Well, yes, I am.
Carrying girls' names around on an envelope? Throckmorton, you fickle Yankee, you.
But Adeline.
Who's that Mimi?
Well, just a name I picked up in the barber shop.
Well.
I'm only looking for a name for the baby.
Well, don't come looking to Adeline. You can just go to those Jolly Boys you'd rather be with, or your Jolly Girls.
But Adeline.
Your hat, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right. I will go to the Jolly Boys. Goodbye. Even when you're right, you can't explain things to a woman. This is going to work out great. The Jolly Boys furnish the policy. They have a right to help name the baby. Imagine Adeline wanting to name the baby after her. Oh, these vain women.
Hi, Commish.
Oh, Floyd, you're here early.
Yep. And since you phoned us about naming the baby, I've really been mulling it over.
You have?
Yeah, sit down, Commish. Now, look, before I give you my idea, here's a little something for the baby.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Floyd. Admit one, Floyd's Barbershop.
That's for a first hair bob, Commish, on the house. Yeah, now about the name. Look, Commish, me and the missus don't have no family, so I never had a kid named after me.
What's this, Floyd?
What do you think of Flo?
Flo, Floyd?
Yeah.
Well, I hadn't really thought that. Whoa, hello, fellas.
Gildy, Floyd.
Hey, think it over, Commish, will you? Flo.
Yeah, well, come on in, Judge. Hello, Chief.
Floyd.
Yeah, let's everybody open up a Coke, then we get on with the meeting, huh?
You have the opener, Chief?
Chief of police with a bottle opener? Ho, ho, ho. Floyd?
Here it is, Chief.
Gildy, may I have a word with you?
And what is it, Judge?
Well, Gildy, I've always considered myself very close to your little family. Now, about a name for the baby.
Yes, Horace?
What do you think of Hortense?
Hortense? Hortense. I don't know, Judge. I'll have to think that over. Well, let's call the meeting.
Commissioner, before you open the meeting...
Yes, Judge? Chief?
How about this name for the baby?
Yes, Donald.
It being a girl, what do you think of Donna?
Oh, my goodness. You too, Chief.
You asked for a suggestion.
Oh, excuse me, Chief. Care for a Coke, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, thanks, baby. I can use one. Well, let's get the meeting underway, fellas.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
I've been giving the name quite a little thought, and I came up with quite a cute one.
All right. Out with it, Peavy.
What do you think of Pivette?
Oh, for goodness. And I thought women were vain. Pivette. What's the matter with all you fellas wanting to name the baby after yourself?
Well, what's wrong with Donna? It's my mother's name over in Salinas.
Oh, Flo's better than that.
Perhaps we should open the meeting before...
Stay out of this, Hooker. Don't try to lawyer this thing.
Quiet, Floyd.
This is democracy at work.
Well,
Shut up, everybody. I've already made my decision.
Yeah?
Until we can peacefully decide on a name, we'll go on calling her baby.
Baby.
We shouldn't be fighting anyway.
Of course we shouldn't, fellas. We're all jolly boys.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, to heck with the name. Let's have a little song, huh? This one's for the kid.
Well, nice selection, Floyd.
Sweetest little baby, everybody knows.
Don't know what to call her, but she's mighty like a rose.
Looking for her mother.
Wonder who she is.
With
Eyes so shiny blue. Make you think that heaven is coming close to you.
Well, the great Gildersleeve has to have a name for the baby. There's no doubt about that. And that means news for you. Tonight, Parquet announces a series of weekly big prize contests. By naming the Gildersleeve Mystery Baby, you can win the new 1949 Ford and maybe a grand bonus prize of $1,000 in cash. Just listen to all these prizes. 4 big, beautiful, streamlined Ford sedans will be won each week for 5 weeks. 20 Fords in all. And every week for 5 weeks, Parquet will also award
40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills. That's 721 prizes in all.
And remember, the person who sends in the name finally chosen gets $1,000 in addition to his 1949 Ford. So think of a name for the Gildersleeve Mystery Baby. She's a small, blonde baby girl. Then write your choice on an entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with complete contest rules. Or if you prefer, you can use a plain piece of paper. Send entry with 1 red flap from the end of a package of Parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois.
Be sure to enclose your name and address of your Parquet dealer.
Remember, get an entry blank from your dealer. Don't forget the red end flap from a package of Parquet. Go after one of those 1949 Fords. They're big, handsome, high-powered. Today, send your entry to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. Hurry, the first week's contest closes at midnight, October 16th.
Well, little baby, did you hear that? We've asked all our friends to help find a name for you. Hey, you like that, eh? Makes you feel pretty important, doesn't it? Well, there'll be a lot of fine names coming in to choose from. So please, folks, send in your names for baby. Old Uncle Mort needs help on this thing. Well, I do. Good night, folks.
These days, it's a wise homemaker who cooks with cheese. Cheese prices have come down. Cheese is a bargain in nutrition. Actually, cheese is a main dish food, a protein food. Ounce for ounce, no other basic food matches cheese for high-quality, complete protein, for calcium, phosphorus, and other nutrients from milk. Kraft's pasteurized processed varieties are always smooth-melting, perfect for cooking. Ask for medium mellow Kraft American, sharp Old English, Or for rich yet mild cheddar flavor, get the famous cheese food Velveeta. Be wise. Serve thrifty, golden good cheese dishes often. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, a baby in the house can certainly change a person's life. Take the Great Gildersleeve, for instance. Usually at 8 o'clock in the morning, he's fast asleep. But now things are different. At 8 o'clock, he's up, dressed, and cheerfully bathing the baby.
This is fun, isn't it, baby? Sure. I'm going to get you all nice and clean, then you'll have your breakfast. Let's wash your little toesies. Oop, you're splashing me, baby. Well, you splash me, I'll splash you. There. All right, give me your foot now. We'll wash your little toes one at a time. This little piggy went to market. Tickles. And this little piggy stayed home.
Miss Gildersleeve.
Come in, Birdie.
Miss Gildersleeve, baby.
What's the matter?
Looks like you got more water on you than the baby has.
Yes, I guess so.
This letter just came for you.
The letter? I'll read it later, Birdie.
Might be something important that came special delivery.
Oh, did? Let me see the envelope. County Welfare Department. Here, hold the soap, Birdie.
Yes, sir.
Wonder what they want. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve. Concerning the baby that you found in your car several weeks ago. Since the parents have not been located, we feel it's time to discuss the future plans for this child. Our welfare investigator, Miss Phoebe Crabtree, will call on you at your home Saturday evening. Please be there. Yours truly, Mr. Somebody, County Welfare Department. Investigator. What's she coming around here for?
I don't know, Miss Gildersleeve.
Maybe they want to take the baby away.
What?
That's it, Birdie. I suppose I'm not raising her right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're doing a fine job with the baby.
That doesn't make any difference. This investigator will come spying around and find something wrong. Well, they can't do this to me, Birdie.
No, sir, don't you let them.
I'm going to fight this thing.
I'm right with you.
They can't shove me around.
No, sir, you too big.
I'll never give up.
That's right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't give up the ship.
Don't worry, Birdie. I've just begun to fight. Well, what about it, Judge? What am I going to do?
Now, Gildy, if you'll just calm down a minute.
How can I calm down when this woman's coming tomorrow to take the baby away?
Now, this letter doesn't say anything of the kind. It merely states that this Phoebe Crabtree is coming down.
I know what's in the letter, Hooker. I can read.
Now, Gildy, don't get yourself in a tizzy. The whole thing is merely routine. The welfare department always checks up in cases like this.
Well, I don't want anybody named Phoebe Crabtree snooping around my house.
Gildy, they have no reason to take the baby away. After all, you're not a bank robber.
Well,
you're not a second-story man.
No.
And there's no law against being a fathead.
Now, see here, Hooker.
This investigator will merely interview you and then ask for a few references.
Oh.
I'd suggest that you ask a few of our leading citizens to vouch for you. How about the mayor?
The mayor? Well, I don't know.
What's the matter? In trouble with him again?
Well, he was sort of unreasonable about my last water report. Just because it was a little late. 3 months.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see. It ought to be someone who is a prominent member of the community. I know. Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, that old busybody?
Well, I know you two don't get along very well, but she has a lot of influence in this town.
But she's so stuck up, Judge. I can just hear her. Ooh, how do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, it's up to you, Gildy. You said you were worried about keeping the baby.
Yeah, guess you're right, Horace. I'll have to go see her.
And, Gildy, if I were you, I'd make an effort to be nice to her.
It'll be an effort, all right. But I'll do it for the baby. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Just happened to be going by. Thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Is there something you wanted, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Wanted? Oh, no. Just happened to be going by. Thought I'd say hello.
Yes. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm very busy this morning.
Of course. Suppose you are pretty busy with all your activities. I was just saying to Judge Hooker, I don't know what Summerfield would do without Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, you were?
Yeah. Why, you're one of the town's leading lights.
Well, nice of you to say so.
Well, you are. You're president of the Women's Club, the Book Lovers, the Summerfield Shakespeare Society. Why, you've got your nose... you're in everything. I don't see how you do so many things and stay so attractive, too.
Well, thank you. Won't you come in, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Ray, I made it.
Please sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I was a little surprised when you mentioned our Summerfield Shakespeare Society. I didn't know you were a follower of the Bard.
Who?
The Bard. That's what we call Shakespeare.
Oh, well, I never knew him that well.
But you do like his plays.
Oh, yes, I wouldn't miss one.
Oh, well, in that case, you'll want to see our thrilling production of Macbeth next week.
Well...
I am playing Lady Macbeth. Is this a dagger that I see before me?
Huh? Where?
That's a line from the play, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, of course.
Here are 4 tickets for you and your family. You can send me a check for $12.
$12. Well, thank you. Mrs. Pettibone.
Yes?
I wonder if I could ask you a teeny-weeny little favor.
Why, of course.
You see, an investigator from the welfare department is coming to see me tomorrow about my keeping the baby.
Oh, yes?
Now, if you could just put in a good word for me, it would mean a lot.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What?
I would have 1 or 2 little reservations about recommending you.
Oh, you would?
Yes. There are a few of your habits I do not approve of. Smoking cigars, carousing with those jolly boys, not to mention your little peccadillos with the fair sex.
Oh.
Those are all little black marks, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I'd be glad to give up cigars. And the jolly boys. Not to mention the little peccadillos.
Oh, well, it's easier said than done.
But, Mrs. Pettibone...
I'll have to think it over, and I'll let you know tomorrow.
But...
Au revoir now. I must rehearse.
But...
Is this a dagger that I see before me?
No, that's me, and I'm leaving. Good day, Mrs.
Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Well, you're reading a book.
Well, I don't see anything so strange about that, Marjorie. Perfectly natural for a man to sit in his own living room after dinner and read.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, there's nothing so funny about it. I don't have to be out carousing with the jolly boys every night. Singing. Having a good time.
Of course not, Unky. You just go right ahead and read if you want to. Want me to get you a cigar?
Cigar? No, thank you, my dear. I've given up cigars.
Uncle Mort, don't you think you're overdoing this being respectable? Well, just because Mrs. Pettibone...
Marjorie, I know what I'm doing.
Well, all right, Unky. I think all this pretending is silly. You're a pretty nice old uncle just the way you are.
Well, thank you, my dear. But we mustn't give him any reason to take the baby away. Let's all be on our good behavior. Leroy, do you always...
Leroy!
What? Where are you going?
Me and Piggy are going to practice
No, you're not. You're going to practice staying home for a change.
Oh,
Playing out in the street like some ragamuffin? Suppose Mrs. Pettibone should see you.
Mrs. Pettibone, what's she got?
Now, don't argue. You're staying in.
What's the matter with him? Tell you later.
Then quit whispering. We're going to start behaving like a normal, civilized family. Won't hurt us to spend an evening home together.
Uncle Morris,
Yes?
I thought you had a date with Miss Fairchild tonight.
Adeline? Well, I did, but I'm calling it off.
Oh.
There's no reason why I have to be going out on dates all the time. After all, women aren't the most important thing in my life. Leroy!
Uncle, shouldn't you call Miss Fairchild and tell her you're not coming?
Yes, I intend to.
Well, you ought to do it now. It's 8 o'clock.
All right, I will. I'm not afraid to call Adeline. I'll do it right now. Hope Adeline won't mind my breaking our date. Oh, well. She'll understand. I think. I'll be polite, but firm. Have to let her know that I mean business.
Hello?
Hello? Miss Fairchild?
What? Who's this?
This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Throckmorton, you silly Billy. You play so cute.
I'm not playing.
You are, too, you great big honey bear, you.
Adeline? I mean, Miss Fairchild,
I'm waiting for you, Throckmorton.
Well,
It's mighty cozy over here. There's a fire in the fireplace.
There is?
Mm-hmm. And the lights are turned down low.
They are?
And I'm just dripping with perfume.
You am? I mean, you are?
You hurry now, you hear?
Well, no.
What?
I've got to be strong. I mean, I'm going to stay home and read a book.
Read a book? Well, I declare. Oh, very well, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. If that's the way you feel, you can just stay home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, well, the baby loves me. What a morning. Look at this desk, piled high with work. Guess I could answer a couple of letters. Bessie! Bessie! Oh, that girl. I suppose she's down getting another soda. Guess Adeline will never speak to me again after last night. I hope Mrs. Pettibone is satisfied. I've given up everything. That old cigar in the ashtray sure looks tempting. Maybe if I just... No. Be strong, Gildersleeve. The cigar sure is. Come in.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Oh, Adeline. Hello.
How do you feel?
All right.
I'm sorry I was so mean to you last night.
What?
You poor misunderstood man, you.
But, Adeline, aren't you...
Angry at my itsy-bitsy boy? Why, no, Throckmorton. Marjorie told me all about your noble sacrifice.
Well, she did?
And I think you're just wonderful doing all this for that little baby. It's the finest thing I ever heard of.
Well, I'm just doing my duty, that's all.
Well, I think it's mighty honorable. And I want you to know, Throckmorton, that little Adeline is right with you. If you can make a sacrifice, so can I.
What do you mean?
Throckmorton, this is goodbye.
Goodbye? Huh?
I mustn't stand between you and that little baby. I don't think I should ever see you again.
No, Adeline, we don't have to overdo this.
Farewell, Throckmorton.
Adeline!
Now, don't take it too hard. Let's have no tears, no regrets. When I leave, just imagine I'm going into the next room there.
But that's the broom closet.
We're just two little bees that met in the magnolia blossom. We sipped our honey and then flew away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Throckmorton?
Yes?
Before I fly away, would you do me a teeny-weeny favor?
Why, of course.
Would you kiss your little honeybee goodbye?
But there's no harm in one little kiss, since we're saying goodbye.
I'm puckered.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
Hello.
This is Miss Honeybee. I mean, Miss Fairchild.
How do you do?
How's Lady Macbeth today?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I came here to tell you that you could count on an excellent character reference from me.
Oh, thank you.
But after what I just witnessed, I find I must reverse my decision.
But Mrs. Pettibone...
Throckmorton and I were just saying goodbye forever.
A likely story. And what's that in the ashtray? A cigar!
That's from yesterday.
I'll have a few things to say to that welfare investigator. Good day.
I'm sorry, Throckmorton.
That's all right.
Here are real prizes for you. 20 brand new 1949 Ford sedans will be won in Parquet's series of baby naming contests. Yes, 4 big, beautiful Ford sedans will be awarded every week for 5 separate weeks. And the winner of the grand prize gets a $1,000 bonus to go with the Ford he wins. And there are more and more prizes.
Each week for 5 weeks, Parquet Margarine will award 40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills.
Now, as you know, Gildersleeve is trying to find a name for the cuddly baby girl he found a few weeks ago. So, to enter this contest, just send us a name for the baby. Write it on an entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with complete contest rules. Or use a plain piece of paper. Send entry with 1 red flap from end of a package of Parquet Margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. Be sure to enclose name and address of your Parquet dealer. Make a bid for your new beautiful 1949 Ford tonight. Mail your entry to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. This week's contest closes October 16th. Well, the great Gildersleeve is a very worried man. With the influential Mrs. Pettibone against him, he feels his chances of keeping the baby are very slim. It's afternoon now, and we find our water commissioner, crushed in spirit, plodding homeward from the office. He's just passing Floyd's barber shop.
Hey, come in.
Floyd, I don't feel like talking to him.
Don't run away. Want to ask you something.
Well, what is it, Floyd?
What's this I hear about you and Miss Fairchild schmoozing around in your office?
What?
That's nice work if you can get it, Commish.
Now, Floyd, that was all perfectly innocent.
I suppose you was just collecting her water bill.
Who told you about this?
Well, it ain't exactly a secret, Commish. Mrs. Pettibone's spreading it all over town.
Oh? This isn't funny, Floyd. It may interest you to know that I might lose the baby on account of this.
No kidding?
I was counting on Mrs. Pettibone for a character reference when that investigator comes tonight. What a reference I'm going to get.
Gee, I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do, Commish.
Well...
If you need a reference or anything, you can always count on little Floydie Munson.
Well, thanks, Floyd, but I'm afraid a recommendation from Munson's barbershop wouldn't be much help.
Why not?
Mrs. Pettibone is an important civic leader, and, well...
Oh, I'm not good enough for you, huh?
No, Floyd, I didn't
For
mean
your
that.
information, Commissioner, barbering is an honorable profession.
Of course it is. I
don't know why you should talk. They had barbers before they had water commissioners.
No, Floyd.
Started way back with the Romans. Why, them Roman togas is nothing but barber sheets.
Floyd, if you'll just listen a minute.
I'm proud to be a barber. It's honest toil. And at least I don't spend my time chasing dames around a desk.
Oh! Now look here.
Good day, Casanova.
Floyd! Oh, what's the use? What a life. Guess I'll drop into Peavy's and get a cigar. Mrs. Pettibone's got her mind all made up about me anyway. Nobody... Say, Peavy knows her pretty well. I wonder if he'd put in a good word for me. Maybe if I flatter him a little. Oh, good afternoon, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do?
Peavy, you're a wonderful fellow.
How's that?
I said you're a wonderful fellow.
That's what I thought you said.
Yes, sir, you're a splendid pharmacist, a stalwart friend, and a model husband.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you are, Peavy.
Well, I don't know. I've been pretty mean to Mrs. Peavy at times.
Why, I can't believe that.
Well, it's true. Just the other morning, I cooked her breakfast, washed the dishes, swept the floor, but I refused to burn the papers.
You did?
Yes, I was in a rebellious mood. I don't know what comes over me sometimes.
Well?
I guess I'm just a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Well, Peavy, as far as I'm concerned, you have a sterling character. And I'd give you my recommendation anytime.
Yeah, thank you.
To anybody.
Thanks again.
And I'm sure you'd do the same for me. Well, wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't know, huh?
Peavy, I just said some nice things about you.
I didn't ask you to.
Well, I did. Can't you say something nice about me?
Not today, I can't.
Why not?
Well, I don't approve of kissing during office hours.
Peavy, don't you listen to Mrs. Pettibone. It was all a mistake.
It certainly was.
Peavy, Adeline and I were just saying goodbye.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you can tell that to Sweeney.
Oh.
Uncle Mort, I think it's a shame. You were trying so hard, too.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, my dear. It's water over the dam.
I'm going to miss that baby so much.
Yeah, me too.
Children, this is an unhappy day for all of us. Miss Crabtree will be here in a few hours. The way things have turned out, I guess she'll take our little baby away. Well, we've got to be brave. It's just one of life's little tragedies. We've got to keep our chins up, heads high.
Sure, Unky.
Sure, Unc.
We'll take it like little soldiers. Just be cheerful about it.
Well, here's the baby, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you, Bertie.
I got her all bundled up in the carriage like you told me.
Where are you taking her, Unky?
For a walk in the park. It'll be our last little visit together.
It's mean of that investigator to take her away. I'm sure gonna miss that little child.
Yes. Bertie, we've decided to be cheerful about this.
Yes, I'll be cheerful.
That's the spirit.
It's gonna be mighty lonesome not seeing that little face in the morning.
Now, Bertie?
But I'll be cheerful.
Good.
I'm gonna feel awful when I look in her crib and there's nobody there. Empty.
Bertie, please.
But I'll be cheerful. The house is sure gonna be quiet and gloomy without that little baby's laughter.
Bertie.
But don't you worry about me. I'll be cheerful.
Come on, baby.
Want me to get it, Bertie?
No, I'll get it, Leroy.
Oh, hello.
Yes, ma'am?
Does Mr. Gildersleeve live here?
Yes, he does, but he ain't home right now.
Oh, well, I'm the investigator from the welfare department, Miss Crabtree.
Investigator? Oh.
I was supposed to call this evening, but I got away a little earlier than I expected.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the baby here?
No, ma'am.
Was she with Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's very important that I see them. Could you tell me where they are?
Mr. Gildersleeve's in the park.
Oh, well, I suppose I can find him.
Well, when you see a sad, fat man wheeling a baby carriage, that's him.
You like it here in the park, baby? Yeah. Well, that's good. It is beautiful. Leaves all turning red and gold. Good. Hear those birds? They'll be flying south pretty soon. Well, I've been walking quite a while now. I think I'll sit down on this bench for a minute. Well, baby, guess this is the last time we'll sit in the park together. Yeah. Well, I hope wherever they take you, you'll be happy. Maybe they'll find your mother soon. You gonna miss me a little, baby? Well, I'm certainly gonna miss you.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Oh, my, that's a cute baby.
Yes, he is.
Hello there. Kitchy, kitchy, coo. I love babies, don't you?
Yes.
Mind if I sit down?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Huh? You getting cold, baby? Here, let me tuck your little blanket in. There.
You kind of like that baby, don't you?
Yeah, but I wish I didn't.
What?
I won't have her after tonight. See, she isn't really my baby. I'm just taking care of her. But the welfare department's going to take her away from me.
They are?
Yeah. They're sending some investigator down to snoop around. Miss Phoebe Crabtree. Probably some old sourpuss.
Oh, do you think so?
Sure. I can just see her. Skinny old hatchet face.
I see.
She probably hates children, too.
Well, she might be nice.
With a name like Crabtree? Don't be ridiculous, miss.
Crabtree.
Yeah, but... Crabtree?
Yes. Yes, I'm that skinny old hatchet face that hates children. I heard a few things about you this afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve. I had a long-distance call from a Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're going to take the baby away then.
Oh, no. In fact, I came here to ask if you'd mind keeping the baby a little longer.
You did? Well, what about Mrs. Pettibone?
Oh, we didn't take her charges very seriously. The welfare department doesn't take much stock in rumors.
Of course not. Fine organization, the welfare department.
We've checked you very thoroughly. And besides, anyone seeing you and that baby together would know you've done a wonderful job.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. And goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Crabtree. Wonderful name. Come on, baby. We're going home. Excuse me while I light a cigar.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. Remember, just choosing a name for the Gildersleeve baby girl may bring you one of the following big prizes. 20 powerful, streamlined 1949 Ford sedans, 200 beautiful General Electric radios, 100 Corey coffee makers, 100 Toastmaster automatic toasters, and cash prizes galore. 721 prizes in all in these parquet contests, plus a $1,000 bonus to the grand prize winner. Just write your choice of a name on an entry blank obtainable at your dealers. Then send your entry with one red end flap from a package of parquet margarine and with your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. You want a big new Ford sedan. Send your entry now.
Hello?
Hello, Throckmorton.
Adeline.
Throckmorton, I'm awfully glad everything worked out so nice about the baby.
Well, thank you.
And Throckmorton, it's mighty cozy over here.
Huh?
There's a fire in the fireplace. The lights are turned down low.
They are.
Mm-hmm. And your little honeybee is waiting.
Well, I'll buzz right over. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Terry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Lady, your food store has a big bargain waiting for you. A bargain in nutrition. It's cheese. Cheese prices have come down, and cheese is a protein food. Actually, ounce for ounce, no other basic food matches cheese for high-quality, complete protein, for calcium, phosphorus, and other nutrients from milk. For the tastiest cheese main dishes, use one of Kraft's pasteurized process varieties. Medium mellow Kraft American, sharp Old English, or for rich yet mild cheddar flavor, use the famous cheese food Velveeta. Be a wise homemaker. Cook with cheese often. It's a bargain in nutrition.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's doing in Summerfield. A big round October sun arose at 6:30. A big round water commissioner arose at 7:30. Now, at 8:30, they're both beaming and ready to make their contribution to life on this planet.
Hi-ho, it's off to work we go. Da-da-dee-da-dum.
Hi-ho, it's off to school we go.
Little Leroy takes after me. Wish his voice would change, though. All right, everybody, all aboard for school.
I'm ready, Unc. What time does the prison train leave?
Leroy.
I'll be right down, Unky.
All right, Marjorie. Want to say goodbye to the baby anyway before I go to the office. I think she's in the kitchen with Birdie.
I'll get it.
Leroy's got it.
Oh, boy, a telegram.
Telegram. I'll get it.
A telegram?
Well, wonder if it's from Dewey. Wonder if he's answering my letter about appointing a federal water commissioner.
Let me sign for it, Unc.
Okay, well, all right. Hurry, Leroy. You don't need your middle name.
There you are. Tip the boy, Unc.
Oh, yes. Here you are. Thank you. Tip the boy.
The telegram says...
Leroy, I will read the telegram. You got to sign for it.
Who's it from, Unc, huh? What does it say?
Well, let's see. It's from Aunt Hattie. She's on her way to see Aunt Josie, and she's stopping in to visit us for a couple of days.
Oh, for corn's sake. Who's coming? Aunt Hattie. Aunt Hattie? Aunt Hattie?
Now, Birdie, let's not get nervous before she even gets here. Oh, my goodness, there goes our happy little family.
Ain't no use you crying before you even meet her. Come on, I'm going to take you back to your crib. There's work to be done around this house if Aunt Hattie's coming.
Yes.
When's she coming, Unky?
On this afternoon's train, it says. Now, isn't that just like Aunt Hattie? Let you know so late you haven't got time to get out of it?
Can't we tack a measles sign on the door, Unc?
Leroy, we don't have measles.
I'll go out and get them.
You will not.
Aunt Hattie. She'll want me running around in middies and pigtails again. And the way she orders everybody around.
Now, Marjorie, we have to remember that during the war, Aunt Hattie was a block captain.
Wipe your feet, hang up your clothes, blow your nose. Why does she have to come snooping around?
It isn't that bad, Leroy.
Oh, no? Unky, remember how she used to sit on you? No jolly boys' parties, no dates?
Now, children, we shouldn't be saying unkind things about your Aunt Hattie. She's always been interested in your welfare. And she undoubtedly wants to see the new baby.
Couldn't we send her one of the pictures?
Too late for that. We'll all be happy to see Aunt Hattie. Let's try to remember that now. Very nice of your aunt to want to come and visit us. Does everybody understand?
Sure. But I'm going to get my blankets tonight and move out in the packing box.
Leroy, we'll not abandon ship. You'll stay trapped in the house with the rest of us. This is a time when our little family must stick together.
What a character.
Oh.
ringing my little old doorbell?
You did, Adeline?
Uh-huh. It always seems to ring so sweet and clear when you press the button. Come on in.
Well, I will, but just a minute. I just dropped by to tell you I won't be over tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, the children's Aunt Hattie is coming this afternoon, and I shouldn't go out her first night here.
I guess not. She won't be here long, will she?
We won't rush her, but we don't think so. She's on her way to visit Aunt Josie in Plainview. Well, better be off to the depot.
Oh, must you rush, Throckmorton? I've hardly seen you.
Train time, Adeline.
Maybe the train will be a little late.
You don't know Aunt Hattie. With her on it, that train doesn't dare be late. Now, sorry about tonight, Adeline. I'll be in touch with you.
Now, don't you get so busy with Aunt Hattie you forget little old Adeline, you hear?
Yeah, I won't.
Throckmorton. If your aunt's the kind that goes to bed with the chickens, maybe later in the evening you can call on me.
Well, Aunt Hattie's a light sleeper, and she might hear cackling in the hen house.
Oh, you.
Well, I gotta be off. I'll be in touch with you.
Well, all right. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Adeline. Sacrifices I make for Aunt Hattie.
For friends and health and daily food, we give thee thanks. Amen.
Marjorie, you said that very nicely.
Thank you.
Well, Aunt Hattie, it certainly is nice to have you around the little table again. Marjorie, Leroy, and I have been looking forward to this all day.
We certainly have.
Leroy, let's contribute to the conversation.
Huh? Oh, yeah, we certainly have.
Thank you. I always enjoy visiting relatives.
Too bad you can only stay 2 days, Hattie.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
Leroy, let's not contribute so quickly.
Well, it was so convenient to stop on the way to Aunt Josie's, and of course I had to see the baby. Oh, what a darling she is.
Yeah.
Too bad her eyes are blue instead of brown like the family.
Well, Hattie, we can't expect too much. After all, I found her in the back seat of my car.
When do we eat? I'm starved.
Growing boy, Hattie. You may start the potatoes, Leroy.
Okay, let's go. Potatoes, Unc?
Well, why don't you pass them to Aunt Hattie first, my boy? I'll take them last.
Potatoes, Aunt Hattie?
Thank you, Leroy.
Is that all you're going to take?
Plenty of potatoes, Hattie. I've always been very fond of mashed potatoes.
But when we reach our ages, we all have to watch our diet. Don't we, Throckmorton? You seem to have gained a little.
Well, I haven't kept too close a check since somebody broke the bathroom scales.
And my, how you've changed, Marjorie.
I have?
You look very healthy. Rosy cheeks and red lips.
Well...
Marjorie's beginning to use a little makeup, Hattie, yes. Just a little, mind you, to bring out the blush of her cheeks.
Well, young girls are so pretty they don't really need makeup. I'd think that over, Marjorie.
But Aunt Hattie...
What's happened to the potatoes?
Right under your chin.
Yes, I forgot to help myself. Well, I'll take one scoop.
Here's the gravy, Mr. Gildersleeve. Sorry, I'm late.
That's all right, Bertie. Will you serve Miss Forrester first?
Gravy, Miss Forrester?
Oh, my, yes. Although I usually have just a little salt and pepper on my potatoes. This looks like Birdie's wonderful gravy.
Yes, ma'am.
Birdie, have you ever tried thinning it with water instead of milk?
No, ma'am. Mr. Gildersleeve likes it thick and rich.
Just the same, Birdie.
Now, Hattie, there are two ways of doing everything.
I agree. A right and a wrong way.
Yes.
Besides, Birdie, Mr. Gildersleeve is watching his diet now.
Yes, ma'am.
Aren't you, Throckmorton?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, Leroy, pass me a little salt and pepper.
More coffee, anybody?
Hattie?
No, thank you.
That'll be all then, Birdie.
You don't mind then, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll let the dishes go till I get the baby ready for bed.
Oh, fine, Birdie. Let's all go in the living room now and relax.
Throckmorton, now, before we leave the table, don't you think we should get organized?
Organized?
Yes, there are dishes to be done. A baby to be put to bed.
I'll take care of everything, Miss Forrester. You just go relax.
Yes, Hattie. Birdie's been taking care of these things very well.
Now, Birdie, a new baby in the house means a lot of extra work. We'll make a game of it. I'll assign little missions to everyone to accomplish.
Little missions? Well, not a bad idea, Hattie.
Marjorie, your objective will be to clear the table and crumb the cloth.
Marjorie will be happy to, won't you, Marjorie?
Yeah, start crumbing, Marge.
Leroy, you and Birdie are the task force in charge of Operation Dishwater.
What?
Yes. Start operating, Leroy. Little Leroy washing dishes. Well, Hattie, let's you and I go in the living room and relax.
Throckmorton, now you can be the task force in charge of Operation Garbage Can.
Oh.
No, we can't run a house without organization, can we? Yeah? All right, little army. Synchronized watches.
Yep.
We'll all be through within an hour, and then we can play authors.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Watch it, Leroy. You want to end up in the guardhouse? Well, I see Aunt Hattie let the sun come up this morning anyway. Yeah, I was worried about it for a little while last night.
No use putting up the shades, Uncle Mort. She'll have them down again. Cold air seeps in, remember?
Oh, yes. It's like a morgue in here.
You're not kidding.
Why are you children eating so early this morning?
Well, I thought I'd get an early start for school.
She wants to get out of the house so she can put her makeup on.
Not so loud, you little weasel.
Yeah, children. Don't eat so fast, Leroy. Don't tell me you're in a hurry to get to school.
I'd rather get to school than get dishpan hands.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Birdie, good morning. How are things out in the kitchen this morning?
Before I answer that, where's General Foster?
Well, the general hasn't come down yet, Birdie, but I think you've been very understanding of Miss Forrester's little whims.
It ain't the whims that bothers me. It's that inspecting. I'm going to hide under one of them rugs, and when she looks under there for dust, I'm going to go boo.
Well, Birdie, that just happens to be Aunt Hattie's way of doing things.
Well, Birdie's got her way of doing things, too, but it ain't peeping under other people's rugs.
Yeah, I know, Birdie.
Or watering other people's gravy.
Yes, well, we all have to try to understand, Birdie.
I'm trying to understand, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's the spirit, Birdie.
But what Birdie can't understand is peeping under other people's rugs and watering other people's gravy.
Not so loud, Birdie.
Peeping under other people's rugs and watering other people's gravy.
Now, Birdie?
There's two things Birdie can't understand. You know what them two things are, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Birdie.
That's right. Peeping under other people's rugs and watering other people's gravy.
Now Birdie's upset.
Well, who isn't? You must admit Aunt Hattie's being a little unreasonable.
A little? She won't even let a little kid keep a nice, clean mud turtle in his room.
Now, children, Aunt Hattie means well. Besides, she's only going to be here another day, we hope. Oh, good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Good morning, Aunt Hattie.
Sleep well, Hattie?
As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Gosh, you had the best bed in the house.
Oh. Nothing's too good for our Aunt Hattie. What seemed to be the trouble? I hope the baby didn't keep you awake.
No, I was thinking.
Thinking?
That there's entirely too much to be done here in one more day. So, in fairness to you all, I'll have to stay at least a week.
Oh, did you hear that, children? Aunt Hattie's going to stay at least another week. Isn't that nice?
It certainly is.
Yeah.
Seems Birdie dropped something again. Sit down, Hattie. Let's all have a happy little breakfast.
Prizes!
Yes, there are 721 prizes in Parquet Margarine's big $50,000 contest. 20 beautiful 1949 Ford sedans will be awarded. That means 4 people are going to win brand new Ford sedans every week for 5 separate weeks. And the grand prize winner gets a $1,000 bonus in addition to his Ford. And listen to these other prizes. Each week for 5 weeks, Parquet will award
40 General Electric table radios, 20 Corey coffee makers, 20 Toastmaster automatic pop-up toasters, 60 new $10 bills.
Now, you know the great Gildersleeve found a cuddly baby girl a few weeks ago, and he needs a name for her. Well, to enter this contest, send in your choice of a name. Just write your suggested name for the baby on an entry blank. They're available at your food dealers with contest rules. Or use a plain piece of paper. Send entry with one red flap from the end of a package of Parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. Be sure to enclose name and address of your Parquet dealer. Make a bid for your new beautiful 1949 Ford tonight. Mail your entry to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. This first week's contest closes October 16th. That's this Saturday, so hurry. Now let's rejoin the great Gildersleeve. Several days have dragged by since Aunt Hattie dropped in to rearrange the nest of our plump bluebird of happiness. Blue and not so happy. We find him calling on his friendly neighborhood druggist.
Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Nice morning.
Is it?
Well, I could be wrong. Aren't any clouds in the sky? Weather's balmy. Sun shining. No, I'm not wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve. It is a nice day.
All right, Peavy. As far as I'm concerned, it's a very dreary day. There's a big, gloomy cloud hanging over my whole household.
By the way, how is Miss Forrester?
She decided to stay on at least a week.
Well, those things can be very disturbing.
You bet. Birdie's threatened to quit, Marjorie's unhappy, Leroy isn't eating well, and I'm just wasting away to a shadow.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
What would you do in a case like this, Peavy?
Well, that's the question. Shortly after Mrs. Peavy and I were married, a similar situation presented herself at my house. An older sister.
Oh? How'd you get rid of her, Peavy?
As I recall, I turned to a quotation in Poor Richard's Almanac. Pretty sound advice in that quotation. She packed up and left.
She did? What was it, Peavy?
Let me think now. A rolling stone gathers no moss. No, that doesn't sound like the right one. Pretty sound advice, though.
Yes. Think, Peavy. You have to remember it.
A penny saved is a penny earned. No, that doesn't seem to fit. I don't seem to recall it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, my goodness.
But I remember how we applied it. We killed her with kindness. Well, I declare, I think that's the quotation.
It is, Peavy? Kill her with kindness, eh?
Figuratively speaking, you understand.
Oh, yes.
We went through some very trying times before we decided to do everything her way. Then things became so uninteresting around our house, she left.
It really worked, huh, Peavy?
Well, I'm here to tell you about it. If she wanted to save coffee grounds, we saved coffee grounds. And if she...
Thanks, Peavy. You've given me a great idea. By the way, how long did it take you to get rid of her?
Well, 2.5 years, but we got rid of her.
Well, I'll see if I can't do it a little quicker. So that's our strategy. Do you understand?
Quite a plot, Unc.
We're not plotting, Leroy. We're just trying to do everything her way so she can go on to Aunt Josie's and help her. We're really doing this for Aunt Josie's sake.
You can count on us, Uncle.
Fine. We'll all cooperate. Everybody understand?
I've been trying, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's 2 things I can't understand. You know what they are, Mr. Gildersleeve? Peeping on the other people.
I know, Birdie, and watering other people's gravy.
That's right. But you can count on Birdie. Birdie's known as a big cooperator.
Now, I can see that, Birdie.
Uh-oh. Goodbye, everybody.
Well, hello, Hattie.
Hello, Aunt Hattie.
Hello, Aunt Hattie.
Hello, children.
Did you have a nice shopping trip downtown, Hattie? Nice warm day for it.
Yes, Throckmorton, I picked up quite a few things I thought you and the family needed.
Oh, very thoughtful of you.
And I charged them to you.
Oh, very thoughtful of you. Anything you think we need.
That's nice to hear, Throckmorton.
I've been thinking it over, Aunt Hattie, and I'm not going to use makeup for a while.
Now, that's sensible, Marjorie.
And I can't wait to get at those dishes.
Oh, I didn't think you cared much for washing dishes.
Oh, yes, I do. Keeps my hands so white and soft.
Let's not overdo it, Leroy.
Well, Hattie, after that big trip, you must be tired. Let's everybody in the house be quiet now while Aunt Hattie goes upstairs and rests.
Oh, no, I feel invigorated, ready for work. Now, how about you?
Well, anything you say, Hattie, right, children?
Yep, that's our plot.
Watch it, Leroy.
Well, what do we do first, Hattie?
First, I'd suggest that Marjorie bring in the wash, Leroy rake the leaves, and Throckmorton, you...
The baby. I better go check. Excuse me, Hattie.
I better go in. Now, just peek in, Throckmorton. She may go back to sleep.
Right.
Now, you see, Throckmorton, you shouldn't have gone in so soon.
Guess you're right, Hattie. Hello, baby. Kitchy, kitchy, coo. Kitchy, kitchy. Say something nice to Aunt Hattie.
At a time like this, you'll never get her back to sleep.
Oh, yes, I guess you're right, Hattie. Ta-ta, baby. I can't let her cry like that.
Throckmorton, don't pick her up. Humoring her is the worst thing you can do.
But the baby doctor says it's all right to pick her up. Makes him feel secure.
There must be a young doctor. Now, you don't mean to tell me I have to stay here and teach you how to take care of a baby.
Oh, no. We'll do it your way, Hattie, the right way. Back in your crib, baby.
Come along. He'll cry it out and go to sleep.
Yeah, ta-ta, baby. Have a good time. Poor Richard's almanac had better start working. That's all I got to say.
Oh, the week has passed fast, hasn't it, Throckmorton?
Oh, yes, it's flown by.
Don't you go to the office on Saturday morning?
Well, not this Saturday morning. Nothing so important as taking care of things for you, so you'll have plenty of time to pack.
Throckmorton, I feel this is a good time to say that I've noticed a very great change in you.
You have?
You've become so devoted to the baby, your family, and your home. I remember when you used to go gallivanting around town a little too often with girls.
Oh, who wants to do that?
That's the telephone. I'll answer it.
No. You run upstairs, Hattie. Packing, remember? It's probably business anyway.
Water Commissioner Gildersleeve speaking.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Throckmorton, where have you been keeping yourself?
Aunt Hattie is still here.
Hasn't she gone to Plainview yet?
No, but it looks as though she might be...
Throckmorton, you're neglecting me. I don't think you care for me anymore.
That's not true.
Let me hear you say it then.
Now, Adeline.
Go on, say it.
On Saturday morning?
See, you don't care for me anymore. You've been avoiding me like I'm an old witch.
Throckmorton, who are you talking to?
Just an old witch, Hattie. She hung up. Now Adeline's mad at me.
Now, who'd you say that was?
Just an old customer, a little dissatisfied. Well, Hattie, don't you think it's time to go up and pack?
I suppose I should, but I told Birdie I'd give the house a thorough dusting before I left.
Oh, now, Hattie, don't you tire yourself out before your trip. Leave everything to me.
Well, if you insist, here's the mop.
Mop?
And my nice big apron. Here, I'll tie it around.
But Hattie, don't we have an apron without ruffles on it?
Well, that's my nicest apron. Now start dusting while I go pack.
Great. Oh, well, Custer made a last stand. I guess I can, too. I'll bet Custer didn't have to wear an apron. Now, who can that be? Oh, Judge.
Well, hello, Mother Hubbard.
Stop bleeding like an old goat and come in, Judge, before somebody else sees me.
How'd you ever get tied up in one of those things, Gildy?
Not so loud, Horace. Aunt Hattie's here, and we're doing things her way.
Why?
So she'll leave.
Why do you want her to leave?
What's on your mind, Horace?
Well, the Jolly Boys are meeting tonight, and we want to be sure you'll be there.
Don't worry, I'll be there.
All right, Gildy, I'll tell the boys to deal you in.
Oh, I didn't know you had company.
You remember Judge Hooker, Hattie?
Oh, yes. How do you do, Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Miss Forrester?
Aunt Hattie's been visiting us, Horace. She's done a wonderful job helping us put our house in order. But now she has to go. We just hate to see her leave.
Oh, I can see that. Your contributions are in evidence everywhere, Miss Forrester. Of course, you seem to have an able assistant.
Yes, Throckmorton has been most cooperative. And Birdie and the children have been splendid helpers, too.
It's been our pleasure, Hattie.
In fact, everyone has been so nice to me these past few days, I find it difficult to say goodbye.
Oh?
That's what I came down to talk to you about. When I started packing, I sat down on the bed and I nearly came to tears. Nobody's been so nice to me in years.
No, Hattie.
You've all given me so much. I thought it would be selfish of me to pack and run, so I came down to tell you I'll stay.
But what about Aunt Josie?
Oh, she'll let me know when she needs me. Well, I guess I'd better get upstairs and unpack. I'm so happy I could almost cry.
I'm going to cry.
Don't forget, you may win one of the following big prizes by choosing a name for the Gildersleeve baby. 20 big, smooth-looking 1949 Ford sedans, 200 beautiful General Electric radios, 100 Corey coffee makers, 100 Toastmaster electric pop-up toasters, and all kinds of cash prizes. Why, in these parquet contests, there are 721 prizes in all. So, just write your choice of a name for the Gildersleeve baby on an entry blank obtainable at your dealers. Then, send entry with one red end flap from a package of parquet margarine and your name and address to Parquet Margarine, Box 736, Chicago 77, Illinois. But hurry, this week's contest closes at midnight this coming Saturday.
Throckmorton, I thought that was your ring, but I didn't expect to see you tonight.
Yep, Adeline, I'm doing the town.
Well, good. Don't tell me Aunt Hattie left.
She's leaving in the morning. Funny thing happened, Adeline. She got a wire from Aunt Josie tonight telling her to come at once.
She did?
Yep. She has to leave. But you know, Adeline, she's a well-meaning soul.
Oh, I'm sure she is. She looked like it from the window. I'm almost sorry I sent that wire.
What's this, Adeline?
Wasn't that naughty of me? I guess only a little old witch would do a thing like that.
Well, so that's why she got 2 telegrams. I sent one, too. Good night, folks.
You thrifty homemakers have probably noticed that cheese prices have come down, and cheese is a protein food, a main dish food. In fact, ounce for ounce, no other basic food matches cheese for high-quality, complete protein, for calcium, phosphorus, and other nutrients from milk. Yes, cheese is a bargain in nutrition. So for golden good, lower-cost main dishes, get Kraft's famous pasteurized process varieties. There's medium mellow Kraft American or sharp Old English. And for rich yet mild cheddar flavor, there's the delicious cheese food Velveeta. Remember to buy cheese the next time you shop.